In the northern kingdom of the wizard's forbidden land, a boy named Dole unintentionally rescued a hellhound from the infernal realm to survive. He traversed thousands of miles, leaving the northern kingdom behind, and arriving in the wizarding nation of the glorious empire, embarking on his own path as a wizard. Grounded in alchemy and anchored by the wizard's tower, he ultimately became the Lord of Elements. Chapter 1. Dole County. In the year 323 of the new civil calendar on the continent of Mafa, at the end of winter in the province of Uganda, Chris County, lies Dole County. Dole County is a quintessential mountain town, with agriculture solely dependent on the flatlands surrounding the river valleys. Each year, the incessant attack from various wild beasts and monsters make it a struggle to sustain any semblance of normal life for its inhabitants. The primary source of income for Dole County is the mines, where most able-bodied men toil in the surrounding mining sites, even if they possess but a modicum of strength. Moreover, Dole County is the only county in Christ County devoid of nearby towns. It stands alone, nestled in a valley and flanked by mountains, which are predominantly rich in mineral resources. Roads extend from the city's gates into the mountainous terrain. At the entrance of the Biensi mine, Dole painfully rose from the ground, gazing at the retreating figures of Odo and his companions who had snatched 3 copper coins from his pocket. He let out a gentle sigh, feeling neither regret nor anger, for he still had 2 copper coins remaining, enough to sustain him for a day. His tattered clothing was caked in dirt, rendering him akin to a mud-streaked monkey. With a heavy heart, Dole brushed off the dust from his garments, massaging his sore arm where he had been kicked, and trudged wearily towards his humble abode. His home was the legacy of his father, a miner who succumbed to pneumoconiosis 2 years prior. Following his father's demise, his mother vanished one fateful night, leaving him utterly alone to fend for himself in the mines, scraping by day by day. Now, 2 years had passed, and the once vibrant and cheerful Dole had faded into a mere shadow of his former self. Existing in a state of numbness, at the tender age of 12, he should have been attending school, yet there were no educational opportunities available to him. Dole glanced at the man beside him without uttering a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. This man was his workmate, Dodu Olai, aged 30, the sole provider for his family, with 2 young sons, aged 4 and 5. As Dodu departed, Dole dragged his weary feet to the familiar food stall, cautiously extracting a copper coin from his pocket and handing it to the vendor. 3 rice balls, please. The vendor regarded Dole with an expressionless demeanor, accepted the copper coin, placed it in the drawer, and promptly wrapped 3 rice balls, handing them over to him. Dole lowered his head, extending his trembling hands to receive the rice balls. "Thank you," he murmured, his hands shaking slightly from hunger. The vendor remained silent, preoccupied with serving other customers. Emerging from the stall with the rice balls, Dole unwrapped one with trembling fingers and took a hasty bite. The rice balls offered little nourishment, yet they were the most affordable sustenance he could procure. Of the 3 rice balls, he would consume 2 to feel a modicum of satiety, reserving the last for a dog he had found a couple of days prior. In recent days, Dole felt as though he were losing his mind, barely managing to stave off starvation, yet finding the capacity to empathize with a dog. Strangely enough, upon first seeing the dog, a peculiar affection welled within him, a determination to care for it, to ensure its survival, even if it meant providing only a single meal each day. Survival breeds hope, a sentiment his father often expressed. Dole resided in a slum on the outskirts of Dole City, not far from the city gates. Upon entering, one would find clusters of dilapidated houses lining the left side of the main road. This area, notorious for its squalor, was strewn with refuse, sewage, and mud, epitomizing a state of disarray. No one tended to the area, inhabited by the starving poor, where even thieves seldom ventured. In proximity to the main thoroughfare, clusters of women could be seen loitering at doorways. Though their appearances were unremarkable, they were easily maintained, often charging a mere 5 copper coins for an entire night. They frequently beckoned Dole with their alluring postures, yet he averted his gaze, as he was too preoccupied with his own hunger to extend charity to others, merely observing from the doorway. Upon returning home, Dole pushed open the door to find a tricolored dog, gray, yellow, and black, joyfully bounding out to greet him, licking his hand with a wagging tail. Dole tossed a rice ball to the dog. "Odo, go eat," he said, having named the dog Odo, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of how the dog might react. Odo glanced at the rice ball, hesitating momentarily before gingerly picking it up and limping back into the room, swaying his rear end as his tail wagged merrily. The room was dim, devoid of light, and as Dole reached his bed, weariness overwhelmed him. In less than a heartbeat, he succumbed to slumber, the sound of his snoring filling the air. Before long, Odo limped over from the corner, lacking the exuberance of his earlier demeanor, his eyes filled with scrutiny and gravity as he gazed at the slumbering Dole, his canine face reflecting a complex array of emotions. The hellhound turned its head, surveying the sparse room and shaking it in dismay at a small room, a single bed, and no usable furniture. This was Dole's home, frequently visited by thieves, a testament to the boy's plight. Having stayed for several days, though somewhat uncomfortable, Odo felt an unfulfilled obligation to the boy. Without those few meager rice balls, he too might not have survived. Contemplating this, a myriad of emotions washed over the hellhound's face. Observing the peacefully sleeping Dole, Odo opened his mouth, emitting a radiant beam of multicolored light that surged toward Dole's mind. This luminescence, no larger than a thumb, vanished upon contact with Dole's forehead. Chapter 2. The gold mine. As the morning sun graced the horizon, the peculiar sensation of vitality began to envelop him, a stark contrast to the usual morning malaise that had plagued him in the past. Previously, Dole would awaken each day feeling as though he had been trampled by a herd of wild beasts, his body aching and languid. Yet now, an invigorating lightness and joy coursed through him, as if every fiber of his being was infused with newfound strength. When did this transformation commence? Perhaps it was on the third day after discovering Odo. Dole mused that perhaps his good deeds had garnered celestial favor. With this thought, he arose from his bed and assessed his health, finding no significant ailments. At that moment, Odo crawled over from the corner, affectionately licking Dole's palm and cheek. This tender gesture only deepened Dole's fondness for Odo, diminishing the resentment he felt towards the Odo outside, who pilfered his earnings. He affectionately patted Odo's head and playfully scratched it, smiling as he said, "Stay home and be good. I must attend to my work." He paid little heed to whether Odo understood and proceeded to freshen up. In the heart of the slum, a narrow waterway meandered, carrying mountain waters through the impoverished enclave and onward to the Doman River beyond the city. After splashing his face and wiping it with his sleeve, Dole ventured outside, passing through the market where he purchased 3 dumplings, devouring them in one go before heading to the mine. Upon arriving at the mining site, he found Modo had just arrived as well. Spotting Dole, Modo exclaimed, "Today we want to be breaking stones. The foreman instructed us to sift through small stones by the riverside. We've unearthed some colored ores today, and they want us to sort through them." Dole nodded in agreement and followed Modo. Regardless of the task, as long as there was food to be earned, he was content. His sole purpose was survival. The mine was expansive, with a level expanse at its entrance strewn with various stones. The laborers outside were tasked with smashing these rocks, meticulously extracting the ore-laden fragments, while discarding the rubble on the ground, which would later be cleared away. The wages for those working in the open were modest, whereas those toiling within the mountain earned significantly more, approximately 5 times the pay of their counterparts outside. However, this came at a perilous cost, as fatalities were a grim reality, occurring with alarming frequency, often in horrific circumstances. Despite this, many were drawn to the mines, lured by the promise of high wages and substantial compensation for the families left behind in the event of death, providing a semblance of security for their loved ones. This was a primary motivator for many. Among the laborers on the flat terrain, aside from the elderly and the weak, were those with only a single breadwinner at home, or those living alone, like Dole himself. Following Modo and a few others, Dole soon arrived at the riverbank, where a considerable pile of small stones awaited them. These stones differed from those typically seen on the open ground. They appeared grayer, denser, and seemingly heavier. After Modo's explanation, Dole grasped that their task was to reduce these small stones to even finer pieces. Amidst the small stones, there lay a few golden fragments, which needed to be meticulously sifted out, while the other stones were of no concern. Dole had encountered such golden stones before. They were indeed genuine gold. However, he harbored little avarice for them. In the mining fields, gold ore was rather scarce, with iron ore, tin ore, and copper ore being far more prevalent, particularly iron. Gold ore appeared only occasionally and in limited quantities. Some individuals had attempted to claim these precious stones for themselves, but the consequences were often dire. The mine possessed a certain alchemical product capable of detecting any metal on a person's body, unfailingly so. Merely passing through the entrance would easily reveal any hidden metals, dissuading anyone from such reckless endeavors. Furthermore, miners were devoid of rights. If caught in the act, they would swiftly be relegated to slavery, displayed at the entrance for 3 days as a warning to others. Those fortunate enough to survive the ordeal would often find themselves rendered incapable, destined for a grim fate. Thus, it was generally understood that few dared to act upon such desires. Having lived in this city for many years, Dole had witnessed numerous events and had long since grown numb to them. His sole priority was to survive, regardless of the type of or at hand. He resolved to diligently complete his work and avoid any unnecessary strife. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited within Dole. He transformed from a state of numbness to vibrant energy. He expressed his gratitude to Uncle Dudu, for this was perhaps the most uplifting news he had received all day, filling him with renewed vigor and strength. The stones were abundant, requiring the use of a hammer to break them into manageable pieces. However, the gold demanded a finer touch. It needed to be crushed into smaller fragments. Dole had spent several months honing his strength through this labor, and without hesitation, he seized the heavy hammer and began his task. The small stones had the advantage of being handled by a single person, while larger stones necessitated the use of a sledgehammer and a pick to first break them down before they could be crushed, a process that was time-consuming. In contrast, the small stones could simply be struck directly against the hard ground. After a while, the two of them, one smashing the stones, the other sifting through the fragments, worked in harmonious tandem. Soon enough, a collection of bright golden metallic pieces began to accumulate along the riverbank, all of which were gold. Nearby every group of miners stood an overseer. However, as long as the workers toiled diligently, the overseer would pay them no mind. It was only the indolent, those unwilling to exert effort, who would attract the overseer's scrutiny. Mild reprimands were common, but in more severe cases, the overseer's whip, crafted from water-soaked bull tendons, would be employed, inflicting painful lashes that left the skin raw. Thus, few dared to challenge the overseer's authority. Approximately 2 hours into their labor, the overseer approached the two, expressionless, and collected the gold before delivering 2 small rice balls. Due to the physical exertion required, the miners typically consumed large quantities of food, and most mines arranged for meals to be provided. However, there was a stipulation: they had to finish quickly, or the food would be taken away. On this front, nearly all miners expressed satisfaction, which was one reason Dole favored working at the Bianchi mine. After devouring the meal with fervor, Dole felt invigorated once again and resumed work alongside Dudu. The process of breaking stones is devoid of novelty, as one repeatedly sweats under the sun. Each individual adorned in a bronze hue, their muscles well-defined. Even the most frail among them, after laboring in the river for a month, will transform in such a manner. The same holds true for the more robust. The toil itself is profoundly monotonous, and it is only during the sieving of the stones that one might glimpse a sense of accomplishment upon discovering those vibrant golden grains. Chapter 3. Residue of magic crystals beside the icy river. Still chill from the lingering winter, Dole felt little discomfort from the cold. His body emanated warmth as he meticulously sifted through the yellow-orange stones, intent on not overlooking a single piece. As he continued his task, Dole soon noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Some glimmering little stones consistently appeared among the last of the sifted ore. Generally, gold, with its high density, would remain at the bottom. But what were these radiant stones? After some time under the sun, having discarded numerous sparkling fragments, Dole could no longer resist the temptation to examine one closely. The stone was a pristine white, a translucent cubic crystal, exquisitely beautiful. Holding it in his hand, he felt a faint coolness emanating from it, which seemed to clear his mind considerably. Strangely, he sensed a familiarity with the stone, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Recognizing the significance of these luminous fragments, Dole continued his work, shrouded in curiosity. As the sun dipped beyond the mountaintops and twilight descended, he had amassed a pouch filled with these sparkling treasures. After work, he approached the office to collect his wages, inadvertently receiving 2 extra copper coins. Anxiously scanning his surroundings, he noted that Otto was absent, likely preoccupied with some mischief elsewhere. Hastily, he returned the surplus coins to Uncle Moto. Their eyes exchanged silent understanding as they made their way to the entrance of the mine. Dole felt a surge of apprehension as he passed through the security apparatus, relieved when it remained silent. However, upon exiting, he encountered Otto and his entourage. Otto, with a sinister demeanor, approached Dole without a word, shoving him to the ground while his companions ruthlessly rifled through Dole's belongings. Dole refrained from resistance, knowing it would be futile, and calmly regarded Otto, who stood arrogantly, directing his lackeys with a sneer. "What's wrong? Are you feeling defiant? Go ahead, strike me. Pathetic wretch." The boy who had initially tackled Dole, merely 14 years old yet towering in stature, was Otto's foremost henchman. After spitting on Dole, they departed with a swagger. Watching them leave, Dole checked his pockets and found he still had 2 copper coins, a small relief. Today, he could afford to treat Otto to 2 rice dumplings and still save a coin for himself, a thought that brought him a sense of satisfaction. Diminishing his anger at the humiliation, wiping away the spit, he nonchalantly made his way into the city. Incidents like his were commonplace at the mine entrance, occurring dozens of times daily, with no one to intervene. Upon reaching the market, he found Uncle Moto waiting nearby. They exchanged goods quietly and left without drawing attention. As Dole entered his small abode, Otto's head popped out from within, his canine features contorted in confusion. As Dole observed the peculiar behavior of Adwa, he chose not to dwell on it too much. He placed the rice ball into a worn-out bowl and tossed it to him, affectionately patting the dog's head before reclining onto his own bed. Having consumed 4 rice balls in one go, he did not feel fatigued and remained alert for a while. Thus, he emptied his pockets of small pebbles onto the ground. At that moment, he noticed something amiss with Adwa, who had not gone for the rice ball, but was instead fixated on the small stones in Dole's hand. Dole smiled slightly, placing the stones on the ground and picking one up to dangle in front of Adwa, jesting, "What's this? Do you fancy these little stones too?" Meanwhile, the hellhound Adwa thought to himself, "Damn it, there's magic crystal here too. What a stroke of luck." However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he gently licked Dole's hand, nuzzling against him, and pretended to nibble on the stone. Dole was taken aback by Adwa's antics. Panic surged through him as he rushed to restrain Adwa, intent on prying open his mouth to retrieve the stone. Eating stones. This dog has a death wish. After all, Dole was reluctant to lose the only living creature he could share his space with. However, Adwa clearly had no intention of letting Dole succeed. He dashed away, evading Dole's grasp, seizing the opportunity to munch on several other stones scattered on the ground, delighting in his find. It had been a long time since he had encountered magic crystals. Though they were mere remnants, they would hasten his recovery. Adwa kept these thoughts to himself, skillfully dodging Dole's attempts to capture him while secretly devouring the magic crystals. Once he had consumed all the remnants, he returned to Dole's side, nuzzling against his thigh and licking his hand, his tail wagging with increased enthusiasm, seemingly inquiring if there were more stones. Dole was left astonished. This fellow actually ate them? And finished them? Is he all right? Yet, seeing Adwa still lively and seemingly more spirited than before, he dismissed any concern for his stones, so long as the dog was unharmed. After carefully inspecting Adwa to confirm his well-being, Dole grew curious. Could the stones be edible? With a belly full of questions, Dole soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Adwa arose from the ground, unsteadily making his way over to Dole. Lowering his head, he emitted a faint glow that flew toward Dole's forehead, then quietly opened the door and slipped outside. Adwa was aware of Dole's work location, where inferior magic crystals had surfaced, indicative of a miniature magic crystal mine. He hurried to absorb the crystals, hoping to regain some strength. The hellhound, adept at stealth, tracking, and hunting, swiftly followed Dole's scent, silently entering the mine. In the darkness, Adwa's gray-black figure blended seamlessly into the surroundings, unnoticed by any guards. He arrived at the riverbank, the last place Dole had been, and after a brief sniff, he discerned several other scents. Following the source of these aromas, he ascended the mountain, his movements utterly soundless. The mining site is abundant with stones, all of which are raw minerals. The crushed stones lie haphazardly in piles, making it impossible for anyone in the dead of night to discern which are valuable ores and which are mere waste. They remain unattended, left to the shadows. In the stillness of the night, this presents ample opportunities for Otto's clandestine activities. His intention for the evening is primarily to ascertain the location of the mineral veins. He is not in haste to extract them, for time is on his side. Chapter 4. The mine Doman County is but a modest town, where the highest-ranking individuals possess merely the strength of a first level. In stark contrast, the hellhound is a formidable being of the 7th level. Although currently gravely injured, it remains beyond the capabilities of any first-level knight, warrior, or sorcerer. Here, it can recuperate at leisure, without haste. The only matter that impels it towards urgency is the necessity to ensure that the magical crystals are not discovered by others too soon. Otherwise, it may find itself in dire straits. If it can ascertain the location tonight, it will absorb all the magical crystals they can extract by tomorrow. ensuring they remain oblivious to its presence. Magical crystals are the embodiment of energy within the world, readily absorbable by higher beings, and are of paramount importance for its recovery. The meager amount it acquired in the afternoon is scarcely sufficient, yet it has afforded it a modicum of restoration. The hellhound bounds through the mountains, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the mining site. With its keen mental acuity, it easily senses the subtle fluctuations of magical energy hidden among the hills. After a thorough survey, it selects several locations, standing still while its mental prowess penetrates the earth, extracting the minuscule impurities of magical crystals and absorbing their elemental essence. As a 7th-level entity, its capabilities, even after it declined to first-level strength, remain formidable. After toiling through much of the night, it has yet to complete its task. With dawn approaching, caution prevails, and it can only hope that they do not discover its activities too soon, allowing it a few more days to absorb. As it retreats, the hellhound is filled with exhilaration. The night's endeavors equate to 3 months of recovery in the outside world, a veritable windfall. That fellow, Dole, is indeed a fortunate star, or rather, a superlative one. Gazing at the slumbering Dole, the hellhound, Otto, nestled in its filthy den, gradually refines its elemental abilities. It ponders whether it should assist Dole in some manner. What prospects lie within the mine? Dole possesses considerable potential, perhaps guiding him into the world of professions? Yet, this notion brings Otto to a moment of hesitation. The world of professions is enticing, offering the pursuit of truth and immense power, a dominion over all. However, it is fraught with terror, conflict, and treachery. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences, much like Otto's own fate, where death lurks at every turn. To lead Dole down this path could yield incalculable repercussions. Humanity is a diligent and gifted race. Most possess the potential for greatness. Yet only a scant few ascend to the exalted ranks of professionals. An even smaller number attain the revered status of knights or the feared title of sorcerers. A reality shaped by the upper echelons of human society. Such is the nature of the world, indifferent to human will. Given Dole and Oppos, as current circumstances, should he become a professional, life would undoubtedly improve. Otto is no longer the same hellhound. It has learned to contemplate like a human, pondering deeper questions. Having faced death once, it finally comprehends the wisdom imparted by the elders of yore. This world is one where the larger fish devour the smaller. At that moment, he noticed Dole's body shudder slightly, prompting him to feign sleep as Dole was about to awaken. Moments later, Dole stirred, proceeded to wash up, and then stepped outside. A new day commenced. Dole felt invigorated, as if his muscles had expanded, brimming with an inexhaustible energy, a sensation previously unimaginable. His greatest aspiration mirrored that of many young souls, to become a warrior or a knight, wielding a sharp longsword and a sturdy shield, mounted upon a magnificent steed, exuding an aura of grandeur. Yet, such dreams seemed distant. Only the offspring of the affluent or the noble could attain such a fate. A reality he could scarcely envision for himself or those around him. Even a child like Otto seemed unlikely to ascend to the esteemed rank of a knight. Dole rarely contemplated these matters until he beheld 2 knights at the city gates while exiting. A twinge of envy stirred within him. Knights were distinct from ordinary soldiers. They possessed unique powers, while soldiers were merely common folk equipped with fighting skills. Whether knight, warrior, or wizard, they belonged to an exalted echelon, forever beyond Dole's reach. The 2 knights donned gleaming silver armor that enveloped them completely, seated upon towering steeds, seemingly awaiting someone. At that moment, throngs of people began to stream out of the city gates, dispersing towards various mines to commence their day as labor. Passing through the market, Dole spent a copper coin to purchase 3 dumplings, savoring them as he walked, until he soon encountered his brother Moto. They exchanged a smile and easily entered the mining site together. The day unfolded as usual, with the tasks of breaking down ore and sifting for gold bringing Dole joy, as it signified the prospect of earning a few more copper coins. However, with the surge of his strength, another sentiment began to brew within him, a simmering resentment towards Otto and his ilk. Why should they take from him? What justified their actions? Though they had attended a few days of combat training, their strength paled in comparison to his own. With a surprising maneuver, he could easily overpower them. Why should he endure the indignity of being robbed daily, left as hungry as Otto, merely because their fathers held authority? This burgeoning sentiment of discontent festered within him. The morning sped by as he crushed stones and sifted through the gold ore, yet Dole noticed a marked scarcity of the small, glistening white stones today. Only 3 or 4 had emerged, a far cry from yesterday's bounty. Each stone, roughly the size of a fingernail, seemed insignificant when so few were found. Nevertheless, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards these small stones, as if they possessed some significant purpose. This sensation was both wondrous and mysterious, and the thought that Otto had consumed hundreds of these stones the previous afternoon stirred something peculiar within him. Could it be that Otto was not merely an ordinary dog? Upon contemplating this, Dole felt an influx of myriad fantasies in his mind. The books he had read and the stories he had heard conjured a cascade of wondrous ideas. His hands moved swiftly, adhering to his usual pace, completing his tasks with diligence. By the time the workday concluded, he had amassed a handful of pristine, crystalline ore. Though his mind was burdened with numerous thoughts, he adhered to their agreement and relinquished 2 surplus copper coins to Dodo, ensuring they were taken outside. Otherwise, Otto would soon arrive to seize them. Otto's predation was not solely directed at him. Like Dole, he was a solitary, forsaken child. Yet he had several others in his grasp whom he sought to exploit. This was a daily occurrence. Anyone who dared to resist would face his wrath. The other children, fearful of injury, dared not protest too fervently, for failing to appear for work the following day would lead not merely to injury, but to starvation. There had been instances of rebellion in the past, resulting in brutal beatings, and those who had been severely harmed had subsequently missed work, ultimately succumbing to hunger. This was a quintessential example. Chapter 5. The legendary path of the Nalu demon warrior. Otto was managing reasonably well. He would never seize everything, always leaving behind a few copper coins for survival. Otherwise, if others did not take care of him, the miners certainly would. When Dole arrived at the entrance of the mine, he witnessed Otto robbing someone. Upon lifting his gaze, he caught sight of himself, prompting a surge of fury. Should he retaliate fiercely? However, he was outnumbered by 5 adversaries and stood no chance. At that moment, he noticed that only Otto was charging towards him, while the other 4 were still preoccupied with their plunder. His eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of danger. Old grievances would be settled today. As Otto approached, Dole relaxed his body, feigning trepidation in anticipation of the robbery, yet his feet subtly adopted a stance, ready to spring into action at any moment. Otto barreled towards Dole, shouting, Dole, I see you've learned to hide your money. You clearly gained 2 copper coins yesterday. Hand them over. As he reached out with his left hand to grasp Dole's collar, his right hand instinctively swung towards Dole's face. Dole, prepared for resistance, refused to grant Otto the opportunity. Despite his fatigue from a day's labor, he still possessed some strength. Observing Otto's approach, a fierce resolve flickered in his heart. He crouched slightly, evading Otto's left hand, and with a well-planned right fist, he struck upward, aiming directly for Otto's face. In this strike, he summoned nearly all his power. Having meticulously planned this moment with little room for surprise, events unfolded exactly as scripted. Otto, as if offering his face willingly, fell prey to the blow. Unprepared for Dole's defiance, Otto had no time to react before a fist collided with his face. The impact was tremendous, and darkness enveloped him as he was sent crashing backward. With a thud, Otto fell to the ground, unable to rise. Onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Otto had been struck. Seizing the opportunity, Dole swiftly approached, delivering 3 or 4 vigorous stomps to Otto's face. Soon, Otto's visage bore the marks of crimson and bruises. After delivering his blows, Dole noticed that the surrounding crowd had yet to react, and he quickly withdrew from the scene. The incident transpired in the blink of an eye. Otto and Otto's companions remained engaged in their own misdeeds, entirely oblivious to Otto's predicament until it was too late. By the time they turned to investigate, Dole had vanished into the throng. Today mirrored yesterday. Dole indulged in 6 dumplings, savoring 4 for himself. This brought him a sense of bliss. He understood that to safeguard his money daily, he must devise a strategy to deter Otto from seeking vengeance. Having dealt with Otto today, he anticipated retaliation tomorrow, or perhaps Otto would enlist his father for retribution. Alas, he reflected, today's actions were somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, striking Otto had been gratifying, allowing him to settle a portion of his lingering grievances. As the door swung open, the hellhound Otto poked his head out, his tongue lolling out in a most undignified manner, licking Dole and Otto's hand with unabashed enthusiasm, his tail wagging energetically, devoid of any semblance of the grandeur one would expect from a creature of his kind. At that moment, Dole lowered his gaze and held the hellhound before him, reassured by the sight of Otto's well-being, realizing that the glimmering stone he had consumed posed no threat. Standing at the threshold, Dole pondered and retrieved a magic crystal from his pocket, cradling it in his hand, resolved to offer it to Odo, who seemed to delight in such treasures. However, this time, he noticed Odo's apparent disdain as the creature turned away dismissively. Puzzled by this reaction, Dole was suddenly tugged by Odo's powerful jaws, compelling him to approach the doghouse. Despite Dole's resistance, he found himself drawn to the side of the makeshift shelter. In light of Odo's peculiar behavior, Dole was baffled. Where did this book come from? He inquired, gesturing toward the tome. Odo, seated in front of the shabby doghouse, feigned ignorance, adopting the demeanor of a typical canine. Sitting obediently on the ground, panting with a somewhat endearing expression, yet feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he lowered his head to the earth, Dole picked up a book and examined it closely. To Odo and Apos, a surprise, the very book Dole had chosen was none other than the one Odo had yearned for him to read, the warrior's introductory text, The Legendary Path of the Naui Demon Warrior. This tome was not merely a biography of a legendary figure, it served as an essential guide for budding warriors, meticulously detailing the journey of the legendary Naui from humble beginnings, encompassing training in martial arts, meditation, combat techniques, and magic. It contained comprehensive explanations of basic spells and martial skills, making it particularly suitable for novices. However, this foundational text for the demon warrior genre encompassed both the realms of magic and martial prowess. Generally, an individual might dabble in both disciplines at lower levels. But as one ascended in rank, a choice would ultimately need to be made, for human energy is finite. In the current occupational hierarchy of humanity, one must select a singular path from the outset, be it warrior, wizard, or another vocation. This book, a relic from centuries past, harkened back to an era when demon warriors flourished, a stark contrast to today's reality where practitioners of magic and martial arts are distinctly categorized, with few mastering both. These volumes were not pilfered. They were among the most trivial of human writings in Odo's extensive collection amassed over centuries. Yet, remarkably, this particular book seemed to be the most suitable for Dole. At this moment, Dole could discern the faint shimmer of recognition from the cover of the book. Having only undergone 3 years of basic education, his literacy limited. To fully comprehend the text, he would require a dictionary. Contemplating this, a strange thought crossed his mind. Had this dog somehow transformed into a higher-order magical beast, capable of pilfering books? Turning to the first page, Dole could only decipher half of the characters, making it quite challenging to read. However, by inferring from the context, it appeared to be an introduction to an individual's remarkable achievements and historical significance. This person, referred to as Chi, seemed exceptionally formidable and grand. Dole recalled from his school textbooks, during a time when his parents were still present, a figure named Naui who was quite impressive. Could it possibly be him? If so, this book would certainly be intriguing. Dole did not intend to peruse any other books. They were all simply sitting here, unable to escape his attention. He might as well start with this one. Chapter 6. Once possible, now impossible for 5 consecutive pages, the text extolled the remarkable achievements of a figure named Naui, with each assertion becoming increasingly extravagant, until he was depicted as a savior of sorts. At this moment, Dole suddenly recalled that this was none other than the legendary human warrior Naui. He flipped the book over to examine the title, and his mind was instantly engulfed in a wave of realization. This was an enlightening text that had circulated among the populace hundreds of years ago. Whether warriors or magicians, they once shared a common title, the superpowered ones. However, such nomenclature has long since fallen into disuse. Warriors are now simply referred to as warriors, knights as knights, and wizards as wizards. Only when they gathered together were they collectively known as superpowered ones. Back in his school days, his teachers often boasted of such matters. Upon discovering this book, Dole understood he had stumbled upon a treasure. He turned to gaze at Odo, only to find him quietly finishing the last of his meal, sitting in stillness and observing him. At that moment, Odo crawled over to Dole's side, lying down and continuing to lick his hand. The abyssal hellhound Odo was, at that moment, inwardly lamenting how humiliating it is for a dignified hellhound to strive to mimic a true dog, attempting to curry favor with a human. If other hellhounds were to discover this, where would my dignity lie? Yet, observing Dole's reaction, it appeared he had grasped the significance of the book, and the effect was rather gratifying. Witnessing Dole's astonished expression brought Odo immense joy, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary, his canine eyes curving into crescent moons of delight. However, darkness was encroaching rapidly, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in Dole's mind, he found himself unable to act. The thought of taking the book outside filled him with dread, should any nobles or warriors catch sight of it. he would likely meet a swift demise. The mere contemplation sent a shiver down his spine. Where had this dog procured such a book? One that had not been seen for centuries? Could it have originated from a noble family in Doman City? Only the aristocracy and the wealthy had the means and privilege to practice martial arts. And the families capable of preserving texts from centuries past were limited to the city lord, Link, and the vice lord, Aeon. Only they, with their long-standing lineage, might possess such volumes. Yet, neither the lord's household nor the Aeon family boasted of high-level wizards, only warriors. This led Dole to surmise that the book must have another origin. As the darkness deepened and visibility within the room dwindled, Dole abandoned his desire to continue reading. There were scarcely any lamps in the entire slum, and even if there were, they would be reserved for work rather than reading. He recalled that Aunt Annie had a single oil lamp, but it was only used at night for sewing garments for the nobles. Hardly something to be wasted on leisure reading. The impoverished inhabitants of the slums endure an existence of profound destitution, where the majority cannot even afford clothing, let alone the luxury of purchasing an oil lamp to read by at night, an unimaginable reality for the average person. To them, labor is a necessity. While education is a privilege reserved for the aristocracy and the affluent, they feel unworthy of such opportunities. This thought ignited a sense of indignation within Dole. Why should they have the privilege to learn while he does not? It seemed utterly unjust. With this contemplation swirling in his mind, Dole's thoughts began to flourish. He rose from his bed and approached the corner where Odo's makeshift dog bed lay, clutching the other books he had pilfered to his chest. He placed them beneath his pillow. Regardless of Odo and Appo's dubious means of acquiring them, he was determined to read every single one diligently. With such resolve, he soon fell into a deep slumber. In the darkness of night, Odo's eyes glimmered with a bright light as he observed Dole's slumber. Gradually, he stood up. His tail still, his posture rigid. He glanced outside. The sky had just darkened, and a few souls were still wandering about. He restrained his excitement and settled back down. The magical crystals were a treasure, brimming with various elemental energies. With sufficient energy, he could recover swiftly, however. The crystals from the mine Dole had visited yielded only a meager amount, likely exhausted within 3 to 5 days, yet it was better than nothing. After a day and Appo's passage, he sensed a marked improvement in his condition, far removed from his former state, all thanks to the previous night's venture into the magical crystal mine. How wonderful it would be to possess a small magical crystal mine of his own. With this thought, Odo's gaze drifted outside, eagerly awaiting the passage of time. An hour elapsed, and around 10 o'clock at night, Odo slowly rose and approached Dole. As customary, he imparted a flicker of magical energy to him before retreating to the doorway. Peering outside, he found the slums eerily silent, save for a few inebriated souls stumbling about. Noticing this, he quietly opened the door and swiftly slipped out, making his way outside the city. The mine appeared unchanged from the previous day, save for remnants of the day's labor. As Odo arrived, he noted some alterations. The mine had been partially excavated. The nighttime stillness enveloped the area, broken only by the sounds of insects, with nothing but stones for company. Odo remained vigilant, cautiously surveying the surroundings until he was assured of solitude. Only then did he relax, extending his psychic energy deep underground to commence his daily toil, absorbing the subtle energy elements from the veins of the earth. In the city, he could only consume the magical crystals and absorb their essence gradually, for the magical fluctuations might attract unwanted attention. However, in this desolate place, he could absorb freely and without reservation. After a night of absorption, he felt his injuries healing further, which filled him with joy. Yet, he was mindful of the old saying among his kind, a cautious ship sails for 1,000 years, a wisdom he held dearly. Feigning rest, he lay still. And after approximately half an hour, Dole awoke. As he had done the day before, Dole repeated all his previous actions, meeting Uncle Dudu at the marketplace before heading towards the mine. The events of the previous day lingered in his mind, prompting him to quietly survey his surroundings at the entrance. Not spotting Audwa, he finally felt a sense of relief. Uncle Dudu noticed that Dole was acting strangely. Upon reaching the riverbank, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Dole, why are you being so secretive?" Dole shrugged and replied, "I hit Audwa yesterday." Uncle Dudu was taken aback, glancing around cautiously. Not seeing Audwa or his father, he sighed in relief, yet incredulity washed over him as he exclaimed, "What has come over you? Why would you strike Audwa?" Dole explained, "I was hungry. I need a hearty meal to have the strength to work. 2 rice dumplings for an entire night are simply insufficient. I want to eat meat, and Audwa has been taking my money. He could get away with it before, but not anymore." Chapter 7. The escape, Dudu let out a sigh and cautioned, "Be careful. Audwa is quite vindictive. Watch out for him sending someone to rough you up. His father is Sam, the overseer, and he can easily enlist skilled fighters. Take heed." At that moment, Dole also sighed and replied, "I will be cautious. If he shows up, I will simply run away. It's not as if I must remain here." The Biensi mine is one of the several mines of comparable size in Doman City, distinguished by its fair treatment of workers, providing 2 meals a day. Typically, most would not contemplate leaving. However, if trouble persists, Dole would have no choice but to depart. Today's task involved washing gold ore. In addition to gold, they had discovered another precious metal, a silver ore. Nonetheless, adhering to regulations, they diligently sorted the ore without any attempt to conceal it, placing it by the riverbank to await collection. During breakfast, the supervisor came to collect the ores. Despite the addition of a new type of ore, he did not comment and took everything away, assuring that someone would handle it later. However, Dole soon realized that only half of his vegetable bun remained. Originally, he had 2, but now only 1 was left, which cast a shadow over his expression. It turned out that Rame, the overseer, was indeed protective of his son. Seeing this, Dudu sighed again but refrained from sharing his vegetable bun with Dole, choosing to eat his own instead. Dole did not protest and took out the extra vegetable bun he had purchased earlier. Thankfully, he had prepared ahead of time, having bought an additional bun for a copper coin. Vegetable buns differ from rice buns. The latter primarily consists of dough packed with energy to sustain the body, while vegetable buns are mostly filled with greens, offering little energy but sufficient to satiate hunger. However, they leave one feeling famished during strenuous activities. Dole pondered whether this would lead to his undoing. If the midday and afternoon provisions continued to dwindle, he would have to consider whether to persist in this labor. How could one muster the strength to work when there was insufficient food? Over time, this would lead to exhaustion. These were the words of their instructor who had taught them basic martial skills. One must possess strength and must eat well, particularly meat. Without proper nourishment, there would be little hope for success in life. Although Dole hailed from the slums, a rule in the Northern Kingdom mandated that all children undergo 3 months of martial training and 3 years of cultural education before the age of 10. Thus, Dole had acquired a modicum of martial skill and literacy. With a sigh, he resumed his work. Dole and Dudu were partners, yet their wages differed by threefold. Dole, still a child, had limited work capacity, spending most of his time assisting Dudu, which required little exertion. Observing this, Dudu felt somewhat disheartened. Should Dole leave? Finding another partner would pose a significant challenge. As noon and afternoon approached, Dole's predictions came to fruition. The rations were indeed reduced. How could one work if they were not sufficiently nourished? Moreover, in the afternoon, Dole found himself under the intense scrutiny of the supervisor. Should he dare to stop, he would likely face immediate punishment. Gazing at the watchful overseer, Dole recognized that he could no longer remain in this place. However, what was truly remarkable was that despite consuming little sustenance, his strength had not waned significantly. It was indeed peculiar. Throughout the entire day, he had not been afforded an opportunity by the overseer to strike back. The mining operation rarely withheld wages from its workers, even in the face of disputes with the foreman, for such actions would provoke the discontent of other laborers, jeopardizing the foreman's position. The mine's owner often stated that the foreman was of little consequence, as the mine relied fundamentally on its workers. In the afternoon, the 2 men went to collect their wages. Upon receiving their pay, Moto and Dole exchanged a knowing smile and proceeded to exit together. However, as they stepped outside, Dole discreetly grabbed a wooden stick at the entrance, clutching it in his hand. At the mine's entrance, Otto's face was obscured by bandages, his entire nose swathed, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Not only was his nose injured, but the area around his face bore bruises as well. Beside him stood 4 young ruffians, casually brandishing sticks, their eyes fixed intently on the doorway. They dared not stand directly at the entrance, but lingered just a short distance away. At that moment, one of them suddenly shouted, "Otto, it and Oppos. Dole. He has come out." Otto, of course, noticed Dole immediately, his expression menacing. Having been struck the day before, he had gone hungry all day, eager to see if Dole would still exhibit bravado in the evening. Onlookers quickly dispersed at this sight. For adults, it was merely a child's scuffle, an opportunity for idle curiosity. However, when it came to matters concerning the foreman, no one was inclined to intervene, not even to watch, swiftly retreating instead. Moto stood beside Dole, exhaling a sigh of concern. "Dole, be careful," he warned. Just then, he noticed the stick behind Dole, choosing silence, for he understood that after today, he might never see Dole again, and given the circumstances, Dole was unlikely to fare well. Dole nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he uttered no words. As the two exited the mine, Moto quickly distanced himself from Dole, while Dole, seemingly unfazed, advanced along with the crowd. Otto was now positioned at the entrance alongside his four accomplices, awaiting Dole's emergence, their sticks rhythmically tapping against their palms as they drew nearer. Under normal circumstances, Dole would have ambled along, anticipating their approach to rob him, after which they would disperse to target others. Yet today, Dole had resolved not to allow them to succeed. Thus, he would not foolishly wait for their advance. Upon leaving the mining site, Dole intentionally stationed himself at the periphery of the crowd before suddenly sprinting forward, moving with remarkable speed. After him, Otto shouted, his frustration palpable as his face flushed with anger, and he waved his hand, prompting his companions to pursue. However, Dole was positioned on the opposite side of the throng, and they would need to navigate through the crowd to catch him. Having labored in the mines for years, Dole, despite his upper body strength, was also exceptionally swift on his feet. With this sudden burst of speed, he surged forth like a wild stallion, racing down the mountain path. Descending from the mine, it was approximately 7 or 8 li to reach the city gates of Duomeng. Before the gates lay a scattered market. As Dole ran, he glanced back and briefly caught sight of Audwa and Apos' fierce gaze. But soon, Audwa and Apos' speed could no longer keep pace with him. Without horses, he was unable to pursue. Realizing this, Dole paused by the roadside, crouched down, and placed his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. As he regained his composure, he reflected that today's troubles were behind him, but what awaited him tomorrow? With a sigh in his heart, he steadied his breath and proceeded along the official road towards the market. This time, he purchased 3 extra copper coin rice balls, for he would not be able to work the following day. Upon returning home, the hellhound Audwa poked its head out, glanced around, and eagerly licked Dole's palm several times. As Dole entered, it obediently awaited its share of food. Although rice balls were not the hellhound's primary sustenance, it had grown accustomed to them over the past few days. Ah, splendid. 3 rice balls today. Has Dole struck it rich? Chapter 8. Combat posture. He stood before Dole, bewildered, his tail gently wagging in confusion. Dole gazed at Aedu, the youth's face bearing the weight of more than 40 years, and he sighed. Eat up, for if you do not, tomorrow there may be nothing left to eat. Damn Aedu, I must do something about you. The hellhound Aedu instantly grasped that Dole's troubles might stem from the boy who frequently robbed him. Had he lost his job? The hellhound quickly devised a plan. He trotted over to Dole and Apos' bedside, pawing through the pillow and tattered old garments until he unearthed the book Dole had perused the previous day, presenting it to him. If this little creature could glean even a fragment of knowledge from it and become a warrior, he would no longer have to worry about sustenance. Dole grumbled a few complaints, not expecting much help from Aedu. Yet, he was taken aback by Aedu's unusual behavior. The hellhound had brought him the very book he had read yesterday. What could this mean? The book was indeed a valuable one, and if he could master its contents, his future would surely be bright. However, with his stomach nearly empty and on the brink of starvation, he questioned the practicality of studying it. Having run all the way here, the day was still young, and he could manage to read a few pages. Thus, Dole dismissed Aedu and Apos' oddity, took the book from his mouth, and settled onto the bed in a languid position, resuming his reading from where he had left off. Nalyui, as a legendary magical warrior, had a plethora of introductions detailing his abilities, achievements, modes of thought, contributions to humanity, and his ultimate accomplishments. Even after hundreds of years, Dole had heard this name and felt a surge of fervor upon reading of his historical feats. The titles of God of War, Legendary Mage, and Legendary Magical Warrior bestowed upon a single person were almost unimaginable. In the modern world, having such a powerful figure in an empire was remarkable. In the entire Northern Kingdom, only the legendary mage Agia bore such a title, representing the kingdom's paramount strength, idolized by countless individuals, be they admirers or unattainable dreams. Dole and Apos' heart raced with excitement, yet it was merely a fleeting thrill. Both Nalyui and the legendary mage Agia were figures one could only yearn for from afar. Mere sights to behold. Turning to a new page, he encountered a line of text, Elementary Body Refinement Technique. Below it was a series of words detailing the origins of this technique, its creator, and historical changes, but the text began to blur. And with Dole's limited understanding of written language, he found himself lost. He bypassed the obscure words and continued reading. The first entry was titled Combat Posture. An illustration depicted a person sitting cross-legged on a bed, hands clasped before the chest, and legs arranged in an unusual manner on the ground, presenting a rather peculiar sight. After scrutinizing the posture, Dole rose from the bed and attempted to mimic it. He could barely manage the position, yet his legs quickly grew sore and numb, making it unsustainable. He played with the posture briefly before shifting his attention to the accompanying description of its benefits, steadying his mind and spirit. Adjusting his posture and skeletal alignment, he prepared himself for the next stance. Upon reading this, Dole felt a surge of curiosity and perused the subsequent explanation. It was a pose that required prolonged maintenance. Thus, he endeavored to follow the instructions. The movements were not particularly challenging and could be performed with a modicum of effort. However, sustaining the position proved to be quite arduous. After a brief period, Dole felt a numbing sensation in his legs, as though they would become useless if left inactive, prompting him to relax. He diligently noted all the key points before resuming his reading of the next posture. The subsequent stance was one of standing, with feet apart in a V shape. The arms were positioned alternately, one hand open in front and the other clenched behind, with elbows bent downwards, resembling a fighter poised to strike. Yet, this pose encompassed several nuances: a slight arch in the back, fists poised as if ready to unleash power, rendering it an intriguing movement. After glancing through the details, he committed them to memory, set the book aside, and rose from his bed to practice the stance. The motions were simple and the principles straightforward, but the challenge lay in the endurance required, akin to sitting. Standing for even 3 to 5 minutes left his shoulders aching and thighs sore. Nevertheless, this only intensified Dole and Apos' intrigue. Having spent the past few years in the mine, honing his strength through hammering, his physique had developed remarkably. The fact that this stance could exhaust him was a clear indication of its benefits. He alternated between standing and sitting until darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the slums, tranquility reigned. After sunset, apart from the occasional hushed conversations, silence prevailed. The poverty here was so dire that even rats and stray dogs shunned the area, let alone thieves, who would likely starve in such a forsaken place. The inhabitants of the slums were largely desensitized, with little interpersonal communication. At 9 o'clock, just as Dole was engrossed in his practice, Otto, nestled in a corner, abruptly turned and stood up. Taken aback, Dole noticed Otto gazing toward the door, which piqued his instinctive caution. He inquired, "Is someone there?" The anthropomorphic demeanor of Otto momentarily stunned him. Cautiously, he approached the entrance and strained to listen for any sounds outside. Soon, he discerned the sound of footsteps, swiftly approaching his abode. Dole was uncertain whether these footsteps belonged to someone headed in his direction. After all, he had recently crossed paths with the troublesome Otto, and if it were him returning, trouble would ensue. Casting a glance at Otto, he shifted his gaze toward the window, formulating a plan. Quietly, he approached the window and opened it. He leapt outside first, then gestured for Otto to follow suit. Otto complied without hesitation, and together, they stood beneath the window, ears perked high, listening intently to the commotion outside, an amusing sight indeed. Before long, the source of the footsteps arrived at Dole and Apos' doorstep, pausing for less than a second. He heard the sound of the door being forcibly kicked open, followed by the flickering of a torch being ignited, and then a voice, filled with exasperation, erupted into the night. "No one is here. That fellow has fled." It was the voice of Otto. Dole's heart sank momentarily. It seemed he could no longer linger in this place. Perhaps the sound of the door being kicked was too loud. As the darkened streets of the slum began to echo with the creaking of numerous doors opening, all eyes turning in this direction. Dole's abode was quite modest, consisting of merely a small room with a table, while the rest was occupied by a bed. Everything was laid bare for all to see. Unable to locate Dole, Otto was reluctant to stir up trouble. The complexities of life in the slum were evident. Should he confront Dole, he could expect no one to intervene, and any disturbance here would likely lead to significant complications. Chapter 9. The cross-fist technique. Damn it, he cursed. That wretched creature runs surprisingly fast. Audwa arrived swiftly and departed even more hastily, slamming the door with such force that he did not even glance back, simply striding away. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The more he pondered the situation, the angrier he became. His contorted expression exacerbated the pain of his injuries, compelling him to lower his head and conceal his true emotions. A group extinguished their torches and retreated from the slums, their demeanor one of defeat. At that moment, the surrounding populace began to murmur, speculating about the events that had transpired. wondering whom Dole had offended to warrant such an intrusion in the dead of night. In the darkness, a chorus of voices echoed around them. Dole and Outwa remained hidden beneath the window, waiting patiently until the chatter faded into silence before they cautiously emerged, making their way to the front door. By this time, the door lay in ruins, utterly unusable. Even if repaired, it would likely attract Outwa's prying eyes again. This place was no longer viable. Dole cast a glance at Outwa at his feet, sighed, and remarked, "We need to find a new place." Outwa, at a loss for words, opened his mouth and let out a soft whine before falling silent. In the slums, resources were scarce. Yet there were numerous vacant houses, abandoned by deceased vagrants or neighbors who had relocated. Although night had fallen, Dole, having grown up in this environment, found it not difficult to seek out new shelter. There was a stark difference between occupied and unoccupied dwellings, easily discernible. After tidying up his bedding and books, he possessed little furniture. Dole swiftly located a new residence. Despite having lived in his previous abode for 7 or 8 years, he felt no hesitation in leaving it behind. Once he settled into his new home, his thoughts lingered on Outwa's intense animosity towards him. He feared that his prospects at the Anchi mine were now irrevocably dashed. Without access to the mine, he faced the bleak reality of losing his livelihood. Dole felt as though he had plummeted into the depths of despair, with a mere 3 copper coins to his name. Even if he survived tomorrow, he would surely starve the day after. "Outwa, you shall meet your end at my hands," he vowed fiercely within himself. He now regarded the legendary tome of the Naui demon warrior with heightened significance. If he could become a warrior, Outwa would be the first to fall by his hand. The new dwelling bore an uncanny resemblance to the old, albeit shrouded in dust. In Doman County, surrounded by mines, dust was a common occurrence. At this late hour, Dole was not particular. He laid out his bedding on the dilapidated wooden planks and prepared a spot for Outwa before settling down to practice his sitting posture. Though the techniques from centuries past had become obsolete, they remained the only martial knowledge he could currently acquire, and he resolved to master them diligently. As night passed, morning arrived. Dole awoke from a restless slumber, only to discover that his legs were numb and stiff, as if his vital energy had been obstructed. Having maintained his posture in stubborn defiance throughout the night, he now felt as though his legs belonged to someone else entirely. He let out a painful wail, then straightened his leg and vigorously pounded it with his hands. After a considerable time, he managed to dispel the tingling sensation, feeling as though he had recovered. Dole glanced at the spot where Odo was and was immediately startled to find Odo missing. Just then, the door swung open, and Odo and Apos, a sneaky head, peeked in. Upon seeing Dole awake, he hurried over, wagging his tail and licking Dole's face. Sensing Odo's affection, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Odo remained in place, all would be well. He gently patted the dog's head and cautioned, "Stay at home and do not wander off. Be careful not to end up as someone else's dinner." He had plans to switch to another mine today and needed to go for an interview in advance. Doman County was surrounded by mines with numerous workers. Each morning, crowds of laborers would surge out of the city gates and flow into the mines like a tide. The mines would only complain about a shortage of labor, never an excess. Although Doman County was somewhat impoverished, it boasted a considerable population, comprising individuals from various regions seeking a livelihood. Moreover, the wages at the mines were quite stable, ensuring a consistent standard of living for the miners. Of course, this was not the case for unfortunate children like Dole, who lacked parental support and were susceptible to oppression. Upon arriving at the city gates, Dole examined the recruitment notices and casually selected one, heading to the hiring site for an interview. With several years of experience at the Biensi mine, he easily passed the application process. Thus, Dole secured a new job and eagerly set off to work. This mine was called Silkworm, and the manager, a seemingly cultured individual, assigned him a partner before departing. His new partner was a middle-aged man with a rather worn appearance, his exposed arms displaying well-defined muscles, suggesting considerable strength. After assigning the tasks, the manager left. And so, a new day began. The new partner preferred silence over conversation, focusing solely on work. Dole had no choice but to follow suit. Fortunately, despite having had no proper sleep the previous night, he felt surprisingly energetic. By the end of the day, he had managed to keep pace with the robust middle-aged man, impressing him in the process. However, the Silkworm mine did not provide meals, and Dole spent the entire day hungry, nearly fainting by the time he finished work. Although there was no food, the wages at Silkworm were 3 copper coins higher than those at Biensi. With his original pay of 6 copper coins, he could earn 9 copper coins a day, for more than at Biensi, making it a worthwhile venture. albeit requiring him to bring his own meals for lunch and afternoon breaks. As for the legendary journey of Naoyu, it ceased at the second stance. Transitioning into basic boxing techniques. These foundational techniques had been established for thousands of years, and Dole had learned them long ago. There was little left to discover. After skimming through the content, finding nothing novel or informative, he skipped ahead to the next section. The legendary mage warrior, Naoyu, practiced dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Upon flipping to the following pages, Dole's eyes were immediately drawn to three prominent characters. Meditation method. He was instantly filled with excitement, for this was knowledge reserved for wizards. However, as he leaned in to examine the text more closely, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Many of the characters were unfamiliar, leaving him to ponder how he could possibly learn this. A sense of helplessness crept into his mind. Yet, upon turning the page, he encountered a section dedicated to martial techniques, and his spirit soared once more. It was a genuine boxing technique, the cross-boxing technique, categorized as a basic form of martial art. He briefly skimmed through it and discovered that this technique comprised 12 distinct moves, most of which were extensions of fundamental boxing methods. The majority of the techniques emphasized defense, with only one or two purely offensive maneuvers. The core principle of this boxing technique revolved around the concept of the cross guard, including hand cross guards, elbow cross guards, shoulder and elbow cross guards, as well as leg and foot cross guards. It appeared to elevate the art of defense to its utmost potential. While the two offensive techniques, cross punch and cross cannon punch, exuded a formidable presence. Chapter 10. The Old Blacksmith Shop. Upon reaching this point, Dole felt a surge of excitement. He had practiced fundamental boxing techniques, and although this cross-boxing style was not immediately comprehensible, he was able to grasp the underlying philosophy of its creator. Primarily focused on defensive maneuvers, this martial art was nonetheless invaluable. One could not acquire such knowledge without investing time and effort. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. With that thought in mind, he meticulously examined the boxing techniques, diligently noting the movements, key points, and cautions. He studied intently, practicing the forms as he recorded them. Meanwhile, Otto lounged in the doghouse, observing Dole's movements, feeling a sense of relief that he had finally guided the young man onto the right path. As long as Dole was willing to practice, coupled with Otto's nightly magical enhancements, he should ascend to the apprentice level in no time. Once he attained that status, he could secure a respectable job, thus avoiding the arduous labor in the mines. Over the past few nights, Otto had wandered through the mining area, reflecting on the dismal environment. He sighed inwardly. This place merely served as a means of survival, not a source of prosperity. Moreover, Dole was still quite young, earning just enough for a single person, leaving no room for illness. Such a life was untenable. Otto felt compelled to improve Dole's circumstances as a gesture of gratitude for saving his life. Fortunately, Dole was not one to squander opportunities. He exhibited a desire for improvement, and with just a little guidance, he had begun to find his way. This evening, Otto planned to search for additional veins of magical crystals, feeling the exhilarating rush of discovery and nearly addicted to the thrill. These moments were truly delightful. Changing minds had not been as distressing as Dole had anticipated. In fact, the wages were greater. With his health improving and income keeping pace, life was better than before, and fears had begun to dissipate. As for the troublesome Otto, Dole thought he only needed to keep his distance and would have no reason to feel afraid. His primary concern was the potential for betrayal, fearing someone might divulge his whereabouts. Given Otto's vengeful nature, he doubted he would emerge unscathed. However, days passed without Otto locating Dole, while the latter's proficiency in cross-boxing grew from clumsiness to skillfulness. Life seemed to be evolving in a promising direction. On February 1st, Dole awoke to the sound of raindrops pattering against the tarp. Startled, he sprang from his bed and rushed to the window. The early morning was still shrouded in darkness, and large raindrops cascaded from the sky, pooling on the ground to form puddles that overflowed into small ditches, the gentle sound of flowing water filling his ears. It was raining. Damn it. He wouldn't be able to work today. Rain meant he would be unable to labor for 2 or 3 days, forcing him to rely on his meager savings. Calculating that he needed at least 10 copper coins based on his daily earnings of 3. Dole felt a wave of despair wash over him. After painstakingly saving 13 copper coins, he now faced the prospect of losing it all. It seemed the heavens were conspiring against him, and a look of anguish settled upon his face as he realized his efforts over the past few days might be in vain. In the past, a little rain was bearable, but now, with the demands of martial arts training, he finds himself in dire need of sustenance. The thought of this conundrum weighs heavily on his mind. As he reflects, Dole sits cross-legged on his bed, remaining in that position until dawn breaks. He has grown accustomed to this posture. Though his legs may tingle, the sensation eventually fades. After some time, he feels a profound sense of relaxation wash over him, which is immensely beneficial for rest. Despite prolonged exertion, Dole is surprised to find himself devoid of fatigue. Instead, he is brimming with vitality. Albeit with one drawback, he is easily hungry. His physical development demands nourishment, and his martial arts training requires sustenance as well. With his limited finances, he feels a pang of madness at the thought of going 3 to 5 days without income. This thought brings him back to the impending dawn. At that moment, the clanging of metal strikes his ears, the sound of a blacksmith's forge ringing out loudly in the early morning. Dole's spirits instantly lift. He could seek work at the blacksmith shop. With his current physique, he is confident in his ability to secure a position as a laborer. Previously, he had attempted to apply, but had been dismissed with a mere few words due to his lack of physical prowess. Now, however, he is certain he would succeed. In Dole City, there are 2 types of blacksmith shops, one for smelting and the other for crafting various iron implements. The former, known as the official shop, is a privilege reserved for the nobility who procure ore from major mines, refine it, and forge it into ingots, a unique business. Naturally, raw ore does not need to be smelted exclusively in Dole County. After winter, various merchant caravans arrive to gather ore for processing elsewhere. However, in Dole County, private smelting is strictly prohibited. The second type of blacksmith shop is far more numerous, creating an array of weapons, farming tools, and repairing carts. Several are located near the slums, frequently in search of laborers. The wages for such positions are meager, amounting to merely 3 copper coins per day. But meals are provided throughout the day, making it an appealing opportunity for Dole. With this in mind, he dons his tattered clothing, bids farewell to Otto, and steps out into the frigid rain. Dole City is not particularly large, and fueled by the nearby mines, the majority of its inhabitants enjoy a decent standard of living. Aside from those in the slums, exiting the slum area and strolling along the streets, one reaches the city's residential and commercial districts, the largest area in Dole. Early in the morning, the sound of clanging metal resonates from various locations, enlivening the dawn. Typically, this time would see workers heading to the mines, creating a bustling atmosphere. However, today, the heavy rain has rendered the streets deserted, save for a few blacksmith workers still laboring beneath their shelters. Dole is well acquainted with the area, often wandering through, familiar with which shops offer the best prices and the most work. He is not particularly keen on learning any specific skills. He simply seeks to earn a few coins, naturally opting for those that pay the most. Soon enough, he braves the rain and arrives at the entrance of Old K's blacksmith shop. At this moment, he was completely drenched, his hair and clothes soaked through, and he hurried to the warmth of the furnace. The blacksmith, recognizing Dole, jested while stoking the fire. "Ah, it's you, lad. What brings you here today?" "Aron and Ampos, to you off to the mines? In such heavy rain, how could I possibly go?" Dole replied. "I came to inquire if you need any help, daily wages, for a few days of work." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy shoulders and arms. The blacksmith, momentarily taken aback, was about to make a teasing remark when he caught sight of Dole's muscular arms. "Well, there's something to you," he said with a hearty laugh. "Wait here. I and Ampos. LL go ask how go." With that, he set down the bellows and walked to the back. The blacksmith shop was divided into 2 sections, the front stall and the rear workshop. The rear workshop, situated at the back, was primarily dedicated to the secondary processing and refinement of the purchased iron ingots, typically concealed from public view, while the front stall served as the official forge where the blacksmithing took place. Chapter 11. Forging. The blacksmith entered briefly, soon turning back to reveal a stocky middle-aged man clad in coarse linen. His skin gleamed with a deep, rich hue, and even his face bore the same striking color. He was evidently a blacksmith, yet his attire suggested he had long since ceased the grueling labor of metalwork. Dole, who had been warming himself by the forge, immediately rose upon seeing this man, lowering his head respectfully. "Hello, Brother Ha. I wish to apply for a labor position." Brother Ha stepped closer to Dole, sizing him up. Suddenly, he reached out and slapped Dole's shoulder. Understanding the gesture, Dole did not flinch, but instead braced himself, meeting Brother Ha's hefty hand with resolve. With a resounding thud, Dole felt the impact reverberate through him, momentarily bending him lower, yet his posture remained upright. Brother Ha squeezed Dole's shoulder and grinned. "You've done well these past 2 years in the mines. You can work with Firek. Just do whatever he asks." How does 4 copper coins a day sound? Oh, and an extra coin. Dole replied eagerly, thumping his chest. That sounds great. Thank you, Brother Ha. Observing Dole's youthful face, Brother Ha pondered for a moment before suggesting. If you don't wish to be merely a laborer, consider whether you have the aptitude to become an apprentice. The prospect of becoming an apprentice lit up Dole's expression. While apprenticeships did not offer wages, they provided the invaluable opportunity to learn the craft from a master, paving the way to becoming a certified blacksmith. Registered blacksmiths, recognized by the guild, earned their living in silver coins rather than mere copper, a truly remarkable achievement. If he could secure an apprenticeship, Dole could postpone his other pursuits, allowing him to focus on this opportunity. Brother Ha was merely speaking offhandedly. He recognized that Dole did not wish to squander his day on trivial matters. The blacksmith shop required laborers, and should Dole aspire to be a blacksmith in the future, his current physique would serve him well. However, physicality alone could not guarantee success. Talent and diligence were paramount, and while a strong physique was a foundation, it was not the sole determinant of one's fate. Virek, the blacksmith Brother Ha had mentioned, observed the approval from Brother Ha and broke into a hearty smile. As a level 2 blacksmith capable of forging intermediate ironwork, he was pleased to finally have assistance, as he had been short on laborers lately. After exchanging a few words, Brother Ha departed from the forge, leaving Dole alongside Virek. Virek regarded Dole and said in a deep, rumbling voice, "This is your first time as a laborer, so let me make this clear. If you mess things up, I won't hesitate to give you a good thrashing." Dole nodded vigorously, assuring Virek that he would perform admirably. Virek, being a level 2 blacksmith, managed a forge on his own, equipped with an array of molds, iron sheets, and quenching water. Recently, labor shortages had forced many laborers to assist lower-tier blacksmiths, leaving Virek in a bind. Dole's arrival brought him considerable relief and satisfaction. The forge's fire, tended by Virek, has been ignited, awaiting a robust blaze before commencing the preparations. Meanwhile, at the adjacent forges, other apprentices have already begun their crafting, causing Virek to feel a sense of urgency. Once matters were settled, Virek assigned tasks to Dole, the first of which was to stoke the fire, adding carbon to the forge and pumping the bellows to intensify the flames, while Virek busied himself with preparing molds and iron ingots. To ordinary folk, a wizard is a figure of divine reverence, seldom encountered, let alone the arcane flames believed to be tenfold more potent than charcoal fire. If charcoal can melt steel, then the magical flames must be truly formidable. As Dole tended to the fire, his mind wandered with fanciful thoughts, yet he quickly managed to stoke the flames vigorously. Compared to laboring in the mines, operating the bellows felt rather light. Observing Dole's diligent efforts to heighten the fire, Virek felt a quiet joy. With the iron ingots at hand and the flames blazing, he called for Dole to fetch the crucible, preparing to melt the steel ingots. The task was not particularly difficult, merely tedious, as Virek constantly requested various items and monitored the flames to prevent them from waning. Before long, his entire being was flushed from the heat, steam rising from his body. Dole tirelessly worked the bellows, transforming the fire into a brilliant blaze, while the iron ingots swiftly melted within the crucible. At this juncture, Virek had completed the mold preparations. Dole was not merely focused on stoking the fire. He also observed the craftsmanship of the blacksmithing process with keen curiosity. The mold resembled a sandbox, filled with fine, sturdy sand. After securing it, a broadsword-shaped tool was pressed into the sand to create an impression. Once the tool was removed and the sandbox sealed again, it was placed on the ground, exposing only one end. The ensuing process was rather mundane. Ordinary iron ingots were transformed into molten metal and poured into the mold. With a puff of smoke, once all the molten iron had been poured, they waited a moment before opening the mold to reveal the dark sword blank, at which point the forging commenced. The two worked in harmony, one stoking the fire and adding carbon, while the other hammered the blank. The morning swiftly passed, culminating in the creation of a newly forged ninefold sword. Next came the polishing. Dole observed that Virek was not simply hammering away at the sword. His strikes were methodical, alternating between heavy and light hammers, constantly assessing the sword's appearance and balance, which was of utmost importance. After completing the sword, Dole felt he had learned in abundance. Once they had taken a break, Virek invited Dole to share a meal. At that moment, Virek had truly embraced Dole as a valuable companion. The young man was strong and capable. As they entered the dining area at mealtime, they encountered many individuals leaving with food. Dole's eyes widened at the sight of fragrant rice and small pieces of meat. Noticing Dole's reaction, Virek laughed heartily and said, "Work diligently, and if you perform well, you shall enjoy this every day." As they walked along, many greeted Varric, and numerous individuals noticed the young boy, Dole, offering him friendly salutations. This made Dole feel that the blacksmith community was indeed filled with warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 12. Decision. The kitchen of the old blacksmith shop is a spacious, separate room. Upon entering, one is greeted by a long table adorned with several bowls. 2 large bowls hold freshly made rice dumplings and plain rice, while 2 smaller plates contain larger bowls. The remaining pots are filled with an assortment of vegetables and meat dishes. At that moment, Dole notices that some of the dishes are designated for the apprentices, while others are reserved for the masters, each clearly labeled. As he scans the offerings, a wave of sadness washes over him. There is no meat for him, only vegetables and rice dumplings. Nevertheless, having rice is a blessing, as he has consumed vegetable dumplings for so long that he has nearly forgotten the taste of rice. When did this memory begin to fade? Perhaps it was when his parents passed away. Reflecting on this, a melancholic stir rises within him, wondering if his parents are well in heaven, and how life is for them there. Sensing Dole and Apos' somber mood, Varric gently pats his shoulder and reassures him, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. You need sustenance to muster the strength for work. Come, eat." He retrieves 2 bowls for Dole and proceeds to serve himself. In the kitchen, a lone chef oversees the proceedings. Upon noticing Dole, he smiles and remarks, "Ah, a newcomer. You seem somewhat familiar." Dole lifts his gaze and replies, "I hail from the slums, residing nearby. I used to frequent this place often." The chef suddenly recalls something, nodding in recognition but remaining silent. He gestures towards the large pot of meat, saying, "As it is your first time here, feel free to take some meat." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Dole feels a surge of emotion. As a budding warrior, he requires nourishment, and his recent diet of vegetables has left him lacking in essential nutrients. "There is plenty of rice and dumplings. Take as much as you desire without fear of going hungry," the chef assures him. Varric, having filled his own bowl, hands the serving spoon to Dole. The dining area is casual, allowing one to eat wherever they please. However, the blacksmiths typically carry their meals to the forge, where they can keep an eye on the fire to prevent it from cooling too much, as relighting it would consume valuable time. After a hearty meal, Dole feels an immense sense of happiness. Satiated and nourished, he thinks to himself, "This is what it means to truly live." He resolves to forego the mines and work here instead. Losing a copper coin each day matters little compared to the certainty of a full stomach. For Dole, being well-fed is paramount, as it directly impacts his potential to become a competent warrior. If he can achieve that, who would choose to remain a miner? With these thoughts invigorating him, he continues to eat, while subtly probing Varric for insights. Yet, Varric, not being the owner, can only share mundane details. He explains that the blacksmith shops in Doman City are numerous and perpetually in need of apprentices. Thus, he reassures Dole that as long as he comes daily, there will always be food for him. Elated by this affirmation, Dole feels increasingly energetic as he works in the afternoon, bringing satisfaction to Varric. With a sigh, Varric reflects on how easy it is to please the children from the slums. A mere meal is enough to inspire their hard work. Dooming County lies in the northern region of the Kingdom of the North, characterized by its predominantly northern geographical environment. Although the weather begins to warm towards the end of winter, a lingering chill remains. Rain has cascaded down for 3 consecutive days, and by the 3rd day, the temperature has plummeted to an extreme, evoking a sense akin to the onset of winter. On the morning of the 3rd day, Dole awoke, frozen, as if the blanket he covered himself with offered no warmth at all. Shivering, he gazed at the brightening sky outside, rubbed his hands together, greeted Otto, and made his way outside. The blacksmith's forge was the only refuge from the cold. As for Otto, the thick coat of fur he possessed rendered the temperature nearly inconsequential to him. Otto watched Dole's retreating figure with a hint of amusement, reflecting on the frailty of humanity. Over the past few days, Otto had enjoyed a comfortable existence, having discovered 2 additional veins of, or during a mining expedition despite the incessant rain. What did the rain matter? After absorbing the magical crystals, he could also indulge in some wild delicacies from the mountains. Life was rather pleasant for him. Far more so than for Dole. Yet, he noticed that Dole had found work at the forge, and with Otto as assistants each night, they managed to get by. In these days of contemplation, Otto gleaned insights about the human race and the entirety of the Kingdom of the North through Dole. Today, the rain had ceased, and the morning air was frigid, with traces of white scattered across the ground. Dole emerged from the slums, following the narrow waterway, his face unwashed, and arrived at the blacksmith's forge just as it opened. The apprentices were beginning to tidy up and stoke the fire, exchanging greetings. And Dole too prepared himself for the day ahead. As the flames of the forge leapt to life, he felt a flicker of warmth penetrating his body, gradually thawing him as he operated the bellows and surveyed his surroundings. He was in search of Varric, who had yet to arrive by this hour. At that moment, Brother Ha emerged from within and called out from a distance, "Dole, Varric is ill and will not be coming today. You will assist Praetor instead." Dole paused, surprised. Was and Oppos, Praetor already accompanied by apprentices? Praetor, also a second-level blacksmith, had 2 apprentices, Eric and Udo, both older than Dole. With himself included, that made 3 apprentices. Dole found himself momentarily lost in thought. Noting Dole's distraction, Brother Ha shouted again, "If I tell you to go, then go. Are you afraid of not being fed or not receiving your wages, you little brat?" After being chided, Dole quickly nodded. "Yes, Brother Ha, I will go at once." He set down the bellows and fetched some water from a nearby basin, pouring it onto the blazing flames. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, and the fire gradually dimmed. Once he had completed this task, Dole approached Praetor as forge. Praetor looked at Dole and smiled. "Although you are small, you possess considerable strength. Today, you shall work the bellows, for I have much to attend to, and Eric and Udo cannot manage alone." Dole cared not whom he worked with. He had formed a bond with Varric over the past 2 days, and he felt a sense of unease at his absence. Upon hearing this, he nodded with a simple smile and remarked, "I merely seek to earn my daily bread. As long as Big Prado does not disdain me, I am content." Eric and Udo, standing nearby, chuckled in unison, acknowledging that we are all here to earn our keep. Prado nodded and stated, "Our task at the forge today is to craft 11 steel swords, as requested by the Lord's Guard. As we are 4 level 2 blacksmiths, each of us is responsible for forging 4 swords. I shall take on 3, but since I am crafting for the Lord and Oppos, as squad leader, the work requires greater precision, which may slow me down. Therefore, I must trouble you 3 for assistance today. Dole, ensure that the heat is sufficiently intense. Do you understand? Regardless of the blacksmith and amp, Oppos, S level. One can typically forge only 1 iron item during a midday session, averaging about 3 items per day. Moreover, the higher the blacksmith's level, the more intricate the craftsmanship, which invariably slows the process. A level 2 blacksmith can usually produce 3 to 4 level 2 items effortlessly in a day, and with some reduction in craftsmanship, perhaps even 5. However, for level 3 items, regardless of the weapon type, one cannot exceed 3 in number. To achieve 4, one must toil beyond normal hours. Thus, when Prado spoke, Dole realized he would need to exert considerable effort today. Indeed, from the moment they began forging, none of them ceased their labor. Dole's hands scarcely left the bellows handle, and they worked tirelessly throughout the day. Chapter 13. The apprentice. The craft of a second-tier blacksmith in forging exquisite ironware demands considerable skill, as it involves numerous strikes while maintaining the integrity of the iron's form, rendering it quite challenging. Even with Prado's expertise, the day can be exhausting. Dole had often contemplated becoming a blacksmith. After all, the monthly wages for a novice apprentice rely solely on commissions. However, crafting basic agricultural tools and implements could yield a significant income in copper and silver coins, far surpassing the meager earnings of laboring as a manual worker or in the mines. Moreover, upon attaining the rank of a first-tier blacksmith, one could forge weapons and armor, leading to even greater financial rewards. Yet, Dole harbored aspirations of becoming a warrior, relegating this ambition to the recesses of his mind. Nonetheless, he remained eager to learn whenever opportunities arose at the forge. After a day filled with the clanging of metal, Dole found himself thoroughly fatigued, having worked diligently until past 10 o'clock at night to complete 3 broadswords. The entire forge, comprising third-tier blacksmiths and apprentices, had toiled throughout the day. However, during every meal, Brother Ha ensured that meat was plentiful, which brought great joy to Dole. Upon finishing the forging, Prado exhaled a sigh of relief, as the subsequent task of polishing did not require the assistance of the apprentices. At that moment, Udo and Eric were visibly exhausted, their faces flushed, while Dole appeared relatively unperturbed, merely breathing heavily. Prado recognized Dole's potential and contemplated whether to recruit him from Varric. After dinner, Brother Ha summoned all the apprentices and commenced the distribution of wages. Each apprentice who contributed to the day's labor received an additional copper coin, much to their delight. As the others departed, Brother Ha retained Dole, leaving him somewhat puzzled but willing to stay and listen. Brother Ha, though not the owner of the forge, was the overseer. Once everyone else had left, he produced another copper coin and handed it to Dole, speaking with a hint of allure. Dole, do you wish to become a true blacksmith? Dole was taken aback, finding it hard to believe that Brother Ha held him in such high regard after only a few days. A rare smile graced Brother Ha and Apos, as typically dark complexion as he continued, the foremost requirement of a blacksmith is strength. Look at Udo and Eric, despite being older than you. They lack your physical prowess. I would not recommend them for this path, but you are different. You possess the potential to become a blacksmith. Dole lowered his gaze, contemplating briefly before responding, very well, I shall become an apprentice. Being an apprentice differs significantly from being a laborer. Apprentices do not receive a salary. Instead, they earn a small share from selling the ironware they produce, a rule established to prevent complacency and expedite learning. Those who master the craft quickly can reap rewards far exceeding those of a laborer. In Dolmen City, there are countless apprentices like Dole. After confirming, Hagu, with a smile on his face, patted Dole on the shoulder and reassured him, you need not worry. Apprentices often find themselves with little to do. If the master requires your assistance, you may lend a hand, and there will be some remuneration for your efforts. He could discern that Dole was genuinely motivated by financial gain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured to the laborious blacksmith shop. In contrast, work at the mine, though seemingly strenuous, was relatively more comfortable and less taxing than the forge. Upon hearing these words, Dole and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment. Hagu, perceptive to his thoughts, spoke candidly. I merely wish to purchase a dictionary. Once I acquire it, I shall have no further financial concerns. You can assign me any task you deem fit. Hagu was somewhat taken aback, gazing at Dole as if seeing him for the first time. Do you wish to learn characters? Dole shook his head, replying, I simply want to recognize them. Hagu chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder once more. Wait right here. He turned and walked towards the back courtyard. Dole felt a twinge of confusion. What was Hagu up to? Moments later, Hagu emerged from the courtyard, holding a thick book in his hands. No need to buy one. I have an unused copy here for you. However, remember, there will be no wages for this. Dole was taken aback, hastily expressing his gratitude. His objective was indeed a dictionary. The absence of wages was inconsequential. He believed that once he became a warrior in the future, financial rewards would come easily. There was no rush. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Though the blacksmiths often appeared taciturn, it was evident that they merely struggled to express their feelings. Whether it was Wirka, Hagu, or Prado, in Dole and Apos' eyes, they were far from dull. Though the world outside seemed harsh, their hearts burned with warmth. Thank you, Hagu. I shall strive diligently to become a true blacksmith, Dole declared, cradling the book with great reverence. Hagu offered a gentle smile, stating, I recognized your earnest efforts, which prompted me to invest in you. Had you been like Udo and his peers, I would not have done so. Keep pushing forward. The future belongs to the youth. Dole was overwhelmed with gratitude. Upon returning to the slums, Dole walked with a lighter step. The weather had cleared during the day, and the temperature had risen, bringing a hint of warmth to the evening. Not long after entering the slums, still buoyed by his earlier joy, Dog Audwa sprang from the shadows and approached him. Just as Dole was puzzled, Dog Audwa tugged at his clothing, pulling him insistently. Dog Audwa was surprisingly strong. Dole found himself being drawn aside against his own strength. Quickly realizing that the dog must have sensed something amiss and was alerting him. Perplexed, Dole followed Dog Audwa as they navigated through the slums, eventually finding a shadowy nook to conceal themselves. Soon, they observed several individuals milling about in the darkness, seemingly aimless, yet most of their gazes were directed toward Dole's dwelling. The persistent presence of the dog, Aodo, was becoming increasingly unnerving. Days had elapsed, yet it continued to shadow him, particularly now that the weather had cleared. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. If not for Aodo, he would have been in quite a predicament today, with a sense of unease. He gently patted the dog's head, but a sudden realization struck him. His book was still at home. If these individuals had managed to locate him, they must have discovered his residence as well. What would become of the book? The thought filled him with urgency and anxiety. At that moment, Aodo playfully bit his hand, causing him discomfort. Irritated, he turned to see what was amiss with the dog. To his astonishment, he found that Aodo had indeed transformed in some extraordinary way. For the dog had managed to carry the book out in a bundle. He discreetly observed the individuals surrounding him before quietly moving away. Chapter 14. The fundamental method of weighted hammers. Upon contemplating this, Dole felt an unwavering optimism for his future, believing it would undoubtedly surpass the days of his parents. However, The future is a distant promise. The present demands his utmost attention. The new abode lacked a proper bed, offering only a rigid wooden platform. Without a candle and unable to read despite possessing a dictionary, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. In the midst of the afternoon, Dole struggled to find warmth. Ultimately calling over his dog, Audwa, intending to cuddle with it for the night. Surprisingly, Audwa's body radiated warmth. Throughout the night, Audwa felt a sense of despair, inwardly lamenting. Damn it, I am a hellish demon dog, a level 7 creature, not your mere pillow. As morning dawned, despite holding Audwa close, his back leaned against the wall, leaving him somewhat chilled. Upon awakening, he felt his body stiffen and, noticing the faint light of daybreak, he struggled to rise. He turned to Audwa and said, "Never mind. Today we shall venture to the blacksmith's shop. Just behave, and all will be well." Audwa took a step back, signaling its reluctance to accompany him, then lay down lazily, resting its head on its paws. This anthropomorphic gesture made Dole realize that it was protesting. Did this creature truly comprehend his words? He pondered. But Audwa's intelligence was undeniable. Very well, if you choose not to go, then so be it. After making slight preparations, Dole quietly departed from his new home. Although he suspected that Audwa's owner was unlikely to be around, prudence is always a virtue. A new day had begun. Today, Varric arrived early. Though his complexion appeared rather poor, nevertheless, he was still capable of work. Upon seeing Dole, a smile broke across his face, revealing his characteristic goofy grin. Varric recognized Dole's changed status and refrained from issuing commands, yet he appreciated how swiftly Dole began to tidy up and tend to the fire, nodding in approval. The children of the slums are remarkably mature and industrious, a quality he greatly admired. As an apprentice, Dole's responsibilities had shifted significantly, granting him greater freedom. He could observe the blacksmiths as they crafted iron tools and freely choose which master to assist, opting for Varric. He was no longer merely Varric's laborer but had become his assistant and apprentice. Varric, having developed a fondness for Dole, welcomed him without hesitation. At the outer stall of the blacksmith shop, various life tools were displayed on the left: kitchen knives, hoes, and the like, attended by a youth named Linrue, who would step forward to greet any customers. On the right, an array of weaponry was showcased, predominantly swords, great swords for battle, the slender blades favored by duelists, broad swords for mounted warriors, as well as long spears, shields, and an assortment of other arms. In Doman City, an abundance of weapons was perhaps the least of a concern. Most of these weapons were not for local sale. Numerous caravans would arrive annually to collect them for sale in distant lands. Consequently, blacksmiths typically amassed a variety of arms, storing them until the caravans arrived to make their purchases. In this world, the spirit of the people is fierce. Even ordinary children are required to practice fundamental martial skills. Consequently, it is not uncommon for individuals to carry weapons, resulting in the sales of weaponry far surpassing those of commonplace tools. Currently, Dole is an apprentice, and when tasks are not overly demanding, he has the opportunity to learn from Varric how to forge small items, such as kitchen knives, slightly more complex scissors, as well as hoes, sickles, and standard firewood axes. The first item he endeavored to create was a kitchen knife. Despite its seemingly straightforward nature, it proved to be quite challenging. Although there was a mold, Dole completely botched it on his first attempt. He utilized a small hammer, yet managed to shatter the freshly crafted mold into 2 pieces in mere moments. At this point, Varric began to mock him, subsequently imparting numerous little tricks of the trade. Blacksmiths, it turns out, are also skilled in martial arts, with hammer techniques being one of them. Dole was astonished to learn that a blacksmith needed to study combat techniques. But soon he witnessed Varric's hammering prowess, which indeed bore resemblance to martial techniques, leading him to believe it. It became clear why no one dared to cause trouble at the blacksmith shop. While these artisans appeared quite honest, they were not to be trifled with. At noon, after a brief respite, Varric summoned Dole to the anvil and stated, "You are the apprentice requested by Hage, so I shall not withhold any secrets from you. Our blacksmith shop employs 3 types of hammering techniques, 2 basic and 1 advanced. These are essential for your future studies. The basic techniques are straightforward. I frequently employ them in weapon crafting, and you must have observed them closely. I shall now demonstrate." Varric picked up a small hammer and casually clamped a discarded sword blank, proceeding to strike it. His movements were captivating. He lightly leaped, keeping his feet grounded. Then the hammer descended heavily. However, the force exerted upon the sword blank was not excessive. After 3 repetitions, he transitioned to a different technique, again lightly jumping, grounding his waist, rounding his shoulders, and maximizing the use of leverage. With a bent elbow, he delivered a forceful strike, causing the sword blank to vibrate significantly. After 3 more repetitions, he changed his technique again, yet the essence remained the same, merely varying in intensity. The final variation involved rapid, light taps, resonating against the sword blank like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, producing a rhythmic clatter. After completing 7 distinct movements, Wierike paused and inquired, "Did you comprehend it?" Dole, momentarily dazed, scratched his head and replied, "I've taken note." Wierike chuckled, declaring, "This is called the light and heavy basic hammering technique, consisting of 7 variations. As you've observed, there's nothing overly complex. It's meant for forging, not for combat. Practice diligently, and pay close attention to how I work. Additionally, be sure to weigh the blank, discerning variations in balance and thickness. Only then can you forge quality items. I estimate it will take at least a month for you to craft a standard kitchen knife." Dolton felt somewhat disheartened. It took him an entire month to forge a mere kitchen knife, leaving him to ponder when he would truly become a blacksmith. However, he understood that the path to becoming a blacksmith was fraught with challenges. Take Varric, for instance, who was nearly 30 years old and still only a second-tier blacksmith, which was telling in itself. Upon noticing Dolton and Apos' demeanor, Varric chuckled heartily. At that moment, Hagu approached, accompanied by another individual, and said to Varric, "Varric, a customer has arrived. This gentleman wishes to have a sword crafted, and whatever his specifications may be, you shall fulfill them. The task is yours." Varric responded with a resounding affirmation, eagerly observing the newcomer. Chapter 15. Tailored craftsmanship. Observing the wielder is the foremost principle for a blacksmith when forging weaponry. The assessment of height, arm length, and the proportions of the waist, shoulders, and hips is essential to discern the characteristics of the weapon to be crafted. Tailoring the weapon to the individual is a skill every blacksmith must master. Varric scrutinized the newcomer meticulously, clad in a black fitted attire that revealed his physique. The stranger's long legs and arms, along with his piercing gaze, sparked Varric's suspicion. Could he be an assassin? Such a build indeed suggested that he would excel with slender daggers and dual swords. His long legs favored agility and swift movement. His extended arms allowed for precise thrusts. And his keen eyes could identify weaknesses in others, ensuring a lethal strike. This individual was likely either an assassin or a seasoned dual swordsman accustomed to the arena. After careful observation, Varric concluded that the man and Apos' ordinary features aligned with one of the 3 essential traits of an assassin. He grinned amiably and inquired, "My lord, what style of sword do you require? Please feel free to elaborate." The man in black nodded subtly, allowing his gaze to linger briefly on the 2 before replying. "I would like to see both dual swords and daggers, if possible. Our specialty lies in dual swords," Varric responded. "I have several pre-made designs for your consideration. Shall we proceed?" The black-clad figure nodded in agreement. Varric exchanged a knowing glance with Dole, subtly gesturing for him to remain vigilant, before leading the man outside to examine the swords on display. Varric's instincts quickly alerted him that this stranger was no ordinary individual. His long limbs and lithe frame reminded Varric of the duelists often seen accompanying nobles, fighters maintained for amusement in swordplay. Such individuals typically possessed formidable skills, their blades tasting blood daily, for only the strong could survive in that realm. These characters were far superior to those guarding and overseeing operations in the mines. Dole felt a twinge of envy. The design of the dual sword was straightforward, a round iron rod culminating in a sharp point, optimized for thrusting, yet lacking in versatility. This sword served a singular purpose, primarily for parrying in the noble's bouts, seldom intended to take lives. After examining numerous dual swords, the black-clad man ultimately selected a long-handled, 2-handed dual sword. He then requested a customization based on his height and arm length, an uncomplicated task for a skilled blacksmith, a hallmark of their craft. Once the style, appearance, and primary function were established, the man withdrew to await the final product, while Dole and Varric prepared to begin their work. One stoked the fire while the other retrieved materials, and soon they commenced their task. This time, Varric did not forge in solitude. Instead, he crafted while explaining the process to Dole, sharing insights on how to proceed. The apprentice warrior is one who has attained proficiency in a martial skill, cultivated flexibility, and reached a certain level of physical strength. This individual is referred to as a novice warrior apprentice. The primary focus for novice warriors is the enhancement of their skeletal and muscular systems, as well as their internal organs. Upon advancing to the intermediate warrior apprentice stage, they further strengthen their bones and internal organs. At the advanced warrior apprentice level, they begin to engage with the art of combat energy, introducing energy seeds to fortify their bodies, particularly their tendons and muscles, resulting in formidable strength. An advanced warrior possesses approximately thrice the power of an ordinary individual, necessitating the crafting of weapons with utmost durability. A weapon that breaks during use tarnishes one's reputation. Dole is aware of the prowess of advanced warriors. The captain of the gate guards is an intermediate warrior apprentice, while the commander is an advanced warrior apprentice, showcasing remarkable strength. When blacksmiths forge weapons, they strive to fold and temper the metal multiple times, compensating for minor imperfections that may arise during the forging process. This repeated forging significantly enhances the flexibility and strength of the weapons, and such techniques represent the pinnacle of blacksmithing artistry. Blacksmiths are categorized by their forging levels. 1 to 9 folds denotes a first-level blacksmith. 9 to 18 folds indicates a second-level blacksmith. 18 to 27 folds represents a third-level blacksmith, and anything beyond 27 folds is classified as a fourth-level blacksmith. However, in such a small town, fourth-level blacksmiths are virtually non-existent. Third level is the utmost limit, as genuine fourth-level blacksmiths have long departed. Dole has now mastered the hammering technique, having effectively trained in a martial skill, thus elevating his status from a commoner to a trainee warrior and apprentice blacksmith. Varric, utilizing the finest materials, skillfully crafted the appearance of a combat sword with the rhythmic sounds of metal striking metal. The cloaked figure exhibited patience, observing the forging process while idly surveying the surroundings. Varric's craftsmanship was undeniably impressive, yet he simultaneously instructed the young boy on the intricacies of sword-making, piquing the figure's curiosity. After a moment of observation, he noted that the boy, Dole, possessed an admirable physique. He was tall and well-proportioned, clearly a result of regular training. And he exhibited sufficient strength, a promising candidate for mastering the combat sword. However, the figure pondered that a child who began working at such an early age likely came from a family unable to afford the training in martial skills. Even if he were taught, the absence of resources for the cultivation of combat energy would hinder his potential. The pursuit of martial training is an expensive endeavor, with sustenance and needs far exceeding those of an ordinary individual. These thoughts fleetingly crossed his mind. After approximately 3 hours, a fresh, warm combat sword was completed. Following an evaluation, the cloaked figure nodded in satisfaction, paid for the sword, and departed, leaving an additional silver coin as a tip for Varric. This silver coin naturally found its way into Varric's pouch, serving as a significant source of income for them as blacksmiths. Dole watched with envy, for he had never before held a silver coin. Noticing Dole's gaze, Varric chuckled and produced the coin from his pocket, saying, "Here, have a feel." Dole awkwardly smiled, refraining from responding, and instead returned to the forge. With a chuckle, Varric pocketed the silver coin and gazed at Dole's retreating figure, saying, "Little one, practice diligently. Once you are able to forge some small items, you shall never want for coin." Dole nodded vigorously. As an apprentice, apart from assisting his blacksmith master, he could also utilize scrap materials to hone his skills. However, regardless of the quality of his creations, they could not be considered his own but rather the property of the forge, for even the act of kindling the fire demanded coal. And there were limitations on the daily use of the iron furnace. It could not be employed without restraint. Chapter 16. Learning the optimal time to utilize the forge is immediately after the blacksmith has finished his work and the embers still glow warmly. It is during this fleeting moment that one can forge ordinary tools from simple iron blocks. Naturally, Dole seized the opportunity presented by the lingering heat of the forge. And soon the rhythmic clinking of metal resonated within the blacksmith's workshop. As Varric rested, he offered guidance to Dole. Nodding appreciatively, the child exhibited remarkable potential, though it remained to be seen how much he could grasp. In the bustling city of Mondo, the highest-ranking blacksmiths achieved only the 3rd tier. The transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier necessitated a foundational grasp of combat energy. Once one possessed this foundation, they could employ combat energy to inscribe various patterns upon weaponry, thereby enhancing the weapons with these mystical symbols. This capability was the primary criterion in determining a blacksmith's advancement. However, the majority of blacksmiths in Mondo remained at the 2nd tier, largely due to the accessibility of skills but the scarcity of combat energy techniques. The techniques were openly priced at no less than 20 gold coins, even for the most rudimentary level. After years of labor, Varric had managed to save only 10 gold coins, a meager sum that was barely sufficient to support his household, making the accumulation of 20 gold coins seem a distant dream. He refrained from sharing this with Dole, fearing it might dampen the boy's spirit. Yet, Dole possessed a certain resilience. Having grown accustomed to hardship, he found joy and contentment in mere survival, making him a truly good-hearted child. As lunchtime approached, he reflected on his day at the forge. Though the labor was arduous, akin to the toil in a mine, he relished the ample food provided, including meat, an indulgence he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Thus, the weariness he felt was trivial, as he ended each day with a sense of happiness. During brief respites, he seized the opportunity to practice his hammering technique, finding pleasure in honing his skills while simultaneously strengthening his physique. Before long, the day drew to a close, signaling the end of work. He extinguished the forge, tidied his tools, and bid farewell to Varric, his fellow blacksmiths, apprentices, and Hake. Standing at the entrance of the workshop, he waved goodbye, then turned to glance at the dimming city, feeling an inexplicable pang of solitude as the sun dipped below the horizon. This was the essence of his solitary evenings. As he cast his gaze upon the shadowy path ahead, he thought to himself, hoping that the troublesome creature would not come tonight. If it did, he would wield his small hammer to deliver a decisive blow. He tightened his clothing, concealing the hammer within his voluminous sleeves. Stepping onto the main road, Dole's solitary figure swiftly vanished from sight. The slums were not far from here, and upon entering, a wave of familiarity washed over him. As he traversed the waterway, he soon arrived at his new home. While walking, he discreetly scanned his surroundings for any suspicious figures. Upon reaching his doorstep, he swiftly opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him in one fluid motion. At that moment, his dog, Odo, had been waiting eagerly at the entrance. As Dole entered, Odo circled around him excitedly. Dole affectionately patted the dog's head, playing for a while before retrieving some food from his belongings and placing it before Odo. The sustenance within the blacksmith shop was far more sumptuous than anything outside. He wrapped it in paper, still warm from the heat. The dog, Audwa, swiftly unwrapped the oil paper and soon finished his meal, casually biting down on the wrapping to carry it outside. Dole marveled at Audwa's cleverness, as if the dog had attained some form of enlightenment. Once this task was completed, he secured the door and retrieved a candle from his pocket. Preparing to delve into the tale of Naui, he intended to read attentively, consulting the dictionary to comprehend the unfamiliar characters, a painstakingly slow endeavor, as there were many unknown words, some of which eluded even the dictionary's definitions, necessitating further investigation. This rendered his reading exceedingly gradual. Nevertheless, Dole persisted with fervor, the room resonating solely with the sounds of his breathing and the rustle of pages. He noticed a peculiar phenomenon. During his reading, Audwa remained undisturbed, lying quietly with eyes seemingly brimming with wisdom. Dole found it absurd to ascribe wisdom to a dog, feeling as if he had lost his senses. Soon, he became engrossed in Nau's narrative, captivated by the account of a remarkable individual, intelligent and formidable, who began as a mere scion of a modest family, honing martial skills and later mastering sorcery, adeptly utilizing his intellect to advance rapidly before stepping beyond the confines of his estate into the world. After a while, the candle burned down quickly, prompting a sigh from Dole as he set the book aside and began practicing combat stances. He discovered their efficacy after several days of practice. He felt invigorated and his movements more coordinated. Thus, he resolved to incorporate this practice into his nightly routine. Having read Naui and Appo's biography today, he became particularly invested in these stances, recognizing that they had laid a solid foundation for Nau's success. In order to contend with the troublesome Audwa, Dole felt compelled to seize every opportunity to enhance his abilities. The infernal beast, Audwa, rose from the ground, observing the slumbering Dole. His drooping ears perked up, standing straight, while he concealed all signs of his presence. Audwa glanced at Dole, and a radiant light erupted from his mouth, enveloping Dole before vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the door opened on its own, and Audwa stealthily slipped outside. In recent nights of exploration, he had discerned that deeper within the iron mines of Daman County lay a small, undiscovered vein of magic crystals, yet to be claimed by others or by various malevolent beings. Should he secure this resource and absorb its power, he might heal his injuries, which had been slowly mending, roughly 1,000th of his former self, but such progress was still painfully slow. Daman County remained too isolated and resource-depleted in the realm of magic. Such injuries could be rectified within 3 months. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival, for the ferocity of beings in the magical world would likely spell doom for him if he were to encounter even a single one, leaving little hope of being rescued or nurtured. Upon reflecting on this, his gratitude towards Dole deepened significantly. It was indeed thanks to Dole that, in his moment of near demise, he received a humble vegetable bun, an unexpected lifeline for a formidable hellhound. Life, at times, reveals its whimsical nature in such ways. He swiftly departed from Dome City, racing through the woods adjacent to the official road, soon entering the mountainous region of the mine. His determination was unwavering. Once he discovered a vein of, or recovery would be within reach. Dog Otto held great confidence in this regard. The following morning, Dole awoke from a restful slumber. Feeling invigorated and brimming with energy, he grasped a small hammer and swung it through the air a few times, relishing the sensation. A delightful day lay ahead. After freshening up, he made his way to the blacksmith's shop, approaching Varric's forge to stoke the fire and prepare his tools. Gradually, others began to arrive, and Dole greeted each in turn before announcing breakfast preparations. During his stay, he had come to learn the true nature of the blacksmith shop. The manager, Harley, oversaw all operations, including staffing. There was one third-tier blacksmith who seldom intervened, 3 second-tier blacksmiths, Varric, Santis, and Morley, and 5 first-tier blacksmiths, of whom Dole could only recall a few names, such as Yak and Barty. Each blacksmith had assistants and apprentices, bringing the total workforce to over 30. Within Dome City, Old Kuz blacksmith shop was considered mid-sized and held an official background. The second-tier blacksmiths often crafted and repaired military equipment during their downtime, Varric included, which allowed Dole to witness a variety of standard weapons. After breakfast, Varric sat on an iron stool, casually picking his teeth while observing Dole's industriousness. Dole, this morning, I'd like to test your foundational hammering technique, he remarked with a grin. Dole turned around, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I've only practiced for a few days, but I feel I'm getting the hang of it. May I demonstrate? Varric nodded, instructing, start by crafting a hoe. Dole nodded in agreement. The steps of forging were few, and he meticulously completed each one. Soon, he opened the mold and retrieved a sheet of iron. Holding the tongs in his left hand, he extracted the glowing red-hot iron plate and placed it on the anvil. After securing it, he turned and selected the number 2 hammer from the tool bench, weighing it in his hand before commencing his work on the iron plate. Initially, he had only been able to wield the smallest number 1 hammer, weighing 5 kilograms. But now he confidently handled the number 2 hammer, weighing 5 kilograms, showcasing a significant increase in strength. Having used the number 2 hammer yesterday, he opted for it once more today. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the iron plate, creating a dent. Dole bent down to inspect the depth before continuing his forging effort. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed as the plate alternated between hot and cool, and Dole quickly flattened the iron, preparing for the next phase of forging. Ordinary farming tools are typically crafted through 2 or 3 forgings, determined by the nature of the material itself. In this case, as it is scrap metal, a mere 3 forgings would suffice. Varric observed nearby without offering guidance. Yet when he saw Dole preparing for the second forging, he smiled and remarked, "Well done, you've quickly grasped the basics. There is little intricacy involved in making standard farming tools. It suffices to hammer the material evenly into shape. Whether it be 2 or 3 forgings depends on your preference. Though with scrap, it is advisable to aim for 3 or more." He lifted his gaze, accepted Dole and Apos' tongs, and examined the iron plate, pointing out several imperfections before setting it down. These areas exhibit flaws. The thickness is inconsistent. Employ a gentle force, utilizing a layered approach to hammering, starting from the periphery. Dole nodded in silence, having absorbed much knowledge over the past couple of days and comprehending the meaning behind Varric and Apos' words. From the second forging onward, the material's hardness begins to increase, testing one's strength. With 2 years of experience in the mines, Dole possessed ample strength, bolstered by his ongoing training as a warrior. As Varric watched Dole forge, he provided guidance, and soon enough, a fresh hoe blade emerged. After quenching, the hoe took shape, despite minor flaws. It was satisfactory for Dole's purposes. As he prepared to forge a second piece, Supervisor Harley entered, his steps resonating with authority. Behind him followed 5 armored soldiers, each bearing an array of iron implements. Harley exchanged a few words with the soldiers, who then approached several second-tier blacksmiths, including Varric. Varric, seemingly accustomed to such interactions, greeted the approaching soldier with respect, accepting the weapons they bore and bowing, stating, "Varric at your service." The soldier nodded politely, responding, "Please expedite." Varric acknowledged with a nod. Glancing at the weapons in hand, 2 broadswords, 2 combat swords, and a dagger, each marred with numerous nicks, scratches, and signs of breakage, clearly rendered unusable. After a thorough inspection, he turned to Dole and instructed, "Please request approximately 10 kilograms of high-quality steel from the back." Dole nodded and proceeded to gather the materials. Alongside Varric, both Santis and Morai received their own tasks, and soon the entire forge was alive with the sound of rhythmic hammering. As Varric's apprentice, Dole focused solely on his work, assisting Varric while absorbing knowledge with great seriousness. He understood the importance of this endeavor for his livelihood, at least temporarily. Once he became a first-tier blacksmith, he would gain the independence to sustain himself, free from the scrutiny of others, a fundamental aspect of survival, regardless of future prospects. His current mission was to dedicate himself to learning. Varric wielded a number 3 hammer, weighing a solid 10 kilograms, significantly larger than the one Dole held. When he struck down, sparks flew, yet in Varric's hands, the 20-pound hammer felt as light as a feather. The forge rang with the sounds of clanging and hissing. The morning swiftly passed, and Varric had only managed to repair a single rapier. After finishing his meal, he resumed his work. Dole, observing from the side, absorbed knowledge as Varric occasionally called upon him to assist in the forging process with a small hammer. At times, he would instruct Dole to strike heavily, while at other moments, he would request lighter taps, or even a flurry of delicate strikes, akin to raindrops. These variations allowed Dole to learn a great deal. By the end of the day, he felt a significant sense of growth. The crafting of weapons is also a journey of understanding them. The 5 battle swords took a full 2 days to repair, and as Dole finally held the last restored broadsword in his hands, he recalled the fundamental sword techniques. Wielding it within the forge, he swung it about. The broadsword was heavy, and Dole struggled to maintain his grip. His clumsy movements resembled those of a drunken man, eliciting hearty laughter from Varric. Chapter 18. Endless. Varric gazed at Dole, wiping the sweat from his brow. Repairing these swords was no simple task. Sitting on a nearby stool, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Dole was indeed a promising talent, willing to toil and eager to learn. Should he choose to pursue this craft in the future, he would undoubtedly surpass Varric in success. At midday, Supervisor Harley emerged with heavy footsteps from within. He first visited the other 2 smithies before finally arriving at Varric's workshop, gathering the swords and directing a few apprentices to place them at the entrance. After completing this task, Harley exhaled deeply and, adopting the demeanor of a head steward, stood beside Varric, looking at Dole with a slight smile. "Would you be interested in becoming a contracted blacksmith with us?" Dole scratched his head, a touch bashful. "I haven't even become a first-level blacksmith yet. I'm merely an apprentice." "Is it not a bit premature, Sir Harley?" Harley continued to smile. "As long as you are willing to work hard and exert yourself, becoming a first-level blacksmith is merely a matter of time. I have seen the hoe you forged, and it is quite commendable." Varric rose from his seat and gave Dole a thumbs up. "Dole is the most talented young lad I have encountered. In just a few days, he has managed to craft farming tools. He has a bright future ahead." Dole stood shyly to the side, feeling a bit bashful. Harley nodded in agreement. The journey of a blacksmith parallels that of a warrior. The process of forging metal also hones one and Oppo's character. Train diligently and strive to advance beyond the ranks of a novice warrior. It will make your forging endeavors significantly easier. Harley had noticed Dole's practiced combat techniques and casually remarked on it. Dole, while smiling in response, felt a jolt of surprise. He had merely been toying with the sword, yet they had discerned his skills. Training in martial arts was not an easy path. He was still at the beginning stages, leveraging his advantage in forging. He aimed to strengthen his muscles gradually, inching closer to becoming a novice warrior, though the distance remained considerable. Varric clapped Dole on the shoulder. "The use of hammers is a form of martial skill as well. It builds muscle and sinew, while the heat of the forge can effectively toughen your skin. Train well." Dole nodded, acutely aware of this truth. Varric possessed the strength of an advanced warrior apprentice. Dole had heard him mention that he only lacked a tome on fighting energy to continue his progression. However, such tomes were exorbitantly priced, with even the most basic entry-level book costing 20 gold coins. That was indeed a hefty sum. After encouraging Dole for a while, Harley stepped outside. Soon, a military wagon approached, followed by a contingent of soldiers. A few soldiers came over to negotiate with Supervisor Harley, collecting the weapons and paying in gold coins before swiftly disappearing down the road. Witnessing this, Dole felt an invigorating surge within him. If only he could forge a battle sword, he could embark on his training as a wizard. The records regarding wizards in the Nalui tome indicated that such a path required a plethora of medicinal herbs and auxiliary materials, all of which were beyond his current financial means. Thus, he could only focus on foundational physical training for the time being. In the afternoon, with nothing to occupy his time, Dole began to practice his craft using scrap materials, skillfully forging a variety of small tools. Although his proficiency was still developing, the items he created were starting to take shape, albeit at a modest price. There were indeed buyers for these affordable goods for outside the city. Many impoverished individuals could not afford premium products and were left with no choice but to purchase these items of average quality. Thus, Dole felt reassured that his creations would find a market. As the days passed, a span of 20 days slipped by swiftly. During this period, Dole forged numerous agricultural implements, each of increasingly better quality, earning copper coins that provided a basic security for his livelihood. With each passing day of labor, Dole's skin, already dark, became even darker. Yet beneath the surface, his muscles began to swell, hinting at a burgeoning strength, all achieved in just a few days. Upon the end of his shift, Dole exchanged greetings with Varric and several other familiar blacksmiths. He picked up his clothing, which lay nearby, and made his way toward the slums. His spirits buoyed by the knowledge that he had received his pay that day, 20 copper coins. The thought of the future filled him with such exhilaration that he could scarcely contain his joy as he walked along the street. Soon, he reached the entrance of the slums, and as he looked up, he spotted several individuals standing nearby, seemingly observing him. Upon recognizing their faces, his expression froze, and the warmth in his heart was extinguished, replaced by a chilling dread. Damn it, it was Ajuo. It had been many days since he last encountered this troublemaker, and now fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Ajuo, too, caught sight of Dole and was instantly reminded of his humiliating defeat on that fateful day. His face contorted with rage. Seize him, that wretched commoner. If he dares to resist, I shall break his legs. The onlookers, momentarily puzzled, quickly recalled that this was the very lad who frequently pilfered at the Bianchi mine. You won't escape this time. How dare you challenge our brother Ajuo? Instantly, one of them lunged toward Dole, while others swiftly followed suit, brandishing makeshift weapons. Dole was taken aback, cursing Ajuo under his breath. When will this end? He hastily donned his clothing and turned on his heel, fleeing for his life. Rather than returning to the place he had stayed over the past few days, he veered off, sprinting deeper into the slums. The labyrinthine paths of the slums, littered with refuse, provided an ideal escape route. Observing Dole and Apos' attire, Ajuo and Apos' frustration mounted. After him. He must have struck it rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing such fine clothes. The others, inspired by this proclamation, felt invigorated. To rob a pauper posed no moral dilemma for them. Even the police and constables avoided this area, where the number of daily fatalities among the impoverished far surpassed the annual murder rate in the city. The death of a destitute individual garnered little concern, especially when it was known that the target possessed money. This was not their first foray into such conduct. They had long since grown accustomed to it. Having trained rigorously over time, Dole's strength and agility had improved remarkably. With all his might, he sprinted into the depths of the slums, darting into a narrow alleyway. The alley was a mire of water and mud, and as he traversed it, his feet became caked in filth. While lamenting, Dole hastened his pace, showing no sign of halting. Upon exiting the alley, he darted towards another one, acutely aware that the mud and water clinging to his feet would render him susceptible to pursuit. With no choice but to run fervently ahead, he sought a drier path. However, despite his swiftness, Odor remained in relentless pursuit. Odor possessed commendable physical prowess, augmented by the training provided by the instructor his father had hired, rendering him somewhat superior to Dole. He swiftly emerged from the alley and onto a principal thoroughfare of the slums. As he glanced up, he observed throngs of people, prompting him to steer towards the more crowded areas. Chapter 19. Aldo hastened forward and, upon glancing at the entrance of the alley, spotted Dole darting swiftly through the crowd. Crouching low, Dole became a fleeting shadow amidst the throng, and just as he seemed on the verge of disappearing, Aldo, in a fit of exasperation, waved his hand and shouted, "Go after that little brat, and make sure to eliminate him." This was not the first time Dole had evaded his grasp, and Aldo seethed with the desire to end him immediately. Only 3 of them pursued, rushing into the bustling crowd, causing a scene of chaos. Dole, diminutive in stature, weaved expertly through the masses. Initially, Aldo could see his entire form, but soon only glimpses remained. Anxiety welled within him, He could not allow this scoundrel to escape again. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled the layout ahead and devised a plan, instructing his two companions, "You two head that way. He must turn there." Though the slum and Opos' terrain was convoluted, their years of dominance had rendered them intimately familiar with it. The two men nodded and separated to execute the plan. Aldo pressed on relentlessly, the crowd parting in fear at his approach. They thought Aldo a relentless hound, and they longed for the moment he would seize an opportunity to deliver a punishing blow that would serve as a lasting lesson. Dole panted heavily before crouching low and sprinting forward. As he neared the alley's mouth, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching, and his expression shifted in alarm. They were gaining on him? Instinctively, he felt for the small hammer at his waist, determination hardening his features. Arriving at the alley's entrance, he peered cautiously ahead and indeed spotted Aldo's two companions rushing towards him, checking the narrow passages on either side. Realizing the imminent threat, Dole withdrew his hammer, took a deep breath, and pressed himself against the wall, gradually crouching down to wait patiently for them to pass. "There's nothing here. No sign of him here either," the two men remarked, their initial vigilance waning as they continued their search, their minds drifting to other matters. After all, the boy had been running for quite some time. Who could say where he had gone? They merely aimed to fulfill Aldo's orders. Without Aldo's influence, they would not have enjoyed such comfortable lives. They themselves were merely individuals trying to make their way in the world, abandoned by their parents long ago. Soon, they arrived at the alley adjacent to Dole. At this moment, Dole had calmed himself, taking deep breaths to attune his senses to the approaching footsteps. The two men advanced slowly, their footfalls gradually growing clearer. They reached the mouth of Dole's alley. With a sudden burst of energy, Dole sprang forth, hammer swinging directly towards one man's knee. Years of hammering iron had honed his strength and precision. He even tempered his force for accuracy. The men were caught off guard, only perceiving a black blur erupting from behind the boxes. Crack! One man crumpled to the ground, clutching his knee, while the other stood momentarily stunned. Yet, Dole was not caught in the same stupor. Having incapacitated one, he swung his hammer towards the chest of the remaining adversary. At that moment, the man finally caught sight of Dole's figure. Their gazes locked, and the man felt a surge of panic, while Dole remained expressionless, even somewhat cold. Hurriedly, the man placed his hands over his chest, just as Dole's hammer came crashing down, producing a resounding thud. The man's face contorted in agony as he fell backward. Dole was taken aback by how effortlessly it had been. Unyielding in his approach, he moved swiftly, raising the hammer once more to strike at the man's front without concern for precision. Thud, thud, thud. He delivered 3 consecutive blows, and the man lay still, his ribs likely fractured beyond count. Dole stood up, slightly panting as he gazed at the man he had just felled. At that moment, the man, despite the pain, looked at Dole with a mixture of shock and fear. "Don't kill me. I know nothing," he pleaded. Dole glanced down at the man's leg, which was grotesquely broken at the knee, the bone protruding in a ghastly display. Yet, Dole felt no sympathy. These two had caused untold suffering to many, and even death would be a fitting end for them. With his leg shattered, the man was rendered useless. Without lingering, Dole ran off into the distance. The man exhaled in relief, but then despair washed over him as he recalled something, his expression turning hollow, the pain forgotten. Otto reached the alleyway, and, upon seeing the two men, his expression shifted dramatically. "Who did this to you?" he inquired urgently, crouching beside the one lying on the ground. The man endured the pain, his face marked by despair. "It was Dole. He ambushed us. He is incredibly strong. Boss, my leg." Otto inspected the other man, who was not dead but merely unconscious, with several broken ribs and blood seeping through his clothes. One hand was crushed, with numerous metacarpals shattered. The wounds were unmistakably inflicted by a hammer. That kid. How did he become so formidable? Otto mused, his expression darkening as he assessed their injuries. Though these men were mere thugs, they had shown promise while following him for years, but now, the man could see Otto's expression and swallowed the many words that threatened to spill forth. It was over. Otto contemplated before reassuring him. "Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'll fetch the others to get you out of here. That little brat has truly crossed the line." He turned to leave. The man felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he observed Otto's demeanor, his spirits plummeting to an abyss, leaving him feeling icy inside. The slums were rife with fools. With enough food, some would gladly sell their lives for another. Otto, frustrated by the loss of 2 subordinates, walked away, fate leading him to the city gates. Upon arriving, he looked up and was instantly captivated. spotting Captain Feller among the guards stationed there. Once, by chance, he had shared drinks with Feller and his father that evening. His father had even invited Feller to a bar, establishing a familiar rapport. He approached with purpose. The guards intercepted him, but Otto pointed towards Feller, speaking cautiously. "I seek Lord Feller. We are acquainted." The city guard cast a glance at Otto, internally scoffing. While others may not recognize him, he certainly did, merely a petty thug. However, the matter of recognizing the squad leader was an entirely different affair. Feller lifted his head, and upon seeing Otto, his brow furrowed slightly. He was acquainted with Feller's father, Sam, a steward at the Bianchi mine, from whom he collected a considerable sum each month. However, he was not often in the presence of the son. He nodded and remarked, "Call him over. He is Sam's son." The surrounding city guards, upon hearing Karen, immediately understood. The guard who had been blocking Feller's path patted Otto on the shoulder, saying, "So, it is Sam's son. Go on." Feller let out a sigh of relief, thanked the guard, and stood before Feller, somewhat shyly requesting, "Sir, may I have a word with you?" Chapter 20. Forging one's path as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Dole found himself once again devoid of candles, relegating him to a brief session of foundational stances and martial arts, followed by some practice of basic punches and hammer techniques, before surrendering to slumber. Once Dole succumbed to sleep, the dog, Otto, swiftly rose from the ground and approached Dole with a deliberate pace. A radiant burst of multicolored light shot towards Dole's forehead, vanishing almost instantaneously, allowing Dole to sink deeper into a restful slumber. Otto lazily stretched and then darted out of the door, quickly disappearing into the depths of the impoverished neighborhood. His speed increased, and his movements became increasingly elusive. Without keen observation, one would scarcely perceive his presence. Before long, Otto arrived at the heart of the mine, settling atop a peak where immense power seeped into the mountain, drawing forth the magical essence within. As his strength grew, he became indifferent to the creatures surrounding him. This place harbored little danger, contrasting sharply with his usual haunts, which were devoid of any wildlife, as no creature dared to approach. The mountain was enveloped in silence, devoid of even the faintest sounds of insects, save for the whispering wind rustling through the leaves. Upon awakening, Dole opened his eyes, sensing a sharpness of mind and an invigorating strength coursing through him. He felt the rugged resilience of his skin, the muscles beneath it bulging with power. His physical training was nearing completion, bringing him close to the status of an intermediate warrior apprentice. At merely 12 years of age, he felt no urgency, yet an underlying sense of urgency brewed within him, spurred by his surroundings and Otto's influence. Exiting cautiously, Dole made his way to the blacksmith shop, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Within the confines of the forge, all matters could be addressed. No matter how audacious Otto may become, he would not dare to misbehave in the blacksmith's domain. For after all, he was but a minor figure. The relationships within the forge were intricate, and even a casual acquaintance could bring Otto to his knees. As usual, Dole set about preparing his tools and stoking the furnace. Once these tasks were completed, breakfast was freshly prepared, coinciding with the arrival of Varric. After their meal, they promptly began their work. In recent days, the forge had been relatively quiet, allowing Varric ample time to lounge about from dawn until dusk, while Dole seized the opportunity to craft various agricultural tools, hoes, sickles, kitchen knives, and hammers. His skills had progressed to a level of proficiency. The second hammer felt fluid in his hands, yet he still struggled with the third, a symbol of a first-tier blacksmith and Appos' prowess. Dole and Appos' rapid advancement had not gone unnoticed, even garnering the astonishment of fellow apprentices and first-tier blacksmiths alike. After their meal, Varric patted his belly and reclined in his seat, observing Dole and Appos' industriousness with a grin. "You are capable of forging your own now, having reached 8 forges at most. Have you ever contemplated attempting 9? Dole fueled the flames and chuckled. "Naturally. I have considered it. 9 forges would enable me to craft a sword." The ability to forge weapons signified a first-tier blacksmith and Appos' strength. Obtaining a blacksmith certificate would allow him to officially take on the role, a thought he had entertained for quite some time. Leaning slightly forward, Varric spoke in a tone laced with temptation. "Would you care to give it a try? Use my share of the raw ore?" Before attaining the prowess of a first-tier blacksmith, he was constrained to using scrap materials. However, such materials were significantly limited in their characteristics. They possessed great hardness, but lacked ductility. While they could be fashioned into farming tools and various implements, they were utterly unsuitable for crafting weaponry. Every day, Varric had a set quota for practice. Should he forego his training, he could entrust the task to Dole. Upon hearing this, Dole felt a surge of eagerness. Recently, he had experienced a considerable increase in strength, capable of lifting the number 3 hammer. Gritting his teeth, he proposed, "Shall we give it a try?" Virek chuckled and replied, "Then go fetch it. Let us forge a rapier, as that may prove less arduous." Having just finished breakfast, with ample time on his hands and lacking any pressing matters, Virek sought a bit of amusement for himself. Given Dole's remarkable aptitude for learning, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of a first-tier blacksmith. Thus, why not attempt it? As Dole announced his intention to forge a sword, a throng of idle blacksmiths and apprentices gathered around. Sandus leaned over to Virek, teasingly remarking, "Virek, are you attempting to shirk your duties? Dole is merely 12 years old and has only been here for 2 months. Moray, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, his voice resonating. "Indeed, it took me over half a year to master the secrets of the first tier." Santos added, "This fellow surely wishes to see Dole make a fool of himself." Laughter and agreement rippled through the crowd. Virek merely chuckled, asserting, "Well, since we have no pressing engagements this morning, why not give it a shot? Dole has already achieved 8 temperings using scrap. If he employs raw, or, with a modicum of caution, he should manage 9 temperings." Moray's eyes widened in astonishment. 8 temperings? How is that even possible? At that moment, several first-tier blacksmiths were equally taken aback, calculating in their minds that Dole had only been here for a little over a month and a half. Even considering his prior experience in the mines and his considerable strength, this pace was indeed remarkable. Virek smiled enigmatically, stating, "This lad possesses notable talent. You have all underestimated him." By now, Dole had retrieved raw or from behind him using a bucket. The iron ore had been ground into iron sand. The purplish-red granules resembling mustard seeds, each one distinct. Unbeknownst to him, he had attracted a crowd, but he paid them no mind as he weighed the necessary ore, pouring it carefully into the crucible before hastening to the bellows to prepare for heating. At that moment, a young worker named Gammo swiftly approached, snatching the bellows from Dole's hands with a grin, exclaiming, "Allow me." Realizing that the onlookers were merely there for amusement, Dole nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Gammo." Although Gammo was slightly older, he had arrived only a few months prior, his physique still somewhat frail compared to Dole and Apos' robust build. Dole removed his shirt, revealing a physique that bore some muscle. He grasped the number 2 hammer, finding it somewhat light, before lifting the number 3 hammer, which felt significantly weighty in his hands. "I shall use this one today." After weighing it again and setting it down, he promptly set about preparing the mold, a task with which he was quite familiar. Quickly and carefully crafting the mold for the battle sword and setting it aside, the surrounding blacksmiths remained largely silent, their demeanor typically somber and reticent, seldom engaging in conversation even during breaks. To put it in the vernacular of the slums, they could scarcely produce a sound. As the bellows were pulled, the flame soon blazed red within the crucible, causing the iron sand to gradually melt into a pool of incandescent liquid, casting a crimson hue upon Dole's face as well. When the contents transformed into a reddish-white color, Dole grasped the tongs and swiftly carried the entire crucible to the molds, pouring the molten metal within. A cloud of acrid smoke wafted forth as the liquid flowed seamlessly into the mold. After tidying up the crucible and setting it aside, he awaited a moment before striking open the mold to reveal the slightly cooled, darkened sword body within. This was merely the initial stage of formation. The sword's body required extensive folding and forging, a process to be repeated 9 times to achieve a first-rate sword. The journey had only just begun. With one hand holding the tongs and the sword mold resting on a felt mat, Dole lifted the number 3 hammer, positioning himself correctly before commencing with the fundamental hammering technique. As he struck, a small dent formed in the concave portion of the mold. Dole assessed the depth, gauging the requisite force, and gradually began to hammer away. Time flowed gently as he executed the first, second, and third strikes with ease. Even the fourth posed no challenge. Upon reaching the 5th strike, the material's hardness became apparent, slowly transforming into a resilient form. It was at this juncture that the true test of the blacksmith's endurance commenced. Dole's hammer fell with unyielding force, sweat mingling with the rhythm of his strikes, his strength unwavering, and his speed remaining constant. Chapter 21. The apprentice blacksmith. With each strike of the hammer, Varric observed with nodding approval, while Sandus and Morley also acknowledged the progress. At this juncture, if Dole did not falter, his sword would soon be complete. This young lad demonstrated commendable foundational skills in blacksmithing, despite having only practiced for a mere month. It was astonishingly swift. As Dole approached the 8th tempering, perspiration glistened on his forehead, Yet his gaze remained resolute, and his demeanor steady. Varric and the other two second-tier blacksmiths felt a collective sigh of relief. This young apprentice was solidly on his way to becoming a first-tier blacksmith, merely needing to acquire his certification to officially practice. When Dole withdrew the iron sword and plunged it into the icy water for quenching, applause erupted around him. Congratulations, Dole. You are the most gifted child I have ever encountered. Remarkable. You have surpassed me within just a month and a half. How impressive. Let us celebrate with drinks when the wages are distributed next month, exclaimed the first-tier blacksmith. Indeed, let us drink. The crowd erupted in laughter, well aware of Dole's humble origins in the slums, turning the jest lighthearted. Dole wiped the sweat from his brow, his face smeared with soot, seemingly unbothered, and replied, "No problem, as long as I have my wages." At that moment, a voice broke through the merriment. Yes, yes, yes. Let us get to signing the contract. It was Hale's voice from outside. Upon hearing Hale's tone, the blacksmith chuckled. Hale, you've struck gold. Dole has ascended to first-tier blacksmith in just a month. A future third tier is within reach. Morley's distinctive voice resonated with everyone around. Indeed, Hale must treat us. Santos added with a jest. Even Hale, usually stern, allowed a hint of warmth to surface as he glanced at Dole and remarked, treating is a must, but not at this moment. Now, it's time for lunch. We have work ahead in the afternoon. That is the cue. Let us eat. Dole scratched his head, glancing at Hale, feeling somewhat lost. Hale waved him over. Seeing Dole still hesitant, Varric nudged him. Hurry up. Dole snapped back to reality and approached Hale. The contract signing process was uneventful from that day forth. Dole became a member of Old Q's blacksmith shop with a monthly base salary of 7 silver coins. Until he advanced to second-tier blacksmith, he would receive 10% of all production, a modest share, yet standard in the market. Transitioning from zero income to suddenly earning 10 Myfa silver coins left Dole flabbergasted. 7 silver coins equated to 700 Myfa copper coins, a sum that, just months prior, would have been considered a fortune, an astronomical figure. Consequently, as Dole left, his steps felt light and almost surreal. It was astonishing. He found blacksmithing to be manageable, realizing that with a touch of diligence, he could excel. He never anticipated such a swift escape from poverty, an unexpected turn of fate indeed. Harley carefully stored the contract and stepped out from behind Dole, observing the young man who seemed lost in thought. Harley couldn't and oppose. Help but feel a sense of admiration. After years of encountering various individuals, Dole's authenticity stood out remarkably. This youth, hailing from the slums, was truly exceptional. He placed a reassuring hand on Dole and Oppos' shoulder and said, "Do not be dazed. Being a level 1 blacksmith is merely the beginning. It is only when you reach level 3 and beyond that you can genuinely claim your place in this profession. Do not be deceived by the number of people in the forge. In the grand scheme of the blacksmithing industry, they are all still considered novices." Dole was no longer the inexperienced newcomer he once was, and upon hearing these words, a weight settled heavily in his heart. Indeed, after achieving the rank of a level 1 blacksmith, the next step would be to attain level 2, and thereafter, he needed to save enough gold. 20 coins was no trivial feat. Only through mastering the art of combat could he hope to ascend to level 3, a rank that commanded respect, much like the reclusive treasure of the old Cote blacksmith shop, who earned a substantial dividend each year without lifting a finger. The significance of being a level 3 blacksmith was immense. Should he reach that level, perhaps the resources of a wizard would be within his grasp, and he might even dare to aspire for more. With these thoughts, his previously unsteady steps regained their firmness. He nodded earnestly at Harley, declaring, "I will study diligently." Harley patted his shoulder and replied, "Indeed, that is the spirit. Study hard enough to justify the salary I provide you each month." With a hearty laugh, he departed. As Dole entered the dining hall, all the blacksmiths stood to pay their respects. He felt a swell of emotion and, adhering to the ceremonial practices recorded in the Nalu legend, offered a respectful bow to everyone present. These individuals, though they had families, possessed pure hearts devoid of ulterior motives. Dole genuinely wished to remain here indefinitely. Harley stifled a chuckle at Dole and Oppos' awkward display of etiquette, remembering that the young man had emerged from the slums, knowing little of such customs. Since Dole had only recently begun his journey as a level 1 blacksmith and was still unsteady in his foundation, he was not immediately assigned a forge that afternoon. Instead, he continued to shadow Varric for further learning. However, if necessary, Harley had mentioned that Dole could utilize the unoccupied forge nearby. Even under these circumstances, Dole felt invigorated, as if his life had finally found its rightful course. After a quick meal, the others emerged, laughing and chatting, and Dole, along with Varric, spotted a figure clad in black standing before their forge. Dole took a closer look and instinctively recognized him as the duelist from their previous encounter. Varric noticed him too and approached to inquire further. The cloaked figure regarded Dole, observing the transformation he had undergone, and expressed a sense of intrigue. This young lad possesses quite the talent, he mused, noting the muscle he had developed in such a short span. Without uttering a word, he produced his sword and handed it to Varric. Varric held the sword with a hint of confusion, observing the weapon marked by numerous scars, deep gouges, and fine cracks. It was astonishing. His opponent must have been formidable. The cloaked figure remained mostly silent, producing a small black bundle from behind and gradually unwrapping it. Varric and Dole found themselves irresistibly drawn to the mysterious package, which, upon unfolding, revealed its contents. They blinked in surprise. Black essence copper, a material renowned for its exceptional hardness and toughness, classified as a Tier 3 material of considerable value. Varric explained this to Dole before turning to the cloaked man, inquiring whether he intended to meld the black essence copper into the sword. The cloaked figure nodded affirmatively, asking if it was feasible. Varric assured him it was possible and requested a moment's patience. At this juncture, Dole understood his role. He set about lighting a fire and preparing various tools. As a level 1 blacksmith, he and Varric would collaborate in the crafting process post-integration of the materials, each wielding a hammer in perfect harmony. The cloaked figure observed, astonished, how could this young man, having arrived not long ago, already coordinate so seamlessly with a level 2 blacksmith? There was a certain finesse to his strength. Typically, without a warrior's lineage, it was challenging to enhance one's capabilities in such a brief span. This required potent potions, copious amounts of meat, and rigorous training. Could it be that this young lad possessed some innate talent? If he were indeed gifted for the path of a warrior, wouldn't it be a waste to remain here? After all, blacksmiths earned but a pittance annually. Chapter 22. The meditation technique reflecting upon this. I observed them as they toiled at the forge and softly proclaimed, I am a duelist, serving under the esteemed Deputy Lord Odom. My name is Kadia, and I must commend your skills. Upon hearing the name Kadia, Dole exhibited little reaction, yet Varric appeared somewhat taken aback. He immediately lifted his gaze to the cloaked figure and inquired, Are you the Starblade duelist, Kadia? Kadia, with a modest nod, displayed no arrogance. Rather, he responded in a serene manner, Indeed, the title of Starblade duelist is one bestowed upon me by my friends. Young Dole here is quite remarkable, having swiftly grasped the fundamentals of a level 1 blacksmith. Though surprised, Varric was not astonished, for they operated on different planes. He had merely heard mention of Kadia previously. Dole, oblivious to their exchange, regarded Kadia with awe, pondering how such prowess could possibly pertain to him. After an afternoon's labor, the dual sword was skillfully transformed, maintaining its original dimensions and center of balance, albeit with a slight increase in weight. Following the quenching and polishing, Kadia took the sword from Dole, wielding it gracefully and expressing his satisfaction. He looked at Dole and smiled, saying, Well done, young one. If you find the time, do come seek me. As he spoke, he deftly produced a business card and handed it to Dole. Dole, somewhat bewildered, recognized that refusing such an offer would be impolite. Thus, he wiped his soiled hands on his clothing and carefully accepted the card. Observing this, Kadia's approval deepened, and after settling the payment, he turned to depart. As the transformation was merely an enhancement, and with materials provided, the expense was modest, leaving the two with 3 silver coins after the day's labor. Varric, with a grand gesture, bestowed 1 silver coin upon Dole. Gazing at the coin in his hand, Dole felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears at the sight of silver. After finishing work, he meandered outside, purchasing a set of clothing and a bundle of candles along the way. The bundle contained 12 candles, each costing 1 copper coin, and the ordinary linen outfit was approximately 30 copper coins. Spending over 40 copper coins felt significant to Dole, though he would not admit it. As he traversed the streets, Dole feared encountering the dreaded Odu, yet fortune smiled upon him today, and he did not cross paths with that individual. However, he did acknowledge the wizards, those enigmatic beings rarely seen amidst the common folk. The prowess of wizards was legendary. Woven throughout the fabric of human history, the mightiest of humanity were often wizards, capable of vanquishing cities with a mere gesture, evoking terror akin to that of deities. If warriors represent the aspirations of ordinary individuals, then wizards epitomize the collective longing of all. Upon entering, Dole found the dog Oda lying motionless upon the ground. He approached, gently stroking the creature's head while placing down some food, leftover fatty meat from the kitchen, quite a feast. The canine Odu gazed at the sumptuous meal, pondering that he had long since outgrown such fare. Nonetheless, he did not refuse, devouring every morsel and dutifully embracing his role as a dog. However, he soon noticed that Dole had brought a bundle of candles today and had even changed his clothes. He blinked in surprise. Had this fellow struck it rich? Considering Dole's current prowess, it seemed he had indeed earned some wealth. As dusk settled, the flickering light of the candles became the sole illumination in the dim room. Dole secured the candles and opened the book on Nalyui. Deciding against physical training for the day, reading took precedence. As he perused the pages, referencing a dictionary, Dole immersed himself in his studies with great diligence. Before long, he had deciphered all the unfamiliar characters, leaving only a few behind. The section on wizards in Nalyui and Apos' book was quite straightforward, describing only a single technique. In fact, the volume presented merely foundational knowledge for both warriors and wizards, with the highest level reaching only the first tier of each profession. Anything beyond that was absent. For both warriors and wizards, there was only one fundamental technique. The warriors section was more detailed, explaining how to strengthen muscles and bones, as well as how to cultivate internal organs, while the wizards portion contained solely one method. This technique was simply named the basic meditation method. After 2 hours of study, Dole finally absorbed all the content of the meditation technique, which seemed rather manageable. The basic meditation method was uncomplicated. During moments of tranquility, one should envision an object in their mind, whether it be an item or an animal. With the more vivid the imagery, the better. There were no rigid protocols. If the meditation were to progress, one would naturally sense it. There was nothing particularly special about it. Essentially, when one's skills had matured, advancement would follow organically. It appeared somewhat perplexing to Dole, leaving him without a clear direction. Yet this was the initiation method for wizards according to Nalyui. After finishing his reading, Dole glanced around, searching for something familiar to help him commence his meditation practice. Pondering deeply, he realized he had no particular object in mind. After a prolonged contemplation, he inadvertently turned and heard the metallic clinking of coins in his pocket, which startled him momentarily. Yes, the image of the copper coins was most vivid in his memory. He would visualize the Marfa copper coins. As the book had no specific stipulations, resolving to proceed, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind and clearing his thoughts. The training of warriors encompassed this aspect as well. So he easily slipped into a focused state, sketching the image of the copper coin in his mind. However, a challenge arose as he attempted to delineate the specific form. He felt a sense of inadequacy. The meditation literature indicated that this process required considerable time and could not be accomplished instantaneously. Therefore, he simply needed to follow the steps methodically. The pace of progress was expected to be slow. If he could conjure the image of a copper coin all at once, it would only suggest that he was not of sound mind. As he continued, Dole gradually felt his mental fortitude waning, soon succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. At the other end of the room, Gauduo had been observing Dole closely. Noticing him practicing the meditation technique, he was somewhat taken aback when Dole collapsed. It was impressive that this novice had managed to persevere for 3 hours on his first attempt, truly remarkable. Gauduo mused that Dole and Apos' talent in wizardry far surpassed that of a warrior. Upon witnessing Dole succumb to slumber, he emitted a radiant burst of multicolored light, enveloping him before swiftly darting away. Dole had squandered several precious hours, and he needed to hasten his journey. Chapter 23. Official crackdown. Fei Lu reclined in a wooden chair, lazily fanning himself. Although summer had yet to arrive, the sun was already exerting its strength, and with no trees around to provide shade. Its rays beat down directly at the city gate, creating a palpable warmth. "My lord, Odu has arrived." A city guard approached Fei Lu, speaking softly to rouse him. Fei Lu lifted his eyelids, spotting Odu standing in the distance, and gestured for him to come closer. Odu hurried over, bowing his head and saying, "Lord Fei Lu, I have brought the portrait." He raised his hand, revealing a scroll, specially commissioned to be made based on his description. Capturing a likeness of nearly 9 parts out of 10, Fei Lu unfurled the scroll for a brief glance before passing it to the nearby guard, who understood the unspoken meaning. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Lu replied, "I can assist you in finding the person, though I cannot guarantee success, as not everyone ventures out daily. I will inform you once I have located them." Odu nodded respectfully, saying, "That would be most kind of you, my lord. This is but a small token of my appreciation." He rummaged in his pocket and produced a pouch of coins, extending it to Phalo. Phalo chuckled, understanding the gesture. Your father and I are acquainted, having been old friends. Consider this payment as a reward for your brother's efforts. He waved his hand, tossing the pouch to the deputy captain, prompting laughter among the men. Receiving the coins meant they were to fulfill a task, as was customary. Of course, not all the money would go to the guards. Half would be allocated to the captain, ensuring that the deputy captain could maintain his position. Odu soon departed, convinced that the sycophant would be found at the mines, as seeking Fei Lu at the gate was a sure bet. Having lost 2 capable subordinates and incurring a hefty financial loss, Odu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Dole. If he managed to capture that scoundrel, he would ensure that he met a fatal end, for he had not laid eyes on him for several dozen days and could no longer contain his frustration. As the weather grew warmer, the activities at the old Ku blacksmith shop began to increase. The demand for daily farming tools, weaponry, and various iron implements surged, and Dole remained tirelessly at the forge. With the warming weather, the weaponry depletion in the barracks, city defenses, police stations, and military offices escalated, leading to a steady stream of soldiers arriving at the old Ku blacksmith shop with orders. However, Dole soon noticed something amiss. After a visit from the city guards, he sensed that someone was inexplicably watching him and had even inquired about him from other blacksmiths, raising his suspicions. Had he somehow offended the city guards? The group of city guards departed quickly, and shortly thereafter, Hallie summoned him to the back, asking, Dole, you haven't crossed any of the lords, have you? Hallie looked puzzled as he continued. I was informed that a squad leader has been searching for you, and now he has found you. Dole pondered for a moment, realizing he had no enemies. If he had any, it would most likely be Odu. But what connection did Odu have with the city guards? After reflecting, he recounted the events to Hallie. Hallie contemplated for a moment, gaining a measure of understanding. He patted Dole on the shoulder and reassured him. I understand now. Rest assured. You are our assigned blacksmith at the old Ku blacksmith shop, and nothing untoward will befall you. The old Ku blacksmith shop is backed by the military office, aligned with the city lord and Apos, S lineage, possessing an official standing. Even a mere squad leader must tread carefully in the presence of such authority. Not even a captain could act with impunity. After bidding Dole farewell, Hallie prepared to take stock of their inventory. Recent events had rendered their raw materials sparse, necessitating the procurement of a new shipment. With the weather warming, the military office was gearing up for training, mobilizing all available forces to clear the roads leading to the county city. The wear and tear on weapons, armor, and bows would undoubtedly be significant. Thus, preparations in this regard were essential to avoid chaos when the time came. Only the old Ku blacksmith shop, with its ties to the city lord, had access to such channels, while other ordinary blacksmiths remained blissfully unaware. Doman City boasts rich mining resources, standing as one of the Empire's most vital cities. A substantial military presence is stationed outside the city, directly under the Empire's command yet governed by the military office. Only the city lord, belonging to the Lin family with connections to the military office, could avail themselves of such advantageous resources. Hallie intended to meet the third son of the Lin family, Saint and Lin, under whose jurisdiction the old Ku blacksmith shop falls. Besides their establishment, 3 other blacksmith shops of considerable scale belong to the Lin family, alongside a large blacksmith shop manned by 3 level 3 blacksmiths, with rumors of a legendary level 4 blacksmith capable of forging advanced weaponry. Having gleaned insight into Hallie and Apos, S authority, Dole felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet simultaneously sensed a looming threat. That insufferable Odu had connections with the city guards, a matter of no small consequence. Despite residing in the slums, Dole was aware of the 2 primary law enforcement agencies in Doman City, the military office, responsible for the army and city gate security, and the police office, tasked with maintaining order and patrols. Although the guards merely oversee the city gates, their power is substantial, should Dole wish to leave the city. He must navigate through the city guards, complicating matters significantly. Doman City is nestled against the mountains, possessing only 2 gates, with one side entirely sealed off. One of these gates remains perpetually closed, leaving only one open for passage. Thus, Dole realized his predicament had worsened. Any future attempts to venture outside would be fraught with difficulty. Consequently, despite Hallie's authoritative assurance, he could not summon any joy. Damn that Odu. For the first time, Dole felt a surge of anger towards another. Throughout the afternoon, the shadow of Odu loomed over him, and faced with the oppressive weight of official power, Dole found himself at a loss. Agitated, he stood within his dwelling, practicing his fist techniques for a while, then engaging in basic swordsmanship, forcing himself to calm down before finally embarking on a meditative exercise. Was this truly the end? Dole thought not. After much reflection, he resolved to visualize a second copper coin, a concept inspired by the teachings of Naoyui, which he now intended to actualize. Envisioning a single object differs markedly from envisioning 2 or 3 objects. The difficulty escalates in a geometric progression. After a moment of contemplation, Dole concluded that if he could successfully visualize the second copper coin, his mental fortitude would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement, although a sense of agitation lingered within him. He swiftly devised a method to calm his mind and embarked on the task of envisioning the second coin. A solitary copper coin is diminutive and can be easily delineated with mental energy. With Dole's current mental capacity, completing the visualization should be straightforward. However, the absence of a foundational reserve from the first coin rendered the process laborious, requiring him to meticulously sketch it bit by bit rather than forming a general outline as he had with the first coin. This presented a considerable increase in difficulty. Chapter 24. Where are the wounded? Focusing his mental energy, Dole envisioned the first copper coin. However, visualizing the second coin required him to divide his mental concentration into 2 parts, a feat that proved to be exceedingly challenging. Throughout the night, Dole struggled to maintain his focus on the first coin while also attempting to visualize the second, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued. This was tantamount to forcibly splitting his mental faculties. Yet Dole was aware that this endeavor was worthwhile, as he had already managed to visualize a corner of the second coin. Soon, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. The hellhound, Otto, perked up his ears and gazed in Dole and Oppo's direction. Dole had been visualizing for an increasingly extended period. This talent undoubtedly surpassed that of a mere warrior. It appeared that he might pursue a path as a wizard, a vocation significantly more powerful than that of a warrior, particularly in terms of self-preservation. As a member of the hellhound breed, Otto possessed a clear understanding of the capabilities of human mages. Silently, he departed the city, hastening toward the mountains at a speed exceeding that of before, like a fleeting shadow. His strength was gradually being restored, prompting a sense of joy within him. Truly, Dole was a fortunate star. Is there someone named Dole here? Outside the forge belonging to Old Ku, several city guards stood menacingly at the entrance. Among them was Feller. The reception was handled by Hale's confidant, the merchant Fiery, who furrowed his brow and inquired, "Yes, there is. What do you want with him?" Feller stepped forward, his demeanor haughty as he proclaimed, "We suspect his involvement in an assault case and need to bring him in for questioning." He positioned himself at the doorway, emanating an imposing aura as his gaze swept across the entire forge. Through the gaps, Dole had already spotted Feller at the entrance, as well as Otto standing behind him, who was now searching for him and had successfully found him. Dole stood behind Virek, refraining from stepping forward, his heart sinking. How could this fellow be so swift? He had only just found him yesterday, yet today he was at his doorstep? Fiery was momentarily overwhelmed by Feller's presence and took a few steps back, puzzled as he asked, "What is going on?" If this is a matter of public security or an assault incident, it falls under the jurisdiction of the police station, not the city guards. Feller, irritated by the resistance, pushed Fiery aside and retorted, "Do we need to report to the police station to apprehend someone? Step aside. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of obstructing law enforcement?" Fiery stumbled to the side, losing his footing and colliding with a nearby shelf, causing a cascade of items to clatter to the ground, producing a cacophony of noise. The commotion drew the attention of all the blacksmiths, halting their work to observe. At that moment, someone rushed inside to find Hale. The surrounding blacksmiths gathered, forming a group of over 10 individuals. Feller, merely a mid-level warrior, found himself at a disadvantage against a second-tier blacksmith and, upon noticing the crowd closing in, hesitated to continue his brash behavior. However, his tone remained unchanged as he continued to shout, "I am only seeking Dole. Hand him over and all will be well. Should you refuse, even if you outnumber us, we shall not be intimidated." Behind him, all the city guards stepped forward, standing resolutely by their captain. Fiery rose from the ground, his demeanor calm. Though an ordinary man, he exhibited a measure of resolve, unafraid of Feller. In this vicinity, every blacksmith knew that this was the territory of the Link family. Feller was foolishly seeking trouble on his own turf. Just as he was about to speak, a deep voice resonated from behind. Harley approached, casting a fleeting glance at Feller. Upon seeing Harley, Feller's expression shifted dramatically. "What brings you here?" Harley ignored him and beckoned to Dole, who was hiding behind Varric, saying, Dole, come here. Relieved by Harley's intervention, Dole stepped out from behind Varric, glanced at Feller, and then squinted at the figure of Otto behind him. This fellow truly was a persistent nuisance. He approached Harley's side, saying, "Brother Harley." Harley nodded, his round face lifting slightly, radiating an air of arrogance as he regarded Feller. "Feller, are you aware that you're trespassing in the territory of the Link family?" Feller and Oppo's expression darkened, and he replied, "I only sought Dole to verify certain matters. I have no other intentions." He dared not meet Harley's gaze and shifted his eyes to Dole. Harley, being a member of the Link family and affiliated with the Lord's office, was a formidable figure. Feller's presence here was indeed an invitation to trouble, and he now regretted hastily coming without understanding the situation. Had he paused to reflect, he might have avoided this embarrassment. With a scoff, Harley glanced at Otto behind Feller and remarked, "I knew your purpose yesterday. A few ruffians are of little concern. Do you lack the vision, Captain Feller?" Feller's countenance darkened further. "What do you mean by ruffians? These ruffians can provide me with money, can you?" Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts, for the pressure from the surrounding blacksmiths weighed heavily upon him, their fierce energy serving as a constant reminder to remain still. After some contemplation, he asserted confidently, "Regardless of who they are, harming others constitutes a violation of the Empire's law. I am merely here to inquire. This does not breach any imperial statute, does it?" Upon hearing this, Harley realized that Feller was resolutely intent on his course. Stepping aside with a smirk, he said, "Then ask your question and be quick to leave." For the first time, Feller looked at Harley, his eyes filled with trepidation. He took a deep breath and turned to Dole. The youth appeared somewhat naive, his gaze seemingly calm, yet concealing profound fear. Feller glared at the boy, his expression fierce, and barked, "But you struck someone." Dole glanced at Harley, and the surrounding blacksmiths offered their steadfast support as he firmly replied, "No." Behind Feller, Otto's expression darkened considerably. How dare that wretched Dole speak such words? Truly a peasant. Phala let out a disdainful hum and said, "I have witnesses here. They saw you inflict harm. Will you still deny it?" After a brief moment, Dole had regained his composure and responded nonchalantly, "If I indeed harmed someone, surely there must be an injured party present. Where is the victim? In their absence, why should I admit to anything? I do not even recognize this individual." Otto, feeling a pang of frustration, interjected, "How can there be no one? You injured two of my subordinates." Dole snorted dismissively, narrowing his eyes at Otto as he retorted, "If I harmed them, why have I not harmed you?" Otto was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had effectively abandoned those two subordinates. He wondered if they had perished from hunger over the past few days, if only he had brought them along. He had witnessed the authoritative demeanor of the manager, Hallie, and it was evident that Fei Lu was well acquainted with him, which left him feeling quite apprehensive. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Fei Lu glared at Dole with a grim expression, astonished that this audacious individual dared to speak so defiantly in front of him and his companions. This was nothing short of a cunning prevarication. He fixed his gaze on Dole and warned, "Young one, be mindful of your words. One misstep could cost you your head." This was a blatant threat. Dole's complexion turned pale at once. Upon hearing the phrase "spring has arrived," Fei Li's expression shifted to one of seriousness, for he understood the weight of those words. Suddenly, he broke into a smile and said, "Then, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, not even casting a glance back at Dole. Chapter 25. The stingy one. Feller departed with an air of aggression, as if nothing had transpired in that place. Hallie stood at the entrance, gazing in the direction of Feller and Oppo's retreat, feeling somewhat bewildered. Dole had offended that petty thug, who had the audacity to bribe the city guards. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the anxious Dole and said gravely, "Do not concern yourself with this matter for now. Just stay here. No one can touch you. I am aware of your residence in the slums, and if possible, you might consider moving closer, to a better place. With your current earnings of 20 silver coins a month, you could afford a decent rental. Though Doming City is merely an ordinary small town, it is situated near a mine, resulting in a relatively high standard of living. The slums are accessible to anyone and require no payment, making them the best option for the majority of the unstable and impoverished populace. However, once one steps outside the slums, the situation for regular citizens becomes uncertain. Rental properties are generally expensive, with prices starting from 3 to 4 silver coins per month, and even higher for more desirable accommodations. Renting an entire small courtyard would be exorbitantly priced. Previously, the thought of renting a place was beyond his imagination. but now he could entertain the idea. Yet, he hesitated, unwilling to share a room with others, while safety would be assured. He had many clandestine wizardly experiments planned for the future and thus required a private dwelling. Such accommodations were beyond his current means. With some reluctance, he replied, "I'm not ready to rent just yet. Perhaps I could simply sleep on the ground outside." He gestured toward the area outside the blacksmith and Oppos' shop. Hallie and Oppos' lips twitched. How frugal could this young man be? Earning 20 silver coins a month, he still hesitated to rent a room? He waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. As long as you are not afraid of the cold. It was now more than a month into spring, yet the nights remained quite chilly, especially in this mountainous region, where temperatures dropped 3 to 4 degrees lower than in the plains. It was unfeasible to endure the cold without shelter. Now he was a great figure, and while Dole believed he could never achieve such greatness, he felt confident that escaping his current predicament was entirely feasible. The day's labor was plentiful and tedious. Dole diligently completed his tasks while learning the intricacies of weapon forging. His current income relied on this work, and he saw no reason to slack off due to others' provocations. Before long, the day came to a close. As Varric was leaving, he informed Dole that he was now a contracted blacksmith, a first-tier blacksmith, thus elevating his status from that of a mere pauper. He advised Dole to maintain a proper mindset and focus on honing his craft, reminding him that Odor was simply a small-time thug, nothing more. Dole shrugged his shoulders and stepped out of the blacksmith shop, heading towards the slums. However, he soon sensed something amiss. It appeared someone was watching him. He quickly entered the slums, weaving through the labyrinthine passages to conceal himself. After he had departed, Odor and Oppos' henchmen followed suit, but Dole had vanished without a trace. At the crossroads, Aldo forcefully cast his hat to the ground, cursing under his breath. That wretched scoundrel had fled with remarkable speed, yet he still resided in the slums. Tomorrow, he would resume the pursuit. The nearby ruffian nodded fiercely, having heard of their leader's latest endeavors. Even Lord Chunwei's reputation had been disregarded. Indeed, Dole had truly overstepped his bounds. He was but a solitary figure. In the blacksmith shop, they could not contend with him, but outside, they would seize him and deal with him accordingly. Yes, they would capture him, break his legs, and cast him into the mountains to be devoured by beasts. Upon hearing these words, Aldo felt a fraction of his anger dissipate. It was a costly endeavor, and yet they had been unable to subdue Dole, which gnawed his heart. However, Lord Feller had lost face this time, and he had taken note of Dole. As long as Dole ventured outside the city, Aldo would find a way to continue troubling him. Continue to keep an eye on him tomorrow. One day we shall catch him, he urged. They had learned that Dole earned 20 silver coins a month. Capturing him would suffice for the brothers to indulge in luxuries. Aldo bolstered his own spirits and surveyed his surroundings. Back in his chamber, Dole exhaled in relief, stroking the head of his dog, Aldo, his expression heavy with contemplation. After playing with Aldo for a while, he began to practice meditation while seated on his bed. As for the foundational boxing techniques and stance trainings, a day's labor at the blacksmith's was sufficient. Nighttime was not meant for additional practice, for one must learn the art of rest. He swiftly entered a meditative state, envisioning the second copper coin. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil of the day, his mental strength had slightly increased, and the second coin began to visibly grow, indicating a modest enhancement of his spiritual power. However, this rapid growth was fleeting. It would slow and eventually cease. Before long, Dole felt drowsiness wash over him and succumbed to a deep slumber. Tomorrow, he would accompany Aldo to the blacksmith's. That individual had been aiding him in nurturing his physique, and life there should be quite prosperous. Alas, this fellow was impoverished. With the aid of alchemical potions, he could quickly ascend to the intermediate level of a warrior apprentice, but for now, progress was sluggish. Nevertheless, for an ordinary person, this pace was already remarkably swift. Although the dog was only concerned with the larger trends, indifferent to the trivialities, for Dole needed to grow and acquire sufficient experience, rather than living perpetually under his wing. Soon, he arrived at the mountains, returning to yesterday's familiar spot, having chosen a new location to continue absorbing the subterranean energy. Though it was merely a small vein, it sufficed to sustain him for several days. To date, he had gradually restored 10% of his strength, although the dog was in no rush, taking it slow. It was all quite vexing. Chapter 26. The crippled. The enhancement of mental fortitude, as described in the tome, is a gradual and subtle endeavor. It does not yield immediate and overt manifestations. Rather, it It culminates in a sudden eruption once a certain threshold is reached. The hallmark of a novice wizard's initiation is the amplification of the five senses. Dole has sensed an increase in his acuity, yet the enhancement remains insufficient. He understands that this is due to the still nascent strength of his mental faculties. He does not succumb to despair. Each day after work, he continues to engage in a battle of wits with Otto, who has recently become rather audacious, daring to surveil him at the entrance of Old K's blacksmith shop. After a long day, Dole begins to let his guard down. It is only upon reaching the threshold of the slums that he suddenly becomes alert. At that moment, Otto and Appos, lackeys have already surrounded him, along with Otto himself, lunging in his direction. A hint of panic stirs within Dole, yet he maintains a semblance of composure. A mere street thug poses little threat, although he is still young. The sustenance he has received from the blacksmith shop over the past 2 months has not been in vain. He swiftly makes his way to the alley's entrance, where a thug stands grinning maliciously, brandishing a metal pipe. Upon seeing Dole approach, he swings the weapon with a display of disdain. Though flustered, Dole remains unshaken internally. After all, he has been well fed at the blacksmith. As the thug swings at him, Dole deftly advances, bending his elbow to deflect the strike. The impact resonates against his arm, but the thug, after all, lacks professional prowess and his strength is minimal. Seizing the opportunity, Dole retaliates with a powerful kick, sending the thug hurtling back over 4 meters, tumbling to the ground. Without hesitation, Dole turns to flee, while he can contend with 1 or 2 adversaries. Being overwhelmed by a group would spell disaster. The onlookers are momentarily stunned. Such strength. Even Otto, from a distance, is taken aback. What has this boy been consuming lately? He notices that Otto has grown slightly taller, no longer the slender figure he once was, but rather appearing somewhat robust. A sense of foreboding grips him, and he barks an order: pursue him. We must capture him. Chaos erupts at the slum's entrance as several individuals surge forward, running helter-skelter. The muddy ground splashes up, sending debris flying against the walls. Otto is not truly dim-witted. After days of strategizing, they have mapped the slum's pathways. Dole consistently departs from the blacksmith shop, and they have prepared to intercept him. However, they did not anticipate their ambush to be so ineffectual. Is his family wealthy? Dole remains oblivious to the fact that Otto has promised a bounty of silver coins upon capturing him, with the funds ultimately originating from Dole himself. As he darts through the narrow alley, Dole soon finds himself ensnared. No matter where he turns, Otto and Appos, men seem to block his path, igniting a deeper fury within him. Does this wretch truly believe Dole to be so easily trifled with? Exiting one alley, he refrains from rushing out, instead choosing to wait at the corner. From his waist, he draws a short sword, gripping it firmly in his hand. Soon, he heard several footsteps approaching from a distance, accompanied by shouts. Not over here? Third brother. Is he on your side? No. Then he must still be in that alley. Quick, pursue. Dole analyzed the direction of the voices while surveying his surroundings. The inhabitants of the slums were generally uninterested in provoking trouble or engaging in fights. Their meager incomes left them vulnerable to unemployment, illness, and even the specter of death. The people here were largely numb, indifferent to the affairs of others. Despite their prolonged pursuit, there was no commotion in the slums, not even a single loud curse. This was a place devoid of hope. Before long, 2 more footsteps came from afar, swiftly arriving at the mouth of the alley, followed by Otto and Appos' voice resonating from a distance. Damn it, where have you run off to? Haven and Appos, found him yet? He ran while gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. Dole and Appos' heart brightened momentarily. Was that Otto himself? Yet, he felt a tightening in his chest upon realizing there were 2 individuals. He was uncertain of the other person and Appos' capabilities. Yet, a common thug was merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Having recently watched The Legends of Nalu, he no longer feared ordinary folks, as he had transcended the realm of the ordinary himself. The voices drew closer, reaching the alley's entrance. Dole crouched down, gripping his short sword, ready to spring into action as the footsteps approached. When they neared the alley's opening, he darted out from below, slicing through the air at a height of 30 centimeters from the ground. Fueled by anger, he unleashed his sword with precision and ferocity upon the first figure he spotted. The iron blade swept across the man's legs, the sharp edge slicing through fabric and flesh. He felt several resistances, which quickly vanished, before the blade struck bone and sank deep. A cry of agony erupted, and the man collapsed. Dole had no time to ascertain his identity before he raised his sword and charged at the second individual. The man was taken aback, yet Dole was unperturbed. After days of trepidation, he had grown weary of fear. He thrust his sword straight forward, although the man was frightened. He raised his arm in a futile attempt to block Dole's blade. With a scream, his arm was pierced, and all movement abruptly ceased. Dole withdrew his sword, blood gushing from the blade. In that moment, he realized the man was not Otto. Looking down, he confirmed that Otto lay on the ground. Otto was on the floor, clutching his knees, wailing in despair. My leg, my leg. Dole cast a glance at Otto, then turned to face him, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, and delivered a powerful kick to Otto's face. As resistance met his foot, Dole halted, while Otto flipped over several times on the ground. His cries abruptly silenced as he lost consciousness. There stood a young man, perhaps 18 or 19 years of age, leaning against the wall, terror etched on his face. His arm had been pierced by a sword, yet he uttered not a single word, caught in a state of painful shock. Witnessing this, Dole wore an expression of indifference and turned to leave. Such individuals are abundantly prevalent in the city of Dolmen, almost countless in number. They live by the whims of those with power, serving as their henchmen, sacrificing their own value for the sake of others. His objective has been achieved. He had just cast a glance at the dire state of Otto, whose legs were rendered useless, severed by his own hand. Unless he seeks the assistance of a high-level alchemist or a sorcerer, he shall never rise again. A profound sense of satisfaction welled within him as Dole quickly vanished into the slums. Though resentment simmered in his heart, he harbored no intent to kill. After all, it was not a matter of life and death. This encounter had indeed sown the seeds of enmity, yet Dole felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. Having incapacitated Otto, the man would undoubtedly think twice before provoking him again, allowing Dole a respite in the days to come. Chapter 27. Daily Update Announcement. Chapter 28. The police station. A boy and his dog immediately engaged in playful antics. The dog, Otto, took a liking to the child, Dole, and didn't mind indulging him in a bit of fun. With his keen sense of smell, he could detect the scent of blood emanating from Dole. Had the child encountered blood today? Yet, observing his demeanor and expression, it seemed the outcome was favorable. At least he had not come to harm. After a while of play, Dole began to meditate and visualize. In the slums, chaos ensued. Shortly after Dole and Otto's departure, others soon discovered the unconscious Otto and another injured individual. Upon witnessing Otto and Otto's dire state, everyone was rendered speechless. Dole had dared to resist. He had actually crippled Otto's leg. Faces exchanged glances. Uncertainty hung in the air. This was bound to escalate. Later that night, beside Rose Avenue, in a house that bore the weight of history, Otto's father, Sam, the overseer of the Bianchi mines, cast a dark gaze upon his son lying in bed. Otto and Otto's leg was irreparably damaged. A doctor, having completed his examination, shrugged his shoulders at Sam, his brow furrowed. A few tendons are severed. It and Otto's not insurmountable. They can be reattached, but as a second-tier physician, I cannot guarantee that he will regain his former strength. You will need to explore other options. Sam clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowing deeply. And who should I seek? The doctor smiled faintly. The best remedy for reattaching tendons is the Holy See and Otto's elixir of life. But alas, we have no such institution in the Northern Kingdom. The next best alternative would be the Alchemist Guild's tendon restoration potion, specifically designed for this purpose. However, it is a second-tier potion and comes at a considerable cost. You must brace yourself for that. A wave of shock coursed through Sam. He had never before heard of such a potion. As the overseer of the Bianchi mines, his exposure to such matters was limited. Yet, knowing that anything associated with the Alchemist Guild was bound to be pricey, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What would be the approximate cost per vial? I'm willing to pay any price if it can heal Otto's leg." The doctor rose, gathering his belongings. Approximately a dozen gold coins. Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. I earn only 50 silver coins a month. 10 gold coins? This is outrageous. The doctor shrugged dismissively. There's little I can do. If you choose not to procure the potion, in a few days, as Otto's muscles atrophy, it may be beyond any financial remedy. Sam's fist gradually relaxed, then clenched again, his eyes brimming with rage. That wretched brat. I will see to it that you pay dearly. Very well. I shall make arrangements immediately. After bidding farewell to the doctor, he stood in the courtyard, rapidly contemplating various methods to reach out to acquaintances. As long as he could ascertain the whereabouts of the necessary individuals, everything would fall into place. A mere orphan, a commoner. How difficult could it be to manipulate such a pawn? Yet, The thought of Otto suffering at the hands of such a person darkened Sam's countenance. In a small courtyard adjacent to the Rose Manor, home to the Deputy Mayor Orn's family, a guard entered from outside, swiftly making his way to the rear of the property. The backyard lay flat, where Cartia, clad in black attire, held a sword in a poised stance, his figure erect. Arms resembling the blade, its tip pointed skyward. As the guard entered the courtyard and beheld Cartia, he felt an immense power radiating from him, instilling a sense of reverence. Approaching cautiously, he offered a slight bow and said, "My lord Cartia, the child you instructed me to keep an eye on encountered some trouble yesterday." He recounted the events of the previous day. Kartia's expression remained inscrutable as he relinquished his stance, sheathing his sword. He reached into his pocket and casually flicked a silver coin into the air, stating, "I understand. Your efforts are appreciated." The guard accepted the coin, striking his chest with a fist, exclaiming, "It is my privilege to serve you, my lord." Cartia replied, "Remain vigilant and report any developments to me." The guard nodded. Although Cartia was merely a sword fighter nurtured by the Aeon family, his lineage was exceedingly rare. Countless individuals sought to place their offspring under his tutelage. Yet Kartia's discerning eye overlooked them. Evidently, the child had captured his interest. The guard departed swiftly. Cartia stood in the courtyard, his demeanor imbued with profound significance. "So, this child has drawn attention?" he pondered. "However, the more arduous his circumstances, the better I can devise my plans." The child's talent was commendable, worthy of cultivation. Though the outcome remained uncertain, Dole was merely a seed he had stumbled upon, and he would observe further. Odor and Sam were inconsequential figures to Cartia, mere worms on the roadside, easily crushed beneath his heel. He chose not to intervene but continued to stand, parting his legs gently, his gaze fixed ahead. Then slowly thrusting his sword forward. His form embodied the sword, his essence mirrored its sharpness. This was the renowned sword technique that made Cartia a legend in Doman City, an ostensibly ordinary thrust. Yet, to an expert observer, this simple motion encompassed numerous subtle transitions. Allowing him to counter a plethora of opponents' maneuvers, it was far from a mere strike. As night passed, Dole emerged revitalized, making his way directly to the blacksmith shop. Upon entering, he spotted blacksmith Harley with his back turned, directing others in the transportation of heavy iron chests. The chests were substantial, proving burdensome even for the robust blacksmith. Dole was taken aback. Were these all raw ores? Hundreds of boxes were amassed at the back entrance, evidently awaiting relocation. Dole approached Harley, offering a slight bow. "Brother Harley." Harley turned, his expression darkening slightly as he replied, "I have heard about yesterday's incident. Someone may come seeking you today." After a moment's contemplation, he added gravely, "The father of the person you struck has gone to the police station. They will be looking for you today. However, do not worry. I will ensure your safety." Dole's heart sank, a chill creeping over him, anxiety stirring within. The city guards and the police were not the same. The police were responsible for maintaining public order, specifically addressing brawls and altercations. The thought of the police and Oppos' inquiry filled him with trepidation. The police station in Doman City is infamous. Those without wealth or power who enter may not perish, but will undoubtedly suffer. This is a widely accepted truth. If one possesses wealth and influence, would it not be futile to venture there alone? His expression shifted. Harley gazed at Dole, sighed, and reassured him, "Rest easy, there is no cause for concern. I have inquired about that individual. He is merely a minor overseer from the Bianchi mine, and he wouldn't dare approach." Dole nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to Harley. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly retrieved 10 silver coins from his pocket, feeling a pang of regret as he handed them over to Harley. Chapter 29. Awakening Herb. After receiving a reprimand from Hago, Dole felt a peculiar sense of delight within himself. Following the new year, Dole turned 13. He experienced a remarkable growth spurt, both in height and weight, his physique expanding significantly. The iron hammer, now firmly grasped in his hand, felt considerably lighter, a testament to his newfound strength. With his vitality surging, Dole sensed an overwhelming power coursing through his body. It was only after Haji's words that he began to perceive this place as a semblance of home. Before long, everyone gathered. After breakfast, as anticipated, the atmosphere turned bustling. Several horse-drawn carriages arrived from the military office, laden with various armaments, all in need of maintenance, with some requiring complete reforging. Dole began to comprehend the true meaning of Hale and Oppos' assertion regarding the workload. Indeed, the sheer volume was staggering. Yet, with such a multitude of tasks, his commission would undoubtedly be substantial, spurring everyone to work with renewed vigor. Varric was equally elated, for the greater the quantity of work, the closer they edged towards mastering the art of combat energy and consequently progressing to the rank of a third-tier blacksmith. Besides Varric, both Sandis and Morley were equally diligent, laboring earnestly without a moment's respite. Dole, filled with trepidation throughout the day, found that the so-called police department did not disturb him. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that officers from the police station arrived, not in search of Dole, but directly for Hago. While others remained oblivious to the intricacies of the old Ku blacksmith shop, the police were well aware. Dole could not discern their conversation, but the officers departed swiftly, appearing somewhat crestfallen. As one officer cast a glance at Dole, it felt as if he would etch the boy's image into his memory. The piercing gaze sent a shiver down Dole's spine, causing him to inadvertently shatter a sword blank in his grasp. Noticing this, the officer's expression shifted, and he departed immediately. Soon after, Hagu emerged from the back, his countenance serious. Dole exhaled in relief. There was no doubt that Hagu was on his side. However, Dole's heart remained unsettled. If they could not confront the issue head-on, it was likely they would resort to more insidious tactics. He was acutely aware of the nature of those within the police department, far more than anyone else. He pondered the connections between Aadu and the police as well as the city guards. Was this the way of the affluent? Raising his gaze towards the outside of the blacksmith shop, he felt as if the entire world beyond the sanctuary was hostile. The arrival of the police foreshadowed a grim reality. He could no longer afford the luxury of wandering the city carelessly, should he be discovered. He could be whisked away without recourse, rendering him utterly helpless. Frustration engulfed him, and darkness clouded his vision, leaving him feeling adrift without hope for the future. He yearned desperately to advance to the status of an apprentice wizard, to learn the art of potion crafting, thereby enhancing his chances of survival. If being a warrior was akin to facing challenges directly, then a wizard epitomized the mysterious, while becoming a blacksmith was about sustaining oneself. Attaining the rank of a true warrior or wizard was fundamental to establishing a secure existence. With a growing sense of vigilance, Dole refrained from leaving the blacksmith shop as the workday concluded. Instead, he lingered until twilight, quietly slipping out through the back door. In a dimly lit room, Sam paced anxiously, and soon the door creaked open, revealing Carmen's silhouette as she stepped inside. Sam glanced at Carmen's face and felt a heavy weight in his heart. "My lord Carmen, how do things stand?" he inquired. Carmen pondered for a moment before replying. "Not at the moment. You are aware that I am merely a humble detective. The old ironworks belongs to the Link family, a property of the Lord's office. Gaining access to demand an audience with Manager Harley is already quite a challenge." Sam contemplated briefly, looking at Carmen. "Are you suggesting that?" he began, realizing that the man he had paid was obliged to serve him. Carmen thought for a moment and said, "This matter requires the intervention of the sheriff. You know my superior, Dis, don't you? We can approach him." Sam and Appo's expression darkened. Seeking the sheriff would entail a significant expense. Nevertheless, for the sake of avenging his second son, such a cost seemed trivial. He could always work for the sheriff in the future, perhaps smuggling some minerals to offset the expenditure. "Then I must trouble you, my lord Carmen." He retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Carmen. Carmen accepted the coin, departing with a satisfied demeanor. He had already uncovered the details regarding Dole, a mere street urchin from the slums. As long as he could procure the necessary funds, offending Harley would bear little consequence. He could find a way to remedy the situation afterwards. Dole was merely a minor character in this unfolding drama. He swiftly exited the room. Sam remained seated momentarily before leaving as well. He had been attempting to contact acquaintances over the past few days, hoping to procure alchemical substances through the Psyche Institute. Yet he had yet to establish any connections. The Psyche Institute was notoriously more difficult to access than even the Lord's office, and he required some time. However, the thought of Otto's injuries made Sam increasingly anxious. That wretched little beast must perish, he vowed inwardly. As he walked along the darkened streets, Dole made every effort to remain in the shadows, diminishing his presence to evade the notice of others. He did not venture into the slums, but rather followed the street into the city, intending to visit the apothecary. At the end of the workday, Harley had distributed half a month's wages and commissions, amounting to a substantial 30 silver coins. With this sum, he headed towards the apothecary to purchase the necessary ingredients. These ingredients were quite ordinary and could be easily obtained from any herbal shop. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the entrance of a modest establishment named Future Apothecary. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he stepped inside. The apothecary was not large. All herbs and finished remedies were displayed prominently. Dole quickly spotted the raw materials he sought. Upon seeing the prices, his gaze sharpened with surprise. These remedies appeared quite affordable. The primary ingredient for a level 1 mental potency potion, the awakening herb, was merely 2 silver coins per stock, while most others ranged between 50 copper coins and 1 silver coin. After calculating, he realized that he could purchase enough raw materials for about 5 doses of the mental potency potion, though he lacked the equipment to directly craft the finished alchemical potion. Consuming the raw ingredients would suffice, albeit with a significant loss in potency. However, time was of the essence. He urgently needed to advance as swiftly as possible. Dole possessed a profound understanding of the intricacies of navigating the world, having delved deeply into the writings of Nalye. Thus, instead of directly purchasing the items he required, he opted to acquire a diverse array of herbs, ultimately exhausting his 30 silver coins in a single endeavor. Only after this indulgence did he depart, having procured merely 3 doses of the mental alchemical potion, with the remainder of his funds spent on various other herbal ingredients. Upon leaving the apothecary, Dole casually acquired a hooded garment, enveloping his head entirely, and discreetly made his way toward the slums. By the time he returned to his dwelling, it was already 10 in the evening. As was customary, he engaged in a playful respite with his dog, Otto, a process that served to soothe his mind. Retrieving the satchel of herbs from behind him, Dole carefully laid out the necessary ingredients upon the ground. Following a meticulous sequence, he placed each item into his mouth, crushing and swallowing them one by one. Chapter 30. Entering the apprentice of a junior mage. How should one describe this process? It is rather uncomfortable, akin to consuming grass. A profound discomfort permeates the mouth, throat, and stomach. With great effort, I swallow, and soon I feel a refreshing presence in my stomach. Dole hastily closes his eyes. It has begun. At this moment, dog Otto rises from the ground, standing before Dole, gazing at the herbs scattered on the floor, his canine visage revealing a look of surprise. He senses Dole's urgency, though he is unaware of its source. Has this little creature encountered some trouble? It seems something has indeed transpired. He glances at what Dole has just ingested. It is the most rudimentary potion for enhancing mental acuity, providing only a negligible boost to one's mental capacity. Well, I shall not venture out tonight. I will keep an eye on this little fellow. What does it mean to be at level 3? In the entire city of Doman, he is akin to a divine being, impervious to any threat from the creatures around him. At this moment, Dole has delved into the sea of consciousness. With the influx of the refreshing essence, the outline of his second copper coin begins to take shape at a visible pace. Gradually, it fills in, and the coin soon becomes complete. As the cool essence persists, Dole gathers his resolve and begins to sketch the third copper coin. With the successful manifestation of the second coin, Dole perceives a marked difference within himself. What exactly has changed remains unclear to him, yet he senses an extraordinary clarity. His thoughts are agile, and he sketches the third coin with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously. Whatever he envisions appears upon it. After a brief moment, the third copper coin is also fully delineated, and the 3 coins rise and fall in the sea of consciousness, imbued with a delightful vibrancy. Just as he prepares to sketch the 4th coin, the refreshing essence vanishes, signaling the end of the potion's effect. He exhales in relief, focusing on solidifying his progress and refining the 2 coins he has just outlined. At this juncture, he realizes he has ascended to the rank of a junior mage apprentice. Heightened senses and quickened thoughts serve as the most evident markers of this transformation. He opens his eyes. Upon his elevation to the status of a mage apprentice, Dole understands why the tome of Nalye proclaims that being a mage embodies the essence of profession. Although this advancement does not confer an increase in strength, his senses are now acutely sharpened, and his perception has become vastly more profound. Even the previously overlooked sensations of wind, sunlight, and color now appear vividly alive to him, as if the world's every motion is suffused with an enchanting rhythm. His hearing, sight, smell, feeling, and touch have all been significantly enhanced. He can even sense the gaze of dog Otto upon him, an astonishing phenomenon, as if he has become exponentially more sensitive than before. Dog Otto, too, notices Dole and Oppo's unusual state. With a slight awareness, he deduces that this little creature has indeed ascended to the rank of a magical apprentice. Though the timing may have been delayed, he has nonetheless achieved this milestone. Of course, his fundamental combat prowess has not improved, and many spells remain beyond his grasp, but it is, after all, a promising beginning. Acute perception leads to a profound awareness of the external world, as well as an exceptional mastery over oneself. After a moment of introspection, Dole felt that he was on the verge of attaining the pinnacle of a junior warrior. As he clenched his fist, the power surging within his muscles reached the limits of his physical capabilities, with vitality coursing through his veins and filling his fingertips. This sensation was quite extraordinary. It seemed that a change of residence was imperative. Remaining here felt exceedingly perilous. Moreover, as an apprentice wizard, he required his own laboratory to concoct various alchemical products. Only those apprentice wizards who possessed such products could boast any combat effectiveness and ensure their survival. In contrast, a mere apprentice relying solely on hand-to-hand combat stood little chance against a warrior. A fully fledged wizard, however, could manipulate the ambient energies of the world without the aid of alchemical products, unleashing formidable spells. The mightiest wizards could even obliterate entire mountains with a mere flick of their wrist, a feat far beyond the capabilities of any warrior. Yet, a novice wizard was left powerless, underscoring the precariousness of the wizarding profession. Furthermore, ascension within this vocation was significantly more challenging than that of a warrior. Thus Dole was reluctant to place all his hopes solely on wizardry, as the path of a warrior also required advancement. Time slipped by, and eventually, fatigue overtook him, leading him into a deep slumber. The following morning, he emerged with a sense of elation and stealthily made his way to the blacksmith shop. However, he was far from at ease. Upon arrival, he noticed someone observing him from a distance. With deliberate nonchalance, he turned slightly, catching a glimpse of the individual who indeed appeared to be watching him, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. Those accursed father and son were as tenacious as chewing gum, refusing to let go. The experiment needed to be conducted expeditiously. Only with the aid of alchemical potions could he feel secure. While the blacksmith shop offered a semblance of safety, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't eventually fall into the hands of others. As an utterly ordinary individual, he dared not entrust his fate to this place. After reading the legendary tome of Nauyui, his gaze had long since shifted beyond Doman City, yearning for the vast expanse of the world outside. He was determined not to perish unnoticed in this secluded corner. Aside from toxins, he could also concoct minor items, such as bombs and concealed weapons. Regrettably, as a junior apprentice, his options were quite limited. Only upon reaching the rank of senior apprentice could he effectively utilize materials to harness more potent spells. Essentially, there was little distinction between intermediate and junior apprentices. Chapter 31. Captured the mental prowess of a wizard apprentice, due to its limited nature, cannot detach from the body. And even at advanced levels, it can only extend to objects within physical reach. Thus, the combat ability of a wizard apprentice is lamentably low. However, it is quite normal for both junior and intermediate apprentices to lack combat prowess, as a wizard's focus is not primarily on corporeal matters or combat. Their attention is directed toward understanding nature and uncovering its laws, with combat being merely incidental. After contemplating these matters, Dole relaxed his mind and began to tidy up his tools. Once he had prepared everything, breakfast commenced. This morning, Steward Hale was absent, and Dole and the others had their meal while attending to their tasks, which had been assigned the previous day. Suddenly, a group of detectives and city guards stormed into the blacksmith shop, led by Sheriff Dis, the head of the area. He cast a sweeping glance at all the blacksmiths and then fixed his gaze on Dole, who was assisting Varric. Pointing at Dole, he spoke with an impassive expression. "Arrest him." The detectives and guards disregarded Varric's attempts to intervene, swiftly encircling Dole from all sides. At that moment, Dole understood the gravity of the situation, undoubtedly. It was the work of the father and son, intent on bringing about his ruin. Spotting the sheriff and Feller, a heavy dread settled in his heart. He shouted, "Might I inquire, Sheriff, what crime have I committed?" Dis scoffed, stating, "You are suspected of injuring and incapacitating another. That should suffice. Enough talk. Take him away." Dole panicked. If he were captured, it would spell disaster. He promptly darted away, fleeing into the distance. Once within the precinct, everything was dictated by their whims. A brutal truth born from the experiences of many. However, his efforts to evade capture proved futile, as he was soon encircled by 4 or 5 detectives in a tight formation. One detective swung a fist towards his head, but Dole managed to evade the blow, which instead struck his shoulder, causing him to stagger. In an instant, the others surged forward, seizing his arms and pinning his legs, swiftly overpowering Dole and restraining him. The surrounding blacksmiths quickly gathered, encircling the detectives and guards, recognizing Feller from previous encounters. This was not his first attempt to harass Dole. With Hale absent, lacking a spokesperson, They could only express their protest in this manner. They were aware of Dis's reputation as the local law enforcer and a formidable detective. Thus, they dared not overstep. Dis coldly dismissed the two first-level blacksmiths who attempted to block his path. The blacksmiths wished to voice their concerns, but against Dis, their resolve faltered. They needed to earn their livelihood here, and defending Dis was clearly imprudent. At that moment, the clerk, fiery, panicked at the unfolding scene and immediately dashed out to seek Hale. Dole was soon taken away. The police station is situated in the heart of the city. Adjacent to the municipal building, housing a distinct office area within a towering 5-story structure. The basement of the station serves as a holding cell for various offenders. Upon entering the first floor and descending into the basement, one encounters row upon row of cells. As Dole walked through the entrance, trepidation gripped him, his complexion pallid, his mind swirling with anxious thoughts. Arriving here felt akin to surrendering all will to resist. He had heard tales of the darkness that permeated this place, and now, confronted with its reality, he found himself engulfed in fear and disorientation. The basement is expansive, spanning 3 levels, revealing numerous cells along the way. Noticing the arrival of newcomers, the inmates at the door whistled and uttered chilling remarks. Dole was swiftly escorted to a solitary room, strewn with fragmented hay, and in some areas, excrement lay scattered alongside dark, dry blood. The stench filled the air as his hands were shackled, and he was unceremoniously tossed inside. The iron door slammed shut, a heavy chain clanking into place, sealing his confinement. The 2 detectives uttered not a word as they departed, leaving Dole in a state of turmoil. It was apparent that capturing him was not of significant concern. His mind raced with uncertainty about whether Hargo would come to his rescue. He could only cling to the hope that Hargo would appear. Soon, he heard commotion outside and peered out, only to be met with a pallor of dread. The figures approaching were Carmen, Dees, and Feller, with Sam and the wheelchair-bound Odo looming behind Dees. "Bring him to me. Take him to the interrogation room." Dees instructed the nearby officers, then, with a smirk towards Sam, remarked, "This one looks particularly stubborn. A good beating will surely tame him. Afterward, a confession will suffice, just a signature, and he'll be charged." Sam glared at Dole with contempt, expressing a desire to see him dead, insisting he wanted to witness his demise. Odo, contorted in his wheelchair, gazed at Dole with a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Today is your day, boy. I intend to finish you myself." Feller and Carmen chimed in, fueling the ominous atmosphere. Dole felt his mind go blank. The realization struck him that this was a true alliance of the corrupt, police, and criminals entwined. He envisioned the grim future awaiting him and silently pleaded, "Hargo, please appear soon. If you don't, my fate is sealed." Before long, the 2 detectives opened the door and dragged Dole out. Despite his feeble resistance, he managed to unbalance them momentarily with the strength of a novice warrior. At that moment, Carmen approached wielding a baton, delivering a blow to Dole's chest. He fell in agony, subsequently being restrained and transported to the interrogation room, where a cross awaited him, and he was swiftly bound to it. Standing before the cross, Dis waved away 2 officers, casually retrieving a barbed whip from nearby and handing it to Sam with a cold smile. "He is yours now. Remember, do not kill him." Sam accepted the whip, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "I know my limits. Such matters are commonplace at the BNC mine." Dis nodded. "You have half an hour. If I am not mistaken, Hallie from the old forge will soon arrive. He is a contracted blacksmith, and they will not relent." "Who cares about a contracted blacksmith? As long as this brat remains alive, I cannot find peace." Sam's demeanor had clearly twisted. His son was incapacitated. And was he not entitled to his fury? At this moment, Otto was increasingly agitated, shouting vehemently at Dole. Dole, clutching his chest in pain, could scarcely utter a word. Carmen's blow had nearly rendered him unconscious, and as he listened to their exchange, despair loomed over him, foretelling his grim fate. After speaking, Dis swiftly departed, leaving only Otto, his son, and Carmen in the interrogation room. Carmen, cigarette in mouth, gazed at Dole with a slight smile. "This lad still believes he has the old forge and Oppos as protection. I have no recourse. Though the old forge is an estate of the Lord, you are merely a lowly blacksmith." Sam, wielding the whip, cracked it a few times, the sharp sound echoing as his anger surged. "That damn bastard cost me 3 gold coins. Truly infuriating. Thank you, Captain Carmen and Captain Feller. After this incident, may I ask you to visit that place?" A strange look crossed his face. Carmen raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Ah, you are quite understanding. I shall take my leave now. Remember, only the whip is permitted, no other implements." He feared that these 2 might inadvertently kill Dole, making it difficult for him to explain. Especially since Hallie from the Old Forge also needed to be appeased. I am merely here to observe. Sheriff Dish truly possesses remarkable acumen. Feller chuckled dismissively. A wretch from the slums, incapacitated by such a trivial matter, it makes him appear rather inept. Dole, gritting his teeth, glared at the auto duo. Contemplating the impending horrors that awaited him, akin to those he had read about, he silently vowed that if he ever escaped, he would ensure the destruction of this father and son. Chapter 32. Missing? Certainly, we shall depart shortly. Sam cast a knowing glance at Odo, who promptly retrieved some silver coins from his pocket, distributing them among the group. A shared understanding passed between them, accompanied by faint smiles. As they pocketed the coins and turned to leave this place together, in the now desolate cell, only Sam, the wheelchair-bound Odo, and the crucified Dole remained. The latter's face etched with despair. Once Dis had departed, Sam sneered and approached Dole, brandishing a whip that he brought down upon him with force. Crack! Dole let out a pained cry, but in the next instant, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any further sound. The searing pain coursed through his skin. His clothing torn to shreds by the barbs, a shallow line of blood appearing on his flesh. Dole remained silent, knowing that words were futile at this moment. Sam scoffed. Go on, scream. Curse you, wretched peasant, for daring to cripple my son's legs. If I don't end you today, there will be tomorrow. I shall ensure you feel agony every single day. He raised his hand again, crack. Dole's expression twisted as he felt two new stripes of blood erupt. Waves of intense pain surged through his mind. He fought to brace himself against the torment, but it was in vain. The pain on his skin remained unrelenting. Crack, crack, crack. Come now, son, take your turn. This scoundrel is truly unworthy of life. Before long, Dole and Apos' face and body were enveloped in a thick layer of blood. Not a trace of unscathed skin remaining. Time slipped away, and Dole's complexion grew contorted, his skin flushed. Suddenly, he tilted his head and lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Sam's expression shifted. He cast aside the whip and remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate," before pushing Odo and exiting the cell. Beneath Dole, drops of blood trickled down the cross, pooling on the ground below. He shook his body and slowly made his way out the door, heading towards Old Ku's blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, Odo realized that the shop had long since closed, and Dole's presence was conspicuously absent. His demeanor changed instantly. With Dole nowhere to be found, could something have happened? Standing at the threshold of Old Ku's blacksmith shop, Odo concentrated for a moment and then became enraged. With his third-tier strength, he could sweep through the entire city in an instant. He soon perceived that Dole was, in fact, in the basement of the police station. Odo was all too aware of what that place entailed. Dole had been in a poor mood these past few days, and now it was clear why. His body bore Odo's mark, which was typically dormant, only activating in the face of life-threatening peril. Clearly, Dole was still alive. A slight heaviness settled in Odo's heart as he made his way toward the police station, his slow movements quickly vanishing into the shadows. At the entrance of the basement jail, a shadow boldly strode inside. Strangely, no one seemed to notice his presence as he swiftly approached the location where Dole was held captive. Upon seeing Dole's injuries, Odo felt a pang of regret. How could one day apart lead to such a dire state? This was truly unforgivable. He revealed his form, gradually transforming into a tall man, and approached the door of the torture chamber. With a gentle push, the door seemed to dissolve like tofu, melting into a viscous mass. He stepped inside, casting a glance at Dole, feeling a twinge of compassion. Observing his surroundings, he noted that this was a standard interrogation room. In the center stood a cross, flanked by two tables, cluttered with an array of instruments, whips, wooden clubs, scissors, and an assortment of knives, bizarre and grotesque in shape. Among them, a barbed whip was stained with blood, a mere glance revealing that the blood was eerily similar to that on Dole's body. Dog Otto shook his head, dismissing the thought. One cannot mature without enduring hardships. He deemed the beating a necessary cost of growth. With a gentle breath, the ropes binding Dole fell away, and he reached out to cradle Dole in his arms. Otto's humanoid form towered nearly 2 meters, while Otto himself was only about 1.60 meters. Cradling Dole felt as though he were holding nothing at all. He paused momentarily, and the two transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the torture chamber. What? They vanished. Dis was seething in fury. A man who had just been imprisoned the previous night could not simply disappear without a trace, no matter how capable that brat might be. Escaping from such heavy guard in an underground prison was inconceivable. Having surveyed the scene, his astonishment was profound. This transcended his understanding. The door had transformed into sludge. The ropes had unbound themselves, leaving no trace of human presence. Sweat dripped from Dis's forehead. He realized the gravity of the situation. Whoever had rescued Dole possessed the capability to eliminate him without a sound. Should that individual grow even slightly stronger, it would spell trouble for him. Damn Sam. What kind of trouble has he brought upon himself? In a small courtyard, Katia listened with keen interest to the guard's account. You mean to say he was taken by the police station, brutally beaten, and then mysteriously disappeared? Indeed, my lord, this matter is quite peculiar. We investigated Dole, and he has no background. He is remarkably clean, yet his disappearance is shrouded in mystery. The guard was also beginning to feel uneasy. Had Dole been silenced? Or did he genuinely vanish? Katia sighed, saying, this could very well be a ruse by the police station. He has likely already been dealt with. Forget about it. Do not pursue further. The guard nodded and took his leave. Katia shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the matter. A promising talent had been lost just like that. Hale sat in the police station, his expression dark and brooding, with Fiery similarly grim behind him. Dole had only been brought in yesterday, and they had immediately begun leveraging their connections, yet by this morning, he had vanished. Absurd. Opposite him, Police Chief Moreno looked at Hale, troubled and unsure of what to say. Lord Moreno, Dole is our contracted blacksmith, immensely talented. At only 13, he has already achieved the rank of a first-level blacksmith. I trust you understand the significance of this. Regardless of whether Dole has genuinely vanished or has been dealt with in some manner, I demand to see him alive, or, if fate has befallen him, to witness his remains. Moreno chuckled condescendingly, adopting an official tone. Harley, I comprehend your sentiments. Concerning this matter, I have already inquired with both Dis and Carmen, the individuals directly involved, as well as the guard from last night. Indeed, he has mysteriously disappeared, just a lowly peasant, after all. We need not concern ourselves with his fate. Wouldn't you agree? Since Dole's disappearance was a fact, Moreno adeptly navigated the conversation with his usual smoothness. Harley fixed his gaze upon Moreno, concealing his simmering rage, and replied earnestly, I care not for his position at the mine. Losing my man is simply unacceptable. Dole had been Harley's most esteemed protege over the years, without exception, and his sudden, silent disappearance incited Harley's fury. Moreover, Carmen, Feller, and Dis seemed to regard him with utter disdain. I hereby lodge a formal complaint. Both Carmen and Dis must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, you shall find that the third young master will undoubtedly send someone to inquire on my behalf. Moreno's expression shifted noticeably. Realizing he could gain nothing further from this encounter, Harley sighed inwardly and rose to depart, now left to hope that divine intervention might spare Dole from an untimely demise, though his hopes had begun to dwindle. Chapter 33. The Hellhound Ball. The darkest place in the world is not the intricate underground realms, nor the so-called assassin guilds or gangs, but rather the police station, a fact that Harley knows all too well. His heart has grown cold. As they exited the door, Fiery whispered, Brother Ha, what about this matter? Brother Ha sighed, continuing to walk as he replied, There's nothing we can do. They refuse to admit anything, and we can't find anyone. What else is there? Fiery lowered his head, falling silent, mourning for Dole in his heart. Dole was resilient and learned quickly. He had become the prized asset of the blacksmith shop. Who would have thought he would vanish so suddenly? Alas, upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Brother Ha said nothing and headed straight to the back. The other blacksmiths gathered around Fiery, inquiring about the situation. Fiery shook his head. The person is missing. A gentle breeze, the melodious chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves greeted Dole as he regained consciousness. The moment he moved, a wave of searing pain coursed through his body, overwhelming his mind. A sudden numbness struck the back of his head, and he lost consciousness once more. This was the third time he had awakened only to succumb to oblivion again. It wasn't until nightfall that Dole finally opened his eyes, fighting against the urge to faint. His first instinct was to assess his surroundings. Realizing he was no longer in a cell but outside, and not within the city. The city was devoid of wind and trees. He could not rise. Even turning over seemed impossible, and twisting his neck was excruciating. All he could do was gaze at the leaves overhead, which obscured the inky sky, revealing only a few twinkling stars. The mountain air was chilly, and the wind swept through, causing a dull ache throughout his body. It was nighttime. How had he ended up here? Who had brought him out? A chill crept into Dole's heart. Had they beaten him and taken him away to silence him? As despair enveloped him, an inexplicable wave of resentment surged within him, hatred, fury. At that moment, he loathed Otto, detested the police station, and wished to see them all obliterated. At that moment, he heard a faint rustling in the distance, as if something was approaching. With great difficulty, he turned his head and, in the darkness, caught sight of a pair of green eyes. His pupils dilated in shock. What was that? A wolf? His heart raced with fear. As the creature drew closer, Dole struggled to move, but waves of intense pain coursed through him. Yet, he was on the brink of death. Perhaps this beast would devour him. Pain be damned. Otto, the dog, observed Dole's struggles, finding it amusing that he had not transformed into human form. He quickly approached Dole. At this moment, Dole recognized Otto, and they exchanged glances, man and dog, locked in a gaze. Having spent countless days with Otto, Dole was well acquainted with the creature's essence. Was this still his dog? Suddenly, his eyes widened, his heart raced, and a chill enveloped him. Dole, you and Oppos, reawake. Goodness, the dog was speaking. Dole and Oppos' eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Audwa. The dog felt somewhat speechless. This fellow truly had a fragile mental fortitude. With a burst of vibrant light, Dole awoke again. The two, man and dog, gazed at each other in mutual astonishment. Audwa sat before Dole, sighed, and said, "Do not be alarmed. I am Audwa, but you may call me Ball. The hellhound Ball." Dole blinked, his head buzzing. How could a dog speak? What manner of creature was this? Had he encountered a monster? Nonetheless, having read the legends of Nalyui, which featured numerous talking beings, he was somewhat astonished but managed to regain his composure. He opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself utterly voiceless, his body racked with discomfort. Audwa sighed again, releasing another burst of colorful light upon him before turning to depart. Dole felt utterly miserable, unable to move due to the pain coursing through him. His lips twitched, yet soon he was left agape in astonishment. For Audwa began to transform, morphing into a robust middle-aged man with a stern, square face and piercing eyes that sparkled with an eerie brilliance. Standing 2 meters tall, his muscular form exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Dole's mouth formed a gnaw shape, aggravating the wounds on his face. Painful. Audwa, now Ball, disregarded their belongings and retrieved various herbs, some of which Dole did not recognize. He mashed them into a paste and applied it to Dole's body, and immediately, a soothing coolness washed over his skin, alleviating his pain. With the discomfort dissipated, Dole relaxed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and when he finally opened his eyes again, the sun had risen high in the sky. Struggling to sit up, he discovered he could rise, though the pain still lingered. Slowly, he managed to crawl upright, only to find Audwa missing. Observing his surroundings, he realized he was atop a mountain, surrounded by towering trees, lush and verdant. Where was this place? Suppressing his pain, he glanced down at himself. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in scabs. The slightest movement sent jolts of pain through his injuries, and the herbal pastes had dried upon his skin. Paying them no mind, he endeavored to stand, but failed. His legs throbbed, refusing to bend, with bloodstains encircling his knees. He sighed as his stomach growled with hunger. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Audwa, in his canine form, approached, clutching a bloodied creature in his mouth, an imposing beast resembling a fiery red animal, roughly the size of a large dog. Yet Audwa carried it as if it weighed nothing. Dole, having never ventured beyond the city nor received an education, was unfamiliar with such a creature. He stared at the bloody, unknown beast and then back at Audwa. With great effort, he swallowed hard and croaked, "Ball, what manner of creature are you?" A rare smile graced the visage of Ball, the hellish hound, a creature of the 7th tier from the demon realm. Dole's eyes widened in astonishment. 7th tier? How is it that I found you? If you truly are a 7th tier being, one swipe from you could obliterate this city. Dole stood in dumbfounded silence. Do not gaze at me so, Ball remarked. Even 7th tier beings can perish. You saved me, and thus I owe you my life. It is only right that I return the favor. Chapter 34. The crystal mind Ball lay on the ground, his gaze fixed on Dole. You clever lad, he remarked. I entrusted you with the book of Nalyui, and you have not disappointed me in your diligence. If you complete this book, transcending into an extraordinary being will be a mere formality. Furthermore, the tales within are captivating enough to prepare you for life beyond, provided you refrain from folly. Dole and Oppos' long-standing confusion was finally elucidated. As he absorbed the truth, his fear of Ball dissipated. What he once perceived as eccentricity now revealed itself as wisdom. Glancing into the distance, he spotted a city nestled in the mountains, visible through the gaps in the trees. Descending from this mountain and traversing 2 more would lead him to Doman City. He exhaled deeply, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his chest, causing him to grimace in pain. Lifting his head, he inquired, "If I seek vengeance, will you assist me?" Ball nodded, naturally. "But I shall not wield the blade myself. I can offer you technical support. I possess knowledge of human wizardry and warrior systems and can guide you." Dole closed his eyes, then reopened them, his face marred with brownish stains, reflecting the weight of his turmoil. "Very well, I shall rely on you in the coming days." He stifled the pain, grasping an unknown beast beside him, bringing it to his lips, the pungent scent of blood overwhelming him. He suppressed the urge to retch and bit into it fiercely. This grudge shall not be forgotten. He thought of Ajuo, Sam, Carmen, Feller, and Dis, each of them would pay. As a child of the slums, Dole had always preferred to avoid conflict, yet he found himself targeted time and again, now faced with death. His fury consumed any remnants of reason. He was done with retreat, done with tolerance. Enough was enough. He was uncertain if Hao was still searching for him. But it mattered little now. Having escaped the brink of death, his sole desire was to grow stronger and exact his revenge. Observing Dole devour the meat, struggling to suppress his nausea, Ball nodded inwardly. Only those who endure pain and disregard certain survival instincts, striving to live, are worthy of becoming powerful. His admiration for Dole stemmed from this very quality. He was a resilient child, having weathered life's trials. Ball surmised that weakness and retreat had no place in Dole and Appo's heart anymore. The harshness of the slums had forged a cold demeanor within him, a necessary trait for strength. Once Dole finished his meal, he glanced at Ball, wiping the blood from his mouth, swallowing his desire to vomit. He then closed his eyes, seeking calmness, preparing for meditation. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he delved into meditation. Gradually, the waves of pain coursing through his body began to subside, fading into oblivion. In his inner world, 3 ancient bronze coins lay before him, fully formed with intricate patterns visible. He commenced the creation of a 4th coin. Dole never anticipated that the journey would be so effortless. Throughout this day, he had endured relentless suffering, only to discover a significant enhancement in his mental fortitude. With the visualization of the 4th copper coin, Dole had successfully ascended to the rank of a novice wizard apprentice. According to wizarding standards, the mental strength of an intermediate apprentice must be at least 7 to 9 times that of a novice. Consequently, he needed to visualize a minimum of 21 Mafa copper coins to graze the threshold of intermediate apprenticeship. This progress felt painfully sluggish. After consolidating his gains for a while, Dole endeavored to challenge the 5th coin. Time flowed gradually, and soon he succumbed to a deep slumber. Dole's injuries were grave. 80% of his skin lay in tatters. His face, neck, and body were marred, presenting a ghastly sight, which impeded his healing process. Even with Ball's daily application of medicine, it would be a fortnight before he could stand again. The following day, Dole consumed a mental strength herb and resumed his meditation. In these days of inactivity, he had discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Ball relocated in daily, yet always remained within the vicinity of this mountain peak. During the nights, Dole sensed a mysterious force converging towards Ball, the nature of which remained elusive to him. The thought that Ball was once a terrifying creature of the 7th level brought him a sense of acceptance. Such a being could easily dispatch him with a mere swipe. So it was only natural for it to create a bit of commotion. The mental strength herb could only be consumed every 3 days. Upon taking his 3rd dose, Dole finally regained the ability to stand. After days of subsisting on raw meat, he was on the verge of nausea, now able to move. He kindled a fire and roasted meat for himself. As for salt and other provisions, Ball had brought them from the mountain's base. Dole chose not to inquire about their origins, much like the mysterious Book of Nalyui. Who could ascertain its provenance? What mattered was that it existed. In the past, indulging in meat felt like an extravagant luxury. He had salivated daily while passing through the marketplace. Yet now, with meat available daily, he found himself somewhat disenchanted. He craved other sustenance to nourish his body. After all, humans are not entirely carnivorous and cannot rely solely on meat for survival. After several weeks, his wounds had healed completely, allowing him to move freely. Most of his injuries were superficial. His muscles and bones remained largely intact. With the external wounds healed, he faced no significant issues. His mental strength had also made remarkable strides, reaching 12 copper coins, bringing him closer to the coveted 20. The presence of mental strength herbs facilitated this rapid advancement. Without them, progress was agonizingly slow. Eager to further enhance his abilities, Dole resolved to descend the mountain. His body was adorned with scars and lacerations, presenting a ghastly visage that would render him unrecognizable to anyone. He informed Ball of his intention to descend. Ball remained silent. raising a hand from which several vessels and basins emerged, revealing Ball's possession of spatial equipment. Ball shook his head and remarked, "There are no wild beasts on this mountain, and it is abundant with medicinal herbs. Whenever you are able to concoct a potion that alters one's appearance, only then shall we descend the mountain. For now, it is best to remain here in peace." Dole was taken aback. It seemed this fellow had perused the legendary tales of Naoyi, for within those pages, Naoyi initially concealed himself using a potion that transformed his visage alongside a substance known as a hallucinogenic elixir. After a moment and Apos, as contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. What have you been occupied with these past few days?" Ball gestured towards the ground beneath him and replied, "There exists a small magic crystal mine within this mountain. I have been absorbing its energy to restore myself." Dole's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of incredulity crossing his face. "A magic crystal mine? How can that be?" Bale's canine visage broke into a smile. "Have you forgotten those white crystals you once gave me? They too were magic crystals." Dole stood there, dumbfounded. Those were indeed magic crystals, and a standard magic crystal could easily be exchanged for a multitude of gold coins. However, he quickly recalled that those shattered crystals were merely the remnants of magic crystals. For extraordinary wizards and warriors, magic crystals represented the very essence of power. A magic crystal mine holds immense significance for any faction or family, regardless of size. Should they become aware of its existence, they would undoubtedly flock here in droves. Chapter 35, Disguise Ointment. Oh my, I find myself perched upon the mountain. Dole, now merely an apprentice wizard, cannot yet harness the power of the magic crystals. Yet this does not hinder his aspirations. After swallowing hard, he closes his eyes and suppresses his thoughts. Upon reopening them, he declares, "I shall forage for my own sustenance in the days to come. You need not concern yourself with me." With that, he delves into the mountain, searching for herbs. Since Ball had assured him that no wild beasts roamed this area, he felt confident that none would dare linger nearby with such a formidable presence around. Having strayed far from Doman City, he found himself in a desolate expanse. As he descended from the summit, he was surrounded by verdant foliage, with an abundance of plants to discern among them. However, he quickly realized that traversing the mountain posed considerable challenges, especially for one unarmed like himself. The ground was replete with medicinal herbs, and after only a few dozen steps, he discovered numerous varieties recorded in the rudimentary pharmacology texts. Ball had bestowed upon him a wealth of tomes, elementary glyph studies, introductory pharmacology, basic materials science, and the biography of Naoyi, each a treasure in its own right. He had yet to delve into glyph studies, as they were somewhat perplexing. However, he had diligently studied pharmacology, becoming quite familiar with the low-grade herbs cataloged within. His ambition was to evolve into a true warrior or wizard. Thus, mastering the identification of herbs was imperative. For every profession required a substantial supply of materials to facilitate rapid advancement. Why do prominent families produce so many prodigies? On one hand, it is due to generations of lineage, each selecting individuals of innate talent, resulting in descendants who possess abilities akin to or even surpassing those of the common folk. On the other hand, these families are affluent, ensuring that their progeny are never deprived of martial arts training or foundational herbs, thus enabling swift progress. Dole, in contrast, was utterly alone, bereft of companionship, a truly dismal predicament. Clutching the pharmacology book, he ambled through the wilderness, observing his surroundings while perusing the pages, searching for herbs of potential use. The ascent was arduous, with no discernible path, merely branches and vines obstructing his way. After considerable time, he managed to carve out a route down the mountain, gathering various herbs and filling several large satchels to the brim. In this remote mountainous region, far from civilization, even hunters seldom ventured, rendering it exceedingly safe. He mused that should he transport all these herbs back to the city, they could fetch a handsome sum in silver coins. At this moment, Ball raised his head and exchanged a knowing glance with Dole, a silent understanding passing between the man and his canine companion. Dole, undeterred by Ball and Apos, as presents, began to meticulously sort through various jars and bottles. Water was readily available from the mountains, and Dole could easily create fire through friction. Thus, he had no shortage of materials, and the basic herbs required for his concoctions did not necessitate anything extravagant. The first potion he aimed to brew was not a disguise elixir, but a remedy for external wounds, a simple concoction perfectly suited to address his own injuries. Lacking precise measurement tools, Dole relied solely on his hands to gauge the proportions of the ingredients. He squatted down, gathering all the herbs for the wound remedy, assessing their weights by hand. The heightened sensitivity of his mental acuity also enabled him to discern weight with remarkable precision. Before long, he had prepared 3 batches of the external remedy. He then retrieved a large pot, placing all the ingredients within, adding water and igniting the fire. Soon, wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise, filling the forest with a delicate aroma. Indeed, he was boiling, employing the most primitive method of concoction. After approximately an hour, Dole dispersed the flames and leaned closer to inspect the pot, inhaling the scent. It was delightful, with a hint of earthy freshness. Using a small stick, he extracted the larger remnants of the herbs, reducing the heat to continue simmering until the water evaporated, revealing a dark brown paste beneath. This was the medicinal sludge. Dole gathered some grass, fanning the pot to cool it down, and it quickly reached a more manageable temperature. He scooped a portion of the paste and applied it to his skin, instantly feeling a refreshing sensation seep into his body. A truly delightful experience. Success. It was not as daunting as he had anticipated. The effects documented in the texts were indeed accurate, and Dole felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, Ball ambled over from a distance, still in his canine form, observing Dole's potion with interest. Had he really succeeded on the first attempt? This was merely the rudimentary form of a magical potion. In ancient times, before the advent of sophisticated tools, humans had relied on such methods to extract remedies. Although this approach was outdated now, given their circumstances, it would suffice. Dole held no disdain for the method. He nodded cheerfully, saying, "Yes, I understand. I'll practice a bit more. This remedy can also reduce scars. I wonder if it can restore my original appearance." His body was marred with unsightly scars from numerous wounds. Ball huffed dismissively, seemingly unimpressed. He remarked that whether one belonged to the warrior or sorcerer class, once they reached an advanced level of cultivation, their scars would gradually fade. Rest assured, as long as you continue to cultivate, you will return to your former self. Perhaps even more handsome. His gaze shifted toward the distance as he continued. Be cautious when foraging for herbs. Magical crystal deposits have been discovered near the Bianchi mines. It is likely that individuals from the Northern Kingdom will come seeking them soon. Dole paused, his heart sinking at the news. He nodded, stating, "I have gathered all the necessary herbs. Now I just need to brew them." However, the hallucinogenic potion is quite tricky and requires numerous additional ingredients. Dole's expression darkened. Could he afford to be patient? He wished fervently for those individuals to meet their demise immediately. Ball soon vanished into the thicket, leaving Dole alone with his thoughts. Dole gazed at the vanishing figure of Ball, shedding his tattered garments and meticulously extracting the medicinal paste to apply upon himself, before donning a fresh set of clothes. With Ball's departure, the mountain air remained frigid. In the days that followed, he focused on concocting 2 types of potions, one for healing and the other for disguise. The disguise potion, akin to a salve, did not merely mask one's appearance. Rather, it altered the thickness and hue of the skin, transforming a person's outward semblance without altering their essence. The residue of his attempts bore a pale gray color, closely resembling skin. Yet Dole found the hue consistently amiss after several trials. Soon enough, his supply of herbs dwindled. He sighed, realizing that the endeavor was far more arduous than anticipated. Acknowledging that Naoyu had also required numerous attempts before achieving success, Dole remained undeterred and set out anew in search of herbs. These were rudimentary materials, readily available. In addition to the specialized herbs, Dole gathered various other medicinal ingredients, intending to sell them at the apothecary upon his descent, an additional source of income. Previously, he had expended his funds on psychotropic herbs, and the surplus had been confiscated upon his entry into the police station, leaving him utterly penniless. Chapter 36. The Empire's Extraordinary Abilities Without Wealth. One cannot sustain life. Although residing in a slum is an option, procuring sustenance remains an insurmountable challenge without funds. These herbs represent a modest capital for his resurgence. Time swiftly elapsed, and on the 4th day, Ball suddenly rose, gazing towards the direction of Doman City, proclaiming, "They have traversed the mountain ahead and are approaching us. We must depart." The terror of the Extraordinary Abilities Society could quell the cries of a child. Dole hastily sprang into action, packing all their belongings into a backpack. However, the traces of their recent existence could not be entirely erased. He could only strive to mask his presence and minimize any evidence of their stay. These were mere tricks, and Dole held little hope, for the adversary was the society. And the sorcerers possessed formidable tracking abilities, leaving no thread or clue unnoticed. Fortunately, he had incinerated any remnants of blood and scabs on his person over the past days, leaving almost no trace behind. He recognized that many forms of sorcery could invoke curses based on residual materials. He could not afford to take such risks. Uncertain of the sorcerers in Doman City and their capabilities. While tidying up, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Dole noticed several figures emerging in the distant mountains, and indistinct objects began to soar from their hands, dispersing into the air. Ball urged Dole onward, and with a sigh, Dole joined him. In an instant, the scenery around them blurred, retreating at a remarkable pace. He was unaware of how Ball facilitated their movement, as he had not observed any discernible actions, yet they found themselves at a bend in the mountain, beside a wide thoroughfare. Dole was astounded. He surveyed his surroundings and discerned that this was the primary road leading to Doman City. Marked by an array of flags adorned with the city's emblem, 3 mountain peaks represented on each banner. This insignia not only symbolized Doman City but also the Link family, who possessed the rare hereditary title of Earl and served as the hereditary lord of the city. It could almost be said that the city belonged entirely to the Link family. At that moment, he beheld Ball gradually shrinking in size, transforming into a filthy, ordinary mutt. "What are you staring at? Hurry and disguise yourself. We must enter the city," Ball remarked, somewhat exasperated by Dole and Apos' astonishment. Dole snapped to attention and swiftly retrieved the herbal ointment wrapped in leaves from his pack, applying it to his face. After some adjustments, he smoothed the ointment out. He was oblivious to his new appearance, but he was certain he looked distinctly different from before. Wall-eyed Dole and Apos, new guys, and quipped, "Your jaw seems to have dropped. Could you possibly support it?" Dole, unable to see his own reflection, felt at a loss for words. "I can't see myself either." "Why can't you provide a proper warning? Be a bit more reliable," he replied, rubbing his chin in an attempt to round it off before glancing at Ball. Dole understood the importance of the situation. He exhaled in relief and said, "Then let us proceed." Thus, a man and his dog ascended the winding, official road towards the mountains. The city of Duoming is perched at a considerable elevation, surrounded on all sides by towering peaks. The valleys of these mountains converge not far from the city gates, forming a long, serpentine valley that stretches nearly 50 kilometers towards the outer plains, an arduous journey indeed. Despite its less than ideal geographical position, Duoming holds significant importance for the entire Chris County, as it is a city of considerable wealth. Each year, at least a quarter of the county's tax revenue is derived from Duoming, with minerals and ironware comprising a substantial portion of that income. The site of Balro is not far from the city, and soon they beheld the distant silhouette of the urban landscape. Noting the mineral routes that fanned out from the city gates, numerous carts moved in an orderly manner, laden with minerals. The finished ores were destined for specific locations, while waste would be transported to fill riverbeds. It was spring, and the mines, having accumulated a winter's worth of ores, were preparing for the arrival of imperial caravans from afar. Typically, metal ores are sold exclusively to the Empire, with private sales being rare, permitted only to those of sufficient nobility. In Duoming, only Count Link, Viscount Aorn, and Viscount Lake held a share of such privileges. As Dole walked, he cast his gaze around, soon arriving at the city gates. Flanking the entrance were heavily armored city guards. In the past, Dole regarded these sentinels with respect. Today, however, his heart brimmed only with resentment. A quick scan of his surroundings revealed no sign of Feller, who seemed to be absent from duty today, causing Dole and Apos' expression to turn cold. Upon entering the city, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. After living alone in the mountains for several days, he found the bustling atmosphere somewhat disorienting. Urged on by the throngs behind him, he gradually made his way into the heart of the city. A satchel hung from his waist, filled with various herbs. He traversed the impoverished district, passed the commercial avenue, and soon beheld the familiar forge of the old blacksmith, where Fire was once again warmly welcoming customers, seemingly unchanged. Dole stood on tiptoe to peer inside, spotting familiar faces: Virek, Santis, Morley, along with various journeyman blacksmiths and apprentices. After a brief moment of nostalgia, he sighed and continued onward, his destination being the apothecary. Before long, he arrived at the apothecary where he had previously purchased medicine. Its sign reading Future Apothecary. Entering slowly, he noted a considerable queue of patrons awaiting their remedies. Inside, a number of attendants were busy attending to customers. To the left of the shop were 2 benches occupied by a few physicians, while to the right was the area designated for purchasing finished medicines. Directly opposite the entrance stood the proprietor's station. Having visited before, Dole quickly assessed the prices of the herbs he carried against the wall's listings and approached the proprietor directly. Unpacking his satchel, he addressed the owner. "Good sir, these are the herbs I have gathered. Would you kindly assess them?" His satchel bulged with a substantial quantity of herbs, prompting the proprietor to examine it closely. A look of seriousness overtaking his expression as he noticed a high-quality herb protruding from the bundle. He cast a few glances at Dole, recognizing that this fellow had indeed come from outside, as evidenced by the dirt stains on his attire, which appeared rather unkempt. However, he was not a regular herbalist. He likely hailed from the nearby town, for only in the mountains could one procure superior medicinal materials. Lowering his gaze, he observed the dog beside Dole and instantaneously understood it must be the descendant of a hunter. He gestured to a nearby individual to take his place and then instructed Dole to follow him to the back. After a moment of hesitation, Dole waved a ball and accompanied the shopkeeper to the rear. There, they entered a corridor lined with small rooms on either side, each occupied by individuals. A mere glance revealed that these were all physicians, for this apothecary assumed the responsibilities of a medical establishment. Chapter 37. Acquiring supplies upon entering the final room. Dole was immediately greeted by several towering cabinets meticulously labeled with the names of various medicinal herbs. A large table occupied the entrance, flanked by chairs. The proprietor, with a warm demeanor and a smile, gestured invitingly, saying, "Please, make yourself comfortable while I assess your wares." Dole, unable to discern the depth of the proprietor's expertise, feigned the demeanor of a sullen child. He unwrapped his bundle and placed it upon the table, proceeding to open it with deliberate care. Some of the herbs within were those he had unearthed early on, lacking the finesse required for proper harvesting, resulting in a rather poor appearance. In contrast, others were collected later with great skill, showcasing several high-grade herbs that were beyond the reach of ordinary hunters or herbalists. As Dole unveiled his trove, the proprietor sat opposite him, scrutinizing each item. He endeavored to maintain a neutral expression. However, the sight of damaged herbs caused his lips to twitch uncontrollably. This young man possesses some commendable herbs, yet his harvesting technique is woefully inadequate, he mused, noticing some herbs classified as second or even third tier, which piqued his interest. A first-tier herb could fetch a mere copper coin, as they were intended for the common folk and could not be overly expensive. In contrast, herbs of second tier and above commanded significantly higher prices, often costing dozens of copper coins per pound, while third-tier herbs were traded in silver coins. The older the herb, the more valuable it became. Among the items, the proprietor's gaze fell upon a vibrant red herb, known as bloodroot, which could enhance vitality and was beneficial even for first-tier warriors. Alas, the herb was damaged, greatly diminishing its potency, much to the proprietor's dismay. With a furrowed brow, he fixed Dole with a piercing gaze and inquired, "Did you harvest this, or was it collected by someone from your family?" Dole, acutely aware of the proprietor and Apo's scrutiny, chuckled lightly, responding, "You mean to say my harvesting technique is lacking and has ruined the herbs, correct?" He extracted the bloodroot from the bundle, adding, "This is my first encounter with such a herb. My method may have been rather crude, but I assure you, I shall improve should I find it again." The proprietor was taken aback by Dole and Apo's recognition of the herb. "You are knowledgeable about medicinal plants?" Dole had prepared his response. "My family has been engaged in herbalism for generations. I am familiar with several varieties. Had my father not passed away so early, he could have imparted much more knowledge to me, allowing me to excel further." The proprietor nodded in understanding. After counting the herbs, he stated, "For these, I can offer you 3 gold coins. Is that agreeable?" Dole consented, recognizing that many of these herbs were gathered from perilous locations, rare in the market. 3 gold coins was indeed a substantial sum. That aligns with my expectations. Should I discover additional herbs in the future, I will return to seek your expertise. For a typical herbalist, 3 gold coins was not an exorbitant amount. Many ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, often risking their lives. They incurred expenses for equipment and faced regular wear and tear, making their financial situation precarious. Although they could sell for gold coins, they would still need to purchase other necessities, resulting in a net income primarily in silver coins. The greater the investment, the larger the potential returns. And these herbs were indeed worth their price. With Ball by his side, Dole's perception of money had shifted towards a philosophy of sufficiency rather than abundance. No matter how much wealth one possessed, it would always seem insufficient when it came to alchemy and experimentation. 3 gold coins. Although appearing substantial, more than what he had earned in a lifetime just months prior, would vanish swiftly when purchasing a set of laboratory equipment or renting a decent abode. The funds were still inadequate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I wish to learn how to concoct ordinary salves. I need to purchase a batch of beakers, pipettes, filters, and alcohol lamps. Do you have these in stock? The shopkeeper scoffed. Are you looking down on us? We have everything you seek, and they are of little worth. A complete set of ordinary refining equipment will cost you just 1 gold coin. The quality of the herbs Dole provided was excellent, and he aimed for a long-term partnership. Hence he quoted a low price, yet there remained a profit to be made. After deducting 1 gold coin from the 3 he had, he was left with 2. But fortunately, there was still a surplus. Dole exhaled with relief. All right, I will select some other herbs, and we shall settle the account later. The shopkeeper nodded and inquired. May I ask, do you aspire to become a physician? Dole shook his head, revealing a hideous scar on his arm. In the mountains, gathering herbs inevitably results in injuries. These remedies are for personal use. My father once saved a doctor, and from him, I acquired a few formulas, all for my own application. The shopkeeper's heart sank upon seeing Dole's arm. He recognized the terrible nature of those wounds, where skin had been scraped away. The boy's nonchalance in mentioning such horrific injuries demonstrated remarkable fortitude. Such noble-hearted youth were a rarity these days. Please wait a moment. I shall gift you a small item. Of little value. Moments later, after Dole selected his herbs and approached the counter, the shopkeeper presented him with a book, a comprehensive compendium of herbs. Once the transactions were complete, Dole found himself with 50 silver coins remaining. After expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper, he exited the apothecary, carrying a large box alongside the seemingly innocent ball. The pair meandered down the street, engulfed in boredom. Although Dole possessed 50 silver coins, which seemed ample, he knew all too well that expenses could accumulate rapidly. The 3 gold coins he had just earned, a sum that might elude a pauper for a lifetime, would soon dissipate. A set of medical equipment and a few doses of mental-enhancing herbs had already cost him 2.5 gold coins, a veritable heist. Regrettably, he was not born into a family of affluence. Wandering through the streets, he purchased a hooded cloak, along with various other necessities, food, salt, seasonings, and a machete, spending approximately 6 silver coins in total. Gradually, he made his way to the slums, where he planned to spend the night. Intending to venture out again the next day, he repeatedly reminded himself, do not be hasty, do not be hasty. Surrounded by mountains, the only passage leading out of Doman is a solitary valley. The walls of Doman City are both lofty and broad, designed to deter attacks from the ferocious beasts and other creatures that once plagued the region, incidents that were all too frequent in years gone by, though they have become increasingly rare. The mountains are home to a plethora of formidable beings, both soaring through the skies and traversing the ground. While Doman is dominantly human territory, the mountains remain the realm of wild beasts and other beings. These formidable creatures, along with those endowed with intelligence, are collectively referred to as magical beasts. Logically, Ball also falls under this category of magical beasts, a being of considerable terror. However, upon casting a glance at Ball, Dole could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, recalling the times he had been affectionately petting dogs. Chapter 38. Residents at the break of dawn the following day, a man and his dog swiftly departed the city, traversing the path that led to the Bianchi mines. They ventured into the woods through a ravine beside the mine, quickly disappearing into the vast wilderness. There were numerous trails leading into the mountains, forged by hunters, herbalists, and even some daring adventurers. Their sole purpose was to reach uncharted territories, gathering what others could not and hunting what had yet to be hunted. Once deep within the mountains, Ball resumed his true form, leading the way ahead. Although he retained the guise of a dog, he towered over 2 meters, his coat gleaming and exuding an imposing presence, a stark contrast to his previously frail appearance. The disguise was merely a precaution against unwanted attention and potential conflict. Doyle retrieved a machete from his pocket and followed Ball onward. Harley, exuding impatience, arrived once more at the police station. His robust physique, even clad in formal attire, lent him an air of ferocity and unapproachability. Upon his arrival, an officer promptly notified Dees of his presence. Without a hint of hesitation, Harley strode into Dees and Oppo's office, seating himself unceremoniously and fixing his gaze upon the man across from him. In a low yet powerful tone, he inquired, "Where are my people?" Dees' expression darkened. He had been the one to take them, and now that they were missing, it was only natural for Harley to confront him. Yet, he had no inkling of their whereabouts. Annoyed, he replied, "I don't know. My men are searching as well." A slight twitch at the corner of Harley and Oppo's S mouth preceded a cold snort. I have already spoken to several individuals and am aware of what transpired that day. You may meddle with anyone, but do not touch my people. I shall grant you 3 more days. If they remain unfound, or if you intend to prolong this matter, you should relinquish your position as sheriff. You must understand how many eyes are keenly watching your role. Dee's face darkened further. It seemed that Harley was relentless in his pursuit. He had no knowledge of the wretched creature's whereabouts. Had he known, he would not be in this predicament. The pressure weighing upon him was immense. A mere pauper should have been inconsequential, yet for this very pauper, Harley had leveraged connections far beyond Dee's and Oppo's imagination. Damn it, who is that guy? Damn Sam, damn Odo. Damn Harley, damn feller, why won't they just vanish? He forced a grim smile, attempting to mask his anxiety as he rose, somewhat awkwardly, and assured, rest assured. I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Upon hearing this, Harley remained silent, simply observing him. Time passed, and an hour slipped by in stillness. Dees felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just then, a person rushed in from outside, and upon assessing the situation, leaned close to Dees and Oppo's ear, whispering a few urgent words. Initially, Dees maintained a serious demeanor, but his expression shifted dramatically. Is that true? The man, with a serious yet excited expression, nodded emphatically and said, The director has summoned all the police chiefs for a meeting to discuss this matter. If it proves true, our city of Doming will surely thrive even more. Discontented thoughts lingered in Dis's mind. I understand. You go ahead, I shall follow shortly. With a composed demeanor, he dismissed the man, forcing a rather unappealing smile towards Harley. Please, take a seat. I must attend to something outside. With that, he hurriedly slipped away. Unbeknownst to Dole, the Association of Abilities had mobilized all forces from the police department, the Public Security Bureau, and the military after discovering the magical crystal mine. They set about surveying the surrounding mountains and planning roads, intending to carve a path directly from the mountains. Simultaneously, they dispatched word to the precinct in Chris County, announcing the discovery of the magical crystal mine. Though it currently appeared to be a small vein, even a small vein is still a vein. Once the news of the magical crystal mine broke, apart from the Association of Abilities, every other family was taken aback, eagerly seeking collaboration with the association to develop this resource. While the association was formidable, they were merely a group of frail mages, extracting or required substantial manpower, ordinary manpower. Building roads, constructing bridges, and laying foundations in the mountains demanded vast human and material resources. Almost every family sought to partake in this venture. At this juncture, Dole and Ball had already retreated to the mountains, distancing themselves from the previous mine and preparing to establish a camp on another peak. The weather was inclement. Upon their arrival, a chilly wind swept down from the mountains, causing the air temperature to plummet. A thick mist enveloped the area, gradually morphing into clouds, signaling an impending rainstorm. Man and dog traversed the valley and approached a cliff, only to be greeted by falling rain shortly thereafter. However, they soon discovered a shallow cave on an adjacent cliff, providing shelter from the wind and rain. This marked the first rainfall since the onset of spring. The forests below were already lush and green, and even the cooler regions of the mountains were cloaked in vibrant vegetation, yet no rain had graced the land until now. This downpour brought a refreshing reprieve from the arid climate. Ball was dissatisfied with their location, deeming it too low, but with the rain falling, Dole could not venture far and had to endure the situation for the time being. The cave was not very deep, extending a few dozen meters inward. Yet it was spacious enough for Dole to move about comfortably. After tidying up the interior, Dole and Ball sat at the cave entrance, idly watching the light rain trickle down. Before long, Dole could no longer remain still. He rose to practice his martial arts and swordplay. Lacking a sword, he wielded a hatchet as a substitute, which sufficed for his purposes. Ball glanced at Dole, then lowered his gaze, directing his attention outside once more. After practicing for a while, Dole felt fatigued and retreated into the cave, unpacking his satchel and chest. He lit a candle, preparing to read and delve into the study of alchemy. With tools and some medicinal herbs at his disposal, only practical application remained. The conditions might be subpar, yet there were still opportunities to be found. Moments later, he stood the box upright and began to extract various items: alcohol, a spirit lamp, a beaker, and a common alchemical pot. These were all essential for the initial crude process of drug refinement, which would gradually become more sophisticated as time progressed. The pot remained indispensable. The arduous journey to bring these items had not been without its challenges. He glanced around and realized he was short on firewood. With the rain falling now, perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow. Today would be devoted to meditation. 2 days passed swiftly as Dole and Ball traversed the surrounding mountains, ultimately discovering a suitable resting place atop a neighboring peak. This region was entirely mountainous, with an unbroken expanse of hills as far as the eye could see. Finding a spot to rest was indeed a rare treasure. At the summit, a large protruding rock loomed over a flat expanse of rocky ground, which curved inward, creating a natural alcove approximately 5 meters wide on either side. If they were to fortify the sides with stones, it would form a perfect natural nest. Dole decided to settle here. According to Ball, where he was present, ordinary magical creatures would typically refrain from approaching, though there was a lingering apprehension that the abilities of others could widen their search radius. They were already aware that others had previously inhabited the mountains. The Abilities Association was the official magical organization of the Empire, and the branch in Doman City was not located within the city itself, but rather in a mountainous area outside, accessible via a main road that extended northward from the city. Chapter 39 Descent. The administrator of the Psychic Society is a formal wizard, supported by 6 senior apprentices, several intermediate apprentices, and countless junior apprentices. At this moment, the 6 senior apprentices convene with the formal wizard in a meeting to discuss the current situation. The magic crystal mine undoubtedly belongs to the Psychic Society. Even the lord of the city with a count's title, the vice lord with a viscount's title, and families such as the Link and Down clans must heed the society's preferences. This is a privilege granted by the Empire, as well as one exclusive to the society. With the magic crystal mine, the power of the Psychic Society in this region will experience a significant enhancement. Is it true that there are indications of past human presence, yet no signs of excavation at the site? Inquired the formal wizard Mossad, resting his chin on his hands, his tone gentle yet probing. The response came from senior wizard apprentice Mike. Indeed, master, there are traces of fire and many remnants of animal carcasses. Based on the bite marks, we deduce that 2 beings were present, one human and one resembling a canine. Our preliminary suspicion is that they were merely hunters. Given the current information we have, we cannot ascertain how they arrived there. Perhaps they simply wandered in, or they could be wizard apprentices, as those in that profession also have the capability to capture magical beasts. As soon as Mike finished speaking, Tina, seated below him, added another point of concern. There is also a puzzling detail. We searched the vicinity thoroughly and found no pathways leading up the mountain. This indicates that they must have accessed the mountain through alternative means, which would require the presence of a formal warrior or a distinguished wizard, or perhaps an advanced wizard apprentice equipped with specialized alchemical gear. They presented a stack of photographs before Mossad. He examined the images, scrutinizing the traces depicted, deep in contemplation. The conference room fell into a profound silence, with not a soul daring to utter a word. After a considerable pause, Mossad broke the stillness. What have we learned from the inquiries at the Bianchi mine? How long has the magic crystal residue been appearing? The individual responsible for this matter, Bitch, responded. I have already inquired about it. They mentioned it has been approximately a month. Initially, everyone believed it to be merely shiny little stones, unaware that they were magic crystal residues, hence no one paid them any mind, nor did anyone come to inquire. Only a few took some away due to their appealing appearance. The miners are impoverished and unlikely to recognize magic crystals. Once the magic crystals are taken away, it becomes a different matter entirely. They will undoubtedly attract the attention of wandering wizards, making it plausible that someone has been scouting the mountain. Indeed, master, Mossad, who usually preferred to remain uninvolved in affairs, chose to emerge and stabilize the situation, given the paramount importance of the magic crystal mine. These 6 apprentices hailed from various families and factions, and they could discuss preliminary matters among themselves. His role was merely to maintain the overall stability. At that moment, Bitch suddenly interjected, Master, a small village outside Doman has suffered a massacre. Our personnel have inspected the area, and all were found to have perished from a viral poison. We suspect that a wandering potion wizard has arrived in Doman. The atmosphere grew tense as the Mossad agent declared, What are we waiting for? We must swiftly organize a team to apprehend this black sorcerer, who poses a grave threat to ordinary people. They deserve their due punishment. Yes, sir. The 6 responded in unison, clearly accustomed to dealing with such matters. Each of the 6 was responsible for a different domain, with Beach overseeing peculiar cases that the police could not handle, particularly those involving sorcery. The recent massacre of an entire village was a serious incident indeed. Due to the magical crystal mine, the entire city of Doman was stirred into action. The military, initially tasked with securing routes to the outside, was compelled to allocate half of its forces to maintain order. The city appeared somewhat chaotic. Meanwhile, Dole was meticulously separating the potion ingredients. The conditions were rather harsh, making the task quite challenging. Nevertheless, he diligently followed the steps without deviation. After several days of foraging on the mountain, he had gathered all the necessary herbs to concoct the hallucinogenic potion. The process for creating this potion was far more intricate than that of healing potions or disguising salves. It began with boiling the ingredients, followed by filtering and separating the liquid, and finally drying it into a fine powder. Each herb required individual attention, which was quite cumbersome. Fortunately, the mountain was abundant in the primary ingredient, dreamgrass, allowing Dole some leeway in experimentation. Otherwise, sourcing the herbs from the town would have cost an exorbitant amount of silver coins. Once the powder was extracted, the next steps involved dissolving, synthesizing, and proportioning the ingredients. Although the book provided ratios, the efficacy of the powders varied, necessitating careful calibration to achieve the correct formulation for the hallucinogenic potion. This potion was of paramount importance on the path of a sorcerer. Its primary function was to induce hallucinations, serving two purposes. Externally, it could daze an individual, plunging them into dreams or illusions. Internally, when consumed by the sorcerer, it could enhance mental strength by challenging the illusions. For a competent sorcerer, the hallucinogenic potion could sometimes surpass the utility of a simple mental enhancement potion. While the latter could directly boost mental capacity, it had its limitations. The hallucinogenic potion, however, could transcend these boundaries through various means, allowing for further enhancement. Both served to complement each other. As the liquid mixed and swirled, a plume of blue vapor emerged, and Dole felt a surge of joy. He had succeeded. After 10 days of labor, he had finally perfected the hallucinogenic potion. In his hand was a 300 milliliter beaker. Not completely full, but enough to yield at least 20 doses, sufficient for many days of use. With the concoction complete, Dole exhaled a sigh of relief. His mental capacity had recently reached the equivalent of 18 copper coins, bringing him closer to the intermediate level and enabling him to proceed with his next plan, entering the city to commit murder. Originally, he and Ball speculated about discovering a magical crystal mine, and extraordinary powers would undoubtedly scour the nearby mountainous regions extensively. Yet, curiously, they did not conduct a thorough search. Instead, they only explored a limited area. Upon finding nothing elsewhere, they abandoned their quest, which provided Dole a sense of relief. However, they had set up numerous surveillance devices in the vicinity, and Dole dared not approach, save for Ball. Recently, Ball had also made a discovery. In a more distant mountain range, he unearthed a small patch of magical crystals. Yet, it was occupied by a firebird of first-level sorcerer strength. Nevertheless, in Ball's capable hands, the firebird posed little challenge and was swiftly subdued, transforming the once mighty creature into a mere follower, tasked with guarding the area. The firebird remained oblivious to Dole's existence, and Dole had never contemplated venturing there, for he resolved to delay any relocation until he had avenged himself. Chapter 40. Exposure and Collaboration. Upon returning to the broad avenue, Dole had transformed himself to resemble Lin Rue, bearing a substantial burden upon his back and a machete at his waist. His robust physique suggested that he was not someone to be trifled with. Soon, he arrived at the city gate. At that moment, Ball shook his trousers and cast a glance towards the city wall. Dole followed Ball and Appo's gaze and noticed several large notices plastered on the wall. With a crowd gathered to read them aloud, ensuring that those who were unaware understood the unfolding events, Dole glanced at the notices, swiftly absorbing their contents. A chill coursing through him. The announcement stated that 2 black wizards had roamed near Doman City, orchestrating a horrific poisoning incident that claimed the lives of over 30 villagers. The culprits had been apprehended, and a public execution by fire was scheduled for the following morning at the city gate, urging everyone to report any sightings of wandering wizards to prevent further casualties. The sheer brutality of the murder of over 30 individuals suggested that these rogue wizards were formidable indeed. Dole learned a new term, Black Wizard. According to Nalyu's advice, encountering a black wizard warranted immediate lethal action. If that was not possible, one should avoid any contact. The term Black Wizard darkened Dole and Appo's expression. He turned his head and surveyed the bustling city gate, noticing once again the absence of Feller. He wondered what had transpired with him, or if he had simply been reassigned elsewhere. The city gate was abuzz with soldiers, horse-drawn carts, and numerous laborers who were actively constructing roads towards the vicinity of the Biensi mine, a vibrant scene indeed. Dole surmised that this was likely a preparatory move by the Abilities Association to exploit the magic crystal mine, observing a diverse mix of individuals among the crowd, including prisoners. Dole and Apos' disguise remained consistent, with a hood concealing his features and a hefty bundle slung over his shoulder, his exposed, sun-darkened arms revealing the marks of frequent sun exposure, making his origins easily discernible. His arms bore numerous scars, presenting a fearsome appearance that even the local ruffians were reluctant to provoke. Entering the future apothecary, the keen-eyed proprietor spotted him immediately. Upon seeing the bulging pack on Dole's back, he promptly summoned an assistant and hurried over to welcome him. Once in the storeroom, Dole set down his burden and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the books, boss. I have found quite a number of valuable herbs. May I trouble you for a price?" As he gradually unveiled the contents of his pack, the proprietor and Apos' eyes brightened. "I am Melody, but you may call me Old Me. The quality of your herbs is truly remarkable. You must have ventured to many uncharted territories," he remarked. "Uncharted? More like places where no one else has dared to tread." Dole chuckled. "My companion Ball is quite clever. He always leads me to the best spots." He affectionately ruffled Ball's fur. It was only then that Old Me noticed the dog beside Dole. Despite its scruffy appearance, clearly of no distinguished breed but an ordinary mountain dog, its bright, beautiful eyes held a certain allure. Old Me nodded, falling silent as he focused intently on the medicinal herbs collected by Dole. This batch surpassed the previous one in both quantity and quality, and Old Me could not contain his delight. Although numerous herbal farmers supplied them, none could match the caliber of Dole's offerings, which were of second and third tier quality, truly remarkable. Given the scars etched upon Dole's body, Old Me surmised that the young man had endured considerable hardship. After all, it had been over 10 days since their last encounter. There were a total of 16 types of herbs, all of second or third tier quality. "I'll charge you 15 gold coins," Old Me stated. "Linrive, what do you require?" Dole nodded, producing a list and placing it before Old Me. "I need the items on this list." Old Me glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly, and then fell silent. He called out a few times, and shortly after, a person entered from outside. He issued a few instructions and handed the note to the newcomer. The individual regarded Dole briefly before promptly preparing to leave. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, an eerie stillness as the two men exchanged no words. After a considerable pause, Old Me broke the silence. "Linrue, I can surmise what you intend to do with these materials and herbs, but I must advise you, do not take a life. Do not become a dark sorcerer." Dole was taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Old Me. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have no intention of deceiving you. Becoming a dark sorcerer is not my goal." He understood that, regardless of how he might disguise his intentions, the seasoned healer would discern the truth. By being forthright, Dole felt a sense of reassurance. Old Me sat down, exhaling deeply. "I have encountered many wild sorcerers like you. The decline of sorcerers in the Northern Kingdom is not due to a lack of talent, but rather the ability users monopolizing resources, coupled with the prevalence of dark sorcerers. The sorcerer community has gained notoriety among the common folk. Yet, many still aspire to become sorcerers in secret. In Dolmen City, there exists a plethora of underground sorcerers. If you wish to pursue this path, you are likely to encounter them easily." Dole relaxed upon hearing this, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of many sorcerer apprentices. To allay Dole's concerns, Old Me nodded sagely. Each noble family and wandering practitioner has their own sorcerers, particularly the noble families, who possess the most practitioners. Generally, they join the Ability Users Association, but there are also lesser-known sorcerer apprentices. If it is not necessary, I advise you to remain inconspicuous. Your appearance makes it easy to masquerade as a warrior." He observed Dole's skin, muscles, and the machete at his waist. Dole nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With earnest eyes fixed on Old Me, he expressed, "Thank you. Our business can thrive in a long-term partnership. As of now, I have no intentions of engaging with anyone else." Old Me displayed an expression of surprise, then smiled and said, "Take care of yourself. I certainly do not wish to lose you as a supplier. Of course, should you have any potions to offer, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have quite a few wizards who supply me. However, I do not accept poisons." Dole scrutinized Old Me, understanding that this old fellow had likely cultivated relationships with numerous wizards to serve as his suppliers. At present, aside from healing bombs, mental enhancers, and hallucinogenic potions, He had nothing else to sell, and those 3 items were not for sale. He nodded and replied, I am gradually learning, and should I come across anything worthwhile, I will surely reach out to you. Old Me also breathed a sigh of relief, for he felt a twinge of regret after his previous statement. Should this fellow turn hostile, he would have no choice but to reveal himself. He smiled and declared, Then let us have a pleasant cooperation. The conversation dwindled, and silence enveloped the air once more. Soon, an apprentice entered, carrying a large box, which he set down before Dole. Dole opened the box, took a glance inside, and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 41. The Intermediate Wizard Apprentice. Upon exiting the apothecary, Dole did not rush to depart. Having roamed the mountains for several days, his garments were tattered, necessitating the acquisition of new attire. With the newfound knowledge that Doman City harbored numerous wild wizards, Dole and Apos' understanding of the abilities association underwent a significant transformation. They acknowledged the existence of wild wizards, yet vehemently denounced black wizards. Discovery of the latter would result in the most severe of punishments, shaping Dole's current perception of the association. After spending a night in the slums, he arrived at the city gates the following morning and ventured outward. At that moment, he noticed a small contingent approaching through the throngs of people, drenched in sweat as they pushed a large cart laden with stones toward the city. At the front of the cart sat Filer, his face alight with excitement, vociferously directing his disciples alongside him. Soon, they vanished into the mountains. This transaction yielded Dole approximately 15 gold coins, however. Converting them into various medicinal herbs and necessary auxiliary materials cost him 14 gold coins. Additionally, he expended 50 silver coins on clothing, spices, alcohol, and other essentials, leaving him with a mere 50 silver coins. While 15 gold coins seemed substantial, it was rather insufficient for a wizard. Though he had successfully concocted the hallucinogenic potion and possessed a modest stock, he required several more preparations for contingency. Next on his agenda were standard poisons, along with substances to mask one and Apos' aura, and herbs to enhance mental acuity, ultimately striving to refine a genuine primary mental potion. This was of utmost importance. Recently, his readings of Naoyu's biography had provided him with profound insights. He no longer approached matters with the fervor of youth, but rather with meticulous planning, understanding that thoughtful strategy would yield silent action. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. Dole held a test tube in each hand, a black one in his left and a green one in his right. Gently shaking them, he combined the contents into a glass vessel after approximately 1 minute. The 2 liquids mingled seamlessly, swiftly transforming into a dark green elixir. The mixture remained still, devoid of smoke or bubbles, as if they had melded into one. At this sight, Dole exhaled in relief. He had succeeded. The black liquid was a poison capable of inflicting immense strain on the heart, causing it to rupture, while the green liquid was a hallucinogen that induced illusions. By amalgamating the two, he intended to create a poison that would deceive the victim into believing they had succumbed to their own fright after consuming the hallucinogenic substance. The next step involved experimentation to validate his hypotheses and adjust the measurements accordingly. The mountains were teeming with various creatures, and he needed to capture some for his experiments. To ascertain the necessary dosages and confirm the accuracy of his mixtures and their efficacy. This was a lengthy endeavor. Dole also found himself delving into a new discipline: the self-cultivation of hunters. The following day, a copy of the book appeared at his doorstep, accompanied by a bow and materials for crafting traps. For a wizard, there is no necessity to hunt. They merely need to concoct substances that the quarry desires, thereby drawing them in. Thus, Dole merely glanced at the tome, flipped through its pages briefly, and set it aside to prepare new mixtures, potions to attract small beasts, and bait for the wild. As time gently transitioned into summer, the mountain remained cool, with the summit offering a refreshing respite. Dole, bare-shouldered and sheltered within a cave, felt not a drop of sweat. He grasped a small green vial, consumed its contents in one swift motion, and then closed his eyes, entering the sea of consciousness. Within this ethereal expanse, 26 copper coins were meticulously arranged in a row, presenting a striking spectacle. At that moment, an external wave of cool energy surged into his consciousness. Dole hastily summoned his mental prowess, integrating this force into his essence, thus forming the 27th copper coin. This represented a standard grade level 1 mental potency potion, markedly more potent than previously consumed herbals, boasting an efficacy exceeding 5-fold. Initially, a single vial would yield an increase of 2 coins, but as time progressed, the enhancement dwindled to half a coin per vial, and now, A single potion merely offered a fleeting sensation of coolness. Dole refrained from consuming hallucinogenic potions, deeming them perilous. He would reserve them for a more opportune moment of breakthrough. Before long, the potion's effects waned, and the 27th coin had only incrementally increased, its outline becoming discernible. Just then, he sensed a peculiar anomaly in his mental energy, as an enchanting rhythm flickered through his heart. Concurrently, the 27th coin began to grow at a visible pace, followed by the 28th, 29th, and swiftly to the 30th coin. Dole was taken aback. This unexpected breakthrough occurred without the anticipated hallucinogenic potion, which he had prepared for immediate use. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes to find Baal's canine visage before him, appearing both perplexed and relieved. "You have broken through," Baal asserted with certainty. Dole nodded, affirming, "Yes. I am now an intermediate wizard apprentice." Baal acknowledged this with a grunt, remarking, "That is sufficient. At your current rate, you will reach the advanced apprentice level by year's end, and with favorable fortune, you could ascend to level 1 wizard before turning 15. Dole's lips twitched in disbelief. "So slow?" Baal settled himself, grunting, "Your talent is commendable. This is already quite impressive. You must understand. Some individuals never attain the status of a level 1 wizard in their lifetime. Moreover, I specified that with good fortune, you might achieve level 1. Without it, you may remain a high apprentice indefinitely." Dole furrowed his brow in concern, pondering the challenging nature of the path ahead. He stared blankly, realizing that such information was absent from the chronicles of Nalu. The intermediate wizard apprentice proves to be of little utility. Aside from being more perceptive than their novice counterparts and possessing a heightened sensitivity to the external world, their skills in potion brewing and alchemy may see some improvement. However, their combat prowess remains largely unimproved. The situation changes at the advanced level, where the advanced wizard apprentice's mental acuity can extend to the objects they touch, allowing them to harness certain tools to achieve magical effects. This phenomenon is referred to by humans as zero-level magic, yet it is, in truth, quite distanced from genuine sorcery. Chapter 42. Returning to the city, Dole found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the intermediate wizard apprentice was of little use, offering no significant enhancement to combat prowess. However, with the elevation of his mental acuity, he had become increasingly perceptive in the art of alchemy, demonstrating greater precision in discerning the quality of both the elixirs and the ingredients themselves. The potions he now refined were markedly more accurate, and entering the rank of intermediate wizard apprentice would surely enhance this accuracy further. Dole felt bemused. In Baal's eyes, it was merely a minor mining resource. Yet to the various factions within Doman City, it appeared to be a coveted prize, one they were eager to exploit without a moment and Apos' hesitation. This epitomized the disparity in perspective. Soon, he navigated through the throng and entered the city. At the future apothecary, in the innermost chamber, Oldme smiled broadly, counting the herbs Dole had gathered, his joy palpable. "Excellent, excellent. The quality of these herbs is remarkable. I shall offer you 20 gold coins for them. What do you require?" Since learning of Dole's status as a wild wizard, Oldme had completely relaxed. As long as they maintained a long-term collaboration, there would be ample opportunities for such transactions. Dole too felt at ease and replied with a smile, "I need some primary strength potions. Do you have any?" Oldme nodded, saying, "There isn't much stock, but I do have some. However, strength potions are quite valuable. One bottle costs 2 gold coins." Having revealed his identity as a novice wizard, Dole decided against further concealment. The two were engaged in a private transaction, and he felt no trepidation about a third party discovering the exchange. Thus, he produced 10 green bottles from his pocket. Upon seeing the bottles, Oldme paused, eyeing Dole with curiosity. "Are you certain you wish to sell primary mental power potions?" Dole nodded and exhaled softly. "These hold little value for me now. It would be more beneficial to exchange them for something more useful." He was eager to inquire about the meditation techniques practiced by Oldme, pondering what merits a wild wizard might possess. However, he refrained from posing the question, aware that it could be deemed offensive. He picked up a bottle of primary mental power potion, inspecting it thoughtfully. The market for mental power potions was far less lucrative than that for strength potions, though the nobility was still inclined to pay handsomely for them, often at a higher price than their strength counterparts. "Do you wish to exchange all of these for strength potions?" Oldme inquired. Dole shook his head. "I require 5 strength potions and 5 agility potions." These were all primary potions. Although the market supply was limited, it was certainly sufficient. Dole was also probing to gauge Oldme's connections with other wizard apprentices. For aside from the anomaly of the ability association, Only wild wizard apprentices could provide such goods. Ordinary physicians, lacking the requisite mental acuity, could indeed practice alchemy. But their failure rates were astonishingly high, rendering their efforts futile. Old Me nodded affirmatively. Good, I just received a fresh shipment. I'll fetch them for you. With that, he stood and exited the room. Dole began to understand. It was likely that Old Me's dealings were unbeknownst to his other associates and subordinates. Wild wizard apprentices required discretion. It was imperative to keep their identities concealed. How had Old Me recognized him? Had he somehow discerned the truth? Dole and Oppos' lips twitched slightly. This seasoned veteran truly possessed a wealth of cunning. Moments later, Old Me entered with a small box, opening it to show Dole before handing it over. Dole did not inspect it thoroughly, simply accepted the box and said, "Let us settle the payment. I do not intend to venture out soon, so I shall refrain from purchasing anything else." Old Me was momentarily taken aback. "You are not foraging for herbs anymore? That is hardly a sustainable plan." He sighed, having thought Dole was a long-term supplier. However, his spirits remained unbroken as he directly inquired, "If I were to request your assistance in concocting a spirit-enhancing potion, would that be possible?" Dole chuckled, replying, "That depends on the remuneration. Who would turn down a fair payment?" Old Me immediately brightened at the prospect of a long-term supplier. Before long, Dole emerged from the apothecary, his possessions reduced to a small bundle. He glanced around and made his way towards the slums. Having lingered in the pharmacy for quite some time, the sky had darkened, and he resolved to rest for the night. The night passed swiftly, and at the break of dawn, while it was still dim, Dole stepped out of his room, alone and unburdened, into the city. He meandered through the streets until he arrived at the entrance of a grand residence, where he stood at the corner, waiting quietly. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a shaved head emerged, none other than Harley. As he left his home, he intended to visit the police station to inquire if Dole had been located. That poor child had endured much misfortune. Despite utilizing numerous connections over the past few days, he had yet to discover Dole's whereabouts. Upon exiting and closing the door, he noticed a figure at the corner, heavily bundled and stealthily beckoning him. Brother Ha, it's me." Upon hearing that voice, Harley's eyes lit up. He quickly glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and hurried over. Standing before Dole, he was met with an utterly unfamiliar face, though the voice was unmistakable. He blinked in confusion. Dole gazed at Harley and sighed, saying, "Brother Ha, it's me, Dole. I cannot afford to reveal myself right now. Could you assist me? I wish to continue working with you." Harley pondered for a moment before asking, "What transpired? Why did you suddenly vanish?" Dole sighed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal scars upon his skin, resembling grotesque centipedes crawling across his flesh. His chest and back bore the same marks. Harley and Oppos' expression darkened considerably as he grasped the situation. "Who did this?" Dole shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Brother Ha, my vendetta is mine to avenge. For now, I simply seek employment. They will not be able to find me." Chapter 43. Poison Hagu swallowed hard, his expression dark and foreboding as he gazed at Duolai. Upon seeing the wounds, he comprehended the torment Duolai had endured at the police station. He yearned to inquire how Duolai had managed to escape, yet found himself unable to utter a word. This child truly had a wretched fate. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, he declared, "Since it is as such, I shall not pry further. Your coming to seek me is a testament to our bond. Rest assured, I shall assist you in your quest for employment." He turned in a circle and added, "In addition to the old Ku blacksmith shop, I oversee 2 other forges, one at the intersection, which you must have seen. The Mondo blacksmith shop. Do you seek vengeance?" Haga casually posed the question. Hill nodded. The mere fact that Duolai could seek him out brought him great satisfaction. This child possessed commendable character. At last, he had been located, and as long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. The burden that had weighed upon his heart for so long was finally lifted. "Very well, take care of yourself. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to come to me," Hale said, only to realize that he had misspoken. What assistance could he possibly offer? Given that Duolai had escaped from the police station, a tinge of self-mockery flickered within him. Duolai nodded, responding, "I am grateful, Hago. As for today and Oppos' events, we both understand." With a respectful bow, Duolai turned to leave with Ball. The 5 individuals, Dis, Carmen, Feller, and the Ajwa father and son, must perish. Duolai had endured hours of brutal beatings. Without Ball, he would have undoubtedly met a grim fate, perhaps discarded in some foul ditch, with no one to mourn him. The thought of such a disgraceful demise filled Dole with seething rage and unending resentment. To leave this vendetta unavenged would be utterly inhumane. In the face of life and death, there exists great terror, yet also profound resolve. After this harrowing experience, Dole's demeanor gradually transformed into one of coldness and indifference. He had awaited this day for far too long. Nearly 4 months had passed, and now all was in readiness, merely awaiting the act of murder. Before long, Sam and Ajuo entered simultaneously, father and son accompanied by several others, arriving in a carriage from the Biensi mine, leisurely making their way into the city. Their jovial conversation stood in stark contrast to Dole's grim countenance. Dole finished the remnants of his meal, meticulously wiped his mouth, and settled the bill. For copper coins, quite a bargain. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, and he carelessly trailed behind, soon arriving in the eastern district of Doman City. In Doman City, the southern district to the southwest was a slum, while the southeastern direction housed ordinary residences. At the center lay the Lord's Manor and Administrative Hall, with the northwest designated as the noble district and the northeast as the affluent area, each distinctly categorized. The principal commercial street extended near the south gate, reaching towards the heart of the city. Doman City, nestled in the mountains, was not vast. Although it boasted a considerable population, the commercial sector comprised merely 3 streets. The central thoroughfare, Doman Avenue, was flanked by Link Avenue and Olai Avenue, each controlled by different factions. Doman Avenue led directly to the Lord's Manor, while Link Avenue and Olai Avenue stretched further, reaching the city walls in the north. The city was bustling with people, and the horse-drawn carriages moved at a leisurely pace. However, the father and son, Odo, alighted swiftly from their carriage and summoned another one, heading southeast. Dole stealthily followed at a distance. The eastern district was vast, filled with ordinary residences. The carriage navigated swiftly through a series of twists and turns, eventually entering a slightly northern alley, where they halted before the grand entrance of an affluent household. Dole cautiously trailed behind, observing from afar. Once the two had entered, he feigned aimless wandering, meandering about the vicinity. The first rule of the Nalyu Code was to prioritize safety. To eliminate someone, one must thoroughly investigate their location, the surrounding traffic, potential enemy positions, and meticulously plan an escape route. Yet Dole was aware that nearly half a year had elapsed, and the Odo family should have let down their guard. To avoid drawing attention, Dole did not linger long. He resolved to return the following day. After all, having waited for 6 months, a few extra days mattered little. Although he had long anticipated this day over the course of several days, Dole gathered intelligence on the Sam family. There were 5 members in total: Sam himself, his son Odo, his spirited wife, and 2 slaves lacking civilian status. The slaves had been purchased from the market for a mere 50 silver coins, a staggering devaluation of human life. Odo had an elder brother who was away on military duty. Dole did not dwell on the particulars. His priority was to eliminate these 2 wretches, and should the elder son seek vengeance for his father and brother, Dole would not hesitate to dispose of him as well. Having confirmed this information, Dole surveyed the 2 neighboring households of Sam. By fortunate coincidence, one of the neighbors was absent, granting Dole ample room for maneuver. Every morning, Sam's 2 slaves would venture out together to buy vegetables, while Sam and Odo would leave home, leaving only Sam's spirited wife behind. This routine occurred almost daily. The layout of their residence was straightforward, consisting of 4 spacious rooms, a living area, a small courtyard with a restroom, and a storeroom at the rear, housing various daily necessities. With these details established, Dole prepared to act. On the first day of July, as dawn began to break, Sam and Odo exited their home together. Naturally, a carriage awaited them, transporting them to the main thoroughfare, where they would transfer to a dedicated vehicle for the Biensi mine, a privilege of their managerial status. At the same time, the 2 slaves set out to buy groceries. Everything was proceeding according to plan. From his vantage point atop the wall, Dole observed the scene and quietly scaled down to the base of Odo and Apos' courtyard wall. He glanced towards the distant living area, where Sam and Apos' wife, a rather voluptuous woman, lounged lazily at the entrance, basking in the morning sunlight. Even in July, the mountain town of Doman retained a chill, with the early hours still brisk. Dole stealthily crept from the yard and turned into the adjacent kitchen. He surveyed the arrangement of the kitchen without making any rash movements, before pivoting towards the storeroom at the back. Beside the storeroom lay a corner, shrouded in a tarp, covered with a thick layer of dust, suggesting it was seldom disturbed. He approached quietly, lifted the tarp, and slipped inside, needing to wait until nightfall. This spot was rarely visited, with even footsteps being a rarity, a fact he had meticulously scouted throughout the day. Soon, two servants emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and at that moment, seizing the opportunity, Dole stealthily slipped into the kitchen from behind. He retrieved two small bottles, uncorked them, and poured all the clear liquid within into several plates of food. Chapter 44. Job hunting. He poured the liquid with meticulous care, ensuring it was evenly distributed across each dish, all while maintaining a serene expression. Once finished, he concealed the small vial on his person and stealthily slipped out of the kitchen through the back door. Outside, he observed as two slaves swiftly carried away the remaining dishes. In the twilight, the Odo family filled the dining hall with laughter and cheer, attended to by the two slaves. Although it was his first encounter with murder, and he had not directly engaged, the grim reality remained that he had indeed taken lives. The three individuals would not survive beyond 30 minutes. The dosage he employed was considerable, sufficient to induce the rupture of a bull's heart. Initially, Dole had desired to witness their demise, yet the presence of the two slaves deterred him from that notion. Their fate was sealed. Upon returning to the slums, Dole refrained from meditating that night and slept soundly. At dawn the following day, he awaited at the alley's entrance, and soon, Supervisor Harley emerged from his residence. Upon spotting Dole, Harley felt a twinge of disorientation. This was a different visage, yet undeniably Dole, identical to the face he had seen the day before. He stood before Dole, his mind swirling with countless questions. "Have you completed your task?" "You will know soon enough," Dole replied with a smile, refraining from elaboration. "I am currently in search of employment." Harley shrugged, showing little interest in Dole's past endeavors. He gestured for Dole to follow. The city is undergoing road repairs, and there is a plethora of work involving various tools. The blacksmith shop is overwhelmed with extra shifts. Your timing is impeccable. By the way, do you possess the strength of a mid-level warrior now? Dole nodded. After consuming strength and agility potions, he was indeed close to achieving that level. He had been preoccupied with reconnaissance these past few days and had nearly forgotten this matter. Harley nodded in satisfaction. The blacksmith's craft demands considerable strength. The greater your power, the easier it becomes to forge. You can currently handle a number 3 hammer, and once you can wield a number 4, crafting level 2 ironware will become a breeze. If the opportunity arises, consider purchasing some potions from the Ability Association, albeit they come at a steep price. Most potions on the market are produced by the Ability Association, and only those with keen insight, like old me, can discern the hidden wild wizards among the common populace, thus securing a portion of the supply. Dole nodded in agreement. "I shall." Harley glanced at him with a teasing smirk. "Your disguise is quite commendable." Dole chose not to engage further and instead inquired, "Brother Harley, do you have any leads on renting a house?" Harley chuckled. "You've come to the right person. I own 10 properties. I can rent you one for 10 silver coins a month." "How does that sound?" Dole and Amp, Oppos, S.I.'s brightened. "That works, it, and Amp, Oppos, S.A. deal." He wondered to himself, how could this fellow possess such wealth? The two strolled through the streets until they reached the end of Doman Avenue, near the city gate, where they encountered a sizable blacksmith shop named Mondo Blacksmith. Upon entering, the surrounding blacksmiths and workers greeted Harley, clearly indicating his respected status as the supervisor. They ventured to the rear of the shop, entering a room where they found an elderly man, likely in his 50s or 60s. He was remarkably robust, with a vigorous presence, sitting there like a small furnace. "Red Uncle, this is a first-tier blacksmith. Please keep an eye on him for the next few days," said Hallie without reservation. Fengjin glanced at Dwelai's attire, blinking in surprise. "A first-tier blacksmith? I have seen his capabilities and the quality of his work. He previously worked at Old Ku's place, but there were some incidents. Dwelai's current outfit, lacking only a bear, was rather modest. He carried a bow, resembling a standard hunter. If one were to claim he was a blacksmith, it would surely be met with disbelief." Upon hearing Hallie and Amp, Oppos, S words, the elder nodded promptly, stating, "Call me Uncle Hong. Come along." He rose and stepped outside. "Hello, Uncle Hong," Dwelai responded amiably, greeting Hallie as they proceeded outdoors. The Mondo blacksmith shop was slightly larger than Old Ku and Amp, Oppos, S, bustling with the sounds of clanging metal, indicating a healthy influx of orders. As they walked, Uncle Hong casually remarked, "Since you were introduced by Supervisor Ha, I want to test you. We have 3 more forging furnaces available, and there are apprentice positions open. Choose a spot and assist them in crafting various tools." With the mining operations on the mountains, there's a pressing demand for various mining tools. Dwelai glanced outside, confirming the activity. Even the second-tier blacksmiths were busily forging ordinary tools like pickaxes, shovels, and rakes, demonstrating the high demand. They arrived at the front of the forging furnaces, and Dole casually selected one. Uncle Hong called over a young worker, slightly older than Dole. "Anderson, you'll be working with this one. I'm Lin Rue. You'll assist Lin Rue. He is a first-tier blacksmith." Anderson nodded, thinking he could work with anyone as long as the pay was good. He eyed Lin Rue curiously. To be a first-tier blacksmith at such a young age sparked feelings of envy within him. A first-tier blacksmith had a contract and earned a minimum wage, at least in silver coins, far superior to their current positions. "Hello, Lin Rue." "Hello, Anderson. Let us get to work. Everyone seems quite busy," Dole said, ready to dive into the task at hand. He and Anderson began to work diligently beside the furnace, organizing tools, igniting the fire, selecting materials. Everything was executed with precision, as if they had been practicing for years. Observing this, Uncle Hong felt reassured. Indeed, Dole was seasoned, not a novice. With the arrangements in place, he turned and walked to the back, where Supervisor Ha was already pouring himself a drink, comfortably seated on a chair, seemingly more at ease than he. "How long has it been since you last visited here?" Uncle Hong inquired, somewhat irately. Hallie smacked his lips and chuckled. "Well, with you around, why would I need to come? As long as I collect my fees, that and Appos, is sufficient." Uncle Hong let out a couple of hums, sitting beside Ha Gu, clearly somewhat dissatisfied. "This time, all the young lords of the Link family are mobilized to vie for mining shares. How much have you secured on your end?" Halle, sipping water, casually glanced at Uncle Hong and replied, "This was all predetermined. The Abilities Association has been quite stringent, and with the arrival of a first-level wizard, neither the Link family nor the other two families dared to be overly ambitious, resulting in a rather equitable distribution, leaving us with only a 10% share." Uncle Hong chuckled. "Well, that and Appos, that's not too shabby. A 10% share still amounts to several thousand gold coins. Indeed, the Abilities Association is composed of wealthy individuals. If one won't earn this money, then why not? Quite so, when it comes to wealth, the wizards are genuinely affluent. However, one must consider the type of wizard. Wild wizards are often so impoverished they might as well sell their trousers." Uncle Hong laughed heartily. In this day and age, wild wizards are a rarity. They either get conscripted or wander off to distant lands, seeking refuge in other empires. Here in our Northern Kingdom, they dare not act recklessly. Chapter 45. The potion of strength and agility. At the entrance of the police station, Carmen hurriedly emerged with his entourage, leaping into a carriage bound for the Eastern District. According to reports from the Bianchi mine workers, the Odo father and son had been deceased in their home for over 13 hours, a considerable span of time. Their absence in the morning had stalled various proceedings, prompting inquiries that ultimately revealed the entire family had perished. Curiously, no one had reported the incident, and the two slaves who once inhabited the household had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Having not yet visited the scene, Carmen could only hastily speculate based on the information at hand. Was it an act of vengeance by the slaves, or was there another motive at play? However, all would become clearer upon examining the scene. He brought along officers as well as a coroner specifically for the purpose of investigation. Moments later, they arrived at Sam's residence. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of any foul odors. This was Carmen's initial impression. "Where is everyone?" he inquired. "Strangely, they are all in their rooms, seemingly asleep, yet have suddenly met their demise," was the response. Carmen paused, entering through the front yard, and quickly began his inspection, taking notes. It was evident that this was not a case of burglary or a botched robbery resulting in murder. While the household's valuables appeared to have been pillaged, the method suggested it was the work of the slaves, as they had taken the money without causing significant destruction, indicative of an inside job. Finding no suspicious elements, Carmen ordered for the 3 bodies to be placed in the living room. The coroner swiftly examined them, arriving at 2 conclusions. 2 had died from excitement, their hearts racing uncontrollably, leading to ruptured blood vessels, while 1 had succumbed to fright, with no external force involved. The coroner's preliminary observations led to a significant deduction. They had ingested a substantial amount of hallucinogenic substances, likely a potent narcotic, which was not uncommon among the upper echelons of society, where many nobles favored such concoctions as postprandial indulgences. Carmen pondered briefly, could it not be a homicide? He felt a wave of relief. If it were not murder, he would not need to consider the possibility of someone avenging past grievances against the family. The death of an individual with whom he had questionable dealings eased his tension. The demise of the entire family simplified matters considerably. As for the lost valuables, their absence was of little consequence. and he believed the escaped slaves would soon be apprehended. Each bore identifying marks, ensuring they could not venture far. Meanwhile, Dole was laboring diligently, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Upon noticing Hago and Apos' entrance, he continued to hammer away, engaging in casual conversation. "Aren't and Apos, are you busy today, Hago?" he asked. Hagu regarded Dole with a serious expression, sighing as he replied, "Linrue, I am aware of your intentions, but please remember to exercise caution." Dole raised his hand to glance at Hago, his gaze calm, and with a faint smile replied, "One only has one life. Naturally, I must heed safety. I have not yet had my fill of living." Upon meeting Dole's gaze, which was calm yet resolute, Hago felt a heaviness in his heart. He speculated that Dole had likely encountered some unfortunate events at the police station. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on a path of murderous vengeance. Reflecting on Dole's injuries, Hago felt a twinge of conflict within himself. He was uncertain whether to feel sorrow for the young boy or to mourn the 3 deceased individuals. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. "Well, as long as you understand. Now, let us focus on working diligently. Once you reach the intermediate level, quickly save up to acquire the combat techniques. You are still young, without familial burdens, so accumulating wealth should be effortless. If you wish to cultivate your combat skills swiftly, it is entirely feasible." Dole nodded solemnly. He had indeed considered this path. The book from now only contained methods up to the first level, lacking any techniques beyond that. He would need to seek out additional methods himself. The blacksmith shop presented an excellent opportunity, but he also had an even better option in Bar. Being a formidable level 7 giant, Bar surely possessed numerous powerful and domineering techniques. However, Bar had directed him towards the path of a sorcerer. And even if he provided combat techniques, he likely would not invest much effort into it. Haga drifted away like the wind, while Anderson watched his departing figure with admiration in his eyes. "Linrue, you share a close bond with Hago," he remarked. Dole bore no resentment. In just a day's time, the two had grown quite familiar. Dole smiled. "Hago was looking out for me, helping me fetch the tongs." He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued his work. "Indeed," he acknowledged. The promotion process for ordinary warriors was much the same, bearing little difference from that of blacksmiths. This was precisely why few ruffians dared to cause trouble at the blacksmiths. Here, they were surrounded by professionals. And who would dare to stir chaos? That evening, he successfully took residence in the Eastern District, in a humble 3-room dwelling belonging to Hago. There was no contract. A single key was sufficient. Living in this abode, with the city patrols conducting daily rounds, the safety was exponentially greater than that of the slums. Moreover, Bar could find a bit more comfort here, despite the distance from the city gates making it somewhat inconvenient for him. However, with Bar's formidable strength, such distance was hardly a concern. As he and his dog entered the courtyard, the first order of business was to clean the surroundings thoroughly, tidying up the rooms, a kitchen, and 3 ordinary chambers. He intended to convert one into a laboratory, while he and Bar would each occupy one of the remaining 2 rooms. The bathroom was situated in the courtyard. After completing these tasks, darkness enveloped the sky. Although it was still early, Dole found himself unable to sleep. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a bottle each of strength and agility potions, downing their contents before awaiting their effects in silence. Moments later, he felt a surge of power coursing through his limbs. His blood circulation accelerated, and his muscles began to swell. Particularly in his lower body, the legs and hips felt notably enhanced, seemingly the result of the combined effects of the strength and agility potions. Chapter 46. Intermediate Warrior Apprentice in the Realm of Alchemy. Potions are meticulously crafted for various professions, encompassing a vast array of effects: spiritual enhancement, strength augmentation, agility boosts, concentration aids, and antidotes, among others. The creation of these elixirs serves the purpose of providing a straightforward yet potent enhancement for practitioners, albeit at a significant cost, namely, an extravagant expenditure of gold. Seizing the moment of the potion's potency, he grasped a chopping knife and began to practice fundamental swordsmanship in the yard. His repertoire was limited to basic techniques: thrusting, slashing, cleaving, and hooking, yet these trivialities mattered little. Daily at the blacksmith's forge, he engaged in rigorous training with a 10-kilogram hammer, striking thousands of blows each day, a regimen that undoubtedly surpassed the physical demands of rudimentary swordplay, sufficiently augmenting his strength. Ball lounged at the threshold of the house, observing Dole as he practiced basic boxing and sword techniques, his eyes narrowing in reminiscence of his own childhood. It had been a world steeped in darkness. From the moment of his birth, he had to scavenge for sustenance alongside his brothers. As he grew slightly older, he was compelled to venture out and fight, capturing his own food, and eventually confronting even mightier beasts. Each day was a dance with death, a truly arduous existence. Now, watching Dole, who had yet to endure such trials, he acknowledged the merit of his progress. At the very least, he had learned the art of killing. In truth, witnessing Dole's development was a fascinating endeavor. The city of Dolmen offered little in terms of amusement. Even advanced meditation techniques and martial arts were absent. Had they been available, he would have eagerly seized the opportunity to observe them. Nevertheless, it appeared that even in the absence of such advanced resources, Dole's innate talent was well suited for the path of a sorcerer. Once he attained the rank of a level 1 sorcerer, he could depart for broader horizons. Ball had meticulously charted Dole and Imp Apos' future trajectory. His injuries seemed to heal at an impressive rate. However, as time progressed, the recovery would inevitably slow, likely requiring several years. During this period, he would accompany Dole, allowing him to witness the world's splendor. It would serve as a nurturing experience, and Ball felt an enduring sense of stability within. After a period of practice, Dole sensed the dissipating warmth coursing through him and gradually ceased his training. He could distinctly perceive an increase in vitality as his muscles expanded, the effects of the strength and agility potions proving remarkably potent. A mere adjustment of his internal energy left him imbued with newfound vigor, his limbs swelling with strength and unprecedented sensation. Subsequently, as prescribed in the texts, he was to consume copious amounts of meat to replenish the nutrients necessary for his organs and bones, while simultaneously utilizing an abundance of medicinal herbs to cultivate his inner strength. The physical prowess of a novice warrior typically surpasses that of an ordinary individual by a factor of 2. Upon reaching the intermediate stage, this ratio escalates to approximately 3. And for advanced warriors, it exceeds fourfold. The disparity between intermediate and advanced warriors is not as vast as one might presume. The primary distinction lies in the necessity for advanced warriors to attain a state of physical perfection before honing their combat aura. Once the aura is cultivated, one ascends to the rank of a level 1 warrior. The mastery of combat aura is the hallmark of transcending into the realm of extraordinary warriors. In this world, both martial arts and meditation techniques are tightly controlled by the elite, making them exceedingly difficult to acquire. This has resulted in a plethora of intermediate and advanced warriors on the streets, while truly extraordinary individuals are scarce. Even when they do exist, most originate from the ranks of nobility. Ordinary people find it nearly impossible to rise above their station, leading many to seek refuge under the wings of the aristocracy, thereby strengthening the nobles while weakening the common folk. Upon realizing this, Dole felt a weight settle in his heart. These high-ranking individuals truly are unscrupulous, employing every conceivable means to maintain their grip over the populace. However, he felt it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. It was still too early for him to act. After eliminating the father and son, his next targets were Feller, Carmen, and the hypocritical Dis. At the headquarters of the Abilities Association, Mossad sat attentively, scrutinizing the information provided by Beach, his brow slightly furrowed. "Are you certain this information is authentic and reliable?" Beach replied, "There are 5 intermediate wizard apprentices accompanying me. We reviewed it together, so we should not have erred. In the mountains outside, we found traces of another wild wizard, along with remnants of his tools. Although they are damaged, it is apparent that he practiced potion making. If Dole were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. He had barely departed when he was already being pursued with such efficiency in the vast wilderness." Mossad nodded, casually closing the documents. "Based on your analysis, the remnants left by the adversary indicate that they do not exceed the level of intermediate wizard apprentices. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Do you have any basis for your speculation that they are akin to those who lingered at the magic crystal mine?" Beach shook his head, stating no. "It is merely a hunch." Mossad chuckled lightly, saying, "Then I shall entrust this matter to you." Beach nodded in acknowledgement. Mossad then turned his attention to the others. "What is the current progress on the construction site? How far have the roads been laid?" The individuals responsible for this task were Mike, Tina, and Longza. Mike stepped forward first, respectfully handing the documents to Mossad. "Everything is here. In approximately 2 months, we will reach the foot of the magic crystal mountain. I can guarantee this with my family's honor." Mossad nodded, affirming, "Very well, I understand. If possible, you may also lend assistance. While magic crystals may not serve a primary purpose for you, they are still valuable as spellcasting materials, and contributions will be rewarded accordingly." Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals' eyes brightened. Typically, when crafting spell materials, magic crystals were scarce. Now, if they were to receive a share, they could potentially wield materials at will, casting spells akin to their mentors. With this thought, they were all filled with excitement. Understood, Master. We will strive diligently. Mossad smiled faintly, remarking that the production of magical crystals here was rather scarce, relying heavily on transportation from Chris County. This magical crystal mine was the cornerstone of the rise of the extraordinary society in Doman City. He expressed his hope that they would seize this opportunity. If another wizard could emerge, the implications for themselves and their families were tantalizingly vast. He presented an alluring topic for discussion. Unbeknownst to Dole, his position had already been compromised. After diligently forging iron for several days, he gradually adapted to his newfound powers. The ability to wield the third hammer with ease signified that he was on the verge of becoming a level 2 blacksmith. However, merely possessing strength was insufficient. He needed to demonstrate his skills by crafting a level 2 iron item, be it a sword, a spear, or armor, to validate his prowess. As an apprentice of the intermediate warrior profession, coupled with Dole and Apos' mental acuity, each strike of the hammer allowed him to precisely control his burgeoning strength. Achieving the status of a level 2 blacksmith at such a tender age was hardly an exaggeration, yet others remained oblivious to this reality. After mastering the control of his surging power, Dole spent his free time after work wandering outside, with his intentions being abundantly clear. Chapter 47. Cardia Feller was not always stationed at the city gate. The shifts rotated every few days, with each guard lasting a day, which greatly restricted Dole and Apos' reconnaissance efforts. However, he soon discerned their pattern. Feller and his companions changed every 3 days, serving for 3 days at a time. This was characteristic of the military, designed to motivate progress, and most soldiers possessed a notable background. Dole reached this conclusion after 10 days, which coincided with his second intake of the strength and agility potions. The blacksmith's forge remained bustling, the sound of clanging metal resonating as everyone attended to their tasks. Dole too was occupied, crafting a broadsword, when he noticed a figure approaching. It was Cardia, clad in black. At that moment, Cardia scrutinized him with a curious gaze. Dole was somewhat taken aback. Encountering this individual was unexpected, and his serious demeanor betrayed a hint of surprise. Cardia appeared even more astonished. He could see through Dole and Apos' disguise, having accumulated considerable experience as a seasoned professional. Is this truly Dole? How he has changed. He observed Dole with a subtle smile. How should I address you, young blacksmith? Realizing that Cardia had recognized him, Dole responded with his characteristic goofy grin. I am Lin Rue. Is there something you need, my lord? Cardia revealed the sword at his waist, stating, It's broken. Can it be repaired? Dole blinked, puzzled. Isn't this sword usually repaired by Varric? Cardia, of course, could not disclose that Varric was unwell that day. Others lacked the expertise, and the price charged by a third-tier blacksmith was exorbitant. He could only turn to Mondo's forge, as both establishments belonged to the Link family. While the Orin family also had their own blacksmith, their skills were merely average. Can it be repaired? Cardia asked again, this time with an edge to his tone. Dole chuckled. Yes, it can be repaired, though I will require some additional materials, such as dark fine copper. This dueling sword, in principle, was merely an ordinary blade, forged from a blend of fine steel and dark fine copper, ensuring both hardness and resilience. Observing the blade, which was marred with nicks and cracks, Dole knew that mere fine steel would not suffice for its restoration. Cardia was somewhat astonished. Could Dole truly repair a second-tier dueling sword now? However, recalling the peculiarities surrounding Dole, he felt a sense of reassurance. Very well, I shall fetch Uncle Hong. Cardia replied readily, evidently familiar with him. In no time, he returned with some iron, ore, and dark fine copper. The task of repairing the sword posed no challenge. And after a brief period, the sword was restored just as the workday was concluding. Now that we're finished, shall we go for a drink? Cardia inquired, a glint of interest in his eyes. Dole sent his apprentice away, tidied up, and said, All right, I will change into something more suitable first. Cardia nodded in agreement. Before long, Dole emerged from the back, clad in fresh attire, and together, they made their way into the city, eventually arriving at a tavern. Cardia was a frequent patron here, heading straight to the private room without a word from the waiter, who swiftly brought over some drinks. Dole rarely indulged in alcohol. Firstly, he lacked the proper environment, and secondly, with his limited finances, he could scarcely afford meals, let alone drinks. He had little fondness for the taste of alcohol, which reminded him of the stench of drunkenness on the streets. As Cardia poured himself a glass and attempted to fill Dole and Apos' cup, he was halted. Dole, I searched for a while, thinking you had already To my surprise, the instigator passed away mysteriously a few days ago, Katia remarked with a hint of significance. Sitting opposite Katia, Dole remained unmoved by his words. What more was there to say about death? Lord Katia has come to seek me. I presumed not to discuss such matters. I consider myself a mere insignificant figure, unworthy of your attention, he replied with a faint smile. Dole was already aware of Katia's status as the foremost duelist of the Oren family, an extraordinary swordsman with considerable freedom, capable of taking disciples and establishing a sect in this desolate city. Yet, to this day, he remained a solitary figure, only accepting dueling requests from the Oren family. This was highly unreasonable, leading many to speculate that Katia must possess another identity. Such discussions were common among the blacksmiths during their leisure, and Dole had merely overheard them. Dole paused, pondering the implications of Katia's words. Did he intend to offer him money? After some contemplation, he replied, aside from blacksmithing, I am not adept at much else. My monthly salary is decent, and I plan to save it to eventually purchase combat techniques. Without resources, progress is slow, and time passes until one inevitably ages out of their prime, ultimately fading away, forever distanced from the extraordinary. Katia's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Dole intently. No, you possess alternative means of income. At least, your handling of the Sam family situation was commendable. A flawless assassination, he stated, his fervor unmistakable in his eyes. A chill crept into Dole and Appos. Hart, who exactly was this man? Katia regarded Dole and asked, would you like to earn more? Dole sensed the revelation of Katia and Appos' hidden agenda. Narrowing his eyes, he responded without hesitation, I would be inclined. Katia raised his glass with a sly grin, saying, follow me to a place shortly. Half an hour later. Darkness enveloped the sky as the two exited the bar, swiftly merging into the night. They proceeded slowly, soon arriving in the northwest district. Along the way, Katia instructed him to assume a different guise, and he himself quickly transformed his appearance, donning a hood to obscure his identity. Dole readily complied, discerning that Katia's secondary vocation was likely not a noble one. They arrived at a bar named Vane Tavern, its entrance a nondescript small door on the street, leading into a dimly lit and shadowy interior. Upon entering the bar, Doyle felt an unsettling disquiet, for it was summer. Yet the atmosphere within was oddly chill, not the kind of chill that is felt physically, but rather a coldness that permeated the spirit. As a wizard, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. The bar's decor was rather austere. Immediately upon entry, one would encounter an elongated bar counter, enveloped in a uniform dark palette. The lighting was exceedingly dim, barely sufficient to discern the immediate environment, and nothing more. Surrounding the bar counter, a sparse arrangement of tables could be found, each distanced considerably from the others. Chapter 48. Accepting a task, the bar was desolate, devoid of patrons except for two individuals seated in empty corners, quietly sipping their drinks without exchanging a word. At the bar, a portly middle-aged man sat atop a tall stool, engrossed in a book, his demeanor tranquil. As Dole and Katia entered, the rotund man turned his head, casting a glance at Katia before shifting his gaze to Dole, a semblance of a professional smile gracing his lips, a clear indication of a newcomer's arrival. The artificiality of his smile elicited a quiet scoff from Dole, who was acutely aware that he too donned a fade. A peculiar aura emanated from the man, igniting Dole's instincts, warning him of the lurking danger, prompting him to remain silent. Katia approached with a measured pace and took a seat opposite the stout man, addressing him. Hey, Doug. I've brought a newcomer to familiarize with the surroundings. Doug scrutinized Dole, a mere glance revealing that the fellow had undergone some form of disguise, likely achieved through a transformation potion. Intrigued, he considered the possibility that Dole might be a novice wizard apprentice. With a smile, he produced a ledger and handed it to Katia, stating, this contains all the tasks, ranked from high to low. The eerie ambience enveloping them struck Dole with profound astonishment. It dawned on him that this seemingly inconspicuous tavern was, in fact, the stronghold of the Assassin's Guild in Doman City. His heart raced with the gravity of the revelation. This was the colossal entity of the underworld, the Assassin's Guild. Every profession had its guild, save for wizards. Blacksmiths had the Blacksmith Guild, warriors the Warriors Guild, hunters the Hunters Guild, and knights the Knights Guild. Some of these guilds were semi-official, while others were purely official, such as the Warriors Guild, fully supported by the Empire. The Hunters Guild operated on a quasi-official basis, responsible for self-sustainability beyond monthly reports. Dole was well aware of these distinctions. The Assassin's Guild, however, was a wholly clandestine organization, a titan of the dark world, and to his astonishment, Katia's second identity was that of an assassin. Dole felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his gaze towards Katia shifting dramatically. This individual was undeniably perilous. Katia perused the ledger, shook his head, and then passed it to Dole, his eyes reflecting a peculiar light. None of these tasks suit me. There should be something here that piques your interest. As Dole accepted the ledger, Katia reclined against the bar, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "You should have deduced by now that this is the Assassin's Guild, the very place I mentioned as a lucrative opportunity for you. Given what you accomplished last time, this is where your abilities can truly shine." Doug cast a sidelong glance at Dole, then at Katia, perplexed by the insinuations. What monumental feat had this fellow achieved that remained unknown to him? The Assassin's Guild also served as an intelligence network, yet there seemed to be no significant events lately. Only the demise of a few inconspicuous individuals. At that moment, Dole held the ledger in his hands, scrutinizing it closely, a weight settling in his heart. The contents were strikingly alarming. On this small notebook, each line corresponds to a task, with each task claiming at least one life, some even demanding complete annihilation. Just on a single sheet of paper, there are no fewer than 30 lives, explicitly priced in silver or gold coins. Is this the underworld? A chill ran through Dole and Apos' heart as he quickly grasped the meaning behind Katia and Apos' earlier words. The bounty for the city gate guard captain, Feller, was set at 2 gold coins. With newfound determination, he raised his gaze to Doug and cautiously declared, "I wish to undertake this task." Doug tilted his head, glancing at the tasks listed in the notebook with curiosity. It was quite uncommon for individuals to target official figures. The aftermath of such an assassination could prove troublesome. They typically preferred to eliminate destitute nobles or adventurers. However, as a killer, Doug did not dwell on these considerations. He took the notebook from Dole's hands and inquired, "Do you possess any intelligence on Feller?" Dole shook his head and replied, "No, but I will conduct my own investigation." In truth, he had some information. Yet he refrained from disclosing it, understanding the necessity of being cautious in such a place. In the quiet tavern, Doug chuckled softly and remarked to Katia, "This young brother you brought along is quite intriguing." Katia, still in a relaxed demeanor, paid no heed to Doug and instead addressed Dole, who appeared somewhat wary. "The Assassin Guild also provides intelligence. You can purchase it. Typically, the information on a squad captain would not exceed 1 gold coin." Dole was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Doug continued in conjunction with Katia, regarding Dole with a professional expression that conveyed an air of inquiry. "Our mission is to provide all services for assassins. The intelligence on Feller is not worth a gold coin. It can be had for merely 50 silver coins." As he is just a fortunate little character, Dole fell silent, pondering whether this fellow was hinting at something. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Then I am grateful." The task, which bore a bounty of 2 gold coins, had already cost him a quarter of its value in intelligence. Indeed, the trade of assassins proved to be quite lucrative. After exchanging items with Doug and settling to payment, the tavern fell into an unsettling silence, void of any further sound. Dole surveyed his surroundings, feeling the oppressive atmosphere that seemed deliberately crafted to instill fear. As a practitioner of mental specialties, he sensed an inexplicable force suppressing something in the world around him, which weighed heavily on his heart. Today, he had witnessed the grim reality that lives could be commodified. With a somber heart, he and Katia swiftly exited the tavern. Once outside, Katia and Apos' languid demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of coldness and solemnity. They quickly departed from the main road, turning into another street. At that moment, Katia resumed his original composure, while Dole maintained his newly assumed countenance. Upon entering the main thoroughfare, Katia ambled along, whispering softly that the Assassin Guild offered numerous services, such as money laundering, slave trading, and a variety of combat techniques, along with certain meditation practices from sorcerers. Anything could be acquired for a price. If one desired something, it could be purchased within. However, he advised caution, for wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. Dole nodded in acknowledgement. Katia patted his shoulder, chuckling, expressing his confidence in Dole. In truth, Katia had ulterior motives for guiding him, as there was a referral fee involved. Thus, Dole need not worry about Katia's intentions. In the future, once Dole's strength increased, they could form a team. This was merely a precursor to cultivating a companion. Naturally, Dole harbored doubts about Katia's words, but merely nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Katia." The two soon parted ways, with Dole heading towards the eastern district. The streets were eerily silent. Few ventured out at night, and as he walked, He encountered scarcely a soul, only the occasional shadow of a patrolling security team. Although Doman City was not chaotic, it was uncommon for anyone to stroll about after dark. In the dim corners and convoluted sewers, there could easily lie a few corpses, a frightening reality. No one wished to meet an untimely demise under such circumstances. Maintaining a stoic expression, he approached the patrol unit head-on. Having changed into a fitted, unremarkable outfit, with his head exposed, he was, as anticipated, subjected to questioning. Chapter 49. Gathering intelligence. Returning to the courtyard, the night enveloped everything in a profound silence. Ball and Apos' figure emerged from the doorway, casting a ghostly shadow in the darkness. "I just discovered you ventured to the Assassin's Guild," said Dole, turning to glance at Ball, who nodded in acknowledgement. "A certain individual named Cardia led me there," he added. Ball tilted his head, pondering the identity of this man, then chuckled. "He is the Vice City Lord and Apos' duelist, renowned as the finest duelist in Doman City. I never imagined he would also be an assassin." Dole nodded gravely, his heart weighed down by the realization that the depths of this city's intrigues exceeded his expectations. "I have accepted the contract to eliminate Feeler and already acquired his intelligence. The operation will commence shortly." Ball shrugged, saying, "Do as you deem appropriate." He then sauntered to the entrance, effortlessly leaping onto the wall above, before vanishing into the night. Watching Ball disappear, Dole slowly made his way into the room. He retrieved a vial each of strength and agility potions, consuming them both. As the effects of the potions began to unfurl, he practiced foundational boxing techniques and basic swordplay in the courtyard. Although he lacked genuine combat experience, repetitive practice of fixed movements would prove beneficial in the future. He contemplated whether he should invest in a set of ordinary martial skills to study, as his current repertoire of basic sword techniques offered little to learn, and he possessed no authentic swordsmanship or martial arts. After 2 hours of training, well into the night, Dole felt a portion of the potion's effects take hold. His muscles swelled, and his skin tightened, the potions proving remarkably effective. Those 2 vials were his last, leaving him with none remaining. Each vial cost 1 gold coin, totaling 8 coins for all, a considerable indulgence. Yet, feeling the surge of power within him, Dole deemed the expense worthwhile. Upon entering the room, he retrieved a vial of a basic mental strength potion, consumed it, and began to meditate. The effects of the basic mental strength potion were no longer as pronounced, but it was still a significant improvement over solitary training. He had visualized nearly 30 coins, but as he progressed, the efficiency of his visualization waned, and maintaining such a vast number of coins in his consciousness posed a challenge. The sea of his awareness was vast and boundless, yet sustaining the existence of 30 coins without them collapsing was no small feat. He had to perpetually maintain their form, which, in another sense, honed his mental fortitude and willpower. Dole found the task increasingly arduous, at times fearing he had taken a wrong turn. However, Ball had reassured him that all was well, prompting Dole to persist in his training. Soon, the night passed. Their residence was secure, situated in the Northwest District, an area inhabited by nobles, where the presence of patrolling guards was abundant. Moreover, owing to their status, they possessed a degree of protection themselves. Although Feeler was not a noble, he was indeed a scion of the aristocracy, residing within a modest enclave surrounded by nobility, significantly heightening the difficulty of remaining undetected. Dole suddenly recalled that most names on the assassination list belonged to nobles, yet they continued to thrive due to the remarkably secure conditions here. If he possessed the speed of Ball, he could stealthily infiltrate, eliminate his targets, and depart without much hassle. However, he was not Ball, necessitating some strategic thinking. Bars, military camps, homes. Dole pondered for several days before deciding to make his move at the bar. Feller, in truth, did not relish drinking. He merely enjoyed the ambience. According to intelligence reports, the bar catered to military personnel, offering numerous distractions: women, fine spirits, and an array of peculiar substances, including intoxicating drugs and enhancements for virility. Dole contemplated exploiting this aspect. He also considered avenues concerning food and water supply, yet these were managed by dedicated personnel, making them difficult targets unless he could infiltrate the water authority or Feller's home. After weighing these options, he dismissed them, fearing exposure. In the military bar, Dole ordered several drinks, idly sipping at a table while multiple women passed by, all of whom he declined. Though merely 13 years old, his physical maturity was nearly on par with that of an adult, yet he remained unable to engage in certain activities. This, however, did not deter him from drinking. The military bar, while restricting entry to servicemen, allowed Dole to gain access with a bit of makeup and, importantly, money. And he had money, Thus he entered. The military bar was chaotic, filled with revelers and rowdy patrons, all partaking in raucous merriment, as long as no one was fatally harmed and broken things were compensated for. In a short span, 2 incidents occurred, one involving drunken mischief, the other a dispute arising from a woman. This woman, devoid of volition, resembled a puppet, her eyes lacking any spark. Nevertheless, her appearance remained striking. Dole deemed her a pitiful creature. After a while of drinking, he casually glanced at the entrance, and his eyes brightened slightly before he turned away, no longer paying attention. Feller had arrived. He entered with colleagues, his attire unchanged from the day's work, and headed straight to the bar. After calling out for drinks and exchanging warm greetings with familiar faces, he gathered his companions and sought out a table to commence their revelry. Dole observed closely and soon noticed Feller requesting something from a server, which he carelessly tucked into his breast pocket. Dole absorbed every detail, even the precise location of the concealed item. At the future apothecary, Oldme personally attended to Dole within the modest pharmacy. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Dole produced 10 bottles of basic mental enhancement potions and, with a faint smile, stated his need for 4 bottles each of strength and agility potions, with the remainder to be exchanged for materials and money. Oldme nodded. This was not their first transaction, and the exchange proceeded smoothly. However, he noted that Dole's assortment of materials this time included a plethora of peculiar ingredients. However, he did not inquire further. The wizarding system inherently contains numerous slightly forbidden elements. As long as it pertains to herbs, whether they are poisons or ordinary medicinal materials, he is capable of selling them. Chapter 50. The death of Feller. The medicinal materials were prepared, leaving only 4 gold coins. Oldme, satisfied with the transaction, wore a joyful expression. This time, he could earn at least 2 gold coins. For a wizard, 2 gold coins might seem trivial, but for him, it was a significant gain. Dole nodded, wrapping the items and placing them behind him. I shall come once a month from now on. Upon hearing this, Oldme felt a wave of relief and became even more enthusiastic. It is an honor. Your mental strength potions are excellent and pure, much to the delight of the customers. Dole shook the bundle, replying, the strength potion is commendable, though the agility potion is somewhat lacking. If I had the relevant formula, I wouldn't need to rely on theirs. In truth, Dole possessed the formula, but he chose to conceal his abilities. Oldme nodded, acknowledging that many apprentices excelled in only one aspect, making it quite challenging to master another. However, the exchange of knowledge was beneficial. He had also procured some of those potions, intending to enhance them with additional ingredients. With a moment of focus, he reflected on Feller's previous demeanor, imposing and authoritative, his gaze reminiscent of a predator assessing prey. Dole found that look intolerable. It had become a nightmare haunting his nights. For a magician, mental clarity was paramount, yet Feller, Carmen, and Dis loomed before him like insurmountable mountains, instilling feelings of resentment and anger that hindered his progress. Thus, they must perish. The Odo father and son were already dead, and Dole had experienced a surge in mental clarity that very night, gaining 2 copper coins. Should these 3 wretches meet their demise, his strength would undoubtedly amplify significantly. Whether driven by nightmares or a yearning for clarity, these despicable individuals had to die. When they considered themselves insignificant, they should not be surprised when he regarded them as mere insects. After spending some time infusing poison into the concoction, everything was prepared. He felt no anxiety, but rather an impressive composure. On the 4th night, Dole donned the guise of a young gentleman and ventured to the military tavern where Feller often frequented. As the clock struck 10 and Feller had yet to arrive, Dole silently expressed his good fortune. He stealthily made his way to the northern district, only to find that Feller was not home. Where could he be? Dole decided to stake out the area. The security patrols in the northern district were exceptionally vigilant. Dole had spent a considerable portion of his wealth acquiring a set of rather expensive attire, allowing him to move through the streets without drawing suspicion. Were he dressed as an ordinary commoner, he would likely be interrogated or even apprehended and beaten. The police station had become a source of anxiety for him. That night, he concealed himself in the branches of a tree, remaining utterly still, even regulating his breathing to be nearly imperceptible. At 10 o'clock, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, growing closer until it reached the alleyway. Soon, a finely crafted carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the alley, from which 2 figures descended, dragging a drunken silhouette behind them. In the darkness of the night, the figure remained indistinct, yet it was evident that he was intoxicated, rambling incoherently. From the tone of his voice, Dole recognized him as the individual he had been waiting for, Feller. Casting a glance at the 2 accompanying him, Dole felt neither sorrow nor joy. It appeared that the evening would yield no fruitful outcome. He remained motionless, fixated on the trio as they approached from the alleyway. The two companions exchanged laughter and jests while dragging Feller along, soon arriving at his doorstep. They carelessly deposited him at the entrance, merely tapping on the door before swiftly departing, seemingly unwilling to linger. As they walked away, their conversation revolved around the beauty of various daughters, the size of women as posteriors, and the endowments of daughters-in-law, all devoid of any respectable discourse, their expressions lewd. Dole watched the two depart, then turned his gaze to the prostrate Feller at the threshold, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Before long, the two men boarded a carriage and vanished from view. At that moment, Feller's house remained shrouded in darkness, as if no one had heard the door open. Dole's eyes gradually brightened, his heart racing. Could this be the opportunity granted to him by fate? Acutely aware of the significance of seizing chances, he stealthily descended from the tree, approached the entrance, and pressed his ear against the door, waiting silently for several seconds. There was no sound from within. Dole lowered his gaze, taking a deep look at the inert Feller. Sprawled upon the ground like a puddle of mud, his features obscured in the night. This parasite of the Empire. Without a moment's hesitation, Dole donned gloves and flipped Feller over, retrieving a vial of potion from his pocket, twisting open the cap and stowing the cork away. After a moment and Oppos's concentration, he pried open Feller's mouth, expressionless as he poured the entire contents of the vial inside. Feller swallowed every drop, muttering for another drink afterward. Dole let out a cold smirk, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, thinking to himself that there would be no second drink. Gently laying Feller down, he knocked vigorously on the front door before swiftly retreating to the shadows. Moments later, light illuminated the interior, and a disheveled woman emerged, pulling Feller inside. Observing this, Dole quietly distanced himself, feeling a surge of clarity in his thoughts and a revitalization of his spirit. Exiting the alley, he exhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and feigned nonchalance as he made his way out of the northern district. Next on his agenda were Carmen and Dis. Only these two remained. Dis sat in the chief's office, listening to reports from the military department, his expression one of resignation. A squad leader from the city guard had perished at the hands of his own wife. What investigation could be conducted in such a matter? Those wretched corrupt guards were all cut from the same cloth. He hoped the police department would take over this case, for solving crimes was not within the military's purview. Although Feller and Oppos's demise was far from honorable, the police needed to conduct their inquiry. The military and Oppos's position was inherently superior to that of the police. Thus those who approached spoke with greater authority. Feller's disgraceful death prompted the military to seek a more respectable conclusion to his nefarious existence. The police chief Moreno nodded and said, "Rest assured, Gray, we will handle this matter splendidly." Gray shrugged and replied, "Then I shall leave it to you. May our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be so." Gray soon departed, leaving only Diaz and Chief Moreno in the office. Diaz, with a stoic expression, gazed at Moreno and inquired, "Chief, what shall we do?" Hades smirked and replied, "Proceed as usual." Diaz's face twitched slightly. "I shall take care of it immediately." He slowly rose and exited the office. Proceeding as usual implied finding a scapegoat and orchestrating a murder. A compensation would be awarded to Feller's family. Otherwise, there would be discontent from the military office. Nobility are particularly concerned with appearances, especially the military, which is rife with corruption yet still clings to its facade. Nevertheless, the necessary actions must be taken. 2 days later, Dole, disguised, quietly approached the entrance of the Assassin Guild and Oppos's bar, gazing into the dark abyss. He felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he steeled himself and ventured inside. Though 2 gold coins were meager, even the smallest of morsels holds value. And as he would frequently engage with them, it would not be long before he could command 3 to 50 gold coins, or even hundreds, for a single task, as his prowess grew. Upon entering the bar, he found it still shrouded in dimness, with a few individuals scattered in the shadows beneath the yellowed light. He glanced at them, and they returned his gaze before he nonchalantly approached the counter. Chapter 51. Team Formation. Doug spotted Dole, recognizing him with a hint of surprise. This little fellow introduced by Katia possessed quite the skill. Feller was dead. The authorities declared it a homicide, apprehending the perpetrator, a thief who had been executed. However, only Doug and the members of the Assassin Guild were privy to the truth, that Feller had been murdered. It was astonishing. This lad truly had the makings of a killer, silently eliminating a target without bearing the burden of responsibility. As Dole approached, Doug gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. I cannot help but congratulate you." Sitting before Doug, Dole maintained a neutral expression, stating, "No need for pleasantries. It is merely my duty. I have come to submit my task." Dole blinked, pondering whether the introducer would receive a commission. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, pocketing the money and saying, "Let me see if there are other tasks available." Doug produced a notebook and handed it to Dole, saying, "These are all level 1 tasks. According to the point system, you must complete more than 3 level 1 tasks to access level 2 missions." Dole's eyes widened in disbelief. Assassinating Feller is considered a level 1 task? Doug nodded sagely, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct. The rewards for level 1 tasks start with gold coins. What about level 2 tasks?" Dole remained silent, instead focusing intently on Doug, then lowered his gaze to search through the notebook. At that moment, Dole sensed someone standing behind him, a waft of orchid fragrance wafting into his nostrils. It was a woman. "I have a level 2 task. Might you assist me?" A raspy yet magnetic voice called from behind. Doug shrugged, glancing at the cloaked figure, fully aware of her identity and the nature of her task. "If you trust others, you may invite them to join you. However, the distribution of rewards will require your negotiation. Our assassin guild permits team formations." Dole's confusion dissipated as he exchanged glances with Doug, setting aside the notebook, and addressed the woman. "Shall we discuss this further?" Although the woman's voice was disguised and hoarse, it belied her youth, prompting Dole to consider her proposal. "Certainly," the woman replied. Dole followed her to a secluded corner, soon seated at a table. At that moment, Dole noticed an unusual force surrounding the table, effectively muffling their conversation. This assassin guild possesses quite the intricacies." The woman lowered her hood, revealing a girl of around 18 or 19, possessing an unremarkable appearance but with piercing, bright eyes. Her skin was fair, not typical of a warrior. Could she belong to another profession? Or perhaps, like him, she was a sorceress? The complexities of human nature warrant a cautious approach. The woman scrutinized Dole, equally appraising him, but soon realized she had not encountered him before. She raised her hand to her lips, gently clearing her throat, her voice returning to a clear, melodious tone as she spoke. "I have a task that I cannot complete alone and wish to invite you to join me. The reward is 10 gold coins, split evenly between us." "What task is worth 10 gold coins?" Dole inquired, astonished. It is essential to understand that the earnings of an ordinary individual throughout their lifetime pale in comparison to this amount, which, when converted into copper coins, amounts to a staggering 100,000. The woman delicately pressed her lips together and suggested, "Eliminate a destitute noble." Dole furrowed his brow. For a commoner like Feller, who resided near the noble district, it was already an arduous task to kill, let alone a genuine noble, who could commit crimes in the northwest sector. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Do you possess detailed intelligence?" The woman gazed intently at Dole and replied, "Indeed. But you must be certain of joining forces with me to share it." Dole found this proposition rather unappealing. Assassinating a noble was no trivial matter. The essence of nobility in this world is defined by an inherent superiority. Each month, the empire bestows a meager stipend upon them, which, although not substantial, is significantly more than that of the impoverished. Nobles are entitled to participate in political discussions, to place their own people within military and police ranks, as well as to gather intelligence. Most crucially, they possess the authority to recruit soldiers, maintain private guards, and are protected by law. Many warriors ultimately find their fate serving as protectors for the nobility. A slight twitch of Dole's lips indicated the gradual disappearance of his smile. "I do not engage in endeavors without certainty. You may seek another." The woman bit her lip. She had invested a considerable sum in acquiring this intelligence, and should Dole take it and proceed to assassinate the noble, she would be left with nothing for her efforts. After spending considerable time in the Assassin's Guild, she had come to understand certain truths. Nevertheless, Dole's demands were not unjust. He needed to assess the risks and rewards. The situation between them was evidently paradoxical. Observing the woman and Appo's unwillingness to yield, Dole expressed his apologies and rose from his seat, heading toward the counter. At that moment, a burly man at another counter stood up, casting a hostile glance at Dole and extending an invitation. "Hey, join my team. I'll give you 20% of the mission's reward." Despite revealing his presence, he remained obscured beneath a dark cloak, rendering his physique indiscernible. However, upon seeing his face, Dole felt a wave of aversion and shook his head. The man and Appo's expression darkened considerably, revealing his displeasure. Dole narrowed his eyes, fixating on the man with a gaze as cold as death. Care to repeat that? At this juncture, Dole had already taken several lives, naturally emanating an aura of menace and intent to kill, coupled with his significantly greater mental prowess compared to ordinary individuals. His murderous intent overwhelmed the man, leaving him visibly shaken. Startled, the man dared not underestimate Dole any longer, closing his mouth and sulking back into his seat. Doug observed the scene with keen interest. The individual introduced by Katia was indeed intriguing. A wizard, how amusing. In the corner, the woman watched the confrontation between Dole and the man, biting her lip. This fellow possesses considerable strength, compelling even the black dog to relent. If she was not mistaken, he was likely an apprentice wizard, much like herself. The Assassin and Oppos S Guild, despite its illustrious name, saw the majority of its members perish after just 3 or 4 missions, often leaving only newcomers behind. For a novice to reach such a level of prowess was indeed impressive. She clenched her teeth, rose from her seat, and hurried over before Dole could reach the bar. Taking a moment to compose herself, she said, "I am willing to share information with you." This time, her voice bore a hoarse quality. Dole merely shrugged and replied, "I have no interest. Seek someone else." He could discern the hesitation in the girl's demeanor. Her mistrust evident. Such a person could not be a reliable teammate. He continued to stroll towards the bar, a hint of perplexity lingering in his mind. Chapter 52. Shadows unseen. The young woman gazed unwaveringly at Dole, her sincerity palpable. For several years since the demise of his parents, Dole had traversed life alone, and the sensation of being grasped by another's hand evoked a torrent of memories. Subtly, he withdrew his hand from the comforting warmth, narrowing his eyes, conceding to the moment. The girl's fluctuating tone jolted his awareness. This too was a form of disguise, one he could employ. Seeking allies, her motives were not whimsical. She had lingered here for several days, encountering others who proved to be less than virtuous. It was only upon meeting Dole that she felt a spark of hope. The older assassin bore a convoluted mindset, making her inherently distrustful. Dole scrutinized the woman's visage for a moment before producing the intelligence report, his gaze shifting to the paper as he meticulously perused its contents. Their target was a minor noble named Bondi, known for his penchant for maltreating mates. Having toyed with the lives of several, resulting in the demise of one whose brother was a captain in the military. Upon learning this, the two families became embroiled in enmity. Bondi, a nobleman, stood in stark contrast to the maid's brother, a mere commoner, who, under the dual pressures of the military and aristocracy, was compelled to capitulate, yet his indignation festered, leading him to amass his entire fortune as a bounty on Bondi's head. The girl accepted this assignment, driven by the conviction that Bondi was guilty. A common adversary to all women. The document detailed Bondi's residence, family size, and habitual activities with remarkable clarity. Dole, after a cursory glance, furrowed his brow. "I have obligations during the day and can only operate at night. Although the intel is extensive, I must conduct my own reconnaissance. Let us share this mission. I shall not act independently." The peril of assassinating a noble was too great. He had no desire for solitary endeavors. Upon hearing of the shared mission, the young woman relaxed, responding, "That works. I can accompany you. You may call me Lily." Without a second thought, Dole replied, "You can refer to me as Adil." Neither revealed their true names. Subsequently, Lily handed Dole a note bearing an address, and they agreed upon a rendezvous point once preparations were complete. Dole glanced at it before tucking the note away. Exiting the Assassin's Guild, he swiftly vanished into the shadows. As a sorcerer, Dole could sense multiple gazes fixated upon him, only to dissipate with his movement. The Assassin's Guild. Dole understood that Cartia's invitation to join the guild was far from benevolent. Yet, he found himself with few alternatives to decline. The guild held an abundance of resources he desperately needed: magic, martial prowess, and various intelligence. Completing a mission would automatically elevate him to a 1-star assassin. But he was acutely aware of the guild's nature, populated by mercenaries who would forsake their lives for profit. He needed to remain vigilant, for trust was a luxury he could not afford. Receiving a reward of a single gold coin, Dole did not feel elated. A task of such modest caliber, especially for a mage, rendered this sum rather paltry, far inferior to the wealth he could amass through brewing potions for mental fortitude. Alchemy is an essential and formidable foundation for any wizard, as it presents a legitimate avenue for income, albeit one that thrives in the shadows. Fortunately, Dole had the acquaintance of Old Me. Not long after his arrival at the blacksmith shop, Dole quickly rose to prominence. He had advanced to the rank of a mid-level warrior apprentice, and soon began wielding the formidable 4-pound hammer, which, in his grasp, exuded a tremendous sense of intimidation. Naturally, in ordinary circumstances, the 3-pound hammer remained more manageable. Most second-tier blacksmiths relied on it, while the 4-pound hammer was typically favored by third-tier artisans. Dole's swift ascent to the rank of second-tier blacksmith left the patrons of Mondo's forge in awe. Even Hare, who was privy to the details, felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering how Dole had honed his skills and where he procured his potions. His rapid advancement was clearly beyond that of an ordinary individual, surpassing even that of the nobility. Yet, Hare understood that Dole was not a malevolent soul. He harbored no ill intentions and sought merely to live a quiet life. Thus, he allowed Dole to continue, even if it meant indulging in some mischief, as long as it did not disrupt the operations of the forge. After his promotion to second-tier blacksmith, Dole found himself invigorated by the act of forging daily. He felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his veins, and his bones gradually became denser and more resilient, leading him steadily towards the path of a high-level warrior apprentice. However, a minor regret loomed, despite the increase in his vitality and the robustness of his bodily functions. He found it increasingly difficult to enter a meditative state each night. The vigor within him was so potent that with each heartbeat, he felt a tremor throughout his entire being, leaving Dole perplexed. In the biographies of Nalu, he had never encountered such concerns. It seemed his journey had been smooth sailing. Dole chose not to dwell on these matters too much, endeavoring to suppress the rhythm of his vitality through sheer mental force. Initially, this approach yielded results, but as his vitality surged, it became ineffective. Dole was compelled to cease his consumption of strength and agility potions. According to Ball, the path of a wizard suited him more appropriately. He was advised to set aside his martial aspirations for the time being. Soon enough, half a month elapsed. The mountain town in July remained cool. The evening breeze carried a refreshing chill, and the streets were quiet, with only a few passers-by hurrying along. Dole donned his attire, a flowing black robe, and made his way towards the slums. Before long, he arrived at the impoverished area and, without needing to search, approached a small house, gently knocking 5 times. The creaking of the door echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Dole felt a slight heaviness in his heart as he stepped through the entrance. Inside, the house was bare, littered with refuse. A shadowy figure stood at the threshold, cloaked in dark garments, a hood concealing their face, making it impossible to discern their gender. "You and Amp, Oppos, V arrived." A crisp female voice resonated. Dole nodded, lifting his hood to reveal the visage of Adil. "I am prepared. When shall we commence our reconnaissance, or shall we scout separately?" Lily, veiled in a delicate garment, cast a glance at Dole. She gently removed the cloak atop her head, revealing an ordinary and unremarkable visage, reminiscent of their previous encounter at the Assassin's Guild. In that moment, Dole detected a familiar scent, the unmistakable aroma of a disguised potion. Lily regarded Dole with unwavering certainty and inquired, "Are you an apprentice wizard?" Dole chuckled softly. "Ah, you noticed as well?" With a sigh, Lily replied, "Indeed, I too am an apprentice wizard. We may find ourselves collaborating for an extended period. Allow me to share a bit about my background. An ancestor of mine was a wizard, and it was while sifting through their relics that I became aware of my own potential. Yet, the path to advancement as a wizard is fraught with challenges, which is why I ventured out in search of knowledge. What about you?" Her eyes gleamed with intensity as she gazed at Dole. Dole maintained his composure, having long suspected that this woman was indeed a wizard apprentice. After all, neither hunters, nor assassins, nor warriors typically possess such frail vitality, a notion he had sensed during their encounter at the Assassin and Oppos' Guild. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I stumbled upon a tome that contained methods for becoming a wizard, but it only covered the path to advanced levels, leaving the ascent to the first tier shrouded in mystery. Thus, I must devise my own means to attain that status." The two engaged in an open exchange, laying the groundwork for mutual trust. Lily fell silent. She possessed knowledge on how to ascend to the first tier of wizardry, yet the costs were prohibitive, far beyond her means. Up until now, her only source of funding had been the Assassin's Guild. However, as fellow wizards, both shrouded in secrecy, Lily felt a sense of relief. Wizards could only trust one another. Others were not to be relied upon. "Since we are both wizards, may I be so bold as to inquire how you achieved your advancement?" Chapter 53 Investigation. Dole rolled his eyes, incredulous. "Are you a novice? How could you even think to ask such a question?" He shook his head and murmured softly, "Advancing as a wizard apprentice is arduous, more so than for a warrior. This is something we both understand. What I can accomplish, you may not be able to, and my methods may not suit you. I have no desire to pry into your approach, especially since this is merely our second encounter, devoid of any foundation for collaboration. He pointedly highlighted the crux of the matter. Lily sighed and nodded. Then let us refrain from discussing it further. There will be ample time in the future. For now, let us talk about Bondi. From today onward, I am available every evening this month. Shall we investigate together or separately? Dole, disliking collaboration, promptly replied. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, let us first investigate separately. 5 days from now, regardless of what we uncover, we shall reconvene here to deliberate our next steps. Both were wizards, and their minds were particularly agile. Lily nodded in agreement, having held the same thought. With no foundation of trust between them, it was prudent to proceed cautiously. Seeing her acquiescence, Dole said, "Very well, let us part ways for now. We shall meet here on the 10th. He turned to leave. At that moment, Lily reached out, grasping Dole's hand, and he felt that familiar warmth and softness. Dole halted, perplexed. It seemed she had a penchant for holding his hand. With a hint of shyness, Lily spoke. "I have very little of the disguise potion left. Would you be willing to sell me some? I can pay you." Sensing the warmth in her grip, Dole subtly squeezed her hand, letting out a soft chuckle. "I thought you were asking for something significant. The disguise potion is quite simple to brew. I shall gift you 2 vials." He rummaged in his pocket, produced 2 small bottles, and placed them in her hands before quietly withdrawing. Her ability to seek him out signified a burgeoning trust, the first step toward a bond. The disguise potion was, in essence, a type of ointment contained in small jars. It was relatively easy to concoct, though the ingredients were challenging to procure, particularly for those living in the city. Holding the disguise ointment in her hands, Lily gazed at Dole's retreating figure, her heart heavy with contemplation. She had genuinely intended to purchase it, yet he had freely given it to her instead. This act left her with a sense of indebtedness. While simultaneously revealing an undeniable truth, he possessed the skill to brew potions. Crafting disguise ointment was no trivial feat, and his willingness to gift it indicated a certain talent in potion making. Given his youth and rapid advancement, he likely had the capability to concoct mental strength potions, though she wondered where he sourced his herbs. If he could indeed brew mental strength potions, perhaps she might procure some from him? The thought of their exorbitant price sent a shiver through her. The reward for completing a secondary task would barely suffice to purchase 5 vials. Wizards were exceedingly expensive to maintain. She lamented her lack of talent in potion making. Had she inherited a more profound aptitude from her ancestors, she would not be burdened by such concerns. Such garments were beyond the financial reach of ordinary folk. Available only to the elite, a common understanding across all social strata, dressed in his newly acquired garments. Dole adopted the demeanor of a nobleman and swiftly made his way to a broad avenue. Unlike the narrow alleys of the Eastern District, each pathway here could comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 carriages side by side, resembling the main thoroughfare of Doman Avenue. Upon arriving next to the estate of the Bondi nobility, Dole concealed himself in the shadows, meticulously observing while cross-referencing the intelligence he had gathered. The nobility possessed the authority to recruit soldiers, and their residences were guarded by numerous sentinels. With the acute perception of a sorcerer, Dole easily sensed the powerful life forces swirling around him. Consequently, he dared not venture too close for fear of detection. At that moment, he found himself somewhat envious of Nalia, who had procured a cloak with exceptional stealth capabilities, complemented by his affinity for shadows, enabling him to conceal himself at will. If only I had a talent for shadows or equipment for stealth, Dole lamented inwardly. He possessed the foundational knowledge of magical runes bestowed upon him by Ball, and with diligent study, he could eventually craft his own stealth gear once he ascended to the rank of advanced sorcerer and imp, Opos, as apprentice. However, as a mere intermediate apprentice, his mental energy could not yet extend beyond his immediate being, rendering the use of magical runes a formidable challenge. Dole did not linger near the noble estate for long. After confirming the information twice, he began to survey the surrounding terrain. The security in this noble district was impressively stringent, with layers of patrolling officers, making it exceedingly difficult to commit a murder here. Dole found the situation exceedingly vexing. As an intermediate sorcerer, and not a nimble hunter or assassin, even reconnaissance proved to be a daunting task, let alone the act of killing. 5 days swiftly passed. On the night of July 10th, Dole donned inconspicuous attire and ventured into the slums, where he soon encountered Lily. Today, she was not swathed in her usual heavy layers, but had adopted a different guise. Had it not been for Dole's keen mental acuity, he might have been caught off guard by her sudden appearance. in the slums. Lily regarded Dole with a sigh and said, I have conducted inquiries through alternate channels, and the intelligence is indeed accurate. However, the patrols in the northern district are exceedingly dense, making it quite challenging to execute a killing. Dole nodded in agreement. If we were both advanced warrior apprentices, we might stand a chance, but our current capabilities are far too feeble. Lily appeared surprised. Dole had inadvertently revealed his status as an intermediate warrior apprentice. Yet, given his striking physique and bronzed skin, it was evident he belonged to the warrior class, making it difficult for anyone to suspect him as a sorcerer. After pondering for a moment, she remarked, becoming an advanced sorcerer is exceedingly difficult. I have trained for 3 years and have only just reached the status of advanced sorcerer. It is said that the sorcerers among the nobility advance rapidly, but once one becomes an advanced sorcerer and Appos, as apprentice, the promotion process slows significantly. And advancing to a full sorcerer is even more arduous. Dole remained unfazed. He could concoct potions to enhance mental energy, and with his commendable talents, ascending to the advanced level would not pose much difficulty. The real challenge lay in remaining undetected, as the most arduous task for a rogue sorcerer was to conceal their true identity as a practitioner of the arcane arts. Let us set aside trivialities. Our current discourse revolves around the methodical elimination of Bondi. Should we find it unfeasible to execute our plan within the confines of his residence, we may resort to ambushing him in the open, targeting him along his habitual route. After all, the nobility possesses their territories, which affords us an opportunity to strike. Dole and Appos' adaptability in thought is commendable. It appears we have no alternative. Bondi is employed by the Relief Society, and he adheres to a consistent route for his daily commutes. Occasionally, he is summoned to gatherings at other noble estates, thus presenting us with a chance to rely on fortune. Despite her profession as an assassin, Lily seldom engages in deep strategizing. The nobility indeed holds dominion over their lands. Although Doman City is situated amidst mountains, numerous small towns lie beyond its borders, all under the jurisdiction of Doman City. At that moment, Lily declared, I possess a method to instill fear in animals. Previously, I employed this technique to create chaos, enabling me to discreetly eliminate my adversaries. Chapter 54. Uncontrolled in the darkness. Dole gazed at Lily with a hint of surprise. Did she possess such skills? If he could indeed accomplish this, it would warrant some planning. Whether it be ordinary livestock, horses pulling carts, or other resilient and robust pack animals, their physiological structures differ significantly from that of humans. Their senses of smell, taste, and hearing are easily influenced, and Lily would likely exploit these aspects. As a sorcerer, contemplation takes precedence, prompting Dole to entertain numerous conjectures. Soon, a concept of assassination crystallized in his mind. Lily, taken aback by his words, inquired if he could procure a crossbow. Dole nodded affirmatively, stating, Yes, but crossbows are cumbersome to transport. We can only act at night. With a sigh, Lily lamented, Had I known you could acquire one, we could have eliminated him days ago. That disgrace of a human. She then began to devise a plan, indicating that only they, as financially strapped intermediate sorcerer apprentices, would undertake such a venture. Crossbows are regulated items, strictly controlled, and even nobles are prohibited from owning them. Only the military is authorized to possess such weapons, while the police are not. Dole's ability to obtain a crossbow stemmed from his background as a blacksmith, having repaired countless crossbows, and he could easily assemble one from discarded parts. His primary concern lay with the intelligence surrounding their target. As time passed, several days later, Dole successfully acquired a crossbow and discreetly removed it from the forge. He sought out several vacant areas to practice during the night, and once he confirmed his accuracy, he informed Lily to prepare for action. As an intermediate warrior apprentice, Dole possessed the strength to wield the crossbow effectively. Bondi was a rather corpulent middle-aged man, his eyes squinting together, exuding a treacherous demeanor when he smiled. He was a lord recognized by the Empire, albeit the lowest rank of baron, yet still a noble. He received a fixed stipend each month and held the authority to recruit 5 private soldiers. Even the most minor baron had a small territory, a modest town along the road to Chris County, from which he could collect over 50% in taxes monthly. Of that 50%, 40 went to the lord of the town, leaving only 10 for himself. Thus, Bondi raised the tax rate to 70%. However, he seldom visited the town, merely collecting his share of the funds monthly, indifferent to the state of his territory. His life revolved around indulgence and mingling with other nobles, indulging in pleasures and the company of women, epitomizing the existence of a typical minor noble. On July 20th, he received an invitation to the birthday celebration of a viscount from the Lake family. Despite his notorious reputation for mistreating servants and offending many, his noble status ensured he received such invitations. The Lake family ranked as the third family in Doman City, subordinate to the Lord Link family and the Deputy Lord Aeon family. They boasted substantial financial resources and power, controlling a significant share of businesses involving mines, furs, and medicinal herbs. Thus, the Lake family extended their invitation, and he felt compelled to attend. Aligning himself with such a powerful entity could significantly alter the trajectory of his life. Beyond the considerable influence of the Lake family, another crucial factor beckoned: the prospect of encountering numerous exquisite ladies at the soiree. The allure of charming a few of these elegant women was indeed the pivotal reason for Bondi's desire to attend, regardless of whom he might engage with. Spending a few nights with any daughter of nobility would undoubtedly be one of life's most delightful experiences. The gala commenced at 6 in the evening and stretched until 10, and although several hours passed without him achieving his desires, he nonetheless garnered the attention of several affluent ladies, leaving him somewhat satisfied. As the festivities drew to a close, guests began to depart gradually. Bondi did not linger long. Behind him, other carriages followed, their occupants wearing peculiar, cheerful expressions, clearly having enjoyed themselves. After exchanging pleasantries with other nobles, he boarded his carriage and soon found himself on the main thoroughfare. Reclining comfortably within, he extended his hand, placing it near his nose to inhale deeply. The fragrance of the bougainvillea wafted through the air, a scent distinctly belonging to a viscountess. How intoxicatingly delightful. The carriage driver, well acquainted with Bondi's temperament, maintained a leisurely pace, which could also be described as steady. The carriage glided smoothly onto the main road, gradually making its way to the northwest district, traversing several avenues before entering a narrow lane. The driver, familiar with the route, expertly guided the horses, who instinctively turned into the alley leading to their residence. Just then, the lead horse suddenly startled, rearing up, and like a wild stallion set free, it bolted forward. The other 3 horses, influenced by the first, followed suit, galloping uncontrollably. The driver desperately tugged at the reins, but to no avail. The 4 horses raced down the thoroughfare in a frenzy. Bondi, jolted awake from his reverie, sensed the abrupt turmoil. A hint of inebriation lingered, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. As the carriage accelerated wildly, he was thrust backward, his head colliding with the wooden structure behind him. "Damn it, stop this carriage, stop it now," Bondi shouted in panic. The driver, equally flustered, replied, "Sir, it's no use. The horses are spooked and beyond control. You must jump out." With the horses in a state of panic, their destination unknown, Bondi, albeit a mid-level warrior who rarely exercised, resolved to regain his composure. He steadied himself and aimed for a stretch of flat ground, leaping from the carriage. After rolling a few times upon landing, he managed to stabilize his position. Meanwhile, the horses, dragging the driver into the encroaching darkness, galloped away amidst a cacophony of alarmed shouts. At that moment, the patrolling guards in the vicinity noticed the commotion and rushed toward the scene. A runaway carriage posed a perilous threat on the streets, with danger looming at any moment. One individual approached Bondi, cautiously inquiring, "My Lord Bondi, is everything all right?" Ignoring his concern, Bondi promptly exclaimed, "I am fine. Quickly pursue the carriage." That carriage represented a significant investment. If it were to be damaged, he would be left with no choice but to ride in another dilapidated vehicle, a fate he simply could not endure. Chapter 55, Settlement, skip to chapter. Awkward, nobility cherishes their reputation. If one's carriage falters and fails to present itself before others, the resultant ridicule is more than mere loss of face. It signifies a complete downfall. Observing the patrolling guards hastening past, Bondi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He vigorously shook his head to clear the remnants of alcohol and ambled homeward. It was merely a night of indulgence. Yet an unexpected incident had marred the occasion. What bad luck! In a shadowy corner, Dole surveyed the unfolding scene with a hint of surprise. Lily had executed her plan admirably, just as they had orchestrated. They had divided their forces, one positioned at the end of the road and the other midway, with every detail meticulously arranged. He had indeed leapt from his carriage. Dole lay in ambush at the center of the road, clad in gray, nearly invisible in the darkness. He concealed himself within the roadside ditch and slowly raised his head, his eyes glinting ominously in the night. Bondi was still some distance away. Needing to traverse the path at a leisurely pace, Dole felt no urgency. Stealthily, Dole shifted forward. Moments later, Bondi reached the road's midpoint, his gait unsteady, as if he had injured his leg. At that instant, Dole closed in from behind, mere meters separating them. A sigh of relief escaped him as he quietly drew his crossbow, aimed, and pulled the trigger. In the stillness of night, a barely perceptible sound echoed as Bondi halted abruptly, then collapsed without a sound. His demise was swift and silent. Seeing this, Dole swiftly emerged from the filthy ditch, flattening himself against the ground as he approached Bondi. While running, he dismantled the crossbow and stowed it away, donning gloves and retrieving a short sword from his waist. He quickly reached Bondi's side, crouching down to inspect the fallen figure. Indeed, the man had succumbed, his neck pierced, one hand clutching the wound, his eyes wide with shock. In a matter of seconds, he had met his end. Truly, this was a stroke of fortune for Dole. With urgency, Dole removed the bolt from the crossbow, gauged the wound in Apo's position, and forcefully thrust the short sword into it to exacerbate the injury. After completing this task, he conducted a brief search of Bondi's person, creating the appearance of a robbery. The night remained eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. Only the distant whinnies of horses and the clarity of human shouts pierced the stillness. Shortly, two figures appeared at the slum's entrance, signaling each other before vanishing into the shadows. All had proceeded smoothly. Dole understood that Ball could easily monitor him. He waved his hand dismissively and strolled into the courtyard. As he retrieved the crossbow from beneath his garments, he mused aloud about the 10 gold coins and 10 bottles of potion. Why not seize the opportunity? Fabricating a crime scene was, after all, a fundamental tenet for an assassin. Ball gazed at Dole with surprise. Oh, you truly consider yourself an assassin? Rarely do genuine sorcerers descend to such depths. It tarnishes their worth. He shook his head, adding, it is far more advantageous for a sorcerer to dabble in concocting potions and crafting energy items than to resort to murder. Doyle shrugged, his expression somewhat grim. If he were to venture out and proclaim his ability to concoct potions, he would likely not be treated as a guest of honor, but rather face dire consequences. With a sly grin, Doyle remarked, thank you, but do ensure you remain undetected. Martin scoffed dismissively, chuckling softly. In the depths of night, Dis rubbed his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. Bondi and Apo's demise was initially of no concern to him, as that territory was under another and Apo's jurisdiction and was, after all, a nobleman. Alas, their status as commoners allowed them to intimidate other plebeians, but when it came to nobility, they were powerless, merely conscripted into service. These parasites were inept at solving crimes, but excelled at extorting money. Roused from his slumber, Dis was already in a foul mood. Bondi's lifeless body lay sprawled in the middle of the thoroughfare. Despite being informed that this was a premeditated robbery resulting in a fatal stab to the neck, Dis found it hard to believe. Not only would commoners hesitate to rob a noble, but even if they dared, it was improbable that they would execute such a perfect crime. How could the patrolling guards fail to notice any suspicious individuals? Accompanied by his men, he approached the corpse. Although he spoke with a semblance of politeness, his tone was decidedly haughty. Dis twitched his lips, gazing at his counterpart in silence. He lowered his head, donned gloves, and began to examine the body. The darkness veiled many details, demanding his utmost scrutiny. At that moment, Carmen provided him with a torch, and soon after, Dis furrowed his brow. Indeed, the situation was as he had envisioned. It was not a close-quarters combat nor a mere ambush. Even in the case of an ambush, Bondi, being a minor noble, would have had a moment to react. The fact that he had perished without any sign of defense suggested something was amiss, and the body had been tampered with, leaving the direction of the attack and the assailant's identity shrouded in mystery. He meticulously examined the wound, but regrettably found no discernible clues. However, he was certain that the injury was atypical. It appeared to be inflicted by a short blade. Yet the angle of the attack did not align with the methods of assassination, failing to conform to any known assassin's technique. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated his conclusions. The surroundings remained eerily tranquil. Bondi and Apo's death stirred considerable unrest among the aristocracy. Regardless of the circumstances, Bondi was a noble, officially recognized by the empire, a figure of high standing. Unlike the deaths of Feller, Otto, and others, Bondi's demise sparked a significant uproar. Being murdered during a robbery was a grave incident in Doman City, prompting simultaneous action from the police, military, and public security offices, resulting in an extensive manhunt that sent ripples of anxiety throughout the city. Nevertheless, such searches were destined to be fruitless, likely yielding only minor culprits. During the day, Doyle continued his routine of work and training. though he had notably tempered the intensity of his workouts. He had realized that excessive vigor adversely affected his meditation as a wizard. Moreover, Barton had long warned him that his warrior aptitude was rather mediocre, while his wizardly potential was far superior. Unless he advanced further in wizardry, it would be prudent to refrain from warrior training for the time being. After ascending to the rank of a second-tier blacksmith, Dole found himself in a considerably more relaxed situation, no longer burdened by the relentless busyness of his previous days. According to the customs of blacksmithing, he began to accumulate savings, preparing for the acquisition of a martial arts manual. Yet, this was merely the surface. Dole continued to capture the attention of many. A blacksmith of such youthful age was indeed a remarkable sight, drawing considerable focus and even eliciting numerous promises from those seeking to woo him. Even Uncle Hong spoke highly of Dole, imparting various techniques to him, such as the art of observation, the nuances of vibration, and the assessment of the quality of raw materials, alongside advanced hammering techniques and other intricate methods. As mid-August approached, the weather turned slightly oppressive. After finishing work one afternoon, Dole instinctively glanced at a certain corner by the roadside. There, he discovered an unfamiliar mark that had appeared at some point. Pretending to be indifferent, he made his way toward the slums. Swiftly arriving at the entrance of another marked house, he knocked 5 times. The door opened promptly, and Dole slipped inside. Upon seeing Dole, Lily let out a gentle sigh of relief. She reached for her coin pouch at her waist and poured out 10 gold coins, handing them to Dole. Chapter 56. Strategy with Carmen. Dole had not counted the coins, merely handing them over to Lily. He gazed at her, having developed a semblance of understanding towards the young girl. Although they had only completed one task together, their cooperation had been commendable, laying a foundation of trust. Lily looked at Dole and produced 2 more coins, stating her desire for a mental strength potion. Though phrased as a question, her tone was assertive. Dole pondered why Lily seemed to know he could concoct such a potion, his eyes fixed on her. "Why do you say that?" he inquired. Lily bit her lip and replied, "I was uncertain at first, but your words have convinced me." Dole fell silent, realizing that this older sister figure was quite astute. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a vial of mental strength potion, saying, "I can do that, but I only know how to brew the mental strength potion. I lack the necessary ingredients for anything else." This was a tacit acknowledgement of his knowledge in potion making, further reinforcing their trust. As Lily beheld the potion in Dole's hand, excitement surged within her. Having trained for several years, she finally glimpsed the possibility of advancing to a senior wizard apprentice. Her voice grew hoarse with enthusiasm as she declared, "I can provide the herbs, but I need your assistance in brewing it. I only require 1/3 of the final product." Dole and Appo's eyes brightened at her words. "You can procure the herbs?" Lily sighed and replied, "Yes, I work as a maid for a noble family involved in the herb trade, allowing me to interact with suppliers regularly." Dole's expression shifted from confusion to realization as he asked, "Are you at the Lake family?" Lily nodded, disheartened. The Lake family controls several suppliers and traders. They have ongoing dealings with the ability community. I secretly noted down the recipe for the mental strength potion, but later realized I lacked the talent for potion making and had to abandon it. Initially, I intended to barter the recipe for a disguise ointment, merely wishing to trick you. I had no idea you already possessed it." Dole's lips twitched, recognizing the cleverness of this woman. He felt youthful and naive in comparison. Reflecting on this, he stated calmly, "I too have inherited the legacy of a fallen wizard. In terms of potions, I can only brew the mental strength potion. It is not particularly challenging, and I am uncertain of my own aptitude. However, if you can acquire other herbs and recipes, I would be willing to attempt it." Lily's eyes sparkled with hope. "That is feasible. I can give it a try. If you possess the talent for potion making, I'll provide the ingredients, and you can assist me in creating a more advanced mental strength potion. If we succeed, I could elevate to a senior wizard apprentice in about 6 months." Dole was taken aback, scrutinizing Lily from head to toe. The mental strength of a junior wizard apprentice is typically minimal, often failing to extend beyond the surface of the body. Advancing to a senior rank would break this limitation, allowing the use of spellcasting materials and the release of 0-level spells and magical tricks. Though merely magical tricks, they represented the nascent formation of combat capability, marking a departure from utter weakness. In any profession, a sorcerer wielding magic is the most formidable presence, while for the nobility, the ability to employ magical arts signifies substantial combat prowess and an entity not to be trifled with. For the association of abilities, a senior sorcerer's apprentice necessitates constant monitoring, as any malevolent actions can be swiftly dealt with. Sorcerers epitomize mass destruction. Any uncontrolled sorcerer must be restrained. In the Northern Kingdom, the plight of wild sorcerers is indeed grim. However, despair does not encapsulate their essence, as Senior Sorcerer and Appos, as apprentices remain synonymous with strength. Dole is acutely aware of his circumstances and has been consistently utilizing mental potency elixirs, experiencing a rapid, albeit not instantaneous, enhancement in his cognitive abilities. This is partly due to his youth and limited experience, and partly because his potential has yet to be fully realized. After all, he is merely 13 years old. Had he the same age as Lily, he would have already ascended to the rank of a senior sorcerer's apprentice or even a first-level sorcerer. Nevertheless, a tinge of envy lingers within him, for she will soon possess the ability to cast spells. Only those who can conjure spells are deemed true sorcerers. After contemplation, he agreed, albeit with the caveat of utmost discretion to avoid exposure, for the Association of Abilities maintains stringent control over wild sorcerers. Lily nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. The two then departed the shadowy slums. Upon returning to his chamber, Dole glanced at Ball and exhaled in relief. Only in this haven does he feel secure. Beyond ensuring the most fundamental transactions, his current preoccupation lies in devising a method to eliminate Carmen and Dis, both of whom are members of the police force and possess heightened vigilance. Thus, eliminating them will not prove facile, yet Dole remains unperturbed. 3 days later, he arrived at the apothecary, appearing quite the part of a herb farmer with a bulging pack. Old Me personally attended to him, and soon, they convened in the back room. Within, Old Me and Dole engaged in their trade. The backpack was devoid of contents. Save for a scant assortment of herbs for concealment purposes, he procured 10 vials of mental potency elixirs. A look of delight crossed Old Me's face, tempered by a calm demeanor. Dole's yield is modest. He earns several gold coins each month, a previously unfathomable sum. However, this time, to his surprise, Dole did not require strength or agility elixirs, for he observed that Old Me's physique seemed remarkably well-honed. Why cease training? Yet, he refrained from inquiring. Upon completing the transaction, after securing the mental potency herbs and several glass containers into his pack, Dole paused to ask if there was any connection between the apothecary and the police station. Old Me, puzzled by this question, mused that their apothecary belongs to the Lake family, while the police station falls under the jurisdiction of the Aeon family, hence, no interactions exist between them. Dole raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are there many sorcerers within the Lake family?" He instinctively surmised that the mental potency elixirs were intended for the Lake family's use. Old Me coughed lightly and revealed information unknown to the common folk, stating that the city of Doman would be recruiting apprentices, exclusively the progeny of merchants and nobility. The 3 prominent families and other affluent individuals each had their own talents entering this realm, and naturally, our Lake family was included. These potions were not intended for the family members, but were rather sold to scattered wizards among the nobility. Otherwise, how would he profit? Upon hearing this, Dole grasped much and chuckled, saying he would come to see him next month. Old Me extended his hand and replied, "Please." Then came the strategy concerning Carmen. Carmen was a detective, tasked with overseeing a specific area, patrolling daily to maintain order. In cases of homicide or disputes, he would be called upon to intervene. His jurisdiction covered only a small portion of the Eastern District, resulting in less frequent outdoor wandering and more time spent in established watering holes. Sometimes, a drink could facilitate one and Appos' dealings. Bars have long been a realm where light and darkness coexist, characterized by their complex clientele and relative chaos. Whoever could dominate the bar would garner more information, whether from official entities or the underworld, with the exception of the Assassin Guild. Dole soon discovered that Carmen favored a bar named Firefly, which was also under the control of an underground faction known as the Butcher Organization, jointly managing that segment of the Eastern District with Carmen. Chapter 57. Gathering information in this region, the daylight belongs to the authorities, while the night is the domain of the butchers. This has become an established norm. The underworld is characterized by extortion, bullying the weak, human trafficking, and an array of heinous deeds. However, as long as these acts remain concealed, they exist in a state of legitimacy. Dole sat in a corner, sipping a vile drink, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he attuned his ears to gather intelligence. The bar indeed serves as an excellent venue for information, where keen hearing allows him to catch snippets of gossip, what the nobility did that day, who fought whom, or even who met their demise and where their bodies were disposed. Despite the cacophony, Dole concentrated, his acute perception enabling him to discern the details. After a while, he spotted Carmen entering, his demeanor alert. After exchanging a few casual greetings with the local ruffians, he settled into a random seat. Not long after Carmen sat down, a burly man approached and took the seat opposite him, and the two began to converse in hushed tones. Dole had been frequenting this establishment for several days and recognized this man as a significant figure within the butcheress circle. Their conversation was a mutual exchange of intelligence. Carmen would provide the butcher with certain information, thereby enhancing his case-solving rate, while the butcher offered Carmen protection. This is how collusion between the authorities and the criminals flourished. Upon witnessing this, Dole devised a plan. Initially, he contemplated poisoning Carmen directly, but knowing Carmen abstained from drugs posed a challenge. Close proximity would likely alert the keen-eyed detectives, prompting him to abandon that scheme early on. After a brief exchange, the burly man departed, leaving Carmen alone. Dole lingered for a moment before making his exit. He positioned himself at a distance outside, patiently awaiting Carmen's emergence. He meticulously noted the time and began to follow him discreetly. Over the course of several days, he successfully mapped Carmen and Apo's movements and gathered pertinent information. He discovered that Carmen resided in the Eastern District. Although Carmen was a detective, he hailed from humble beginnings. He had a woman at home, a servant, and two young sons aged around 5 or 6. Dole felt a pang of heaviness in his heart upon this realization. Yet, a flash of resolve ignited within him. He would prioritize his own survival. The fate of Carmen's wife and children was of no concern to him. Should they perish from hunger, it would merely be the consequence of their own misfortunes. He prepared to employ his previous tactics, intending to poison Carmen quietly. He would first ascertain Carmen's preferences and cater to them, making every effort to avoid drawing the attention of others. He had previously eliminated the Otto family, as they possessed little worth. In this world, the lives of ordinary people held minimal value. It is the lives of the nobility that command respect. To take a Bondi's life could yield a reward of 20 gold coins, whereas the life of an ordinary citizen might fetch only 10 silver pieces. While assassinating a detective might carry greater risks, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. For Dole, concocting mental fortitude potions had become a task of diminishing difficulty. With each enhancement of his mental acuity, his perception of materials grew increasingly refined, resulting in an exceptionally low failure rate. He had been able to successfully brew potions multiple times each month, achieving a success rate that now approached 60%. This is merely a level 1 mental potion, beneficial solely for novice and intermediate apprentices. The formulation of a level 2 mental potion is far more challenging, necessitating the mental prowess of advanced apprentices. Dole consumes approximately 1 bottle every 5 days, resulting in rapid enhancement of his mental capacity. Over the course of a month, he could amass nearly 30 bottles of the potion, excluding those designated for Old Me and Lily. What remains is just sufficient for his own needs, and he must carefully conceal his production output. It would be advantageous to have alternative channels for selling such items. The Assassin and Apo's guild presents a viable option. Yet one must exercise caution to avoid exposure. It is populated by ruthless killers who would not hesitate to exploit any information that could lead to Dole and Apo's abduction, reducing him to a mere tool for alchemy. The mere thought of such a fate instills a sense of dread within him. The journey from intermediate to advanced wizard is a protracted one, requiring approximately 80 coins, a significant increase from the 27 coins he currently possesses. After several months, he has successfully accumulated 40 coins, which is quite an achievement. With the abundant assistance of mental potions, Dole's progress in cultivation is indeed commendable. According to the records of Nalu, a legendary figure, the transition from novice to intermediate took 1 month, while the ascent from intermediate to advanced consumed nearly half a year. Given this, it is quite reasonable for Dole to require a similar duration for his advancement. As Cardia arrived at the Mondo blacksmith shop, he immediately spotted Dole engrossed in a book, his face entirely obscured by its pages. The lad appears quite relaxed, having visited numerous times. The surrounding blacksmiths and apprentices were well aware of the acquaintance between the esteemed Cardia and Dole, so no one inquired further. "You seem quite at ease," Cardia remarked. Observing that Dole had grown significantly taller and more muscular since 6 months ago, his skin darkened and polished by the forge, a quintessential blacksmith, Dole set aside his book, offering a hearty smile as he greeted, "Lord Cardia, what brings you here today?" Cardia jested, "If there were no matter to address, I wouldn't seek you out. Come, it's time for a repair." He produced his sword, the same one from their last encounter. Dole had matured beyond his novice days and possessed a clear understanding of the warrior profession. Cardia, as a level 1 warrior, was immensely powerful, wielding combat energy, logically. Such an ordinary iron sword devoid of special properties should have been retired by now. However, he refrained from questioning, simply gesturing to Anderson nearby to fetch some iron ore and fine copper. Leaning over the forge, Cardia chuckled. Are you curious as to why I wield a common iron sword? I certainly did not inquire. Dole retorted, refusing to admit any curiosity. Cardia continued with a grin. In swordsmanship, most fighters rely on technique rather than special powers, engaging in pure skill-based combat. Should a serious battle arise, I possess alternative weaponry. Dole, having never witnessed others in sword duels, remained largely uninformed about the intricacies of the warrior profession, as well as that of wizards. He nodded, teasingly commenting, Your frequency of combat is quite remarkable. You come for repairs every few days, which must amount to a considerable investment in Armando blacksmith shop over the course of a year. Cardia revealed a mysterious expression. Do you know how much it costs to duel with swords? Dole pondered for a moment, considering the nature of nobility. Could it truly be a considerable sum? He speculated. 10 gold coins. Cardia spat blood in disbelief. I toil and struggle just to earn 10 gold coins? Upon hearing this, Dole suddenly comprehended that being a duelist involved life-threatening risks, particularly for someone like Cardia, who was regarded as one of the finest duelists in Doman City. He remarked, It seems the minimum must start at no less than 50 gold coins. This amount matched the annual salary of a standard warrior in Doman City, inclusive of compensation. Cardia was somewhat taken aback. This young lad possessed a sharp mind. Nodding in agreement, he coughed lightly and, with eyes gleaming, inquired, Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me? The nearby blacksmiths were astonished by this proposition. Dole, equally surprised, thought to himself, I am here, diligently forging iron, earning a steady income of 30 silver coins a month, plus commissions. Why would I wish to learn swordsmanship from you? He shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. I do not enjoy conflict. Let us leave it at that. Cardia nearly choked on his own blood, exclaiming, You do not enjoy conflict? You have already killed several people. For goodness sake. Chapter 58. Intelligence. This young man possesses a hint of darkness within him. However, it is true that if left undisturbed, he could reside here for a lifetime. He pondered for a moment and remarked, You are nearing the level of an intermediate warrior. The breathing techniques required for advanced warriors of a slightly better quality demand over 50 gold coins. Do you not have any ambitions? Dole gazed at Cardia, questioning whether he had any awareness of his situation. I will gradually accumulate the necessary funds. With my current capabilities, I should be able to save up in a year and a half. At that moment, Anderson emerged from the back, presenting him with materials and preparing to start a fire. Dole accepted the materials, examined their quality, and issued a series of instructions to Anderson, who then began his preparations. The tasks of igniting the fire, tending to the crucible, and managing water all fell upon the apprentices, while the blacksmith's sole concern was to ensure the perfection of the craft. Observing Dole's industriousness, Cardia fell silent. After a brief moment, he nodded discreetly in approval. It must be said that when this young man forged iron, he exhibited a certain craftsmanship. His gaze was earnest, his expression solemn, his movements swift, and his strength unwavering, truly a natural blacksmith, although Dole had only been forging for less than half a year. His extraordinary mental acuity and mastery over tools and materials allowed him to surpass the typical capabilities of an ordinary second-tier blacksmith. After all, they could only be classified as average intermediate warriors, while Dole possessed the dual prowess of an intermediate wizard and an intermediate warrior, which was incomparable. Particularly, wizards enjoy significant enhancements in mental faculties, allowing for precise sensitivity to materials without concerns over the quality of the substances at hand. These dual advantages contributed to Dole's remarkable speed, earning him accolades even from Uncle Hong and Harley. The enhancement of mental acuity aids in precise judgment. And while blacksmithing may appear coarse, it demands a high degree of precision. The materials, the workpieces, and the force applied during the forging process are held to rigorous standards, which underscores the essence of Dole's rapid advancement. As Dole diligently forged, Cardia nodded in agreement. This child, if he were to study swordsmanship, would undoubtedly become a master swordsman. Alas, as he himself stated, he has no fondness for conflict. Soon, after a short while, the sword was completed. Dole instructed Anderson to polish it before handing it over to Cardia. During the exchange, Cardia gave him a knowing glance, and Dole, unaware of its significance, felt something added to his hand. He discreetly accepted the item, contemplating its implications, and remarked, In dueling, the sword must possess resilience, with a smooth tip. primarily focusing on technique and lethality as a secondary concern. If you are willing, Lord Cardia, it could be crafted from fine iron combined with refined steel. Ordinary iron is somewhat lacking. Cardia naturally understood this principle. He shrugged and replied, "In my hands, this item is merely consumable. It holds no particular significance. Thank you." After saying this, he cast Dole a meaningful look before turning to leave, as he needed to settle the payment at the front desk. Dole nodded in acknowledgement, calling out to Anderson, and then resumed his position on the chair, engrossed in a book titled The True Blacksmith. Seizing the opportunity to read, he took out the item Cardia had given him and placed it before the book. This is a note densely filled with small characters, and upon the first glance, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This contains intelligence regarding Carmen, in addition to what he had gleaned over the past few days. There was a wealth of other information about Carmen, such as the fact that he would be venturing out in 5 days to visit a mistress, a concubine of a minor noble, and that he frequently dined with colleagues and dis at various locations. The intelligence inscribed on the note was of paramount importance. In this world, lives hold little value. However, from different vantage points, life can be significant. Yet, at a certain height, the willingness to disregard another and oppose life for a trifling sum is an abhorrent behavior that Dole despises. Both Carmen and Dis are mere pawns in Dole and Oppo's grasp. His eyes narrowed slightly, brimming with murderous intent. Anderson sat beside him, inexplicably feeling a chill, even though it was summer and the forge was nearby. In the afternoon, he strolled out of the blacksmith shop, and before he had taken many steps, he spotted a familiar marker. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way toward the city, soon changing into another outfit as he entered the slums. Before long, he encountered Lily. Lily was slightly taller than Dole, clad in servant's attire, with a scarf wrapped around her head, and she carried a sizable bundle in her arms. Upon seeing Dole enter, she handed him the bundle and whispered, "I need more than 5 vials." Dole accepted the bundle, his gaze fixed on Lily, somewhat surprised. This woman indeed possessed a certain capability. Only a few days had passed. Lily had little time to spare, burdened with numerous tasks, thus her time was precious. She nodded in agreement. Their conversation was minimal. After completing the transaction, they parted ways. At the intermediate level, an apprentice wizard is indistinguishable from an ordinary person. And had Dole not possessed knowledge of potion making, he would be just like the rest. Hence, his most fervent desire was to ascend to the rank of a senior apprentice. A senior apprentice would find their studies fruitful, delving into the realms of magical runes, potion making, and materials science, all disciplines within alchemy. To become a wizard, one cannot evade the study of alchemy, and the understanding of various magics necessitates alchemical support, of which Dole was acutely aware. The primary mental potency potion posed no challenge for Dole. He could even distill multiple vials in a single night. The ingredients Lily provided were of excellent quality and well-aged, resulting in potent mental potency potions. However, regrettably, Dole had consumed sufficient amounts, rendering the basic mental potency potion ineffective. He could only rely on personal cultivation or the preparation of a secondary mental potency potion, which represented his current predicament. Nonetheless, Dole remained unperturbed. After completing these tasks, he began to concoct another type of ordinary potion, the hallucinogenic potion, enhanced with additional ingredients. Psychedelic substances can be employed in 2 distinct manners. The first involves personal consumption, while the second entails their use as a soporific, capable of inducing a trance-like state in others. According to the intelligence gathered by Dole, Carmen frequently found himself alone after departing from his mistress, presenting numerous opportunities for Dole. Nevertheless, he remains unwilling to engage in direct confrontation. Firstly, due to his lack of combat experience, and secondly, he harbors a desire to remain inconspicuous, leaving no trace of his actions. At least on the surface, he aspires to lead a life of integrity. This endeavor must be conducted in secrecy. Chapter 59. Erasing Carmen. The hallucinogenic potion is utilized by sorcerers, and it is typically reserved for those who are at least intermediate apprentices, enabling them to administer it upon themselves. The potency of this elixir is formidable, particularly effective against the minds of warriors with lesser mental fortitude. Dole requires merely a trace amount to incapacitate Carmen. Though Dole had numerous opportunities, executing his plan upon the main thoroughfare proved challenging. A crossbow could have sufficed, yet should he miss his mark, there may not be a second chance. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution. After 3 days of reconnaissance and careful contemplation of his escape route, Dole was poised to act. Meanwhile, Cardia strolled along an unconventional path. diverging from his usual leisurely outings. He found himself lingering at the entrance of the police station, fortuitously encountering Carmen as he exited for the day. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Having provided Dole with ample information, it was time for the other to take action. Upon reflection, today marked the day of Carmen's rendezvous with his mistress. Adhering to Dole's prudent nature, this was the only opportune moment for intervention. Cardia felt a sense of anticipation regarding the methods Dole might employ. As dusk enveloped the city, Cardia meandered through several alleyways, finally entering a narrow passage. Draped in dark attire, he adeptly leapt onto a nearby wall, gliding silently across rooftops under the cover of night. His intentions were resolute. He navigated through potentially perilous areas and swiftly arrived at the designated meeting spot, waiting in silence. The two faced each other, exchanging curious glances. "What brings you here?" Lily inquired, her tone tinged with bewilderment. Dole reciprocated with a question, "And what brings you here?" Lily gazed at Dole, pondering his motives. "I live nearby," she replied. A flicker of realization crossed her mind. The last time she had seen such a look on his face was when he was preparing to kill. What was he up to? She cautiously approached Dole, leaning in closer and whispering, "Do you have a mission? Why didn't you invite me?" The proximity allowed Dole to catch a whiff of Lily's enchanting fragrance. A shiver ran through Lily as she wondered whom Dole intended to kill. But she dismissed her concerns and stepped away, soon entering a nearby residence. Around the corner, Dole discreetly observed as Lily entered the house, sighing with relief. It was unexpected that she would be in the same alley as Carmen. Life was indeed full of surprises. Having surveilled this location for several days, Dole swiftly arrived at his predetermined spot and placed a vial of the potion upon the ledge of an overhanging eave. He laid the bottle flat and carefully tethered a string to its mouth, extending the cord downward. After the events of the previous night, he uncorked the vial. With a gentle tug on the string, the bottle would tip, releasing the enhanced hallucinogenic potion, which would disperse into the surrounding air. This concoction possessed a potent hallucinatory effect even for intermediate sorcerer apprentices and was particularly overpowering for ordinary warriors, especially considering the additional ingredients he had incorporated. After everything was set in order, he grasped the rope and stepped into the darkness by the roadside. The alley lay in eerie silence, devoid of any presence. As night fell, the desolation of the area became almost palpable. Katia stood atop the building, observing the unfolding drama with quiet intensity. That scoundrel, Carmen, had found himself a mistress of decent appearance, an official's concubine, slender of waist and leg, ample in bosom, though her countenance left much to be desired. The two writhed together in bed, resembling a pair of wriggling maggots. He did not linger long on the spectacle of their carnal entanglement. After a few glances, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, pondering how he might execute Carmen if he were Dole. The most effective method would be to infiltrate and poison both the mistress and Carmen, a tactic Dole had employed before. However, Dole was absent, likely wary of collateral damage. Where might he strike? Perhaps at the alley's entrance? He peered outside, his form flickering as he stealthily leaped from the rooftop towards the alley. Soon, after surveying the alley, Katia furrowed his brow. The darkness was impenetrable, obscuring all sight. Even his blood sense failed to detect anything. As he moved, he quickly discerned a peculiar fluctuation of energy at the alley's mouth, concealed by the roadside. "Found you." At that moment, Katia sensed something unusual. Dole's energy was alarmingly low, nearly imperceptible, an unfathomable anomaly for an intermediate warrior apprentice. This fellow was undoubtedly backed by someone, employing a level of concealment beyond even his own capabilities. He refrained from overthinking and settled on the rooftop, preparing to witness the unfolding scene. The night was still, save for the distant barking of dogs echoing from who knew how far away. Approximately an hour later, when the world around him had fallen into a profound silence, Carmen emerged from the alley, treading quietly along the road. His steps were somewhat unsteady, yet he moved with surprising speed. In the darkness, Katia discerned his uniform, which made him conspicuous as he swaggered down the street. He soon reached the alley's entrance. Just then, his form wavered slightly before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. On the rooftop, Katia was taken aback. What method had Dole employed? At that moment, he observed an almost invisible shadow dart from the side, swiftly approaching Carmen. The figure produced a dagger from its waist and struck Carmen twice, once to the neck and once to the lower body, even twisting the blade before retreating. Then, Katia witnessed the figure hastily conceal something by the roadside before vanishing into the night. Katia was somewhat astonished. Carmen had been struck twice in vital areas yet lay on the ground unresponsive. What kind of drug was this? How potent? He contemplated briefly before disappearing from the rooftop. Dole continued down the road, soon realizing he was being followed, and his pursuer was not attempting to conceal themselves. He furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, then walked to the roadside and casually sought a shadowy spot, beckoning to Lily. Cautiously, she approached from a distance. It turns out the person you intended to eliminate was Detective Carmen. Although he wields little influence, he is nonetheless a member of the police department. So you must tread carefully from here on. Lily's residence is nearby, allowing her to witness the general unfolding of events. Dole observed Lily with an impassive expression. Unsure of what to say, she now knew his secret. However, as a fellow apprentice of the arcane arts, Dole felt no fear of being reported. For she herself was uncertain of her true identity, having never even glimpsed her genuine appearance. Lily had also donned makeup, yet her attire was customary, signifying that she could not easily forsake this identity, which served as an advantage for her. He exhaled slowly, his demeanor easing as he surveyed his surroundings before softly stating, "I harbor a grudge against this individual, and in addition to him, there is another named Dis." Lily's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered in astonishment. Dis is the sheriff responsible for this district. While he may not wield significant power, he is known to both the lawful and the illicit. If you intend to kill him, the task will likely be quite formidable, especially now that Carmen is dead. Dis will surely be on high alert. Dole gazed at her and asked, "So, will you assist me?" Lily suddenly felt a pang of regret for having followed Dole, swallowing hard before replying, "I can help you. But it must wait until I become a senior apprentice." Chapter 60. Beach. Approximately half an hour later, the patrol team discovered the lifeless body of Carmen. Shortly after, Dees hurriedly arrived at the scene, his countenance overshadowed with a grim expression as he gazed at Carmen's fallen form, surrounded by two large pools of blood. He was acutely aware of the significance of this location and knew well whom Carmen had come to meet. Observing the nature of the wound, his imagination involuntarily drifted towards that woman's husband, a fallen nobleman, beset by misfortune, with death now encroaching upon his own circle. Dees contemplated the myriad of possibilities: passion, vengeance, jealousy, even theft. Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind, prompting an immediate sense of alertness. The recent fatalities, Odo and his son, Feller, Carmen, Bondi, each connected to that wretched scoundrel. The pattern was troubling. Odo was dead, Feller was dead, and now Carmen had met the same fate. It seemed that anyone associated with that individual was doomed. A perplexing situation indeed. One of the agents remarked, "Sheriff, it is truly a pity about Lord Carmen. Alas, who was the first to discover this? Bring them here for questioning and summon the coroner to remove the body. I require precise information." He observed the scene, noting how clean and efficient Carmen and Apos' death appeared, devoid of any signs of struggle and abnormality. Any evidence at the scene would rely solely on the coroner's examination. Dees remained suspicious, believing Carmen's demise was linked to the deaths of Odo and Feller, both of whom bore traces of toxins. He yearned to ascertain whether Carmen exhibited similar remnants. This was becoming troublesome. Damned Odo. Dees regretted accepting the payment. If Odo was indeed involved, he would need to consult a friend from the Guild of Abilities. Meanwhile, Ball leaped into the courtyard, having just returned. His voice, low and ominous, resonated. "That Katia has discovered you." Dole was taken aback, confusion etched across his face. Ball staggered towards the door, casually remarking, "But he did not follow. He merely wished to see whether you would take action, and in what manner you would do so." Dole felt a wave of shock. Had he known this fellow and Apos' intentions were far from altruistic? Was Ball seeking to exploit him? Up until this moment, Dole could not decipher Katia's true motives, introducing him to the Assassin's Guild while secretly providing information. If he were merely idle, Dole certainly would not believe it. This individual harbored ulterior motives. Reflecting on this, Dole considered the implications of his recent actions: poisons, hallucinogens. Could it be that Katia sought a specific toxin? Every time Dole employed such substances, was he suspected of something? Closing his eyes, he pondered deeply, ultimately conceding that his identity as a sorcerer's apprentice had been unveiled. The slaying of Carmen had, surprisingly, alleviated much of his psychological burden, instilling a newfound clarity within him. He felt that he would be able to envision an additional copper coin during his evening meditation. While this sentiment was subjective, he recognized that a sorcerer's intuition was often direct. Thus, his evening practice would undoubtedly yield the manifestation of another copper coin. If an additional copper coin were to appear, I would then possess a total of 43 copper coins. As I approach the latter stages of my apprenticeship as a mid-level sorcerer, the enhancement of my mental faculties has begun to stagnate, leaving me on the verge of exhaustion and contemplating the consumption of a hallucinogenic potion. In the headquarters of the Psychic Society, Mossad sat behind his desk, engrossed in a manual while perusing reports from his subordinates, nodding in acknowledgement. Although the road has yet to reach the foot of the magic crystal mine, we have successfully traversed the most formidable mountains, aided by the wizards of the Psychic Society, allowing for a swifter construction process. As a first-level sorcerer, my role is to simply oversee operations from this location. At that moment, a frown crossed my brow as a slip of paper mysteriously appeared in my hand. The missive contained a list, identifying the leader as my former classmate, Hori, from my days at the Psychic Society. A faint smile graced my lips as I set the note aside. The discovery of a magic crystal mine is certainly beyond the capacity of a single first-level sorcerer to safeguard. There is a possibility that magical beasts may emerge from the mountains to wreak havoc. Thus, 2 first-level sorcerers will be dispatched. And should there be even more formidable magical creatures, a second-level sorcerer will be required to maintain order. It is imperative that the magic crystal mine remain secure. However, the surrounding mountainous region has already been thoroughly inspected, revealing no first-level magical beasts, let alone second-level ones. The energy density in this area remains slightly inadequate for the survival of higher-tier energy beings. With the sorcerers, alongside the knights and warriors from Doman City, we possess sufficient control over the expansive mountain range. I have also deployed several alchemical detection devices around the peaks. Any disturbance, no matter how subtle, will be brought to my attention. This is the greatest advantage of the sorcerer profession, a privilege not afforded to other vocations. The journey from Chris County by horse-drawn carriage will take at least 2 days. Therefore, I must exercise patience. Outside the gates of the Psychic Society, Dis awaited with quiet anticipation, casting a respectful gaze towards the apprentice guarding the entrance, a look of reverence illuminating his countenance. Before long, a figure emerged from within, a tall, slender gentleman adorned in opulent attire, the intricate patterns on his garments signaling a greater formality than those worn by the gatekeeper. Upon spotting Dis, he exhibited a hint of impatience, stating, "Dis, my time is precious. Speak quickly. What is it you seek?" Dis, feeling somewhat helpless, managed a smile, though his tone took on a more serious note. "Lord Bick, I have come to consult you regarding a rather troublesome matter. If it pleases you, shall we find a more suitable setting to discuss this at length?" Bick's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of troublesome matter? Have you encountered supernatural forces?" Dis, who worked in the police department and had interactions with them due to his external affairs responsibilities, was well aware of the situation. With a wry smile, Dis replied, "Indeed, my lord. Recently, there have been numerous homicides, decapitated corpses with many unresolved mysteries that our precinct has been unable to decipher. Otherwise, I would not have dared to approach you." Despite his age, he appeared as a junior, devoid of status or dignity in this exchange. Bick pondered for a moment, casting a scrutinizing glance at Dis. "You would do well to speak nothing but the truth, otherwise." Upon hearing this, Dis promptly responded, asserting that he would never dare deceive the esteemed individual. The Psychic Association was still a considerable distance from the city, which was precisely why he was reluctant to venture out. The journey consumed too much time. As a senior apprentice, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to, tasks assigned by the association, as well as his own experiments, leaving him with scarcely any time in a day. However, when matters concerning the police station arose, particularly those that the police could not handle, it naturally pertained to the supernatural and the realm of wizards, necessitating a cautious approach. The association bore a collaborative responsibility in such matters. Among the senior wizard apprentices, the esteemed BG was specifically tasked with overseeing these affairs. Among the several senior apprentices, only 2 hailed from commoner backgrounds, while the rest were scions of nobility. They toiled diligently, enduring hardships primarily to earn a modest income, conduct experiments, and procure materials. Chapter 61. The path is cleared in the autopsy room adjacent to the underground cold storage of the police station. A vast and vacant chamber housed the corpses of the Otto family, Feller, and Carmen. Under the direction of Dis, the officers arranged the bodies in a row within the morgue, each accompanied by an autopsy report. Beige gestured for 2 subordinates to conduct an examination and approach Carmen's side. He picked up the autopsy report for a brief moment, his brow furrowed in concentration before he set it aside, removed his gloves, and placed a finger upon Carmen and Apos' head. He closed his eyes, and soon his expression shifted to one of concern. Was it a hallucinogenic? No, it was far more potent than that. What could the substance be? He quickly opened his eyes and instructed Dis to fetch a hacksaw and scalpel, declaring his intent to perform an autopsy. Dis, filled with excitement, believed that the esteemed Beige had discovered something significant. The other two intermediate apprentices soon arrived to assist him. Before long, Beige commenced the dissection of Carmen and Apos' body, focusing intently on the lungs, the cervical nerves, and the brain cells. Upon completing his examination, he directed the other two to sew the body back together, his countenance growing increasingly peculiar. Carmen had succumbed to a powerful hallucinogen, one not commonly utilized by our sorcerers, but rather an exceptionally potent drug. For just a whiff was sufficient to incapacitate him. The fatal wound was located on his neck, while the lower injuries served to mislead. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked he must have offended a wild sorcerer, or perhaps someone procured the sorcerer's potion. However, this drug is exceedingly potent, and even a slight inhalation can induce hallucinations. The individual administering the drug would typically be affected as well. If they remain unharmed, it stands to reason that a wild sorcerer was personally involved. It appears that Doman City is no longer safe. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Dis. Beige furrowed his brow further and continued, in Doman City there exists a considerable number of wild sorcerers, predominantly among the nobility, with few among the common folk. Even those of the lower class who inherit sorcery rarely surpass the intermediate level. As for potions, they are immensely challenging to concoct, even for myself, let alone the ordinary peasant. Carmen must have angered a noble sorcerer. Dis's complexion shifted slightly as he hastily responded, "That seems unlikely. Our usual jurisdiction encompasses the impoverished areas, where we rarely come into contact with the nobility." Beige pointed to the wound on Carmen and Apos' lower body, questioning, "How do you explain this?" Dis, growing increasingly uncomfortable, fell silent, aware that Carmen had a noble mistress, a fact now known to nearly everyone. Beige then surveyed the remaining corpses, his brow beginning to knit in concern. The Otto family had been poisoned, their toxins having long since dissipated, rendering it impossible to ascertain the nature of their demise. While the Feller family had also met a similar fate. What, then, was the purpose of presenting these 5 corpses? Do these 5 bodies bear any relation to you? Beige inquired suddenly. Dis shook his head, replying, "No, my lord. 4 of them are connected by the sins of one individual, who is now missing." Dis had no choice but to recount the events from start to finish, including the money he received and the incident that nearly cost the child's life. At this moment, he took a step back, hesitant to speak further. Beachy pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are you certain he vanished into thin air?" Dis's expression turned bitter as he replied, "I questioned everyone below me, and none could explain how he left." Beachy sighed, somewhat teasingly remarked, "If that is the case, it could indeed be the work of that individual, a wild sorcerer, who nearly met his demise at your hands. That is quite the grudge. Oh, and you are among the suspects. So you ought to be cautious. I would rather not find your lifeless body in my research one day." Dis felt a dryness in his throat. Is there a way to deal with him? He is difficult to confront. Firstly, he has not caused any large-scale casualties. Secondly, in our profession, revenge is permissible. Thirdly, we have yet to locate anyone else. Thus, it falls upon you now. I will arrange for someone to keep a close watch on you. Dis felt an immediate chill in his heart. At this moment, Dis was not the issue. Rather, it was Cardia who posed a problem. What did that man intend to do? After confirming his identity, was he seeking to enlist Dis for his own purposes? This was crucial. The individual had numerous clandestine identities. One could only wonder about his intentions. If he were short on funds, he was not particularly affluent, yet he could sustain a stable life by taking on murder assignments, supported by the Owen family, which provided a comfortable existence. If he did not lack for money, what could his motivations possibly be? Was it merely to assist Dis? That seemed improbable. Dori had returned to a monotonous existence, flitting between home and the forge, occasionally visiting old Me's apothecary, always under the guise of a disguise, and meeting Lily while assuming the appearance of a Dew. After several encounters with Lily, Dori noticed a gradual transformation in her demeanor, although he had disguised himself. It seemed she had experienced a progression of her own. Time swiftly passed, bringing October with it. The mountainous city bore the essence of late autumn. The sky a brilliant blue, clouds hanging high, and a hint of coolness permeating the air. The trees began their slow transition from autumn to winter, their leaves turning shades of yellow and red, painting the mountains in a stunning array of colors. At the onset of October, Dori stood at the entrance of the forge, observing a commotion at the city gate. A small contingent of soldiers stormed in, making their way to the Lord's mansion, shouting, "The road is open." The road is open. The crowd erupted in excitement. After months of turmoil, the road had finally been cleared. Dole rose from his stool, gazing at the departing figures, his eyes narrowing slightly. The magic crystal mine of Doman City could now officially commence operations. The magic crystal mine held immense significance for all practitioners, particularly for sorcerers. With magic crystals, sorcerers could unleash their potential, studying various magical arts and crafting an array of alchemical equipment, provided they possessed the requisite skills. Dole closed his eyes, entering the ocean of his consciousness, where he beheld 60 copper coins suspended within, each distinct yet interdependent, as he felt neither joy nor sorrow. To maintain these 60 copper coins, he expended considerable mental effort. Despite the seemingly modest quantity, each additional coin he managed to balance brought him a palpable sense of progress in his mental fortitude. Although his sea of consciousness offered ample space to suspend these coins without causing collisions, achieving such harmony proved to be a formidable task. The requirement of controlling each of the 60 coins with distinct strands of awareness was quite challenging. He had once inquired of Ball whether this endeavor was worthwhile. Ball regarded him with a curious expression before imparting a single piece of advice. As long as you can persevere beyond 100, you shall attain a formidable power. Without further elaboration, he continued to endure, uncertain of the nature of the abilities that awaited him. Yet he understood that the path of Naoyu was not one he could traverse in his current manner. Nevertheless, he felt reassured that the more copper coins he accumulated, despite the increasing mental strain, the more swiftly his mental prowess expanded with each additional coin. Chapter 62. Surveillance. According to this algorithm, one need not accumulate over 100 copper coins. Rather, approximately 70 would suffice to gain entry as a senior apprentice wizard. He had long anticipated this day, diligently memorizing subjects such as potion making, rune studies, material science, and even biology, which Ball had recently introduced, all in preparation for becoming a senior apprentice wizard. For wizards, aside from meditation, all these disciplines are collectively referred to as alchemy. The primary function of alchemy for a wizard lies in deciphering various spells and developing an array of alchemical equipment. A wizard might find themselves unable to cast spells due to a lack of spell models, yet they cannot afford to be ignorant of alchemy. At the very least, they must master one aspect of it, or they may struggle to even secure their daily sustenance. Wizards are notoriously extravagant, yet their wealth is derived from alchemy, obtained through the concoction of various items to sell to fellow wizards, warriors, and nobles. This is the fundamental means of acquiring wealth, and those wizards lacking any proficiency in alchemy must rely on menial labor to earn a meager income. Dole had eagerly awaited the day he could truly learn alchemy. In mid-October, on a particular day, Hale hurriedly arrived at Mondo's blacksmith shop. He lingered outside for only a moment before proceeding to the back. With the recent opening of mountain roads, the demand for various tools had diminished, and as autumn set in, the need for weapons from both the military and the police had gradually waned, leaving everyone feeling rather idle. Upon Hale and Apos' entrance, the workers took notice, for he was their superior. Before long, he emerged, accompanied by Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong exchanged a few words with Dole, instructing him to follow Hale to attend to a matter. Without hesitation, Dole followed Hale. At this juncture, Dole discerned that Hale had come specifically to seek him out. The reason for not approaching him directly seemed to stem from a fear of revealing something, and he sensed that Hale had something significant to convey. However, he pondered why it could not wait until nightfall, but rather had to be discussed in broad daylight. After a brief tidying up, without changing his clothes, he stepped out of the blacksmith shop alongside Hale. As they walked side by side down the street, Hale quietly remarked to Dole, "You may be in trouble. The Anomaly Association has recently been surreptitiously investigating the name Dole, and it has led them to me." Dole, currently using the alias Lin Rue, bore significant differences from his former self, including changes in appearance and character. Hale's words served merely as a caution. Upon hearing this, Dole felt a stir within him and extended his senses to ascertain if anyone was following them. Wizards often possess keen instincts. At that moment, Hale whispered, "This has been ongoing for a month now. I have not dared to approach you. Rest assured, they are no longer tailing me. I summoned you today because I do indeed require your assistance, but I wanted to mention this matter as well." Dole's heart sank. Had it already been a month? A month prior, he had slain Carmen. Was Dish truly so vigilant as to directly inform the Anomaly Association? He contemplated briefly before asking, "Brother Hale, what is it that you require of me?" He indicated that he was already aware of the situation. Hage maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. merely requesting that I assist in repairing an item of equipment for an individual at the Lord's Manor. He added in a hushed tone, "Just remember what I told you. Do not reveal any signs of our conversation." Dole nodded, indicating his understanding, though his expression gradually shifted to one of anxiety. He quickly inquired, "ISN and Oppos, TA tool necessary for repairs?" "ISN and Oppos, is there a second-tier blacksmith at the Lord and Oppos' manor?" Dole fell silent, realizing he could have alleviated his tension had this been mentioned earlier. For he had never visited the Lord and Oppos' manor before. Hage, recognizing Dole and Oppos' talent, wished to nurture it, yet Dole and Oppos' restlessness remained problematic. Within a matter of months, several individuals had met their demise, leaving Hage somewhat exasperated. Although publicly, no connection existed between him and Dole, the series of unfortunate events had certainly drawn the attention of Dis. It was not just Dis. Even those who knew Dole was alive began to cast suspicion in his direction. "Be cautious of your surroundings. Ensure there is nothing secretive at home. I fear they may attempt to infiltrate," Hage cautioned softly. Dole, however, felt little trepidation, for with Ball at home, who would dare to challenge them? He solemnly nodded, affirming, "I will be vigilant." He planned to discreetly rent a modest dwelling, unknown to the common folk, situated on the fringes of the Eastern District, allowing for a quick escape if needed. Previously, Dole had enjoyed amiable relations at the old blacksmith and Oppos' shop, and Hage had busied himself in Dole and Oppos' absence, ensuring that inquiries would likely extend to those surrounding him. It was inevitable that Dole would attract some attention, compelling him to prepare for multiple contingencies. As the two traversed the bustling streets, they soon arrived at the central district. True to Hage and Oppos' words, they indeed entered the Lord and Oppos' manor, encountered a few individuals, exchanged a few words, and departed without lingering. This marked Dole's first visit to the Lord's Manor. However, he remained unmoved by its opulence, hardly glancing about. In his eyes, this remote locale held little allure, far from the richness described in the tomes of Nalye. Upon exiting the manor, he resolved to acquire a library card, aspiring to borrow more books to broaden his horizons. One mark was for Lily, and another for Old Me. At that moment, he felt a subtle tingling at the back of his head, as if someone were watching him. Instantly, he became alert. It seemed that Hage was not sufficiently cautious. Indeed, those with extraordinary abilities possessed considerable prowess. Feigning ignorance, he continued onward, swiftly merging into the thoroughfare and then into a nearby clothing shop. The sensation of being monitored dissipated immediately. Dole purchased a new outfit and, upon stepping outside, was met once again with the disquieting feeling of being surveilled. Pretending to observe the road, he scanned the crowd and soon identified several suspicious figures. Why several rather than one? Dole remained uncertain of the exact individual, as his perception, despite being that of a mid-level wizard apprentice, lacked refinement. Among the throng, he noticed a young man clad in noble attire, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Dole chose to disregard him, spending the afternoon mingling within the blacksmith shop, engrossed in reading, forging metal, and occasionally conversing with Anderson and other blacksmiths. He engaged in no further actions. Everything unfolded as per usual, devoid of any distinction. He did not even cast a glance outside. In moments like this, he was particularly cautious, refraining from any erratic behavior, ensuring he remained within the gaze of others, and suppressing any signs of peculiarity. Should he suddenly vanish from beneath their very noses, irrespective of the method, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Naturally, Beach could not personally tail Dole. Instead, he dispatched a subordinate, a mid-level apprentice sorcerer named Kane, who had been shadowing Hallie. Having gathered some intelligence on Hallie, he had only today trailed him, ultimately witnessing Dole being escorted away. Chapter 63. Exclusion of suspects. Dole disguised himself as someone in their 20s, significantly older than his actual age, which should not raise suspicion. He merely sensed a hint of doubt regarding Dole and decided to follow him. Throughout the journey, Dole appeared utterly oblivious, engaging in regular social interactions and maintaining a normal work schedule. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed before Kane finally relented. Dole had previously worked at the old blacksmith shop, where they interacted with everyone, yet no one discerned any connections with the suspected individuals, particularly Haller and Varric. Their usual routes and acquaintances had been thoroughly scrutinized. Kane, along with several other low to mid-level apprentices from the Ability Society, took turns monitoring him. A month elapsed without any significant findings. They promptly reported back to Beach, who created portraits of all individuals involved and displayed them on a board, forming a continuous series of images. Based on the reports, they systematically eliminated suspects, including Varick, Sandus, and Morley, as their routines were consistent. And they followed fixed paths to and from work, making any contact with the alleged suspect Dole impossible. They also investigated Lin Rue's identity, but after 3 days of surveillance, Dole exhibited no unusual behavior, commuting to work like everyone else. If there was any anomaly, it was that this individual appeared out of nowhere and was already a first-tier blacksmith. Thus, Dole's assumed identity as Lin Rue remained highly suspect. Kane focused on detailing Lin Rue's daily routine, noting that he, like the others, worked regular hours, with the only distinction being that he possessed a library card and had a penchant for reading. The others smirked at this. What was so peculiar about a blacksmith enjoying books? Beach pondered for a moment and suggested investigating what books Lin Rue had read when he acquired his library card, and whom he associated with. Kane accepted the task with diligence. Unbeknownst to Dole, he was being surveilled. On the 4th day, he stepped outside without anyone watching and sighed with relief, promptly seeking out a designated spot to reapply his markings. The last time he had encountered Old Me and Lily's markings, he had been petrified into immobility. Now, seizing the opportunity of being unobserved, he hastily marked the area again. Work was unremarkable, except for a peculiar sight. A group of wizards entered the city through the main gate, striding with a commanding presence. These wizards were adorned in opulent attire, emanating an extraordinary aura that instilled trepidation even in the gate guards, who dared not gaze upon them for long. Among them, one individual radiated an overwhelming mental pressure. Dole could only glance at him before instinctively lowering his head. His mind was momentarily paralyzed by the sheer force of their presence, and he quickly regained his composure, bowing his head to suppress all mental energy. These were indeed formal wizards. To his astonishment, Chris County had dispatched another first-tier wizard for the sake of the magic crystal mine. Dole could hardly believe it. He had come here merely to shop, and the only plausible connection was something related to the magic crystal mine. However, whether one is a mage, a warrior, or belongs to any other profession, it is universally acknowledged that whoever possesses the magic crystal mine must engage in its extraction. Until such extraction occurs, possession is rendered futile. Collaboration with local factions remains imperative. In the Northern Kingdom, the Psychic Association holds true dominion, and any individual or faction attempting to monopolize the magic crystal mine will inevitably face its retribution. In Dole's view, even if someone harbored intentions towards the magic crystal mine, they would resort solely to the theft of finished products rather than directly seizing the mine itself. The folly of personally claiming ownership necessitating extraction is patently absurd. Thus, the current atmosphere remains relatively tranquil, though numerous individuals have laboriously journeyed from afar to this mountain city, causing the streets to swell with activity. The extraction of magic crystal ore demands substantial manpower. The surrounding mines have already attracted a multitude of workers, and with the impending commencement of operations at the magic crystal mine, even those from the neighboring town have flocked to the city in search of employment. Mining magic crystal ore is considerably more lucrative than other types of mining, hence the recent turmoil in Doming City. Dole, who only occasionally overheard discussions about such matters, was primarily focused on enhancing his own strength. As autumn approached, he sensed a marked deceleration in his cultivation pace. Previously, he could condense a copper coin within 3 or 4 days, but now it often took a week for a single coin to materialize, a frustratingly sluggish progression that tempted him to consider the use of hallucinogenic potions. Consuming such potions carries tremendous risks. He remained uncertain whether to proceed. Hallucinogenic potions are potent mental toxins, and their consumption entails harnessing 1 amp, Oppo's, mental fortitude to combat the toxin. Success would significantly augment one's mental capacity, while failure could plunge one into a hallucinatory abyss, resulting in mental damage, severe trauma, or even death. Thus, moderation is of utmost importance. Typically, hallucinogenic potions adhere to a standard dosage 10 milliliters, with the initial consumption not exceeding 5 milliliters. Subsequent doses may incrementally increase, but must remain within a tolerable limit, lest one risk overdose and succumb to the illusions. Unlike Naley, Dole harbored reservations, which deterred him from partaking. He recognized his formidable mental resilience, yet the potency of hallucinogenic potions rendered him uncertain of his sufficiency. After a transaction with Old Me and Lily, Dole settled into a routine of forging iron and studying, and soon the end of autumn arrived, marking the month of October. During this month, he had only managed to accumulate 2 additional copper coins. Despite feeling a substantial enhancement in his mental capacity, he found himself dissatisfied with such meager progress, particularly in the face of encroaching adversaries. He required a robust capacity for self-defense. Thus, on a day at the end of October, after work, he hesitated for a considerable time before finally retrieving the hallucinogenic potion. He poured half into another vial, preparing to experiment. After all, half of the potion should pose minimal risk. The hellhound ball has recently ventured out less frequently, spending his days indulging in a leisurely cycle of eating and sleeping, enjoying a life of contentment. Occasionally, he would wander into the mountains for a light snack, yet his mind remained largely unoccupied. In the surrounding vicinity of over 100 miles, there indeed exists no other magical crystal mine, save for the one deep within the Bianchi mine. His gaze pierced through the walls, catching sight of Dole as she retrieved a hallucinogenic potion. With a wag of his tail, he rose from his resting place and swiftly made his way to Dole's chamber. "Are you about to consume the hallucinogenic potion?" Ball inquired upon entering. Dole looked at him and replied, "Yes, my progress has been far too slow." Ball swayed his rear, and the door to the room closed automatically. "Then go ahead and take it. I shall keep watch over you," he said, before lazily making his way to the head of Dole's bed, comfortably settling down. Chapter 64. Advanced. Casting a glance at Ball, Dole felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The hallucinogenic potion shimmered a vibrant green, within which countless white sparks glimmered, reminiscent of stars suspended in the elixir. Cradling the potion in his hand, he steadied his emotions, then raised it to his lips and consumed it in one swift motion. Closing his eyes, he surrendered himself entirely to the sea of consciousness. The volatility of the hallucinogenic potion was astonishing. Scarcely had he shut his eyes when the tranquil waters of his awareness began to stir, and he felt a peculiar heaviness enveloping him. An enigmatic force tugged at his spirit, reverberating through his consciousness, causing a strange energy to ripple through the copper coins surrounding him. This force was immensely powerful, laden with an incomprehensible energy that assailed him in myriad ways. Dole thought to himself, "Here it comes," and swiftly focused his resolve. He concentrated all his mental energy on the copper coins, striving to preserve each one's integrity and prevent any movement. At that moment, he began to hear a series of calling voices, seemingly emanating from beside him, yet striking directly at his soul. The sound was warm and melodious, reminiscent of his mother's voice from long ago. Taken aback by the familiarity of the voice, Dole remained vigilant, refusing to succumb to its allure. He was acutely aware of his purpose and the events unfolding around him, though he was struck by a sense of curiosity regarding the voice's origin. The sound intensified, growing ever more potent, enveloping him in its warmth, evoking memories of his parents, despite the harsh reality that they were no longer present. Maintaining his composure, Dole noticed tendrils of mist emerging from an unknown source, gradually infiltrating his sea of consciousness and seeping into the copper coins. His expression remained unchanged as he fought to retain his sense of self. The continuous sound reverberated in his mind, shaking the very core of his being. Soon, the warm calls transformed into a cacophony of terrifying roars, thundering like the very heavens splitting apart, reminiscent of a tempest. The terror of the thunderclap was palpable. The voices morphed into the growls of monstrous entities, striking unrelentingly at his soul. Whatever fear resided in Dole manifested before him as the deafening clamor crashed against his psyche. Several of the copper coins he had painstakingly maintained were now swiftly permeated by the mist and crumbled into oblivion. Dazed and fearful from the overwhelming sounds, Dole clung to the knowledge of his undertaking. He was undergoing a trial, influenced by the hallucinogenic potion, and he must remain steadfast in his resolve. The clamor escalated, and Dole endured the torment, striving to hold on to his core. As the outer copper coins shattered, his remaining rationality dwindled. Yet he fought fiercely to preserve the last vestiges of his sanity. Uncertain of how long it had been, the terrifying sound abruptly ceased. As if the force that shook the heavens and the earth gradually faded away, Dole finally found a moment to breathe. He diligently concentrated his mental energy, gathering all his strength to reconstitute his power. At that moment, he realized that with the retreat of the sound, after enduring the ordeal, his mental faculties became remarkably more vibrant. Coins of copper rapidly coalesced around him. His spirit rejuvenated, and he soon discovered that he had accumulated 5 additional coins, bringing his total to 67. Moreover, it seemed he could continue to gather more. In no time, he ascended to 70 coins. At this juncture, he felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. He attempted to expand outward, distinctly sensing his skull and scalp, which brought a smile to his face. He continued downward, tracing along his neck towards his torso and arms. Before long, he could perceive his internal organs, successfully entering the so-called inner vision of a sorcerer. Reaching this stage was akin to stepping into the realm of an advanced sorcerer's apprentice. Next, he experimented with extending his awareness into his arms, finding it to flow freely. Reaching his fingers without obstruction. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. His mental energy flowed throughout his body, and he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He had indeed become an advanced sorcerer and apos, as apprentice. The ability to control his physical form and have his mental energy coursing through him without entering the sea of consciousness was a hallmark of his new status. Dole's expression brightened. He had achieved advanced sorcerer's apprentice status. He finally possessed the ability to protect himself and could wield various materials to perform sorcery. Engaging in the study of magic or practicing potion making without official sanction would surely invite severe repercussions, even fatal ambushes. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Dole's joy. He had not anticipated such results from his first use of a hallucinogenic potion, propelling him into the ranks of advanced sorcerer and apos, as apprentices. Who would have thought that 70 coins would suffice? Just then, he heard a voice nearby, quick in its delivery. It has only been an hour. I expected you would need the entire night to break free from the disturbances of the illusion. It was Ball and Apos' voice. Dole was momentarily taken aback. He had been so focused on his own transformation that he had scarcely perceived the changes in his surroundings. He now noticed that it was still dark. Only an hour had passed, yet it felt as if he had traversed a century. Every second in the illusion seemed like an agonizing ordeal. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The potency of the hallucinogenic potion was staggering. That terrifying sound had struck at the very core of his soul, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, the rewards were plentiful as he had directly crossed into a new realm. He exhaled in relief, declaring, I have advanced. In the darkness, Ball nodded, saying, I see that. Now we must leave the city, find a town devoid of sorcerers to settle in, and focus on enhancing our abilities. Let us temporarily set aside thoughts of revenge. Dole sighed, replying, It must be so. Being targeted by those with extraordinary abilities leaves us powerless to act. However, he felt a twinge of discontent. This had yet to perish, and he could not simply abandon this place. In the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes. His mental energy flowing throughout his being, attuning to each organ within his body, a sensation both wondrous and profound. It was as if he could command every muscle, every heartbeat. Such was the essence of a high-level wizard apprentice. Gradually, he regained his composure, relinquishing deliberate control over his body and surrendering it to instinct. The spirit of the human body is not as feeble as one might initially perceive. A significant portion of the spirit is devoted to governing the body's instincts, muscles, internal organs, blood, the digestive system, and the immune system. If one were to liken Dole and Apos' initial mental prowess to a solitary coin, then within his subconscious resided at least 20 copper coins worth of mental energy managing his bodily functions. Now, with the primary consciousness having fully eclipsed the subconscious, it began to surface gradually, allowing the primary consciousness to perceive and govern all aspects of the subconscious. However, the subconscious remains the subconscious. It governs every facet of the body and cannot be supplanted unless Dole himself wished for his own demise. With this understanding, clarity blossomed within Dole's heart. Chapter 65, The Black Market. Upon entering the realm of advanced wizard apprentices, one may commence the study of secondary potion making. Whether it pertains to materials science, potionology, or rune studies, delving into the second tier of these disciplines invariably involves the flow of energy, commonly referred to as magical fluctuations. In the urban expanse, sourcing the requisite materials proves challenging, let alone conducting experiments. Moreover, the resonance of magical waves is likely to attract the attention of the supernatural association. Therefore, it is prudent to avoid experimenting within the city whenever possible. As for materials, the only place that Dole is currently aware of is the Assassin's Guild. Beyond that, he remains oblivious to where he might procure the necessary components. At this juncture, he seeks a refuge to delve into the fundamentals of beginner rune studies. As this field encompasses the methodology for crafting magical formations, these formations possess the capability to insulate against magical fluctuations, thus enabling survival within the city. Dole is in need of a brief respite, a chance to step outside, acquire, and study pertinent materials. Ascending to the status of an advanced apprentice signifies entry into a new world. He has devised a plan to visit the Assassin's Guild. Recognizing that for an advanced wizard apprentice eager to conduct research or casting spells, Obtaining spellcasting materials is the initial step. After advancing to this level, not only does his mental acuity greatly amplify, extending throughout his body, but his mental prowess also sharpens, granting him superior control over himself. Dole is confident that should he attempt potion making now, the likelihood of failure would be markedly diminished. After a night of rest, he rises early to commence his duties. In late October, the air has taken on a slight chill, prompting the older populace to don heavier garments, and the streets are gradually becoming less crowded. Dole strolls leisurely out of the narrow alleyway, making his way to the blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, two strangers enter the quiet alley behind him. Their intentions unmistakably clear as they swiftly arrive at Dole and Apos' doorstep. Ball, who had been resting, suddenly opens his eyes, shifting his gaze toward the outside. Members of the Supernatural Association? These two individuals emit a faint aura of mental energy. Though not particularly strong, it is significantly more potent than that of an ordinary person. They soon reach the door, employing an unknown tool to effortlessly unlock it before stepping inside. Without uttering a word, they exchange a signal and proceed to search the rooms separately. At that moment, Bale's eyes transform to a deep black, releasing a subtle wave of mental energy. Observing the two, he witnesses their movements distort as they wander about the courtyard, seemingly engaged in some obscure task. Before long, they reconvene, swiftly locking the door behind them as they depart. Bale's eyes revert to their usual appearance, and he lowers his head to resume his slumber. The two individuals exit the premises and quickly make their way to a mansion in the Northwest District, where only Beach awaits their report. The two approach him with respect. "We report to you, Lord Beach. Everything inside was normal, and we found nothing of note. Indeed, it is merely an ordinary dwelling," they confirm. Beach regards them thoughtfully, stroking his chin, pondering the implications. This does not make sense. Could it not be him? Their suspicions concerning Lin Rue have escalated to a significant degree after a prolonged period of surveillance. This individual exhibits an astonishing regularity, almost as if he is performing in a play, a stark contrast to the typical demeanor of youthful souls. The sole inconsistency lies in the fact that he is the only blacksmith in the entirety of Damat City who possesses a fondness for reading. Is it not he? He waved his hand and instructed, "Let one person keep watch while the other attends to his own affairs." The two nodded in agreement. He now harbors doubts that the deaths of those few individuals are not connected to the so-called Dole. Rather, it is Dis who has misrepresented the situation, driven by fear. These wretched detectives, parasites of the people. Bikey's countenance darkened as he set aside the matter, his expression growing even graver. The mines have been excavated, and the instructor has decreed that 50% of the yield shall be surrendered to the Chris County branch, 20% to be equally divided between the two first-tier sorcerers, while the remaining 30% shall be distributed among all apprentices and factions. Although 30% appears to be a substantial sum, when divided among various factions and sorcerer apprentices, each individual receives but a meager portion. Despite this modest share, he finds happiness in it, for he has known a time when there was none. What troubles him, however, is that the noble apprentices receive a larger share, while the common apprentices, who toil even more diligently, are allotted less. Why should this be? Thus, Bikey's disposition has soured considerably of late. In terms of talent, Bikey is no less capable than other advanced apprentices. His only shortcomings lie in his lack of wealth and resources. Otherwise, he thought of Mike, Tina, and Longza, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Closing his eyes to suppress the resentment within, Bikey silently gathered his belongings, preparing to depart from the mansion. This place was not his own, merely a temporary refuge. He now intended to venture out and assess the progress of the magic crystal mine. Dole remained oblivious to the fact that someone had visited his home. If there exists a place of absolute safety in this world, it is none other than where Ball resides. Allowing him to feel at ease as he proceeded to the blacksmith shop, working diligently before the day and Apos' end. After work, he made his way to the slums, donning a disguise, and awaited the cover of darkness to venture towards the northern district. The Assassin Tavern was sparsely populated, even more so than the last visit. With only a lone figure clad in black quietly seated in a corner, Dole cast a brief glance before making his way to the bar. "A glass of wine," he requested. Doug observed Dole for a moment, his expression inscrutable, and remarked, "You Haven and Apos, been here in quite some time." He poured a glass of wine and placed it before Dole. Dole lifted his gaze and murmured, "I've recently encountered some troubles. Someone is tracking me." Doug paused, studying Dole with a hint of contemplation. However, considering the time that has elapsed, who would be monitoring him? He pondered briefly before nonchalantly smiling and offering, "Do you require assistance?" For the right price, we can help you navigate through this predicament. He continued, the connections of our assassin guild are quite intricate. We should be able to assist you. Dole was acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding the assassin guild, especially considering that even Cardia served as their enforcer. However, he was reluctant to reveal his specific information to the guild, so he shook his head and replied, no need, I shall handle it myself. I have come seeking some rather special items. I wonder if the assassin guild possesses any? Doug pondered momentarily, uncertain of Dole and Appos' intentions, whether he sought potions, alchemy, or perhaps equipment. He smiled and responded, though we are merely an assassin guild and not a marketplace, we do engage in the trade of some rudimentary techniques, which serve as benefits for our own. However, we lack a comprehensive inventory of other items. Should you wish to make a transaction, I could introduce you to a black market, contingent on your courage to venture there. Rest assured, you are regarded as our assets. We shall not allow you to perish at will. Dole's lips twitched at Doug's candidness. What he required were various materials, and Doug's words piqued his curiosity. He gazed into Doug and Appos' eyes and urged, please, do continue. Doug extended his hand, rubbing his fingers together while looking down at Dole. This is information, and the fee is 2 gold coins. With a slight sense of resignation, Dole retrieved 2 gold coins and carefully placed them on the table. Doug regarded Dole and cautioned, regardless of what you seek, remember that a black market is indeed a black market. You must always remain vigilant. Dole nodded in understanding. He was well aware of the nature of such markets. Black was synonymous with lawlessness, while market denoted commerce. Together, the phrase conjured the image of a dark and chaotic bazaar. Chapter 66. Spell Models. Doug did not articulate his intentions directly. Instead, he rummaged beneath the counter, retrieving paper and a pen to craft a note. He turned it around with his finger and placed it before Dole, maintaining his finger and Appos' pressure upon it. At this moment, Dole felt a shiver of apprehension. Doug was no ordinary warrior, possessing considerable prowess. Without uttering a word, Dole turned to depart. However, Doug gently interjected, now that you and Appos are here, are you not inclined to accept the task? You have completed a primary mission and a secondary one, elevating you to the rank of a secondary assassin, thus qualifying you for secondary assignments. Dole had no desire to undertake primary missions. Upon hearing he could accept secondary tasks, he halted, intrigued, and inquired, let me see what you have. Doug offered a slight smile and retrieved another notebook. This notebook was not thick, containing merely 2 or 3 pages. Dole held it in his hands, meticulously flipping through it from front to back. Secondary tasks were significantly more challenging than their primary counterparts. While primary missions entailed eliminating commoners like Feller, typically no more formidable than intermediate apprentices, secondary tasks escalated in difficulty. Most targets consisted of advanced apprentices or fallen nobility, and even those wielding genuine power. Choosing a target was no trifling matter. The death of a couple of commoners or ordinary officials might go unnoticed. Yet the demise of a noble or even a disgraced one could provoke a backlash from the entire aristocracy, a precarious situation indeed. The recent death of Bondi had instigated a sweeping purge across the city. After perusing the contents, he shook his head and stated, I require some time for investigation before deciding on a task. Doug nodded in agreement, remarking, no problem, safety comes first. Dole swiftly exited the tavern, seamlessly blending into the shadows of the night. The most significant distinction between advanced and intermediate apprentices lay in the formidable mental prowess that extended throughout their bodies, enabling them to reach their skin's surface. This ability allowed them to interact with objects through their mental force and utilize spellcasting materials to perform cantrips, the most renowned being the Burning Hand. The Burning Hand, through the application of spellcasting materials, could engulf the entire hand in flames, scorching and inflicting harm upon foes, thereby substantially enhancing offensive capabilities. It could also be applied to heat-resistant weapons, using fire to strike adversaries, rivaling the attack potency of a first-level warrior's energy-infused strikes. Within the entire city of Doman, there were scarcely 7 or 8 first-level warriors, highlighting the formidable nature of advanced apprentices. Among the various professions, the destructive potential of wizards stood unrivaled. After reading the biography of Naoyui, Dole found himself envious of the seemingly impressive cantrip. Another must-learn cantrip was the renowned Wizard's Hand, whose primary function lay not in inflicting harm but in the creation of alchemical equipment. In addition to the rudimentary magic, there exist various subtle techniques of mental prowess. For instance, one can hold a hallucinogenic potion in hand, enveloping it with mental energy, and upon its utilization, release it into the surrounding environment. Alternatively, one may employ direct contact to mesmerize others with the potion, akin to the use of narcotics, yet offering a more discreet option. As for the spell Burning Hand, without the necessary materials, it is prudent to set it aside for the moment and examine Burning Hand instead. The alchemical ingredients required for Burning Hand consist of 3 components: white phosphorus, sulfur, and charcoal, which need to be mixed with hallucinogenic liquid in precise proportions. Once dried, this mixture forms a white powder, easily released when held in hand. The process of casting spells can be categorized into 3 methods: the recitation of incantations, the construction of a mental spell model, and the use of intricate gestures. Within the realm of sorcery, both witchcraft and magic are not fixed entities. They are not confined to a singular approach. The distinction lies in the materials employed for spell casting or the models constructed for the magic. There are numerous techniques for casting spells, many of which are elucidated in the texts. After perusing the materials, Dole discovered some unique techniques within the realm of rune studies and potion making, which left him somewhat perplexed. In his moment of confusion, he sought the counsel of Baal. As a being of level 7 or above, Baal possessed a significant advantage in this regard. When Dole approached Baal for guidance, Baal tilted his head, seemingly mocking him. The fact that you can ask me indicates your lack of a clear understanding of sorcery. Indeed, you have no mentor to guide your path. Dole remained expressionless, his gaze disdainful, retorting that he indeed had a teacher. Baal languidly reclined on the ground, resting his head on his paws, his canine visage adorned with a peculiar grin. If you aspire to become a grand sorcerer, you must abandon both incantations and gestures, learning instead to release spells through the construction of spell models. Incantations and gestures are merely tools for the mediocre. Both require extensive preparation time during which you are utterly defenseless. A true mage casts spells with a mere thought, instantaneously. Dole pondered this notion. In the realm of sorcery, the concepts of witchcraft and magic are interchangeable. Witchcraft is the term favored by sorcerers, while magic is a colloquial designation. With this understanding firmly grasped, Dole redirected his focus towards rune studies. He realized the essence of level 0 cantrips, understanding that the spell-casting materials serve merely to facilitate the transfer of energy, while the true potency lies within the mental energy itself. Having attained this insight, Dole understood the path forward. The magical runes and spell models are fixed in their geometric configurations. Despite their constancy, they allow for adaptability, adjusted according to each individual's interpretation of sorcery. Chapter 67. Assist me in crafting a poison in the tome authored by Dole. The intricacies of concocting a potion are elaborated in great detail. Thus he did not yield to the daunting challenge of constructing a spell model. Within the sea of consciousness, the essence of a copper coin swiftly dissipated, seemingly devoid of difficulty. A sense of self-satisfaction washed over him as he deftly extracted the magical runes from his mind and Apos' depths, extending them into his hands. Should he possess the materials for the Burning Hand spell at that moment, he would consider the spell successfully cultivated. At that juncture, Baal, standing nearby, raised his gaze. He could naturally perceive the subtle fluctuations of psychic energy emanating from Dole's grasp. Although faint, the clarity of the sensation struck him. This fellow had fashioned a complete spell model in mere minutes. Was this not rather extraordinary? Just then, he observed Dole opening his eyes, a hint of elation gracing his countenance. Baal's voice resonated heavily, remarking, "When will you reach a point where a mere thought manifests a spell model? You have already spent nearly 10 minutes. Had you been reciting incantations, you would have cast it countless times by now." Baal's words were a vigorous admonition. Dole grasped the essence of Baal's critique. Unfazed, he merely smiled and replied, "This is my first attempt, quite commendable, I must say. I shall persevere and strive for swifter casting. At the very least, I must beat the 8 seconds it takes to chant a spell." Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the ocean of consciousness, dispersing the Burning Hand model to reformulate it anew. Dole calculated meticulously, secretly relishing the thought that the first time Nalria entered the ranks of advanced wizard apprentices, he too had been around that number, his innate talent seemingly on par with Nalria and Apos'. As a magic warrior, Nalria combined both martial and wizardly vocations. Dole, having matched him in sorcery, felt he was already lagging behind. With a sense of contentment blooming within, Dole began to calm his mind, initiating the second round of concentration. Time slipped by rapidly, and before long, 2 hours had elapsed. Fatigued, he noted that he had consumed over 20 copper coins, yet he had merely compressed the casting time to within a minute, a duration still rather protracted for combat. In the latter part of the night, he engaged in meditation. Upon ascending to the rank of advanced apprentice, the progress of his psychic meditation began to stabilize. Over the course of a single night, he had formed approximately half a copper coin of psychic energy. Satisfied, he acknowledged that this achievement was attained without the aid of psychic potions. With such elixirs, he might have fully realized a complete copper coin's worth of psychic energy. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried. Youth was on his side, and time was abundant. At the blacksmith and Apos' forge, Cardia ambled to the entrance, making his way to the forging chamber. He approached Dole's furnace, observing him engrossed in a book. A blacksmith, perusing literature daily, how intriguing. Dole sensed another's gaze upon him. Setting aside his reading material to find Cardia before him, he neatly arranged his book beside him and stood, inquiring, "Lord Cardia, do you seek to repair your sword?" Cardia nodded, retrieving the sword from his waist, cradling it with both hands as he presented it to Dole. Upon casting a glance, his lips twitched slightly. The blade was marred with a multitude of scars, battered and bruised, even bearing a crack that rendered it nearly unusable. After a meticulous inspection, he shook his head and remarked, "It has been reforged too many times. It is beyond repair and necessitates a complete reconstruction." Cardia was momentarily taken aback. This sword had served him well, and now it was rendered useless so swiftly? Sighing, he conceded, "Then let us forge it anew, maintaining the same structure." Cardia held modest expectations for an ordinary sword. Durability and sturdiness sufficed, a sentiment he deeply appreciated about Dole. Observing Anderson and Apos' departure, the forge was left with only Dole. Cardia gracefully leaped into the workshop, positioning himself closely beside Dole. At that moment, Dole felt a chill. The proximity was unsettling. "Craft me a vial of poison," Cardia whispered. "I possess the formula and will supply the materials myself." Dole paused, bewildered. "My lord Cardia, what do you mean?" Cardia smirked, a hint of sinister threat flickering across his visage. "I am aware of your capabilities. I require merely a single dose." His expression swiftly returned to neutrality. Dole regarded Cardia. Unperturbed, he understood that Cardia needed him, and thus he felt no trepidation. Narrowing his eyes, he queried, "Are you certain you are aware of what you are saying, my lord Cardia?" Cardia was taken aback. Dole and Apos' calmness was unnervingly excessive. Where did this audacity stem from? Furrowing his brow, he said, "Lin Rue, assist me in this matter, and I shall provide you with intelligence on dis." Dole's eyes narrowed further as he contemplated deeply. Having twice employed poison to eliminate adversaries, he was acutely aware that Cardia was observing him closely, particularly during the demise of Cayman. Clearly, Cardia was cognizant of his circumstances. Was he truly attempting to barter for the information regarding Dis? What was his intent? What purpose did he have for the concoction? At this juncture, Cardia raised his head, surveying the array of tools within the forge. After a prolonged silence, Dole lifted his gaze to meet Cardia and Apos', declaring, "Agreed. However, I have no need for intelligence on Dis. Simply provide me with payment, as I am in need of funds." Following his recent elevation in rank, the scarcity of magical materials weighed heavily upon him, and those materials were exorbitantly priced. After 6 months of saving, coupled with transactions with Old Me and Lily, he possessed approximately 30 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, 30 gold coins represented a substantial fortune, akin to the entire wealth of a fallen nobleman, yet it was uncertain how much that would procure in terms of magical materials. Cardia pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "I shall furnish you with the information as promised, along with 10 gold coins." Dole maintained a stoic expression. Soon after, Anderson emerged from the rear, approaching the forge. Cardia, sensing the moment, stepped outside, his demeanor slightly more serious, yet his gaze drifted to an unknown horizon, lost in thought. Dole, however, remained unfazed and began to methodically hammer the iron after gathering the necessary materials. Chapter 68, White Cicada as night descended. Dole had just finished his work and soon spotted Cardia concealed by the roadside. He approached her silently, and upon their reunion, Cardia uttered not a word, but handed him a package before quietly departing. Dole did not dwell on the encounter. He simply tucked away the parcel and turned to leave. He had plans for the afternoon, to make a trip to the library, return a book, and borrow another before closing time. Recently, he had been engrossed in various biographies, finding them quite fascinating. Reading had become a habit for him. As he delved into the narratives, he grew fond of the characters, their tales of love and enmity, the cunning and treachery within the pages. For Dole, these stories were invaluable, imparting numerous lessons. The world is intricate, and he recognized the necessity of comprehending its complexities. By absorbing the wisdom of those who came before him, he aimed to navigate the myriad dangers of this multifaceted existence. This was Dole and Appos' understanding of literature. Moreover, he gleaned insights into human interactions, the art of diplomacy, and the nuances of social maneuvering. While he did not expect to master every aspect, he aimed to grasp the relevant strategies to safeguard himself. After ascending to the rank of advanced wizard apprentice, he no longer felt the urgency to elevate his status. Allowing himself to relax completely, he continued reading until 10 o'clock at night, at which point he set aside the book and retrieved Kadia's package, making his way next door. Upon opening the parcel, he discovered an assortment of herbs alongside a book, which surprised him. He had anticipated merely a singular poison, yet here was an entire volume. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the book contained only a few pages, detailing the concoction of 3 different poisons. The first poison, colorless and tasteless, was named white cicada. The reason for its peculiar nomenclature eluded him. The second toxin was black cicada, while the third was flower cicada. The mere sight of these names caused Dole's lips to twitch. It was evident that a malicious mind had devised this. Such dark humor was truly unsettling. The book also included a small note indicating the recipe for the first poison, white cicada. Dole perused the descriptions of the 3 toxins. The first, white cicada, was lethal yet undetectable, effective against any profession of level 2 or below. The second, black cicada, was a mass destruction poison, capable of dissolving in water. Just 100 grams could slay dozens, wielding tremendous power even against those of level 2 or below. The third, flower cicada, was the most formidable, capable of vaporization and dispersal in the air. A mere kilogram placed upwind could easily annihilate half a village. Its potency terrifyingly effective against all practitioners of level 2 or lower. At this revelation, Dole felt a shock run through him. What sort of individual crafted such powerful poisons? While the first was alarming, the second and third were outright genocidal in intent. A cruel design indeed. He flipped through the book, but found no signature, leaving him in the dark regarding its creator. Most astonishing to Dole was the fact that these poisons could be concocted by a mere intermediate wizard. A chilling ease of access. No wonder there was an effort to control the number of wild wizards. They posed a terrifying threat to ordinary people, with careless practitioners potentially facing dire consequences. Shivering at the thought, Dole set the book down, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to assist Kadia in the concoction. He meticulously examined the medicinal herbs, totaling 10 portions. Since Kadia only required 1, it was prudent to prepare just that amount, as excessive concoction could lead to chaos. Dole was unaware of Kadia's intentions, yet he was certain they were not frivolous. Preparing 1 portion would merely endanger a single life, while producing more could incite calamity. Contemplating this, he took a deep breath and began to lay out the various ingredients, dividing them into distinct portions before proceeding to brew, extract, and refine them, ultimately placing the mixtures into test tubes and beakers with great care. This toxin was contact-based, prompting Dole to don a mask and gloves, necessitating utmost caution. At this moment, the prowess of a high-level wizard apprentice became evident. Under the influence of his formidable mental strength, his control was significantly enhanced, allowing him to extract the poison with remarkable precision, achieving results identical to those described in his texts. He transferred the toxin into a vial and sealed it tightly. Gazing at the remaining herbs, Dole pondered and decided to set them aside, as they might prove useful against this. It was now 11:00 and Appos' clock at night, and he commenced meditation. For a high-level apprentice, accumulating half a copper coin in a single night appeared substantial, yet in reality, it was rather meager. Thus, a resource-deprived wild wizard might find ascension to a first-level wizard an elusive dream, for the end seemed perpetually out of reach. However, Dole remained unperturbed. He lacked neither skill nor alchemical knowledge. As long as he found a stable environment, many issues could be resolved effortlessly. He contemplated that after eliminating Dis, he would leave this place for another, continuing to live a fulfilling life. The following morning, Kadia arrived early, initially intending to cultivate their relationship, but was taken aback when Dole handed him the concoction directly. Kadia glanced at Dole and discreetly stowed the potion away. "I owe you a favor. I will do my utmost to gather further intelligence on Dis. However, the Abilities Association is currently at the police station, making it difficult for me to collect information. Please be patient," he murmured earnestly. Dole scoffed, replying, "The creation of such a potion is not particularly challenging. Any intermediate apprentice could concoct it, so there is no need for such gratitude." Kadia replied, his tone elongated, yet Finding a reliable intermediate apprentice who can discreetly operate is no simple task. Dole paused, realizing the truth in his words. Aside from the abilities association, any wizard apprentice who openly revealed their identity would be courting death. Even those trained by the Orin family would not dare to flaunt their status. After a moment of reflection, Dole quietly advised, I do not concern myself with whom you intend to eliminate, but prioritize your safety. I am aware of your role as an assassin. Cardia nodded slightly before vanishing from the blacksmith shop. Soon, the day passed swiftly. As time progressed into mid-November, the entirety of Doman City had succumbed to the embrace of winter. The mountains began to appear barren, and the air gradually turned arid. Not far from the blacksmith shop, Dole spotted two markings in the distance. Unlike the previous transaction, he had instructed Lily to procure some spellcasting materials for him, though he would still bear the costs. As a senior wizard apprentice, Lily had access to far more resources than she could procure on her own. Thus, Doyle, feeling no hesitation, directly extended his hand to request assistance. The transaction continued to take place in the slums. Upon seeing Doyle, Lily could sense a palpable change in him. He seemed somewhat distracted. Have you also ascended to the rank of senior apprentice? Lily felt a surge of excitement. If Doyle was now a senior apprentice, what possibilities did that hold? She promptly inquired, are you capable of concocting a level 2 mental energy potion? If so, I can procure some herbs. She understood that brewing within the city was unfeasible, but venturing outside the city and Appos, as confines would not pose any issues. Doyle, it seemed, had prepared for this very situation. He looked at Lily with some surprise. Could he truly have access to such knowledge? The level 2 mental energy potion required the use of magic crystals. In a hushed tone, Lily replied, I can acquire some remnants of magic crystals. Their effects should be compatible. You only need to gather the other herbs. Chapter 69. Material Issues. Dole's heart raced at the thought. Could you procure some magic crystal remnants for me? I have a reliable source for herbs. How about we trade 3 vials a month? He found himself in dire need of second-level mental potions, as the first-level potions had begun to lose their efficacy. In a flurry of urgency, Dole, with an empty satchel in hand, turned toward the future apothecary, not forgetting to disguise himself anew. When encountering Lily, he donned Odair's guise. When meeting Oldme, he assumed Lin Rue and Appos' appearance, ensuring that the two identities would not conflict. As winter descended, the streets grew quieter, and the clientele at the future apothecary dwindled. Sitting at the counter, Oldme noticed Dole's entrance and discreetly gestured him to follow, retreating to the back of the store. Dole, understanding the unspoken cue, quickly accompanied him to the pharmacy at the rear. Seated at the table, Dole produced 15 vials of first-level mental potions and placed them before Oldme. I require herbs for second-level mental potions. Oldme held a great deal of trust in the quality of Dole's potions, and the few customers present were equally satisfied. Upon hearing Dole's request, Oldme's hand trembled slightly, and he looked up at Dole in surprise. Has this fellow advanced to a senior apprentice so swiftly? Not a problem, Oldme replied, though internally he mused about the potential to attract more senior apprentices. In the Northern Kingdom, wizards operated in secrecy, and transactions were always conducted discreetly. The presence of second-level mental potions would lead to encounters with more senior apprentices, thereby increasing resources and profits. A single vial of second-level mental potion could fetch around 10 gold coins, yielding a profit of 3 gold coins. If Dole were to trade 3 or 4 vials a month, it could amount to a substantial sum of gold, and Oldme was filled with anticipation at the prospect. Oblivious to Oldme's expression, Dole merely nodded coolly. I have other channels for the magic crystals. You needn't worry about that. Additionally, can you procure spell-casting materials? Oldme exhaled in relief, excitement bubbling within him. This is a lucrative opportunity. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding steadily. I can acquire all types of herbal materials, but anything outside of that is beyond my reach. Dole listed the materials required for the Burning Hand spell, and after careful consideration, Oldme concluded that only white phosphorus was necessary. Dole's eyes sparkled with delight. Having white phosphorus was sufficient, as sulfur and charcoal were easily obtainable from the blacksmith shop. The thought invigorated Dole. He was finally on the verge of casting magic. Possessing powerful spells would be the true foundation of his existence. Oldme occasionally used white phosphorus himself. It required low-temperature storage, as higher temperatures could lead to combustion. Thus, he provided Dole with some ice blocks for preservation. Dole felt genuine gratitude toward Oldme, even though he understood that Oldme and Appos' motivations were largely self-serving. Yet, it was not exploitation. Rather, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although white phosphorus is prone to ignition, it has a standard threshold, and with winter's chill, the outside temperature hovered around 4 to 5 degrees, often dipping below zero at night, mitigating any concern over its combustion. Duly placing the white phosphorus aside, Dole felt neither joy nor sorrow as he resumed his training that evening. The incremental progress remained a mere half-copper coin, exceedingly slow. Within the blacksmith shop, there existed 3 types of fuel: charcoal, coke, and wood. While coke was not easily ignited, once aflame, it could reach temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees. Wood burned at the lowest temperature, with charcoal being somewhat superior as it produced no smoke. However, the process of crafting charcoal was rather cumbersome. As for sulfur, it was stored in the warehouse, where several metals required immersion in sulfur. Dole procured some, gathering a handful of charcoal by the furnace, sufficient for his needs. At first glance, the task appeared quite straightforward, yet it hinged on the availability of white phosphorus. White phosphorus itself was an alchemical product, with a complex extraction process, belonging to the realm of materials science. Lacking the necessary raw materials and other substances for extracting white phosphorus, Dole found himself unable to undertake this task. Had he the requisite materials, he could have produced it himself, but alas, these items were tightly controlled and difficult to acquire. Thus, he could only settle for a secondary option, with the prospect of extraction being a matter for the future. As a high-level apprentice wizard, obtaining the materials for spellcasting was the first step. Without such materials, the very notion of spellcasting was a fallacy. With the combustion materials in hand, his next concern turned to Lily's magic crystal. There was no urgency in this matter. Dole felt a surge of excitement. After half a year of diligent training, he was finally witnessing results. How could he not feel exhilarated? Nonetheless, despite his inner thrill, Dole never displayed it outwardly, maintaining a neutral demeanor, neither elated nor disheartened. Even in the workplace. Before long, 2 days had elapsed. On the 3rd day, Anderson approached from behind, informing Dole that Uncle Hong sought him. Puzzled, Dole set down his book and ventured to the back, where he was taken aback to see Uncle Hong and Harley seated together. He had been so engrossed in his reading that he hadn't noticed Harley's arrival. With utmost respect, he greeted Uncle Hong, Brother Harley. Harley flashed a grin, nodding as he said, "I'm here to discuss something with you today. Have you taken the blacksmith certification exam yet?" Dole shook his head, dismissing its utility with a scoff. "What is the point? It serves no purpose." Uncle Hong shot him a stern look, exclaiming, "How can it be of no use? Unless you intend to remain a nameless second-tier blacksmith for life." Dole felt a flush of embarrassment. It wasn't that he planned to be a second-tier blacksmith forever, but rather that he had no intention of forging iron for a lifetime. Harley, being somewhat aware of Dole's circumstances, waved his hand to quell Uncle Hong's tirade. "So, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Harley was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that with the annual blacksmith convention approaching, Dole would take the exam, but it seemed that was no longer an option. Uncle Hong, unaware of Dole's background, spoke earnestly. "Once you enter the blacksmithing trade, obtaining a certificate is essential. You already possess second-tier skills. Take the exam for a second-tier blacksmith certificate. Even if you don't continue working at our Mayduo blacksmith shop in the future, you can take that certificate to other shops, or even venture to the big cities. Without a certificate, you cannot proceed." Dole shook his head again, saying, "Let us discuss future matters when the time comes." He is also aware of the recent matters concerning the blacksmith union and is reluctant to discuss it further. Uncle Hong remarked, "What a pity. If you were to take the examination, you would undoubtedly be the youngest second-tier blacksmith." As for Dole's departure, it is hardly a significant concern. With winter upon us and little to occupy one's time, leaving for a few months is of little consequence. Chapter 70. Stirring up trouble. Dole's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheerfully expressed his gratitude to Uncle Hong. His demeanor remained calm and inscrutable, betraying no hint of joy or anger, as he briskly approached the forge. With a casual flick, he tossed a small pouch towards Dole before turning on his heel and departing without lingering. Catching the pouch, Dole gazed at Katia and Apos' retreating figure, perplexed by his unusual behavior that day. He opened the pouch, and his heart raced with astonishment. Inside lay a collection of glimmering white crystals, residuals of magic crystals. A sight he recognized all too well. He had encountered such remnants before, at the Bianchi mine, which were later consumed by Dog Otto. At the time, he had been unaware of their value and regretted not keeping them. What could Katia possibly mean by gifting him these magic crystal remnants? Yet, Dole felt a surge of temptation. It was as if fate had presented him with a pillow just as he was about to doze off. At that moment, he noticed a pair of patrolling soldiers rushing out from the city, fervently searching for something on the streets, rigorously questioning everyone in sight. Soon after, a squad of city guards appeared from nowhere, meandering through the thoroughfare as if in pursuit of a particular individual. The streets descended into chaos, with pedestrians trembling in fear, seeking refuge at the roadside, bewildered by the unfolding events. The soldiers, spreading throughout the thoroughfare, quickly surged into the slums, a place they typically scorned, but today, they trudged through the mud, directly entering the impoverished quarters. Meanwhile, several robed figures emerged from the city, brandishing disc-like objects as they scoured the streets. This spectacle was unprecedented in Dole's years of experience. It seemed something monumental had occurred. Even the death of a noble from the Bondi family had not provoked such an uproar. The blacksmith shop's patron stood at the entrance, peering out, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. Just then, Ha Gu and Uncle Hong emerged from within. Both held notable status and quickly made their way to the street, inquiring of the patrolling soldiers, their faces paling in shock. The third lord of the Oren family had perished. The news reached Dole's ears, and his mind reeled. He finally grasped the purpose behind Katia and Appo's request for him to concoct poison. How audacious Katia was to eliminate a powerful figure within the family he pledged allegiance to. Suddenly, the magic crystal remnants in his hand felt scorching. This individual was utterly unrestrained. However, he harbored no doubts regarding Katia's discretion. He was all too aware of the potency of the concocted potion and could not suspect Katia himself. Rather, it was the motive behind such actions that perplexed Dole. This was a grave matter. The death of a viscount was an earth-shattering incident in Doman City. He soon observed the distant city gates slamming shut, as every pedestrian was subjected to interrogation, the streets descending into utter disarray. Dole pondered internally, clicking his tongue in thought. It appeared that Katia, when stirred, could cause monumental troubles. The life of a viscount was likely worth around a Tier 3 mission. His mind was a tempest of confusion when a squad of soldiers arrived at the blacksmith shop, storming in and surrounding the entire establishment. These soldiers were elite warriors, brimming with vitality and vigor, each comparable to a seasoned Tier 2 blacksmith, and armed to the teeth, prompting everyone to retreat, wary of their formidable presence. What could be the purpose of these soldiers' visit to the blacksmith? Soon, one of them stepped forward, surveying the surroundings before commanding in a sharp tone. Who was in charge here? At that moment, an indifferent voice rang out. Oh, my, such grandeur from Lord Fengsua. I can hardly see a figure as large as myself amidst it all. Fengsua recognized the voice, his brow furrowing in annoyance. They had come seeking trouble, and he wondered who dared to provoke them. Huh? He relaxed his demeanor, chuckling lightly, realizing it was Ha overseeing matters here. He lifted his gaze to the sign of the blacksmith shop, pondering when this Munduo blacksmith had become a property of the Lord's residence. Ha waved his hand dismissively, saying impatiently, "Speak plainly. All these people are here. If you have questions, ask them quickly and be on your way." Fengsua lowered his head, refraining from any further escalation. The soldiers behind him sensed their leader's retreat and sheathed their weapons, retracting their aggressive energy. Ah, the third son of the deputy lord has perished, enraging both the lord and the deputy. We've been dispatched to maintain order and inquire if any strangers have recently entered. Ha shook his head, gesturing towards the others. These individuals have been here for years. If they weren't familiar faces, they wouldn't linger here. Search elsewhere. By the way, is it true that fellow really died? Fengsua's gaze followed Ha's hand, ultimately resting on Dole, before he heard Ha's last statement. His lips twitched slightly. Dead is dead. What does it matter if it's true or false? He succumbed to poison, which complicates matters significantly. It may involve sorcery, so do exercise caution here. Ha was taken aback, avoiding Dole's gaze while a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Dole had killed the Otto father and son, as well as Feller and Carmen, all through poison. He himself might very well be a sorcerer. Dole was acquainted with Katia from the Owen family, and their camaraderie was notable. Was it possible he had a hand in this? Being in a position of authority, he was aware of the underlying intrigues. This situation had escalated. Hadn't Dole mentioned a desire to take leave? He resolved to ensure Dole vacated the premises post-haste. Amidst his astonishment, Ha solidified his decision, choosing to distance himself from the matter. He feigned a sigh, saying, while that third son was no gem of a person, it is still rather unfortunate that he met his end so abruptly. Fengsua nodded, refraining from further comment. Internal affairs of the Owen family were beyond the purview of a mere squad leader to judge. As the steward responsible for all the blacksmith shops in the city, Hallie's presence ensured that nothing was amiss. He turned and barked in order to regroup. The group swiftly assembled and departed with great haste. They arrived at the next establishment just as quickly, storming in with an air of aggression, as if they were committing an act of robbery. Observing this, Hallie cast a glance at Dole, who, oblivious to Hallie's gaze, lowered his head, fixating on a point just 3 inches before him, consumed by a whirlwind of frantic speculation. Chapter 71. Investigating the case. Hallie gazed at Dole, a sigh escaping his lips. This fellow bore a multitude of troubles. Alas, it mattered little whether he continued to pursue the craft of blacksmithing. He would engage in it for as long as fate allowed, for as a wizard, he would surely gravitate towards the lofty pursuits of alchemy in the future. The crude labor of a blacksmith was no longer appealing. Turning his head, he cleared his throat, his voice resonating with a deep, authoritative timbre. Do not wonder about these days. A prominent member of the Oren family has passed away, and there will undoubtedly be stringent investigations. Do not provide them with any leverage. Imprisonment would be an unfavorable outcome. Yes, Brother Hallie, the group replied in unison, their tone laced with respect. These blacksmiths were mere mortals, and Hallie's formidable presence commanded their unquestioning obedience. After exchanging a few words with Uncle Hong, Hallie hurried into the bustling streets, making his way toward the Lord's manor. As he departed, Uncle Hong let out a sigh and addressed the others. Do not linger. Return to your tasks. If idling, find a corner to rest. Be cautious not to attract unwanted attention. With that, the crowd dispersed, returning to their duties. In light of recent events, Dole dared not meet with Lily. The streets were teeming with personnel from both the police and military. Engaging in trade under such scrutiny would be perilous. Meanwhile, within a quaint and venerable manor, in a lavishly adorned chamber, Inspector Moreno stood amidst the dignitaries of the Oren family, his expression grim. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he fidgeted with discomfort, while the surrounding captains diligently searched for any trace of evidence. The police station was under the jurisdiction of Deputy Lord Orrin Howard, hence the inspector. To avoid any semblance of bias, was not a member of the Oren family, though most captains and officers were. The Oren family's influence was extensive, encompassing the mines, caravans, metals, and medicinal herbs of Doman City. With the death of the third brother responsible for the herbs, Deputy Lord Howard's distress was palpable. Although military personnel were involved in the search, none were present in the manor. Instead, several members of the Ability Association were on site, including Beachy and Tina, along with a few intermediate apprentices. Despite being a senior wizard apprentice, Beachy, accustomed to his superiority, dared not act recklessly in the presence of numerous first-tier swordsmen from the Oren family. He and Tina diligently examined the corpse. He exchanged a glance with Tina, who appeared equally perplexed. Despite their myriad attempts, they had yet to ascertain the nature of the poison. Beachy conveyed a look, and she understood his meaning. In terms of expertise, he surpassed her, and if he could not decipher the enigma, she, too, was at a loss. Howard remained silent, his somber countenance and modest stature exuding an aura akin to a dormant volcano, though it had yet to erupt. Anyone could sense the cataclysmic power it would unleash once provoked. Thus the courtyard was enveloped in an unsettling silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. When Tina finally spoke, Howard's contemplative gaze sharpened, fixing upon her with renewed intensity. Tina's spirit seemed to contract sharply, as if she had encountered an arch-nemesis. Howard glanced at Tina and then turned his gaze towards Beach. Beach, invigorated by a sudden surge of alertness, lowered his head. Unwilling to meet the eyes of the deputy city lord, his heart brimming with trepidation, Howard's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy. None could fathom his thoughts or intentions. Only sensing an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the room, he kept his head bowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he turned and exited the room, allowing those around him to breathe a sigh of relief. Tina cast a glance at Beach, then at Moreno, her tone heavy as she spoke. My uncle has passed away. I implore both of you to devote yourselves earnestly to this matter. Should you uncover any information, please inform us promptly. Moreno wiped the sweat from his brow, managing a strained smile. Of course, it is our duty at the police station. I have already issued orders to thoroughly investigate everyone within this estate and swiftly apprehend the culprit. If it was indeed an insider's doing, then it could only be someone from the estate or within the Owen family itself. How could they possibly investigate? The thought of pursuing such a lead left Moreno in despair. Beach shook his head. I will do my utmost, but this matter falls outside my jurisdiction. With Howard Inhabiting departure, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His responsibilities within the Psychic Association revolved around external affairs, primarily the pursuit of dark sorcerers. Solving cases was not within his purview. Had it not been for the poisoning of the Owen family's third son, he would not have even bothered to show up. Tina regarded Beach with an expression of discontent. Beach met her gaze, his face impassive. I can assist you with the analysis, but beyond that, I am unable to offer further help. With that, he turned and departed with his companions. Tina was taken aback, not expecting Beach to turn her down. And a wave of frustration washed over her. Yet, she found herself powerless, having suppressed Beach in the Psychic Association previously. It was no wonder he now bore an unfriendly demeanor. For 5 consecutive days, the city was sealed off, allowing only entry and prohibiting exit. All manner of gangs and organizations remained hidden, fearful of the repercussions stemming from the poison investigation. Every apothecary was scrutinized, and numerous illicit activities came to light, resulting in the apprehension of a significant number of individuals. The citizens of Doman City were rife with anxiety, dreading the prospect of being implicated and subsequently detained at the police station. Once inside, none emerged unscathed, which was the primary source of fear for ordinary people. He understood that the Psychic Association was involved, and as one of their subjects of scrutiny, any hint of insubordination would imply guilt. To be captured and brought to the police station, Dole and Inhabiting's countenance was clouded with unease. On the morning of the 5th day, the city gates slowly opened, and many gathered, eager to venture outside. The atmosphere at the gates was bustling. 5 days had passed, and Dole remained unaware of the developments. But he could surmise that they had likely uncovered little to nothing. If Cardia sought to eliminate someone using the colorless and odorless Bichan poison he had concocted, it was undoubtedly foolproof. Regardless of who met their demise, it would be a senseless death. After 5 days, their lack of findings stood as testament to this notion. The Psychic Association. Becky was clad in a snug-fitting attire that enveloped his entire form. With gloved hands, he held a test tube before him, scrutinizing it with great care. After a brief moment, he gazed into the transparent solution within, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 72 Departure from the city. He placed the test tube down, secured the cork, and exited the laboratory. Traversing the lengthy corridor, he arrived at another room brimming with books. After a brief search, he quickly located a slender volume. As he perused its contents, he suddenly closed the book. This individual was quite formidable, capable of acquiring such a poison and managing to find a wizard apprentice willing to concoct it. Truly, the third scion of the Aorn family met an unjust fate. One could only ponder whom he had offended to be so targeted. The white cicada, a rather intriguing toxin. Before long, Tina burst into the office with great fervor. Peaky pushed the newly acquired book towards Tina, stating, "The first poison listed in this tome must be brewed by a wizard. Regardless of who is responsible for your uncle's demise, it is undoubtedly linked to the wizardry involved. Investigate the substances mentioned herein to ascertain who has recently employed them. It is highly probable that they are connected to your uncle's death." Tina held the book, flipping through its pages with a solemn expression. Abruptly, she closed it and earnestly declared to Peaky, "Consider this a favor owed to you." Peaky smirked, a scornful expression dancing on his lips. A favor? Do you nobles even understand the concept of favors? It would be far more practical to exchange it for some coin. Tina bit her lip, responding, "Peaky, I am aware that we often treat you poorly, but do not forget the privileges we provide you in your training. Without our noble support, where would your abilities be today?" Peaky and Inhabiting's expression turned openly derisive. "Spare me the theatrics. Your motivations are purely self-serving. Now, you may take your leave." Tina glared at Peaky, her face darkening. After a lengthy silence, she swiftly departed, intending to commence her investigation into the toxins. Watching Tina exit, Peaky quickly masked his expression, engaging in a moment of contemplation. Nevertheless, he soon shifted his focus elsewhere, deeming it prudent to let the issues of noble families remain their own concern, as meddling would only lead to complications. Katia followed Howard closely, maintaining her usual composed demeanor without a hint of disturbance. With the passing of a certain individual, the Aorn family was embroiled in a struggle for power, each faction vying for the void left in the wake of the deceased. Much to Howard's consternation as the head of the family. At over 70 years of age, with a granddaughter already in her 20s, Howard's vigor had waned considerably. Were it not for his status as a level 2 warrior, he might have long since faltered. In recent days, he had engaged in no significant endeavors, content to seek out duels and swordplay as he enjoyed a leisurely existence. Howard entered the office after traversing the hall, where several individuals awaited him, including Tina. As he stepped inside, Tina proclaimed loudly, "Grandfather, I have identified the poison that killed Uncle. It is the white cicada." At her words, all eyes turned to Tina, including Claudius. Howard furrowed his brow, casting a stern gaze upon Tina, his voice low and weighted. "The white cicada?" Tina handed him a slip of paper. 3 days later, Dole, Uncle Hong, and Hallie exchanged pleasantries and discreetly met with Lily. Burdened by numerous concerns, he found it impossible to remain unworried. Upon leaving the city, I traversed along the official road, advancing forward. There exists but a single path that leads directly from Doman City to Chris County, dotted with several towns along the way. Although Dole had never set foot in these places, he was nonetheless aware of them, having heard that the blacksmith shop frequently welcomed townsfolk seeking agricultural tools and other implements. Departing from the Doman blacksmith shop, Dole, accompanied by Ball, made his way out of the city. The season had officially turned to winter, outside the city. The mountains were stripped bare of foliage, save for the evergreen pines and cypresses that stood resilient against the cold. The landscape, predominantly adorned in hues of yellow, presented a desolate sight. The thoroughfare was sparsely populated, as the winter months rendered sustenance scarce in the mountains, prompting wild beasts to prowl the vicinity of the main road. Ever watchful for opportunities to ambush passers-by, winter posed a perilous threat to all of Doman City. As Dole continued along the official road, he bore a long sword at his waist, while beneath his garments lay a hidden hand crossbow, ready to be deployed alongside a concoction of hallucinogenic agents and several vials of poison, resulting in a somewhat cumbersome appearance. The journey from Doman City predominantly descended. After 5 kilometers, a bend in the road obscured the city from view, plunging him into the uninhabited wilderness of the mountains. The first town lay 10 kilometers beyond the city, nestled at the confluence of several small rivers, where a modest expanse of flatland housed a few hundred residents, including hunters, farmers, and even a patrol squad. Given its proximity to the city, Dole had no intention of making this place his abode. Continuing onward, Dole navigated several bends before arriving at the second town, situated at a considerable distance from Doman City, where he decided to pause. The geographical features mirrored those of the previous town, characterized by the convergence of multiple small waterways and 2 relatively broad ridges that formed an elevated area above the Doman River's course. Even in winter, the river flowed abundantly, its waters producing a cheerful gurgling sound. The villagers' dwellings were closely clustered upon the opposing ridge, surrounded by fences designed to ward off mountain beasts. Several watchtowers stood tall on the heights, strategically positioned at the town and Oppo's front, behind the town, and along the riverbanks, each manned by vigilant sentinels. Assessing his surroundings, Dole resolved to spend the winter here. To cross the pathway, he needed to traverse a small bridge where guardians stood sentinel. As he approached, a group of 4 or 5 villagers stationed at the entrance confronted him with inquiries. "What brings you here?" one of them demanded. Dole stepped closer to the fence, having already devised a plausible story. Gazing at the sturdy, rustic villagers, he set down his belongings and slowly introduced himself. He recounted how he was the son of deceased parents, unable to sustain himself in the city, and had come to seek a livelihood in the village. He requested modest accommodations, mentioning his father's profession as a physician capable of treating various ailments, and expressed his intent to gather medicinal herbs for sustenance. Once he had finished speaking, the initially wary villagers softened their demeanor, parting the enclosure with smiles and welcoming him into their midst. The medical profession is highly esteemed everywhere, particularly in rural and town settings where healthcare conditions are considerably inadequate. Entering this field as a physician poses no obstacles. Indeed, Dole is intent on making a living through herbal gathering and concocting various remedies. He is eager to delve into the realms of pharmacology, materials science, and glyph studies, sparing no effort to master each discipline. At this moment, the villagers noticed Ball, and some began to play with a dog. But alas, Ball showed no interest in their antics. Shortly thereafter, a young and robust man clad in scant attire emerged from within. He was remarkably youthful, with a broadsword hanging at his waist, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Chapter 73. There's still hope. Upon encountering the man, both Dole and the stranger were struck by the deep bronze of their sun-kissed skin. As the man approached, he was instantly surrounded, much like a celestial body encircled by its stars. However, a flicker of suspicion crossed his face as he inquired, "You claim to be a doctor. What proof do you possess?" The demeanor of this individual hardly suggested a healer. His physique and complexion spoke of a warrior. Unperturbed, Dole retrieved a small box from behind him, revealing an array of experimental apparatuses within. He opened it for the man to inspect, declaring, "These are my alchemical tools. And I have some finished potions as well, though I must retrieve a cart from the city in a few days." The young man's expression brightened upon seeing the completed elixirs. "Splendid. Our village is in dire need of a physician. Please, come inside. What sort of accommodation would you prefer? I shall make the necessary arrangements." Dole raised an eyebrow, mentally noting the man and Apos' amiable demeanor, which was unexpected given his preparations for a lengthy negotiation. "A quiet and secluded place will suffice. I can look after myself," he replied, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sturdy arms. The surrounding men gasped in astonishment at his display. The young man nodded, visibly relieved, having anticipated more demanding requests from the doctor. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "How about the small bamboo cottage by the river? It is the only secluded dwelling we have left. Rest assured, it is not damp. It stands over 2 meters above the ground and was previously used for observing the river, though it is unnecessary in winter." Dole pondered this, deciding to accept the offer regardless of the cottage and Apos' purpose. He nodded in agreement. The men around him erupted in cheer, ushering Dole towards the village. At that moment, someone called out, "Little doctor, can you treat a dog bite?" The young man suddenly recalled an individual and turned to Dole. Nodding, Dole replied, "Yes, I can." As a practitioner of the arcane, the principles of ordinary medicine were well within his grasp. He was more than capable of addressing canine bites. The ailments of the common folk typically involved bruises, inflamed wounds, fractures, dislocations, and the common cold, all of which were documented in texts. This would provide him an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. As they reached the village entrance, a few villagers remained behind, while one individual, accompanied by a dog, was escorted through a small bridge towards the town. The town itself was modest, comprising around 300 households nestled beneath the ridges, with crops lining the riverbanks. However, it was evident that these individuals were not farmers by trade. As Dole walked, he took note of the numerous animal pelts and herbs displayed at various doorsteps. Recognizing that the villagers' primary means of subsistence relied on furs and medicinal plants, these two industries, alongside minerals, constituted the backbone of Doming City, controlled by the deputy city lord and the Lake family. As they continued, Dole felt a sense of relief. His journey to the town proved fortuitous, as many of the herbs were of great use to him. Soon they arrived at the doorstep of a hunter, but before they could approach, a cacophony of frenzied barking erupted from within. Standing at the doorway, the young man felt a tinge of awkwardness as he forgot to introduce himself. "I am Victor, the mayor of this town and an advanced warrior apprentice. This family has suffered from a dog bite, and the wounds have become inflamed and festering. We do have a doctor in our town, but he is unable to assist. It seems they must await their fate at home." He sighed heavily. Dole lifted his gaze towards Victor and remarked with a faint smile, "The simplest solution would be to burn the fur of the attacking dog and apply it to the wound." Victor shook his head. "We've tried that, but it proved ineffective." A group began to knock on the door, only to have the dog inside grow more aggressive. At that moment, Ball, who was following closely behind Dole, let out a soft growl. Though his voice was not loud, it instantly silenced the commotion within. The onlookers were taken aback, staring in disbelief at the unkempt Ball. "Young doctor, your dog is remarkable. The York family's dog is the fiercest in the village. Since the passing of its owner, no one has been able to tame it. Yet your dog merely growls, and it is subdued?" Dole chuckled softly. "This is Ball, a gift from my father. He carries a lineage of fierce wolves." The gazes of the surrounding crowd shifted towards Ball, now filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation, with some even taking steps back. Though a fierce wolf is known to be far more ferocious. A single fierce wolf equals 3 ordinary wolves. Dole reassured them. Ball is quite safe. He will not bite unless provoked. At that moment, a robust woman emerged from within, her fierce visage softened by weariness and tears, rendering her appearance rather pitiful. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find such a crowd outside, including the mayor, and was momentarily lost for words. Victor spoke. "This is the village and Apos' new young doctor, here to treat Yerk." The woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned her gaze to Dole. Suddenly, she knelt before him, bowing repeatedly, her lips forming silent words of gratitude. The crowd sighed collectively at this display. "She is mute," Victor explained with a sigh, "though she can understand. Let us not linger. Please, go inside." Someone stepped forward to help the woman to her feet. Dole regarded her with sympathy. The man of the household, the pillar of support, was beyond saving. and she was left to navigate this tragedy in silence. Upon entering, they found a small courtyard, overgrown with weeds and neglected vegetables. To the left stood a small shed with a wooden fence enclosing 3 emaciated dogs, while at the back were 3 modest stone houses. With 2 children standing at the entrance of the central one, the group proceeded inside, with Dole leading the way. Observing the woman's condition, it was evident that the man had been ill for an extended period. Time was of the essence. He stepped into the house first, only to be met with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of burnt dog fur. He frowned, pondering the efficacy of such a remedy. Within the confines of the room lay a table, and at the far end, a bed upon which an ordinary man lay, unconscious and unresponsive. Dole approached and took a seat beside the bed, scrutinizing the man's condition, his pupils, his skin, and then examining the wounds. The injuries had indeed become necrotic. Even inflamed and festering, half of his leg was covered with charred remnants of dog fur, and it was evident that the limb was beyond salvation. Most concerning was the fever that still consumed him. The fierce woman gestured urgently. Before she could finish, a young man interjected, "York has been lying here for 10 days. Dole nodded thoughtfully and continued, "When I arrived, I noticed that every household had medicinal herbs at their doors. Please prepare some for me. I require half a pound of daylilies and half a pound of dandelion roots. Hurry, there is still hope for his leg. Additionally, fetch some hot water and a clean door panel." Upon hearing this, the eyes of those around him sparkled with renewed hope. Could it truly be possible to save a leg in such a dire state? Chapter 74. The Bamboo House. It must be said that Victor, in his capacity as mayor, commanded a certain authority, swiftly organizing the necessary arrangements. Soon, a clean door plank was brought in, and Dole nodded, instructing the men to lift York and place him upon the board, then set it on the table in the center of the room to facilitate the operation. He opened a small box, retrieving a scalpel, alcohol lamp, and other essential tools. These items had been hastily prepared prior to his arrival. Indeed, he had forged the scalpel himself, ensuring its impeccable quality. The wound was festering, and his immediate task was to excise the necrotic tissue, clean the wound, and administer an anti-inflammatory treatment, followed by the preparation of a potion to save him. Without the magical elixir, saving York and Apos' leg was out of the question. Fortunately, while the village lacked many things, it was abundant in medicinal herbs, allowing him to exhibit his expertise. He sterilized the scalpel with the alcohol lamp, deftly slicing away the dead skin in concentric circles to cleanse the wound, followed by further disinfection with alcohol. At this point, all the herbs had been gathered. Dole instructed that York be carried to his residence, for he could not allow anyone to witness the brewing of the potion. Although the villagers were puzzled, the thought of being York's only hope spurred them into action under Victor's commanding gesture. They quickly arrived at a 2-story bamboo house. Upon seeing the bamboo structure, Dole was struck by a sense of chill. It was indeed quite remote, situated not far from the Doman River, where the presence of water naturally rendered the air cooler than elsewhere. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters at this time. After having the bamboo house tidied up, they brought York inside. The dwelling comprised 2 rooms separated by a partition, and Dole placed York in one room while the others waited outside. He then retreated to his smaller adjacent room to commence his potion brewing. In the realm of potion making, there are over 100 varieties of first-level magical potions, yet practitioners typically utilize only 7 or 8, with the remainder being rather peculiar concoctions. These include healing, bone strengthening, muscle refining, and blood-activating potions, each with varying efficacy. Dole possessed considerable insight into first-level potions, preparing 2 specific elixirs, one known as the regenerative elixir and the other as the wound-healing potion, their functions being self-evident. By the time he completed this process, it was already afternoon. As he emerged from the house holding 2 vials, the onlookers nearby could hardly contain their anticipation. Dole smiled, approached the patient, and first poured the regenerative elixir over the wound, covering it with a clean cloth. After approximately 10 minutes, he unveiled the cloth and applied the wound healing potion before recovering the injury. He handed the remaining potion to the sturdy woman, providing her with instructions to carry York away. At this juncture, it became clear to all present that after administering the potions within a few minutes, the patient's complexion improved significantly. The skin on his leg transformed from a dry, dark hue to a soft, rosy tone, showing no signs of inflammation or pus. The sturdy woman, comprehending the situation, was compelled to kneel before Dole in gratitude. He was eager to send the villagers away, intending to inspect the safety and sealing of the bamboo house, as well as to undertake any necessary modifications. Having briefly surveyed the location, He found it quite satisfactory and decided against relocating, for although it was somewhat chilly, with the right magical inscriptions, temperature control would pose no challenge. Upon his arrival, Dole had already saved a life, thus establishing his roots in the village. Victor summoned a couple of girls, around 10 years of age, to assist in tidying up, while the others swiftly departed. Witnessing the resolution of such a dire situation brought joy to the hunters, who felt a renewed sense of hope for their future hunts. However, Dole felt a slight headache. After laboring for half the day, he still did not know the boy and Appo's name, which he found rather awkward. He called someone over to inquire about the youth's name, Lin Rue. Victor pondered the name briefly before organizing a group to harvest the bulrushes from the river valley, intending to add an additional layer of straw to Lin Rue's room for enhanced warmth, while also preparing to fell some trees to construct a small wooden house. The bamboo structure was indeed drafty, and one could easily perish from the cold during winter. A day or two might suffice, but prolonged exposure was intolerable. The villagers and Appo's spirits were considerably uplifted. Once all matters were settled, Dole finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning his attention to various magical experiments, aiming to master the arcane arts swiftly. With proficiency, he could then delve into potion making, enhancing his mental fortitude in pursuit of becoming a formal wizard. If the advanced wizard apprentice marked the commencement of spellcasting, then a first-level wizard truly represented an entry into the extraordinary, harnessing the energies of the cosmos to unleash formidable spells, while advanced apprentices merely scratched the surface of the craft. The townsfolk were remarkably simple and unpretentious. As winter approached, there was little to occupy their time. They would rise early, partake in their meals, and then practice their martial skills along the smooth riverbank, boxing, archery, swordplay. In wielding heavy weapons such as axes and hammers, participation was universal among men, women, and children alike. After observing for a while, Dole busied himself concocting various potions, some for the village and others for his personal use. Before he could finish, a little girl approached the doorway, carrying a basket. It was Anderson's daughter, Connie. Sturdy in build, Dole affectionately ruffled her hair and handed her a vial of blue potion, instructing her to deliver it to Aunt York. Connie's eyes sparkled as she scanned Dole's room, momentarily pausing at the sight of a table laden with books, before breaking into a sweet smile and darting away with the potion. Standing at the door, Dole watched her retreating figure, his expression neutral. The small town, known as San Hiku, was more accurately described as a sizable village. Its proximity to the mountains rendered it vulnerable to the occasional beastly incursions, necessitating that every villager possess skills in weaponry and archery. The entire village functioned like a finely tuned machine, each individual responsible for their own role. The village had a watchful guard, tasked with vigilance, security, and reconnaissance. Indeed, though small, it was remarkably well equipped. Children as young as 7 or 8 were expected to contribute, and despite their age, they were remarkably astute. At just 13 years of age, Dole observed these children with a tinge of envy. After a while of surveying the village and confirming that no one would disturb him, he closed the door and prepared to begin the process of crafting spellcasting materials. Starting with the ingredients for the Hand of Flame: white phosphorus, sulfur, charcoal, combined with a modicum of magical crystal powder, may appear deceptively simple. However, should an ordinary individual attempt to concoct these substances, it is likely they would never succeed in their lifetime. Though these 4 materials possess specific ratios and measurement units, such units are merely rough estimates rather than precise figures. Ultimately, the process relies on the sensitivity of one's mental faculties, the physical properties of the materials, and the energetic ratios they embody, all of which impose stringent requirements. If one were to adhere strictly to exact proportions, the outcome would most likely be futile. Otherwise, such simplicity would enable the average person to achieve the task with ease. Chapter 75. Do you gather white phosphorus, sulfur, and charcoal, and place them separately on a clean sheet of paper, grinding each into a fine powder. This requirement is exceedingly stringent, demanding utmost fineness. Thus, he meticulously crafted a smooth rod and an exceptionally flat steel plate for this task. Once ground into powder, Dole mixed the substances together, stirring them with great care until they were uniform. He then used a specially prepared spoon to scoop a portion into his palm. Closing his eyes, he let his mental energy flow gently down to his hand. The energy, penetrating through his skin, swiftly connected with the materials in his grasp. According to material studies, if he sensed a gentle flame, it indicated the white phosphorus was just right while the charcoal was insufficient. If he perceived a raging fire, it meant there was too much charcoal and too little sulfur, but adequate white phosphorus. Dole focused and discerned a gentle flame, suggesting the proportions were indeed correct. He opened his eyes, gazing contentedly at the materials beside him. The components for the burning hand spell were just right. However, this was merely the first step. The second phase required the addition of magic crystal powder. This step also necessitated mental energy sensitivity, although the ratios were fixed. The final outcome relied on the results of his mental perception. Using 1 spoonful as the baseline, he added the magic crystal powder. He then proceeded to sense each addition. The first spoonful revealed an excess of magic crystal, prompting him to remove a bit of powder. He continued adjusting until his sensing aligned with the principles of material science. Only then did he set it aside. He repeated this for the second and third spoonfuls. What seemed straightforward took up the better part of a day. And it was only by the time of dusk that he gradually completed the task. He packaged the materials carefully into a small pouch, tucking it into his sleeve, allowing himself to relax with a profound sense of security. Although Burning Hand was merely a level 0 spell, its execution wielded considerable power, comparable to a level 1 warrior's fighting energy attack. With this level 0 spell, he felt a semblance of safety. Anyone approaching, provided they weren't a high-level professional, would face a fiery demise at his hands. Upon opening the door, Dole discovered a small figure seated at the entrance, Connie, clutching a basket. She appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Despite the cold outside, Connie seemed oblivious, reclining on the ladder while gazing at the dim sky. Dr. Linrue, have you finished your work? Connie inquired cheerfully, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Rising from the ladder, she followed Dole into the room. As she entered, she caught a whiff of an unusual odor, one that was not medicinal. Glancing around, she noticed that the dog named Ball was seemingly absent. Nevertheless, she paid little heed, proudly announcing, "Uncle York has recovered. He will come personally to thank you in a few days." Dole shook his head, saying, "Tell him to rest well and not to come over. I will be heading to the mountains in the next few days to gather some herbs. You need not bring me meals anymore." Connie was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, what herbs do you need? Uncle and Annie can send them to you. Why venture to the mountains? It's quite perilous up there. The mountains serve as both a refuge and a nightmare for the townsfolk. The nearby peaks have been laden with numerous traps, deterring even the fiercest of beasts. However, venturing deeper reveals packs of wolves, bears, and lynxes, predators of a more menacing nature. Each time a large-scale hunt occurs, injuries and even fatalities are an unfortunate certainty. Every time Connie observes the adults heading into the mountains, her heart fills with trepidation. Dole chuckles softly, pinching her cheek, assuring her, "Fear not. I shall merely scout the vicinity. I am not so easily disposed of." Connie blushes, her words escaping her. Upon opening the door, she finds Victor standing there, momentarily taken aback. His expression turns serious as he listens to Connie's concern about Dole entering the mountains the next day. Naturally, Dole cannot divulge her intention to experiment with magic. "Indeed, I intend to gather some special items, but will not venture too far." Over the past few days, Victor has grown increasingly at ease with Dole, treating her as one of their own and exchanging potent remedies that had never been available before. "Shall I send our finest hunter to escort you?" he suggests. Dole laughs slightly. "If I were to have an escort, how could I conduct my experiments?" Shaking his head vigorously, she insists, "No need, no need. I am a mid-level warrior apprentice, not inferior to the average person. I shall merely search the area. If I find something, splendid. If not, it matters not." From the moment Victor first beheld Dole, he recognized her formidable prowess. Few possess such dark skin. Although she has appeared somewhat lighter in the past few days, he retrieves a cylindrical object from his pocket and hands it to Dole, saying, "Take this, if danger approaches. Pull the cord at the back." Dole glances at it, exclaiming, "A signal flares." She graciously accepts the item, knowing that refusing it would only prolong his stay. Curiously, she inquires about the recent logging activity she has observed. Is someone in the village preparing to build a home? Upon hearing this, Dole is momentarily taken aback. But Victor has already departed, leaving only a shadow that quickly vanishes into the night. Standing at the threshold, she gazes outside, her thoughts swirling in complexity. In the stillness of the night, apart from the distant gurgling of the river, the mountains are enveloped in tranquility. She lifts her gaze to the heavens, where a tapestry of stars glimmers, concealing infinite mysteries. Ultimately, the pursuit of knowledge lies within the stars, a vast expanse coveted by all wizards. They yearn for understanding, for the arcane, engaging in a lifelong quest for exploration. The bamboo house is now shielded by a thick layer of grass, offering some respite from the wind. Dole feels a sense of satisfaction, though the proximity to the water remains a concern as the cold air from the river bites, and winter has only just begun. She fears that in a month or two, the chill may prove unbearable. Chapter 76. The Hand of Flames. As night fell, I immersed myself in meditation. Once I achieved a genuine state of tranquility, I felt my mental prowess surge at an astonishing rate, significantly surpassing my previous progress in the city. Coupled with my recent readings and experiments, my thoughts were light and agile, allowing me to nearly augment my mental capacity by a copper coin throughout the night. According to my estimations, transitioning from a high-level sorcerer to a first-level sorcerer requires approximately 200 copper coins worth of mental energy. Currently, I had only amassed 76, leaving me with a considerable distance to cover. Even at a growth rate of 1 copper coin per day, it would take nearly half a year to reach my goal. Patience is key. Before long, the night passed. The following morning, just as dawn broke, I set off alone, burdened by my pack and a sword at my waist. My companion, Dole, had been elusive in recent days, making him nearly impossible to locate. In the forest, it seemed no one could rival Dole. Even across the entirety of Chris County in the Northern Kingdom, there were scarcely any who could match his strength, leaving me with little to worry about concerning him. My primary concern was my own safety. The previous night, Victor had visited, not only to offer warnings but also to provide a map detailing the locations of traps. It was imperative that I scrutinize it carefully to avoid falling victim to one. Despite my heightened mental perception and acute awareness of environmental changes, I remained vulnerable to traps, static entities that required vigilance. This was a fundamental rule for my survival. I ventured upstream along the river, ascending towards the village, passing by the lookout tower at its peak. After greeting the guards, I slowly made my way into the mountains. My objective today was to experiment with the Hand of Flames while gathering herbs as a pretext. Although I could conduct the experiment within the village, I feared detection. The mountains offered a more secure setting. The weather was splendid. Despite the chill in the air, the sun shone brightly, and there was no wind. Ascending the ridge, I took 2 hours to reach the mountain summit. After pausing briefly, I sought a clear patch of ground near the peak and prepared to commence my experiment. Being several kilometers from the village, I was confident that I would remain unnoticed. Setting down my belongings, I stood on the ground, retrieved a standard portion of the Hand of Flame spell materials, and placed them in the palm of my right hand. With a calm mind, I swiftly outlined the spell model. Through relentless practice, I had honed my ability to construct the spell model in just 2 seconds, pushing it gradually to my wrist. Taking a deep breath, I propelled the model into my hand, allowing it to permeate the Hand of Flame's material. With a sudden burst, a flame ignited in my palm, rapidly engulfing my hand in a fiery glow. The heat was intense, causing my face to sting slightly, yet my palm remained unscathed. Overcome with excitement, I gazed at the flames dancing in my hand. I had successfully cast the Hand of Flame spell. Observing my surroundings and the ground beneath me, I casually picked up a stick with my left hand and placed it in my right. The flames ignited the stick, transforming it into a roaring blaze. The Hand of Fire, as a form of sorcery, commonly referred to as magic among the general populace, possesses a formidable intensity, ranging from approximately 400 to 600 degrees. Igniting materials is a trivial task, and the flames exhibit a high degree of adhesion. Once ignited, they are exceedingly difficult to extinguish. As he quietly absorbed the power of the spell, Dole and Appo's heart surged with exhilaration. After approximately 20 seconds, the flames extinguished, revealing a charred palm, while the materials within the palm had long since vanished without a trace. Dole pondered the principles behind the Hand of Fire. With this understanding, he realized how to proceed. Resolving to exhaust all the spellcasting materials at his disposal, he reveled in the newfound experience of magic. Subsequently, he experimented with casting spells using his left hand, and even attempted to conjure 2 spell models simultaneously. Although this proved somewhat challenging, it remained feasible. He was capable of controlling over 70 copper coins, and while managing 2 spell models was demanding, it was not insurmountable. Just as he was delighting in his experiments, a figure approached from the distance. Dole glanced over and felt at ease. It was Dole. Dole strolled over, initially concerned by the appearance of an unfamiliar presence near the village, only to discover Dole engrossed in his magical endeavors, casting spells with both hands. He was taken aback by the young boy's remarkable command of mental energy. The notion of visualizing copper coins was indeed impressive. Controlling dozens of coins simultaneously and executing multiple spells would pose little challenge for his future. Dole smiled and remarked, "I prepared some spell-casting materials yesterday, and today I couldn't wait to try them out. Now I can use the Hand of Fire as a trick to earn some money." Dole nodded in agreement. Understanding the essence of such tricks, they lacked substantial power and were merely for deception. He added, when you can become a true wizard and learn fundamental spells like the fireball and windblade, that will signify a genuine initiation. Dole nodded, and as the materials for the hand of fire burned away completely, he lowered his hands and sighed. Tricks are merely tricks, lacking in sustainability. By the time he returned to the village, it was already afternoon. Approaching the entrance, he spotted Coney, who appeared to be preparing to sit down with a basket. Dole descended from the ridge and, passing by the watchtower, quickly reached the riverbank. Upon seeing Dole, Coney stood up and waved vigorously at him. Only by perfecting this magical rune could he comfortably conduct experiments within his room. Otherwise, the necessity of constantly venturing outside was not only time-consuming, but also detrimental to maintaining secrecy. He had numerous ideas waiting for experimentation, and it was impractical to venture out every day. The intricacies of magical runes also demanded attention. They required specialized energy carriers to bear the magic inscriptions. Ideally, various magical beast hides would serve this purpose, and high-grade hides would suffice as well. The village possessed a fair supply of these materials. He merely needed to purchase a few. Additionally, he required the crafting of a wizard's quill and specialized magical pigments. Chapter 77. Level 1 Energy Suppression Magic Pattern. Dole had long studied these matters and had prepared some materials for his journey, the most challenging of which was naturally the magic crystal. Currently, he possessed nearly 3 pounds of magic crystal residue, sufficient for a while. The wizard's specialized pin was easily resolved. Bamboo and high-grade beast pelts were plentiful in the village. However, the pigments used by wizards required a complicated mixture of medicinal substances, akin to concocting a new potion. Magic crystals, quartz sand, sulfur, crystals, certain woods, and special sandy soil had to be proportioned meticulously, ground into a fine powder, and blended together, followed by a mental attunement to assess compatibility. This alone consumed several days of Dole's time, resulting in considerable material wastage, causing his heart to bleed at the sight of these items. They were not merely materials, they represented a myriad of silver coins. As the weather officially turned to winter, and a layer of fine ice began to form on the river's surface, a fierce wind swept down from the mountains, bringing with it a sky filled with dark clouds, followed by a heavy snowfall cascading from the mountains. On this very day, Dole's new house was successfully completed. Victor personally assisted with the move, and dozens of villagers joined in, creating a lively atmosphere, particularly York, who, since being revived, had been profoundly grateful to Dole and was willing to help in any way possible, as Dole's intervention had indirectly saved his entire family. Dole was indifferent. He packed away his secret items to carry himself while allowing the others to handle the rest. The new residence was situated beside a ridge, slightly closer to the town, with a flat area at the entrance and a cliff at the back. The house was entirely wooden, with the floor also laid in timber, constructed with remarkable sturdiness. Victor had invested considerable effort into this house, felling every tree he could find, genuinely wishing to keep Dole in the village. It comprised 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. The spacious room was for habitation, while the smaller ones could serve various other purposes, a perfect arrangement. With many hands, the belongings were swiftly moved into the new house before the heavy snowfall commenced. As the sky filled with descending snowflakes, the previously boisterous villagers fell silent, gazing out at the swirling snow. Observing this, Dole felt somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Victor sighed and explained to Dole that each year when it snowed, the wild beasts from the mountains would emerge to attack the village. The snowfall diminished their food supply, prompting them to prey upon humans, resulting in casualties each winter. Having spent some time in the village, Dole had gathered some understanding of its population. Approximately 400 souls resided there, with about 10 children born annually. However, based on the number and age of the surrounding houses, the total population had remained unchanged. The implications of such attrition were evident. Few aged naturally in the village. Most perished while hunting or gathering herbs. Dole initially intended to offer words of comfort, but halted as the words lingered on his lips, ultimately stating, "If there are any injured, bring them to me swiftly. I will do my utmost to preserve their lives. That is all I can promise." Victor nodded, a smile gracing his face, and said, "Thank you very much. Rest assured, for you, my little doctor, we have even taken care of the meals." He suddenly burst into laughter. Dole rubbed his nose, realizing that, indeed, during his prolonged stay, he had yet to cook a meal himself. The villagers soon departed, and Dole stood at the door, gazing around, only to notice several individuals armed with bows and swords, taking up positions on the lookout tower to survey the surroundings. Before long, the entire world was blanketed in snowflakes. The sky was shrouded in mist, and the once dark brown earth gradually disappeared beneath the white mantle of snow. The landscape transformed into a monochromatic tableau of black and white. How beautiful! The room contained a fireplace, and he needed to kindle a fire. The temperature had dropped, and even the body of a mid-level warrior apprentice could not withstand the biting cold of 3 or 4 degrees below zero. After tending to the fireplace, he moved next door to gather the materials he would need to draw magical runes. Creating these runes was not particularly difficult. It was akin to constructing a spell model using mental energy, with the distinction that one was influenced by various external factors while the other occurred within the realm of consciousness, free from interference, thereby amplifying the difficulty exponentially. Equipped with self-made brushes, homemade magical paint, and beast hides, Dole was ready to commence his work. He had fashioned a large paint box, spending a total of 5 gold coins, and had also procured over 30 pieces of hide from the villagers, retanning and cutting them into palm-sized squares, amassing over 300 pieces of beast hide in total. In the coming days, he intended to master this task. Just as he was about to begin, Ball burst through the door with a resounding clap. Strutting around the room with an air of arrogance, Dole stood bewildered, uncertain of Ball and Appo's intentions, realizing he had not informed him about the change of location. Ball, unfazed by Dole's relocation, appeared rather pleased, remarking that this place was far superior to the dilapidated bamboo house. "What are you doing? Preparing to carve a wizard's formation?" The colloquial term for magical runes was indeed magical arrays or wizard formations, but he preferred to refer to them as magical runes. Dole nodded, stating, "I need to quickly create a rune that can insulate against energy fluctuations. It's too cumbersome to run outside every time I conduct an experiment." Ball nodded in agreement and added, "That's true. Let me share some good news with you. I have discovered a miniature magical crystal mine, rich in magical crystals. When you have mastered the art of crafting explosives or can unleash fireball spells, you should venture there to gather some. Once you become a high-level wizard, magical crystals will be your greatest constraint, as the majority of them in the Northern Kingdom are controlled by the authorities, with very few trickling down to the common folk." Upon hearing this, Dole's eyes lit up. A miniature magical crystal mine. Magical crystals were precisely what he lacked the most. He hurried over, inquiring eagerly, "Where is it? Where is it?" Ball's face broke into a slight smile as he replied, "It's very far away. At your current pace, it would take you at least half a month just to walk there, so you must hasten your progress." The mere mention of the magical crystal mine invigorated Dole. No matter how distant it may be, he was determined to seize it, fully comprehending the significance of magical crystals. Ball turned his head, a mischievous grin appearing on the dog's face, a ghostly crystal mine. Outside, snow fell gently, and Ball never ventured out again. Each day, he merely loitered at the door, instilling a sense of dread in the unruly dogs of the village. Ever since his arrival, there had been no barking, save for the occasional unexpected event or visitor, which piqued the villagers' curiosity about Ball. Thus, Dole practiced magical runes by day and cultivated his skills by night, and soon, another 10 days had passed. These magical runes proved exceedingly challenging. Dole felt a sense of despair, averaging over 10 failures a day, leaving him utterly exasperated. Having never written before or held a pen, he realized, upon finally grasping it, just how difficult this seemingly simple tool was to control, more challenging than blacksmithing. With a moment's inattention, his strokes were either too light or too heavy, driving him to the brink of frustration. Chapter 78, The Transaction Recognizing His Inadequacy in Penmanship. Dole resolved to learn to write, seeking an alternative route to improvement. Aware of the source of his challenge, he endeavored to find a remedy, as was his steadfast principle. However, a month passed swiftly, and he needed to journey into the city to fulfill his transaction with Old Me and Lily, while also procuring some paper and writing instruments. He was determined to diligently practice his writing, striving for flawless control over the pen. After discussing the matter, Victor mentioned that he and his companions also required a trip to the city to sell the furs and herbs they had accumulated before the snowfall, and to acquire coal, farming tools, and to repair damaged bows and swords. Although some repairs could be made in the village, the methods were rudimentary and lacked the finesse of a city blacksmith. Venturing alone into the city was perilous. The 20-kilometer mountain road could harbor unforeseen dangers. After deliberation, they agreed to depart on the 3rd day, and Dole would have to endure a wait of 3 days. On the 4th day, 6 wagons passed over the bridge at the village entrance and entered the main road. With the onset of snow in the mountains, the path was predominantly covered in snow. The village lacked horses, relying on oxen to pull the carts, and the slippery conditions made progress slow. They set out at dawn, safely reaching the city gate by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. After registering at the gate, Dole prepared to attend to his own affairs. He needed to meet Oldme first. Dressed in animal skins, Dole arrived at the future apothecary, where Oldme immediately recognized him and ushered him to the back. They exchanged the usual primary-grade spirit potions for some common tools, along with a sum of money. This time, Dole had saved a considerable amount, totaling approximately 50 gold coins. After accounting for the purchase of herbs, he retained around 30 gold coins. With the transaction with Oldme completed, Dole exhaled in relief and awaited the evening. Lily, serving as a maid for the Lake family, had recently been promoted to a junior manager, granting her a bit more time. On his way, Dole purchased a substantial amount of paper, pens, and ink. Soon, evening arrived, and he quietly awaited at the crossroads. Before long, he spotted Lily approaching alone from the main road. The two departed together, swiftly entering a narrow alley and arriving at a house. As Lily opened the door, Dole noted the desolate atmosphere. There were no signs of occupants, indicating that this was merely a front or an alternate location. As she opened the door, Lily whispered that if he ever failed to see her signal, he should come here, as she would be practicing alchemy in the evenings. Dole was taken aback by her trust in him. Nodding, he replied, "I have 5 vials of the second-grade spirit potion, all reserved for you. In return, I require the residue of magic crystals." Now it was Lily's turn to be astonished. Dole had managed to concoct second-grade spirit potions so swiftly. If he possessed such potions, would that not mean his strength surpassed her own? She cast a fleeting glance at Dole, choosing not to dwell on it, but merely sighed. Dole was left bewildered. 2 individuals traversed the courtyard and entered a room. Lily produced a small pouch and handed it to Dole. "Although my position has been elevated, my opportunities to encounter remnants of the magic crystal have diminished. I have only this much for the month." Dole appeared somewhat bewildered. The magic crystals that Katia had previously provided, combined with those from Lily, had allowed him to remain undisturbed in the mountains for over a month. Should the supply of magic crystals prove insufficient, he would be compelled to seek alternative means. Instinctively, his thoughts drifted to the black market. Indeed, as Ball had indicated, the limitation for apprentices lay in the scarcity of such energy-laden items. He furrowed his brow and sighed, then let S exchange the rest for money. "I will visit the black market in a few days to see what is available." Lily was taken aback but felt powerless to object. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Dole shook his head. "You must not expose yourself. Transactions should proceed normally from now on." Lily nodded in agreement. Dole did not linger and prepared to depart. At that moment, Lily presented him with a pendant. "I made this myself. It possesses certain concealment properties. Though it is not yet perfect, it will suffice for now." Dole accepted the pendant, glancing at it before looking at Lily with a measure of surprise. Her alchemical skills were quite commendable. Typically, such rudimentary alchemical items would command a price of no less than 15 gold coins, a considerable sum despite their average efficacy. Dole regarded Lily earnestly and said, "Then I shall be indebted to you." Lily sighed. "As wild sorcerers without any backing, we must rely on ourselves and our friends. I do this for my own sake as well. Among sorcerers, emotional ties are scarce. Each is preoccupied with their own pursuits." Dole understood this well, refraining from engaging Lily in further conversation for fear of being discovered, and soon exited the courtyard. He was acutely aware that, in the Northern Kingdom, the authorities represented the greatest adversary to wild sorcerers. Thus, he found himself inexorably drawn to the miniature magic crystal mine that Ball had uncovered. With magic crystals, he could continue his experiments and address his deficiencies in sorcery. Sorcery demands a wealth of knowledge and extensive practice, regardless of how much one records. True mastery is only achieved when knowledge is transformed into tangible or practical applications. Upon returning to his rented abode, Dole prepared to rest for the night. The key had not been returned to Harley. He remained in a state of rental, as a few silver coins per month was a trivial expense. Having been away for a month, he was uncertain about the state of affairs in the city. Dole did not particularly favor his current situation, finding the lack of information stifling. With the magic crystal mine now officially in operation, it was certain that the major factions had reached some form of compromise. After all, the allure of magic crystals was difficult to resist. His foremost curiosity lay in the investigation surrounding the deceased third master of the Oren family. How had that progressed? As he sought rest, Katia had already received word and ventured through the snow to the alleyway outside Dole's residence. This location was learned from Harley, and he came to check on Dole daily. Dole had departed without notifying him, leaving Katia unaware of the situation. He stepped forward and gently tapped on the door. Dole, who was tidying up, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the knock. As this place was known only to Harley, he assumed Harley had arrived. However, when he opened the door and saw Katia, his smile instantly faded. Noticing Dole's expression, Katia smiled, perhaps disappointed that Harley was not present. Dole stepped aside and said, "Come in." Katia slowly entered, surveying the area, which had been uninhabited for quite some time. He then directly inquired, "How will I find you in the future?" Dole closed the door and glanced at Katia, cautiously responding, "What do you want from me?" In his mind, he thought, "I wish you would just keep your distance." Chapter 79. The Tale of Katia. A subtle twitch at the corner of Katia's eye betrayed the unchanging smile on his face. As a wizard, you require a substantial amount of magic crystals for your experiments. I can provide you with some. Dole's eyes fixed intently on Katia. The man was shrouded in mystery, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. Indeed, such was the case, but when weighed against safety, I would rather forego the magic crystals. At last, Katia could no longer maintain his smile, his lips twitching slightly. Dole, am I truly so detestable? Dole averted his gaze from Katia and Apos' expression, his voice low. You silently orchestrated the demise of a significant figure, and that very poison originated from my hand? Katia's smile gradually faded as he regarded Dole, letting out a sigh. In the stillness of the night, a palpable chill enveloped the atmosphere between them. After a prolonged silence, just as Dole was about to enter the house, Katia's mood suddenly darkened. With a voice somewhat subdued, he slowly said, "Let me tell you a story. Would you care to listen?" Dole frowned slightly. "Let's go inside. It's cold out here. Once, there was a man with a family of 5 parents, a younger brother, and a sister. This family lived in dire poverty, leading the father and mother to sell their daughter, a decision that plunged the brother and the younger sibling into despair. Years later, the brother found modest success, becoming a person of note, and he embarked on a quest to locate his sister. Time passed, and eventually, he discovered her whereabouts. She had been sold to a wealthy household as a servant. Overjoyed, he approached the estate, securing a position as a guard to protect his sister from the shadows. However, the joy was fleeting, as the sister blossomed into a stunning young woman. She soon caught the eye of a lecherous old man from that household. The brother fought tirelessly to shield her, yet through one unfortunate lapse, she fell victim to the old man and Apos' depravity. Unbeknownst to him, the brother continued striving to improve his circumstances, all the while safeguarding his sister. Before long, he discovered that she was with child. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap. Under duress, he learned the identity of the perpetrator, yet felt utterly powerless. The old man, upon realizing the sister's condition, sought to force her to terminate the pregnancy. Ultimately, the child was lost, and the sister perished as well. "This is my story," Katia spoke, his countenance dark and brooding. "I have tirelessly gathered magic crystals and sought out the most potent poisons, all in pursuit of a wizard capable of concocting a lethal elixir for me. And you, my friend, are precisely that wizard." Dole fell into silence, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Katia and Apos' motive for seeking vengeance was rooted in the murder of his sister, a vendetta that indeed could not be reconciled. Having finished his tale, Katia exhaled deeply. The burden of keeping such sorrow confined within him now lifted, if only slightly. In the quiet darkness of the night, a solitary tear escaped his eye, which he discreetly wiped away. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of stars, and felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions within him. Dole, too, was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts, recognizing that Katia had indeed manipulated him. Yet, to label it merely as manipulation felt insufficient. Their relationship was more akin to an exchange. After a moment of contemplation, he finally asked, "What do you intend to do next? That man is dead, after all." At this moment, Katia had regained her composure, speaking in a tone of detachment. Although she had avenged her sister, she pondered where she could go from here. Presently, the 3 prominent families of Doman City held the strongest influence. Aligning with any of them would yield the same outcome. Katia could still manage within the Aorn family. Dole nodded silently, his heart heavy with unspoken sighs. Then, Katia continued, "I am aware of your identity as a wizard. What will you do about your magic crystals? Such items are quite scarce in the market." Dole was taken aback by her inquiry and replied, "I plan to visit the black market soon." Katia nodded, then whispered, In the Ability Society, there is a senior wizard apprentice named Beachy, who has confirmed that the poison that old fellow was afflicted with is known as White Cicada. She proceeded to provide an overview of the wizarding factions within the Aorn family and Beachy and Appos' situation, advising him to exercise caution when encountering these individuals to avoid capture. Upon hearing this, Dole felt a chill run through him. The Ability Society truly harbored hidden talents. The fact that they could identify such an obscure poison as White Cicada was impressive. Moreover, the number of wizards within the Aorn family was substantial, which astonished him. However, it made sense. Having controlled Doman City for so many years, second only to the Link family, they must possess some degree of power. With such a vast estate, it was only natural to cultivate a few wizards, and there may even be more formidable ones operating externally. Dole nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you for the information." Cardia had sought Dole specifically to discuss Beachy, and upon concluding the matter, she felt a slight sense of relief, confident that Dole's caution would prevent any slip-ups. She retrieved a small pouch from her pocket, smaller than the previous one, and said, "This is all the magic crystals I could gather. They are yours." Dole did not immediately accept the offering but stared at her, asking, "Why?" Cardia's lips twitched as she replied, "No particular reason. I simply find you agreeable." Dole's expression darkened as he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his desire for the magic crystals. He pointed outside and said, "If you seek a fair exchange, we can continue trading. If you wish to gift them to me, then never mind. Favors from someone of your stature are not easily repaid. Crafting a potion for you has already stirred considerable trouble, and greater complications are certain to follow." Cardia's expression hardened as she slowly retracted the pouch. She was acutely aware of Dole's steadfast nature, knowing he would not change easily. "We shall discuss this later. I will keep these for you. If you come across any potions useful for warriors, set them aside for me, and I shall purchase them when the time comes. Additionally, I am a first-level sword fighter, close to achieving second level." With that, she turned and departed. Upon hearing this, Dole was taken aback. This unassuming individual was, in fact, a transcendent master. A wave of trepidation washed over him. If this person were to turn against him, it could indeed be a matter of life and death. The difference between being novice and advanced was astronomical. After advancing, a skilled fighter could effortlessly dominate a novice of the same profession. This was no exaggeration. Although the wizard profession wielded considerable power, their physical frailty rendered them vulnerable. Being approached by a sword fighter could spell disaster. As Katia departed, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the alley, a wave of trepidation washed over Dole. Fortunately, this individual harbored no murderous intent. With Katia gone, Dole approached the entrance, closed the door, and let out a soft sigh. This man, too, was a pitiful soul. Yet, he had avenged himself, and henceforth, he might be compelled to fend for his own existence. What assistance could Dole offer him? After a night's rest, the following morning, Dole gathered with the others at the entrance. A cart laden with a substantial amount of goods made its way out of the city, soon disappearing into the monochrome expanse. The sky was overcast, casting a dim light upon the scene. Upon exiting the city and shortly after leaving the mining area, they found themselves on a desolate road, devoid of any inhabitants. At this juncture, silence enveloped the group, each individual keenly scanning their surroundings. Dole, with a sword at his side and his belongings already secured upon the cart, walked quietly behind. Chapter 80. Drawing the magic runes. The mountains on either side were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even the chirping of birds. In this frigid, wintry realm, only the majestic raptors continued to soar high above, while the ordinary songbirds remained hidden. The winding road soon led them past the first small town. After exchanging a few shouts across the Doman River, they pressed onward. As they approached the town's entrance, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. But then someone noticed something amiss. "Brother, do you think something has happened in our town?" Their ISNTA soul at the entrance. Victor quickly deduced the situation. "Four of you should slowly drive the cart, while the rest follow me. It is possible that wild beasts have descended from the mountains." The villagers, accustomed to physical exertion, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. With the elderly and children left at home, the urgency was palpable. Nobody wished to remain behind, and ultimately, Victor had to designate 3 individuals to stay with the cart alongside Dole, while the others hurried along the main road toward the town, swiftly crossing the small bridge over the river and disappearing from view. "Do you think something has happened?" asked the 3 young men left behind, their anxiety mounting as they drove the cart. "How would I know? My parents and brother are at home," one replied, glancing instinctively at Dole. who shared their concerned gaze fixed upon the distant town, his expression grave. Dole possessed formidable perception, though not yet to the extent of sensing events from a kilometer away. However, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern 2 or 3 forest wolves making their way toward the town along the ridgeline. These were merely ordinary beasts, slightly more formidable than the average peasant, yet their numbers were daunting. At that moment, villagers began to emerge, some on the village paths, others atop rooftops. Armed with swords and bows, several wolf corpses lay strewn on the ground, but there were also individuals sprawled on the earth, their fates uncertain. The distance was too great for Dole to glean more than this. He remained silent, pondering the absence of Ball. Had that fellow ventured into the mountains again? Ball, a 7th-level being, was innately powerful. If he were present, no beast or magical creature would dare encroach upon the village, unless he was not there. The 4 men anxiously urged the cart forward until they reached the town's entrance, whereupon they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They abandoned the cart, seizing their weapons, and rushed forward, leaving Dole behind with the cart. The oxen were restless, hesitating to cross the bridge, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed toward the distant ridgeline. Exhaling thick clouds of vapor, Dole stood calmly on the bridge, retrieving his bow and arrows, surveying the scene ahead. Dr. Linrue, come quickly. Many are injured. Corey is ineffectual, only able to stabilize the injuries, called out York, leading a few young children in his wake. Waving his hand, Dole shouted back, "Stay back. Have a few people watch the cart, while the rest carry the injured to my yard." He set aside his bow and, grabbing his large chest and bundle, hurried toward his home. The village, in a state of chaos, left no one with the presence of mind to attend to him. When Dorai arrived in the courtyard, Victor had already gathered everyone, neatly arranged them on the door panel, laid flat upon the snow-covered ground. A glance revealed more than a dozen bodies. One of the heaviest almost disemboweled, its intestines visibly writhing. Fortunate it was winter, as the decay of organs was slower. Had it been summer, by now the situation would have been dire. He promptly began issuing commands, instructing 2 individuals to enter and ignite the stove, with firewood available in the courtyard. "Carry the gravely injured to my room," he directed. "Corey, come in and assist me with suturing." Corey nodded, deeply affected, for these were his kin, his compatriots, his brothers. At Dorai's bidding, he sprang into action, directing others to move swiftly, and soon the group was bustling with activity. With the aid of potions, preserving these lives proved relatively simple. They worked tirelessly from afternoon until midnight, illuminating their efforts with candles, until every wound was tended to. Exhausted, Corey nearly collapsed. He was but an ordinary man, not a professional. Although he engaged in regular exercise, his stamina paled in comparison to the demands of the task. After the ordeal, he gazed at Dorai, panting, and inquired, "Brother Linrue, may I learn from you?" Dorai looked at him and shook his head. "You may learn, but success is not guaranteed. You lack the aptitude. Within alchemy lies a branch of biological technology, with portions of potion making covering both beasts and a small segment on the human body. Dorai could impart general knowledge, but anything pertaining to the extraordinary or the preparation of specific herbs was beyond reach. The crafting of potions necessitated mental fortitude, a realm where Corey, as an ordinary individual, fell short. Disappointed, Corey sighed, cleared the debris into the courtyard, and then retired for the night. In the following days, tranquility reigned. Dorai practiced his writing daily, occasionally checking on the injured and instructing Corey on various procedures, imparting knowledge unattainable by a common physician, which Corey treasured immensely. Previously, Dorai had considered writing a simple task. However, upon earnest practice, he discovered its profound difficulty. The numerous crooked strokes confounded him, and even with his current control, achieving perfection in each character eluded him. Time was consumed in mastering the craft, and coupled with nightly meditation, when he resumed preparations for inscribing magical runes. A fortnight had passed. By then, his accumulated copper coins exceeded 90, and his mental capacity grew slowly yet steadily. Dorai was ready to inscribe the magical runes. Having made ample preparations, while confidence was not absolute, it was significantly greater than before. He gathered paints, animal hides, and quills, ready to commence. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from outside, and the door swung open to reveal Ball, who entered with an air of surprise at the sight before Dorai. "Are you preparing to inscribe magical runes?" Upon seeing Dorai's confusion, Ball's deep voice resonated. "A new wave of wind and snow has arrived." He settled into a comfortable spot in the room, resting his weary frame. Chapter 81. energy wave isolation glyph. Dole paused momentarily, pondering the impending snowfall. However, he soon dismissed the thought, closed his eyes, and centered his mind before commencing the intricate task of drawing glyphs. This time, the process unfolded seamlessly. His mental energy flowed effortlessly from the tip of his pen onto the beast hide, imbuing it with a hint of purpose. Upon completing the first glyph, he noted a significant reduction in errors compared to previous attempts, yet it still failed to illuminate, marking another unsuccessful endeavor. Undeterred, Dole persevered. Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Outside, the world mirrored Ball's predictions. Commencing the following day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the landscape, layering the ground with a thick coat of snow. Remnants of the previous snowfall still present. The snowflakes whispered softly upon contact with the earth, a sound that was pleasantly soothing to the ears. On the third day, Dole achieved his first successful glyph, finally grasping the essential technique and executing it flawlessly. However, to adequately isolate magical fluctuations, a solitary glyph would not suffice. At least 5 were necessary, one affixed to each side of the house and one on the roof, to ensure that ordinary individuals and low-level practitioners remained oblivious to its presence. To shield against perceptive practitioners, he would need to strive diligently to craft a secondary energy isolation glyph. Nevertheless, this initial success marked a promising beginning. With the first glyph completed, the creation of a second was imminent. Dole soon produced the second, third, fourth, and even fifth glyphs in rapid succession. However, by this point, his supply of paint had been exhausted. With these 5 energy wave isolation glyphs in hand, Dole felt emboldened to experiment with sorcery within the confines of his room, no longer requiring the seclusion of the mountains. Additionally, he intended to explore other forms of magic, such as the mage's hand, in preparation for his studies in material science. Considering that Lily had managed to create alchemical substances, Dole believed he should be capable of similar feats. At present, however, his limitations stemmed not from knowledge or sorcery, but from the scarcity of magic crystals. As the fundamental carriers of energy, the absence of magic crystals rendered him, a high-level sorcerer and Oppos, as apprentice, incapable of any significant endeavors. The energy wave isolation glyph drawn on the beast hide appeared merely as an inconspicuous pattern, consuming the magical essence contained within the paint to obstruct the transmission of energy fluctuations. Once activated, it could endure for an extended duration, though it would not exceed 20 days, necessitating replacement once the magical energy was depleted. Essentially, this item was a consumable. Dole chose not to utilize the glyphs immediately. Instead, he set them aside and began preparing a secondary mental energy potion, which required magic crystals. Thus far, he had only sold them to Lily and had yet to test their efficacy himself. Presently, he was not in haste to enhance his mental energy, so he refrained from using them. A pound of magic crystal residue could yield half a pound of paint, produce 10 units of casting materials for the burning hand spell, and additionally create 10 bottles of the secondary mental energy potion. Calculating his resources, Dole realized that his stock of magic crystals had been entirely consumed. To pursue further experimentation, he would need to venture into the city, sell the mental energy potions, and procure sufficient magic crystals from the black market using gold coins. With a sigh of relief, Dole acknowledged the resolution of the glyph matter and turned his attention to other pressing tasks. These matters must be approached one by one, with patience. After perfecting the mental potency elixir, the heavy snowfall outside had ceased, and daylight began to brighten the surroundings. In the past, while residing in the city, there were always workers clearing snow from the mines, allowing for daily labor without much thought. However, now that he had arrived in the village, the onset of snow rendered all tasks impossible, imparting a sense of ease. A thick blanket of snow covered the ground, and even the townsfolk refrained from practicing their martial arts. Time swiftly progressed to mid-December, and as per their agreement, Dole needed to venture into the city. He did not summon anyone else but took Ball with him, bidding farewell to Victor before departing the village. Initially, Victor was reluctant. Yet Dore's resolute determination left him no choice but to watch as Dole faded into a distant black dot against the white expanse, vanishing along the main road. Victor gazed after Dole, feeling a peculiar air of mystery surrounding him. Although he was a simple man, often contemplative, he thought little of Dore's affairs. As long as Dole remained, the ordinary villagers would be assured of their health, which was the crux of the matter, regardless of who he truly was. He had never harmed anyone. Victor harbored suspicions that Dole might be a sorcerer, yet Dore's room was always unlocked, allowing anyone to enter and observe. Coney visited daily to deliver meals and had not noticed anything amiss. If there was anything unusual, it was the sophisticated and strange apparatus he utilized for alchemy, capable of producing astonishing potions that transcended ordinary medicine. This reminded him of the notice issued a few months prior in the city, calling for evidence of potential sorcerers. But what did it matter? As long as he treated them well, that was sufficient. They were aware of the dreadful reputation sorcerers held. Yet were there not benevolent sorcerers as well? Old me, though perplexed, remained silent. Then came Lily, who exchanged 5 secondary mental potions for a similar amount of magical crystal residue, roughly 1.5 pounds, with the rest compensated in gold coins. It was evident that Lily was also in a tight spot, as the coins offered were scarce. Dole received over 50 coins, and with the remainder from last time, his total had now reached a commendable 80 coins. For an ordinary family, this was indeed a substantial sum, yet for a sorcerer, 80 coins could barely procure a trivial item. Standard magical crystals alone could cost around 50 coins per unit, with residue fetching 10 coins per pound. Let alone the exorbitant price of finished magical artifacts. Lily informed him of a task she had undertaken, to assassinate the deputy leader of an underground organization in Doman City. Seeking to enlist Dole's aid, Dole declined, for he was not yet in a phase of indiscriminate killing. Possessing skills, he saw no reason to resort to violence. He also pondered why, despite her foundation in alchemy, Lily was so inclined towards assassination, a mystery he could not unravel. After parting ways, Dole exited the city before the gates closed, stepping into the vast unknown. The black market was not a fixed location. It had several sites, trading monthly in a rotating manner. Dole possesses a comprehensive knowledge of these locations, as well as the specifics of this month and Oppos' trade, and thus has resolved to investigate the matter further. Consequently, he has summoned Ball to serve as his protector. When it comes to deceit, there exists no one more formidable than Ball. His presence ensures an infallible safeguard. However, Ball is also known to test him at times and may refrain from intervening, which is why Dole has equipped himself with an array of items, various poisons, both enhanced and unenhanced hallucinogenic concoctions, as well as a crossbow, a sword, numerous materials for incendiary spells, and hides that can shield against energy fluctuations. He has essentially brought everything conceivable for unforeseen circumstances. The two gradually ventured into the snowstorm, soon diverting into the mountainside. Indeed, the site of the transaction lies hidden within the mountains, a secluded locale known to few. Chapter 82. Alas, I too am an imposter. Following the valley, I advanced steadily, soon traversing nearly 5 or 6 kilometers, until I beheld an expansive clearing within the gorge. The previously somber sky had brightened, revealing a vast white expanse interspersed with a darkened area where various tents were pitched upon the ground. As Dole caught sight of the tents, a figure emerged before him, shrouded entirely in a white cloak, almost undetectable at first glance, startling him momentarily. "Who goes there?" came a voice devoid of emotion from within the white cloak. This was the guardian of the black market. Dole bowed his head slightly in respect, acknowledging the figure as a denizen of the night. At this juncture, twilight was just beginning to descend, the surroundings still faintly visible. The inquiry was merely a formality, and the guardian responded in kind. The cloaked figure nodded and declared, "The entrance fee is 1 gold coin. Additionally, as a newcomer, exercise caution. Complete your transactions swiftly and depart." Dole did not nod in reply. Instead, he handed over the gold coin, offered a brief bow, and hastily ventured into the valley. Upon entering, he could distinctly see the tents, each adorned with inscriptions, selling mineral resources in exchange for potions or alchemical products, trading various medicines for unique magical runes, or offering finished alchemical goods in return for potions, among others. Various items were displayed at the entrances of the tents, though none appeared particularly valuable, clearly indicating that precious items were kept within. Here lay a black market, ungoverned and wild. There were 8 tents in total, each occupied by individuals cloaked in white, their auras subtle yet foreboding, signaling that they were not to be trifled with. Dole was taken aback. Such a small town as Doman harbored so many rogue sorcerers. What he sought was magic crystals. Other commodities were abundant, yet it seemed these individuals possessed little of what he needed, as few were willing to trade for magic crystals. Passing by several stalls, he noted that only the last one advertised the exchange of magic crystals, but the vendor required finished level 2 potions in return. Dole merely glanced at the sign before halting at the entrance, gazing at the individual inside. The person was enveloped in a dark robe, which appeared to possess some form of energy dampening, rendering them undetectable. Noticing Dole's pause, The figure lifted their gaze, revealing only their eyes, and rasped, "What do you seek?" "I have magic crystals and various alchemical products." Dole gestured to Ball to wait a moment, then turned his attention back to the vendor. After a brief silence, he finally spoke in a hushed tone, "I require magic crystals to be exchanged for level 2 mental potions." His voice was barely audible, meant solely for the vendor's ears. Yet, at that moment, Dole sensed that his words had drawn the attention of those around him. The vendor displayed a flicker of surprise, scrutinizing him intently. "Level 2 mental potions?" they inquired. "According to market prices, a single vial is worth 30 gold coins. 5 vials total 150 gold coins. Do you wish to exchange them entirely for magic crystals?" Dole gazed intently at him and stated, "I merely require magic crystals or their remnants. Do you possess sufficient stock?" Upon hearing this, those around him immediately perked up with interest. The man responded in a deep voice, "For 150 gold coins. You can exchange for merely 3 units of magic crystals. If you opt for the remnants, you would receive only 15 pounds. However, I do not have that much. Thus I will purchase 3 vials, while others may certainly wish to trade for the remaining 2. After fidgeting with his hands within his sleeves for a moment, he produced 2 bags. One was quite small and appeared empty, while the other was bulging with contents. Dole accepted the bags and examined them. One contained a single unit of magic crystal, a square product the size of a fingernail, from which a potent energy emanated even through the fabric. The other bag held the remnants, composed of shattered crystalline fragments with a significantly low energy density. After weighing the bags lightly in his hand, Dole nodded and retrieved 3 vials of potions, handing them over to him. Just as this exchange concluded, voices emerged from either side, calling out, "Hey, newcomer, come to me. I have magic crystal remnants." "Hello, newcomer. I have some as well, and I can assure your safety. That old codger is certainly eyeing you." The first speaker grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "Nonsense. You are the one trying to lure the young lad. Come to me, and I will offer you more." Dole felt perplexed. He sensed that second-grade mental potions were not particularly difficult to concoct, yet these individuals appeared to be in dire need. He glanced at the 2 tents before making his way to the first speaker's tent. Observing this, the onlookers felt a pang of regret. Just as Dole departed, the individual with whom he had just traded stealthily released a small object that adhered to his clothing. He narrowed his gaze, feigning ignorance as he continued to wait calmly. Dole, oblivious to the occurrence, proceeded onward. He soon arrived at that person and amp, Appos, tent, which bore a sign for purchasing potions, adorned with completed alchemical artifacts. Yet it made no mention of trading magic crystals. The man, masked and obscured, lit up upon Dole's arrival, brimming with excitement. To his astonishment, after traversing 50 kilometers, he had fortuitously encountered a skilled potion maker. Dole remained silent. Is merely being able to concoct potions enough to deem one a master? The thought amused him. Yet, reflecting on the possibility that these individuals lacked even the recipes, his amusement faded. He realized why they sought mental potions. They might possess neither the recipes nor the ability to brew them. Nodding, he stated, "You heard me. I need magic crystals. 2 vials of second-grade mental potions, correct?" The man promptly tossed a bag towards him, filled entirely with magic crystal remnants. "I'll give you a bit more. We can continue our trade next time." His voice was grating, tinged with an odd undertone. Dole glanced at the bag before retrieving the remaining 2 vials and tossing them to the man. "Is there any left? I wish to procure some magic crystals with gold coins." Upon receiving the potion, the man immediately lost his enthusiasm, letting out a derisive laugh. "To think you could buy magic crystals with gold coins, how absurd. If you divulge your true name, I might share with you the method of refining magic crystal remnants with magical runes." Hearing this, Dole fixed his gaze upon the man, remaining silent. "You wish to know my name only to plot against me? You scoundrel." The man regarded Dole with indifference. This mission had been remarkably effortless, to the extent that he hadn't even spent a single gold coin. He began to grasp the essence of the black market. Bartering is the norm. Some things cannot be acquired with money. Accumulating various alchemical items is the true path. Just as he was about to depart, a group of 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the valley entrance, all clad in white robes that concealed their forms, leaving only their eyes visible. Upon witnessing this, Dole's pupils constricted. It seemed he was the only one here without a disguise. The others were all hidden from view. They cannot bear the light, but alas, I too am cloaked in pretenses. Chapter 83. Robbery. The events unfolded with unprecedented smoothness. As dusk fell, Dole was preparing to depart, accompanied by a dog. making his way toward the valley and Apos' mouth. At that moment, Ball suddenly spoke, warning him that the first lad he had dealt with had tampered with him, suggesting they avoid the main route and instead venture into the adjacent gorge. Dole was taken aback and instinctively tugged at his clothing, realizing something was amiss. Instantly, he unleashed his mental energy, allowing it to surge through his skin and permeate his garments. Lifting his attire, he soon discovered a peculiar grain hidden beneath his cloak, something that had not been there before. He had initially thought the task would be effortless, only to find himself engaging in a battle of wits and courage. With a hint of self-mockery, he did not discard the object, but instead, with a grim expression, secured it in his grasp, surveying his surroundings before striding purposefully into another ravine. The gorge offered no path, yet he adeptly maneuvered, channeling his vitality to leap from stone to stone in the riverbed, effortlessly ascending the mountain. At that moment, his strength was approximately 3 to 4 times that of an average person, propelling himself forward with each powerful step. The exertion of bounding through the mountains was taxing, and after half an hour, Dole paused, scanning the area until he found a platform to rest upon. In contrast, Ball seemed to glide with ease, not running but rather floating above the snow, leaping gracefully as if propelled by the air itself, covering dozens of meters without leaving a trace. It was truly enviable. A short while later, darkness enveloped the landscape, and in the silent, snow-laden valley, an indescribable stillness reigned, broken only by the sound of their own breathing and heartbeats. Soon after, a series of approaching sounds echoed from the distance, the soft tread of footsteps upon the snow, measured and slow, as if the newcomer exercised great caution. Before long, the figure drew near, becoming increasingly vigilant. Suddenly, he made his move, ascending directly from below. In the darkness, he perceived Dole sitting on a stone. A look of solemnity etched upon his face. Their gazes met, each recognizing the other. The newcomer donned a white robe that melded seamlessly with the surrounding snow. If one did not look closely, he would be nearly invisible. At that moment, both men discerned each other's presence. Dole's heart tightened. It was indeed him, having come without even changing his attire. The man in white was similarly startled, realizing with a jolt that Dole awaited him there. Alarm surged within him, and he quickly began to retreat. At that moment, he felt an immobilizing force, dread coursing through him. He had merely paused briefly to administer poison, yet he wondered when he had been ensnared by it. Just then, he observed Dole, seemingly unaffected, rising steadily and approaching him, his gaze growing increasingly murky in the night, his mental faculties unraveling, losing control over his own body. He appeared somewhat dazed, and through a blur, he saw the other person gently lift his hat, then scratch at his face a few times, effortlessly tearing away the disguise that obscured his features, revealing an expression of horror. The man in the white robe was instantly engulfed by despair. Just then, he heard the person across from him take a step back, their voice low and somewhat somber. In Dumang City, only one force is entitled to possess a vast quantity of magic crystals, and that is the Imperial Psychic Association. I can discern that you must be affiliated with the association, given your considerable collection of magic crystals. As far as I know, among the 8 senior apprentices of the association, only 2 hail from humble beginnings, living in relative poverty. One is named Biji, and the other, Ander. Biji oversees all external affairs, while Ander handles internal matters. It seems you must be Biji. At that moment, Duolai felt a surge of relief, grateful for Cardia and Apos' intelligence. Were it not for Cardia, he would have remained oblivious today. Upon recognizing this person's true identity, he recalled Cardia's mention of Biji and proceeded with a verbal intimidation. Indeed, witnessing the astonishment on Biji and Apos' face brought him satisfaction. This was a small trick he had learned from books, using language to undermine the enemy, eroding their confidence and breaching their psychological defenses, facilitating smoother communication thereafter. Duolai chuckled, noting that the likelihood of a commoner becoming a sorcerer was exceedingly slim, first and foremost due to a lack of resources, and secondly, still lacking resources. Thus, one must find a way to participate in the market and procure resources. You played your hand well. Do you think I could conceive of this while others remain oblivious? He continued to intimidate Biji, though his guesses were mere conjecture. Biji, at that moment, was genuinely flustered. He had participated in numerous markets, convinced of his invulnerability. Never had he anticipated so many flaws being exposed before an outsider. He realized that his breathing had eased somewhat, his throat felt looser, and he might be able to speak. In a hoarse voice, he managed to utter, "What do you intend to do with me?" Dole let out a cold laugh. You have meddled in my affairs, and you question what I will do? BG's heart sank, engulfed in despair. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Dole observed him collapse to the ground and sighed inwardly. This man could not be killed just yet. A robbery would serve to teach him a lesson. He felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for Ball's presence, he might have faced dire consequences. The world can be perilous. He immediately searched BG, leaving him only his garments while collecting all other belongings for himself. True to the reputation of the Psychic Association, BG possessed quite a number of items. Dole found 5 magic crystals and a few rudimentary alchemical devices, which he did not scrutinize closely but simply stowed away. He then prepared to make his escape. It was the depths of winter, night had fallen, and the temperature was frigid. However, as a senior sorcerer apprentice, this fellow should not succumb to the cold. Even if he did, what concern was it of Dole's? Not killing him on the spot was already a significant concession. Do not speak. Traversing the mountains in the dead of night is indeed quite terrifying. Surrounded by utter darkness, devoid of any point of reference, one can scarcely discern direction. With each step, a growing sense of panic wells up, rendering him oblivious to his whereabouts. Were it not for Ball by his side, Dole might have sought a place to rest on the spot. The mountains at night are dreadfully intimidating. Before long, Ball guided him out of the mountainous terrain. Together, man and dog, they navigated the night towards Sandhika town. Bakey opened his eyes and gently moved his hand. An immediate sharp pain surged through him. Bewilderment washed over him. His assailant had spared his life? Yet, he quickly recalled the frigid conditions outside and realized he needed to rise promptly, lest he succumb to the cold. However, with this movement, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. Chapter 84. Secondary Mental Power Potion. Cursed be it. His limbs were frozen solid. As Beachy muttered curses under his breath, he struggled to rise. At that moment, he realized that everything on his person, save for his clothing, had been thoroughly searched and stripped away. He lacked the strength to dwell on these grievances, hastily enveloping himself in mental energy to stimulate his heart and circulate blood, delivering warmth throughout his body. In the dead of night, amidst the mountains, merely surviving was nothing short of a miracle. Before long, he felt the sensation returning to his hands and feet, allowing him to limping make his way down the mountain. After traveling a short distance, he suddenly veered off, approaching a nearby riverbank. Beneath a towering stone, he rummaged and unearthed a bundle, extracting several items from within. He swiftly donned one of them around his neck, and immediately, a sense of relief washed over him. This small trinket served no grand purpose. It merely created a modest shield against the surrounding ambient temperature, offering slight resistance to the chill. The man had spared his life, and he felt no right to harbor resentment. The force that had rendered him immobile was certainly beyond his capacity to confront. Surviving was a stroke of fortune in itself. He had always been cautious, and his prudence had ultimately preserved his life. Soon enough, he emerged from the valley, and it struck him that he had perhaps fallen victim to the enemy and Oppo's verbal deception. Had he truly been discovered earlier, how could he have navigated the trade so unperturbed? He would have been captured long ago. The individuals frequenting the black market, though not particularly formidable, included several with exceptionally potent mental powers, nearly at the level of first-tier sorcerers. They were seasoned cunning foxes who would not have overlooked his presence. As he continued on his path, he found himself perplexed. The losses he had incurred were staggering, leaving Beachy heartbroken. Months of effort had seemingly gone to waste. At this moment, Dole was counting the spoils of this encounter. The quantity of magic crystals was more than sufficient, enough for daily experiments, and would sustain him for at least 3 months, allowing him to rest easy throughout the winter. He could dedicate himself to concocting secondary mental power potions, learning magic runes, and crafting various small items. Having ascended from poverty to ordinary affluence, Dole felt the tumultuous nature of existence. In addition to the magic crystals, he had acquired numerous materials. Yet he soon discovered that the 3 vials of mental power potions he had traded to Beachy seemed to have vanished. That fellow was indeed cunning. He must have left some items behind, not having completed the heist. Dole exchanged a speechless glance with Ball. Ball merely grunted in response, remaining silent. Dole resumed his inventory. He counted a dozen magic rune hides, 2 finished magic runes, the specific functions of which were still unknown, a ring, and a pendant, the purposes of which also remained to be deciphered. Additionally, he found a small copper plate, its familiar magic rune seemingly designed to isolate energy fluctuations, an actual finished magical artifact, a product of alchemy. In essence, these were the treasures he had acquired, and Dole felt as though he had struck gold. Just last month, he had been timid, reluctant to even taste the secondary mental power potions he had crafted. Now, having suddenly become wealthy, he could indulge freely. How delightful it is. No wonder that Maley frequently exclaims in his writings, "Killing and arson bring gold belts." Indeed, the most profitable ventures are those without investment. However, such endeavors are fraught with peril unless one possesses formidable strength. The tides of fortune may turn at any moment. Had it not been for Ball this time, I might well be lying in the mountains myself. Reflecting on this, Dole harbored a sense of vigilance rather than relaxation. Despite having perused countless tomes, he felt rather inexperienced. Venturing through the mountains at night required either a unique reliance or immense personal prowess. After dismissing the villager who had brought the news, he pondered and decided to accompany Connie during the meal delivery. On the mountain ridge at dawn, wisps of smoke gracefully ascended from the quaint town, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that adorned the surrounding nature with a touch of enchantment. Soon, Victor and Nico arrived at Dole and Apos' doorstep, where they found him practicing a peculiar form of martial arts in the courtyard. Dole noticed the father and daughter and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, stepped forward to accept the basket of food, gently ruffling Connie and Apos' hair. Curiously, Connie inquired, "Brother Linrue, what martial art are you practicing? I have never seen it before." Dole replied softly, "It is a basic martial art known as cross fist. It is effective against human opponents, but not so much against beasts. Here, let me offer you something special." Victor recognized it as a close combat technique and shook his head, deeming it inadequate for his needs. Yet, he discerned that Dole possessed no superior martial arts, although he did notice a sword at Dole's side, suggesting some proficiency in swordsmanship. Dole nodded, explaining that he had been delayed on his way back to the city due to unforeseen circumstances. "Come in. I procured some fine potions for you during my visit." Victor was taken aback. Fine potions? What could they be? Upon entering, Dole placed the food down and retrieved a glimmering necklace along with 2 vials of crimson potion. The necklace was merely an ordinary piece, which he casually draped around Connie's neck, while the 2 red potions invigorated Victor, who widened his eyes in astonishment. A second-tier strength potion? Dole nodded, instructing, "Drink it yourself, and do not disclose this to anyone." Initially reluctant to accept the necklace, Victor reconsidered upon examining the potions in his hands, realizing that the necklace paled in comparison. The value of a single potion equated to 10 gold coins. It was evident that Dole was aware of something significant. He must be a sorcerer, though Victor could not discern whether he was a novice or an adept. With a determined bite of his lip, Victor accepted the potion, exhaling slowly as he expressed, "I am grateful for your kindness. Thank you. I shall not be modest." Dole raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with meaning. "No need for modesty. It is the least I could do to express my gratitude for your care all this while." Victor shook his head, his expression earnest as he remarked, "I retain you solely for your remarkable medical skills, which significantly mitigate the casualties in our town. There is no ulterior motive. It has been this way in the past, and it shall remain so in the future." Dole shrugged. "How could that be? I come from an ordinary background as well." Victor could discern that Dole lived with great caution and frugality, not out of financial constraint, but rather as a deeply ingrained habit, one typically found in the children of impoverished families. He nodded, gripping the potion tightly, and said, "Very well. I shall take my leave." Although the intermediate strength potion offers minimal enhancement for advanced warrior apprentices, its initial consumption yields significant effects, greatly amplifying one's strength. For Victor, who progresses only incrementally each day, this represents a monumental leap forward. With his strength ascending to a new echelon, he would be poised to study combat energy. Chapter 85. Purification Potion. As the mayor of a town, he was bestowed with a combat technique by the lord of the city. Yet he had not yet reached the requisite standards for training. With the consumption of these 2 vials of potion, he would qualify for cultivation. Upon attaining the rank of a level 1 warrior, he would be better equipped to safeguard the village. With the enchanted iron badge in hand, Dole no longer feared the discovery of his experimentation with the burning hand spell, and he felt emboldened to concoct level 2 mental strength potions. The iron badge was easily activated. By placing a bit of magical crystal residue upon it and channeling his mental energy, it would autonomously absorb the energy from the remnants. This rudimentary magical artifact posed little risk of tampering, for it was too simple, and Ball had thoroughly inspected it, confirming its integrity. He now believed that his greatest fortune in life was not his innate talent, but rather his association with Ball. After spending several days, he successfully produced a batch of 10 level 2 mental strength potions, followed by the necessary materials for the burning hand spell. Dole was determined to master this particular sorcery before contemplating the intricacies of the wizard's hand. The adage master one skill and conquer all held true in every context. For over 10 days, Dole remained secluded in his courtyard, rarely venturing out. Whenever solitude permitted, he endeavored to reconstruct the spell model for Burning Hand. The difference between practicing a spell once or twice versus 1,000 times was profound, akin to the distinction between wielding a sword a few hundred times and doing so tens of thousands of times. As a wizard, one must select spells conducive to their environment and intended effects, which warranted meticulous study. For instance, if one were to traverse an underground passage, illuminating spells would be required, particularly those with prolonged duration and significant brightness. Opting for a powerful but short-lived spell would not only be imprudent but also wasteful of resources and inefficient. In the subsequent days, Dole focused on studying the spell model for Burning Hand. In 5 seconds, had his opponent been a ranged archer, he would have perished countless times. However, compared to an advanced wizard apprentice who required 8 seconds to chant, Dole was exponentially more proficient. He experimented repeatedly, finding his mental control lacking. At best, he could manage a hexagonal shape with a mix of tetrahedral formations, while the speed at which he could solidify the spell model extended to 10 seconds. 10 seconds was hardly advantageous. The primary advantage of the hexagonal formation lay in its capacity to contain greater mental energy, allowing for the manipulation of the Burning Hand's potency and duration, as well as enabling him to preliminarily draw energy from the air to enhance its effectiveness. This was Dole's primary focus. Upon recognizing the limitations imposed by his mental energy, Dole resolved to consume the level 2 mental strength potions to enhance his capabilities. Previously, financial constraints had deterred him from self-administering, but now, with ample resources at his disposal, he could swiftly elevate his power. After making this decision, he spent the following month consuming a potion every 5 days, culminating in an impressive increase of his mental energy to 130 copper coins. This winter feels exceptionally prolonged since the arrival of the first snowfall. The ground has remained blanketed in snow, with only the mining areas surrounding Dominant City revealing patches of earth. Everywhere else is shrouded in a thick, white veil, obscuring all visibility. This winter has proven particularly arduous. In mid-December, he ventured into the city with the villagers, witnessing soldiers at the city gates pushing wooden carts, transporting the corpses of the destitute from the slums to a mass grave outside the city. The winter corpses, devoid of any foul odor, were clad in tattered rags, their exposed skin resembling a chilling shade of blue, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Lacking adequate clothing for warmth and sufficient sustenance, succumbing to starvation was a grim reality, especially in the slums. Upon passing through the slums and entering the city, the atmosphere appeared considerably more normal, though still lacking in vibrancy. At least it presented a more favorable sight. Parting ways with the caravan, Dole proceeded to meet Old Me, where he traded for a basic psychic potion and acquired a supply of herbs along with the necessary equipment for their refinement. Subsequently, he sought out Lily. Compared to a month prior, Lily exuded a greater sense of composure, her aura subtly transformed. Upon seeing Dole, her first inquiry pertained to the availability of purification potions. Although taken aback, Dole shook his head. Such potions possess a low adaptability and are exceedingly complex to concoct, rendering them nearly impractical. Lily expressed a tinge of disappointment, stating, "If you bring a basic purification potion next time, I will offer 1 gold coin for a vial." Chapter 86. Sanhika Town. The market price for the purification potion is merely 50 silver coins. This fellow is offering a whole gold coin, evidently paying a handsome sum. One cannot help but wonder for what purpose it will be utilized. The primary function of the purification potion is to cleanse low-energy objects of impurities, such as wastewater. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, should you desire some, I can certainly concoct a few. Lily exhaled in relief, her demeanor shifting from serious to cheerful. I have changed jobs. Although my exposure to mystical artifacts has diminished, I now encounter many more people. With the purification potion, I could advance even further. Dole shook his head, stating, "Regardless of your pursuits, safety must remain paramount. If the substances purified by the potion are observed by other sorcerers, the signs could easily be detected." Upon hearing this, Lily's expression transformed from a smile to contemplation. She had been solely focused on practicality, neglecting the potential for others to uncover her actions. After a brief pause, she sighed, conceding, "Then never mind. Safety first, I shall forego the purification potion." Dole too breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to squander excessive time on such a task. The two soon parted ways. with Dole receiving a small pouch of magical crystal residue and 15 gold coins. It must be said, Lily possesses remarkable capabilities. The average individual might never encounter 15 gold coins in a lifetime, yet she manages to procure this amount monthly. One wonders what her endeavors entail. An ordinary fallen noble would take nearly a year to spend such a sum. While somewhat astonished, Dole chose not to delve deeper. Their relationship was strictly transactional, and concern was unnecessary. Yet, a sense of worry crept in. Lily represented a stable source for purchasing magical crystal residue. If she were to meet with misfortune, would he not also be adversely affected? The mere thought caused him a headache. He needed to devise a plan swiftly, striving to improve himself and reach the miniature magical crystal mine that Ball had mentioned. However, according to Ball, one must at least be a novice sorcerer to access that location. It was premature to consider such matters now. How frustrating. Up until this point, it would seem he could afford to relax of his adversaries. Only Dis remained alive. Although he had provoked the Anomaly Society, their interest in his existence was merely speculative. With no active pursuit, for now, he was relatively safe. Dole's identity had not surfaced in public for over half a year. The figures known to the world were Lin Rue or Edu, as if Dole had been relegated to obscurity. Yet Dis would certainly remember him. Once he was gone, Dole could truly vanish from this world. Dole pondered extensively. After resting in the town for a night, he purchased a quantity of paper, several garments, and exchanged a few books at the library. At 10 o'clock, he convened at the city gate. Several carts were now laden with goods, food, spices, various fabrics, and an assortment of swords, hammers, and axes. To Dole and Apos' surprise, he noticed that they had somehow acquired a small iron sheet, a furnace, and a toolbox. Did these individuals intend to forge something in the village? At that moment, he spotted an unfamiliar figure amidst the crowd, a robust young man with a dark complexion, whose muscular right arm seemed particularly formidable. He was lively beside Victor. Dole gazed at Merkel and smiled, greeting him with a simple hello. Merkel approached Dole, offering a slight bow, and replied, "Greetings. I've heard much about you from my uncle. You are quite impressive." Dole nodded, not intending to elaborate further. Dole's belongings were also placed on one of the ox carts, and he casually stood beside the wagon, a slender sword hanging at his waist and a bow slung across his back. The bow was primarily a tool of intimidation. He had seldom used it, knowing that in the face of an attack, he would resort to his sword. Concealed within his sleeves were several small bags sewn into the fabric, containing the materials necessary for casting the spell Burning Hands. Before long, they departed the city, leaving behind the exposed terrain and swiftly entering the snow-laden thoroughfare. The cart moved slowly along the path, crunching through the snow beneath, the sound piercing the silence of the road with an almost jarring intensity. Everyone remained vigilant to ward off any lurking beasts, Victor commanded as they walked. As they traversed the straight path, they soon rounded the first bend, where the world became a stark contrast of black and white. Dole and Merkel found themselves enveloped by the group. Although Dole had intended to retreat to the rear, Victor insisted he stay in the middle. This central position proved relatively easy, allowing him merely to walk along. As they continued, the atmosphere lightened. Discussions of martial skills ensued, alongside chatter about the sons and daughters of various families. The mood quickly became lively. After traversing approximately 10 kilometers, they arrived at the outskirts of the first town, Dole. At that moment, a keen-eyed hunter spotted several thick plumes of smoke rising from the distant ridge, dense and billowing, clearly not the result of a typical fire. Dole was somewhat larger than San Hiku, both towns situated on ridges opposite each other across the river. However, the ridge they occupied was relatively gentle, allowing for a more expansive settlement of around 600 households. At this time, smoke was billowing from multiple locations within the mountains, accompanied by the sounds of roaring emanating from the town. Due to the distance, they could not ascertain the precise nature of the commotion, only witnessing the ominous smoke spiraling into the sky, mingled with the howls of wolves and the clamor of battle. After observing for a full 10 seconds, the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Victor, calm and composed, immediately instructed, Sandy, you two must rush back to the town and report this as swiftly as possible. Urge them to dispatch soldiers at once. We shall proceed to assist." Much like last time, it seems to be forest wolves. Two younger members of the group, equipped with bows and arrows, promptly nodded and turned to sprint back toward the town. They had encountered no dangers along their journey thus far, suggesting that all may be well. After issuing his command, Victor added, "Dole and Merkel shall remain. The rest of you, rally. Dole is our brother town. We cannot allow them to fall." In truth, there lies another implication. Should the town of Erdeo Bridge succumb, the wolf pack would only grow stronger, swiftly infiltrating their village. He, taking the lead, dashed forward. The group soon arrived at the bridge, crossing it with haste towards the village on the opposite side. Only Merkel and Dole remained beside the ox cart, gently urging it onward while keeping a watchful eye ahead. All the towns in Doman City are established along riverbanks, within valleys, or atop ridges, each fortified with watchtowers and training grounds. Here, both men and women, upon grasping a weapon, become competent soldiers. In such a place, the ability to defend oneself is indispensable. Chapter 87. The familiar wolf pack. Victor entered the village and quickly grasped the dire situation. There were indeed over 100 wolves, having charged down from the ridge, with half of them already infiltrating the village. Victor and a few others took refuge momentarily to deliberate, deciding to flank the wolves from the side of the ridge. The people at the second bridge were utterly oblivious to Victor and his companions, preoccupied with battling the wolves, which rendered them indifferent to the unfolding chaos nearby. They had already lost 7 or 8 men, and the remaining ones were severely injured, the scene exceptionally brutal, filled with echoes of roars, cries, and wails resonating from all directions. The wolf pack had surged in during their mealtime, forcing the villagers to prioritize the wolves over their homes, resulting in flames engulfing the buildings. At the forefront, Mayor Moses wielded his broadsword, parrying, thrusting, and cleaving, bravely holding his ground against the most formidable of the forest wolves. Each wolf was of considerable size, and while his sword could inflict superficial wounds, the real threat lay with the archers stationed in the watchtower. However, at that moment, everyone was too preoccupied to form an effective defense. Suddenly, Moses noticed the wolf pack ahead becoming disordered. He swung his sword, driving back a few wolves, and leapt onto a nearby rooftop. To his astonishment, he spotted several individuals approaching from the mountainside, launching a side attack on the wolves. Upon closer inspection, a wave of joy washed over Moses. It was Victor, the advanced warrior apprentice. He witnessed Victor effortlessly dispatch a forest wolf with a single stroke, his broadsword dancing through the air as he plunged into the fray with formidable presence. When had Victor become this formidable? Surely, he was on the verge of leveling up. Moses, dismissing his musings, shouted to the rear, announcing the arrival of their brothers from Sanhiku town, causing the wolves to falter. The archers immediately readied their bows atop the roofs. His call intensified the atmosphere, leading some to abandon their swords in favor of bows, while others scrambled to create space for the archers to operate. Swiftly, arrows flew through the air, and several forest wolves fell lifeless to the ground. Moses, grasping his broadsword, leapt from the rooftop and charged toward Victor. Earlier, he had restrained his strength to conserve energy, but now he unleashed his full might. Beheading a forest wolf with a single strike, his muscles visibly tensed as he employed an unknown martial technique. He moved with agility, delivering successive blows, injuring 4 or 5 wolves in quick succession, though his strength began to wane, leaving him gasping for breath. At that moment, Victor arrived, leaping high and cleaving a wolf that attempted to ambush him. Victor, observing the breathless Moses, shouted, "Where is the Wolf King?" Moses exhaled deeply, pointing toward the ridge, indicating its location. Victor swiftly dispatched another wolf that sought to attack him and turned his gaze toward the mountain. In the mountains, a formidable forest wolf, larger than the others, stood atop a high stone, gazing coldly down the slope. Motionless, he resembled a deity surveying the mortal realm. And that familiar gaze instantly reminded Victor of the last attack on the village by the forest wolves. It was indeed this creature. Victor felt a surge of hatred, his teeth grinding in frustration, but then a shock coursed through him as he surveyed the surrounding pack. There were far more wolves than last time. The pack had grown stronger, indicating that the situation in the mountains this winter was dire. He leaped into action, charging up the ridge with immense power. With a single stroke, the forest wolves fell before him, their bones shattering and wounds gaping open, revealing bloody flesh as their life force surged, nearly manifesting as a halo of crimson mist around them. Moses, upon catching sight of Victor, was momentarily stunned. Was this fellow truly on the verge of leveling up? Meanwhile, by the roadside, Dole and Merkel had already halted beside the cart, observing the carnage across the riverbank. Dole was well aware of Victor's prowess. Indeed, he was on the cusp of advancement, wielding his strength with ferocity against ordinary forest wolves. Each strike felled a foe, and as he disrupted the pack, aided by the townsfolk from the second bridge, the tide of battle quickly shifted, allowing for a counteroffensive to be organized. These were merely common wolves. With just a couple of individuals to stabilize the situation, they could be repelled. During winter, the wolves in the mountains were also depleting their numbers, compelled to reduce their ranks to ensure the survival of the larger group. Otherwise, they would all perish from hunger. This was the law of survival in the forest. Knowledge gleaned from books. Soon, a resounding clatter echoed along the main road as hundreds of formidable soldiers marched forth in unison, exuding an aura of lethal intent, heading straight for the second bridge. As they passed, they cast a fleeting glance at Dole and Apos' cart before plunging into the village. Instantly, a second wave of battle erupted, and this time, the conflict concluded swiftly, the wolves retreating into the mountains. Dole witnessed the true nature of soldiers. They seemed to fight solely for the thrill of bloodshed, their combat strength vastly superior to that of ordinary villagers. Their armor was impervious to the bites of common wolves, and their weapons were of exceptional quality, allowing even the most basic soldiers to fell a forest wolf with ease. Dole pondered what would happen if he faced a soldier. After careful consideration, he shook his head. He would undoubtedly be eliminated in an instant unless he were to level up and leverage the advantage of terrain to drag such a troop into a protracted struggle. He resolved that he must remain concealed at all costs. As time passed, the flames in the town were extinguished, and Victor emerged from the bridge. All were accounted for, with only minor injuries. Dole noted that Victor's expression was not one of triumph, but rather fraught with concern. Over an hour had elapsed since the onset of chaos, and everyone appeared as though they had endured several days of hardship. Exhaustion etched upon their faces. Upon returning to the ox cart, Victor gestured for everyone to prepare for departure. Dole followed closely behind, advancing at a measured pace. Before long, Victor arrived at his side. A worried expression etched upon his face. "Lin Rue," he said, "I am aware of your extensive knowledge. Could you assist me in analyzing this situation?" At that moment, Merkel, who was also nearby, perked up his ears, perplexed by the fact that this individual was not a doctor. Victor recounted the recent encounter with the Wolf King. Dole lowered his head in contemplation and eventually spoke. "This winter has seen particularly heavy snowfall. Beneath the thick blanket of snow, rodents and many shrub-dwelling animals will be buried, and herbivores are likely to perish in large numbers due to starvation. Both forest wolves and gray wolves will find themselves in dire straits, prompting them to attack the village for two primary reasons. Firstly, sustenance, as we humans are indeed part of their diet. Secondly, to diminish the wolf population. They have been raised in the mountains, adept at both retreating and advancing, whereas we do not venture deep into the mountains, thus granting them numerous opportunities to exploit." Victor, a man of simple disposition, grasped Dole and Apos' words, and his expression shifted slightly. "Indeed, that is the case," he replied. "When our village was last besieged, there were merely 60 wolves. Now their pack has burgeoned to over 100. It is highly probable that they have absorbed other packs. They previously attacked our town, and now they are targeting Erdeo Bridge. It is likely they will assault other towns in the coming days, for the entire mountainous region is their territory." Chapter 88. The fundamental detection magic circle. The population of wolves significantly influences other species, such as bears, tigers, and leopards, which engage in mutual predation. After pondering for a moment, Dole remarked that there is no method to control the wolf population. Our capabilities do not permit us to venture into the wilderness to cull them. We can only fortify our defenses and enhance our individual strengths. As a wizard, he possesses numerous strategies to deal with such social creatures. Yet revealing his wizardly powers would quickly attract attention in the city and reach the ears of the Ability Association, ultimately leading to his exposure. Dole shrugged. "So, I congratulate you in advance. If you believe you are ready, feel free to seek me out." Victor and Apos' spirits lifted immediately. He understood Dole's implication. He then fell silent and retreated into the crowd to converse with others. After a delay of nearly 2 hours, darkness had fallen by the time they approached the village. At the riverside bridge, many were eagerly awaiting their return. Once home, Dole began to contemplate. He had been diligently learning to write and studying the art of magical runes. The study of magical runes encompasses a vast array of content, including intricate wizard formations, commonly referred to as magic circles, as well as enchanting and scroll crafting. The study of runes is indeed the most challenging aspect of wizardry. Alchemy and material science are considerably more accessible. During his last trading session, Dole discovered that while many were proficient in material science and runes, few comprehended alchemy. This scarcity might be attributed to stringent knowledge barriers or other limitations. However, he found it remarkable that he could effortlessly concoct potions. In the room, Ball lounged lazily on a soft wolf pelt, resembling a cat in demeanor. "Do you smell of blood?" Dole inquired. He shook his head. "No. It is the scent of blood from others. He recounted the incident of the forest wolves assaulting Urdeo River town. Ball's ears drooped. It was typical behavior for wolves to diminish their own numbers in such a manner, suggesting a challenging winter ahead. Dole nodded, recalling similar accounts from a book he had read. Ball continued, hurry and cultivate, strive for advancement. Once you ascend in rank, you will discover an entirely different realm in this world. With a grunt, Ball added, our hellhounds are born at level 3. You humans truly are fragile. Dole found himself momentarily speechless by this remark, but quickly retorted, hellhounds peak at level 8, yet we humans boast the presence of level 9 champions. Now it was Ball's turn to fall silent. After a long pause, he muttered, you humans are curious beings, so lowly in potential yet capable of soaring high. Truly. The heavens are fair. Dole smiled but chose not to respond. He settled in the living room, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. A multitude of events had transpired today, causing him considerable distress. He needed a moment of tranquility. The arrival of a blacksmith in the village was indeed exhilarating. After finishing their meal, Merkel casually inquired about Lin Rue. Merkel's parents instantly changed their expressions, and his father gave him a sharp pat on the back. From now on, regardless of who inquires, do not divulge a single word. Lin Rue is indeed a good child, having saved the lives of several of your uncles. The village is aware of Duolai's extraordinary origins, however. He is able to freely enter and exit the city, suggesting he is not a malevolent figure, yet one must remain vigilant against the suspicions of others. Duolai has been here for several months and has rendered significant assistance. Merkel was taken aback by his parents' demeanor, feeling aggrieved. If they forbade inquiries, why strike him? The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Duolai keenly heard faint calls from outside. He rose slowly and peered out, noticing Victor already wielding a cattle prod, herding people towards the riverbank, instructing them to arm themselves with swords, hammers, axes, and bows for training. The ground was still covered with snow, while the underage children diligently cleared the snow away. Early morning activities demonstrated Victor's proactive nature. Duolai chose not to venture outside but waited until the light brightened before practicing his calligraphy at home. Calligraphy is immensely beneficial for the study of magical runes. With extensive practice and formidable mental fortitude, he gained precise control, thereby enhancing his proficiency in rune studies. He now effortlessly inscribed energy-warding runes. As a wizard, possessing reconnaissance abilities is essential, as is the capability for counter-reconnaissance, which involves crucial detection runes, feedback runes, and the intricate combinations that form alert magical arrays. Large-scale magical arrays are invariably composed of diverse functional runes. Thus, a fundamental understanding of runes is far more critical than mere sorcery. There exist various types of detection runes, such as those that sense vibrations, colors, and energy fluctuations. In addition to these array runes, there are also connection runes and feedback runes. Connection runes allow for the harmonization of different runes effects, while feedback runes serve as receivers for information. However, working with runes is no trivial matter. He dedicated several days to studying the vibration detection rune, as well as many days to the foundational feedback rune. Once he had developed these two components, he integrated the vibration detection and feedback runes to create a basic alert array. This foundational vibration detection rune can sense all movements within a 3-meter radius and can also relay the intensity of those vibrations, proving exceedingly useful. By placing this rune along the path at the entrance, he would be alerted to any approaching individuals. After testing its functionality with Ball, Duolai felt quite satisfied. Though this was contingent upon Ball and Appo's desire to be noticed, with his capabilities, he could enter unnoticed. These runes are effective for merely 1 month, a remarkably brief duration. Duolai found himself at an impasse to create self-energizing runes. He must first accumulate over 170 silver coins and possess the mental strength to withstand the backlash of natural energies. Only then could he dare to inscribe them. For now, as Ball would say, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nevertheless, Duolai was content with his accomplishments. He recognized his innate talent for the study of magical runes. Indeed, the time spent was somewhat excessive. The biography of Nalyu mentions that he dedicates no more than a single day to the study of each low-level magic rune, whereas Dole required several days for the same endeavor, which truly pales in comparison. After all, one must acknowledge that he is a supreme master. However, Dole possesses an equal footing with Nalyi in one particular domain, the study of potion making. Chapter 89. Fear distorts humanity within the realm of sorcery. Two types of individuals are particularly esteemed: The first, undoubtedly, are the alchemists, who possess the remarkable ability to concoct a variety of potions. The second are the rune masters. As a proficient practitioner of potion making, Dole harbored a sense of capability. The demand for potions is immense, particularly for the more advanced varieties, which fetch exorbitant prices, especially those sought after by wizards. The disparity in value between basic mental enhancement potions and strength potions is quite evident, reflecting the market's insatiable appetite. Rune masters are in high demand due to their proficiency in manipulating complex magical arrays. For smaller factions, even a 2- or 3-tier protective array can command hundreds of gold coins, not to mention the astronomical prices of 4- or 5-tier, or even 7- or 8-tier super magical arrays. Aside from these two lucrative paths, the most profitable endeavor is enchanting, imbuing weapons, armor, and specialized equipment with magical properties. Dole contemplated pursuing the path of enchanting, as it necessitated only one-on-one transactions, sparing him from confronting entire factions. However, potion-making also held great promise, and given his innate talent, it seemed a more favorable route. As Dole engaged in his studies and practiced the art of runes, he also pondered the trajectory of his future. Before long, half a month had elapsed, and with the new year approaching, Dole began to grasp the arduous nature of being a high-level apprentice sorcerer. Progress became increasingly sluggish. And even with the use of second-tier mental enhancement potions, it took him 3 months to elevate his mental acuity to a mere 160 units. At this juncture, a single potion scarcely yielded even a fraction of a unit. He consumed a potion every few days, yet for those high-level apprentices without access to such potions, it was not uncommon to languish for 3 or 4 years in their studies. It was no wonder that the market was filled with older apprentices, likely lacking in talent. On the morning of December 30th, the village organized no training sessions, as preparations for the new year took precedence. Although the town lacked festive spirit, the villagers donned freshly laundered garments and gathered in the central square, where they sang and danced, creating a lively atmosphere. With Merkel's presence, the villagers' equipment had notably improved, with several individuals donning gleaming silver armor, which lent them an imposing presence. Armor is a luxury unattainable for the common folk. Its cost often exceeds that of weapons crafted from fine iron, as it serves the crucial purpose of safeguarding life. Although Dole was a second-tier blacksmith, he had never systematically learned the craft of armor making, focusing instead on weaponry. He had observed Merkel while she forged armor and gained some understanding. The complexity of crafting armor surpassed that of weapons, yet the technique was relatively straightforward, demanding patience and a comprehension of human anatomy for a tailored fit. As a fortnight passed, Dole established 3 sets of self-made alert arrays around his home, capable of sensing any approaching entities. In recent days, he dedicated himself to mastering the intricate rune for sound detection, an endeavor far more advanced than the rune for vibration detection, with its complexity escalating exponentially. However, today he was not lounging at home. Instead, he accepted Coney's invitation and ventured into the town to witness the dance festivities. The world remained a frigid expanse, with even the river completely frozen over. Villagers seeking water had to first shatter the ice, a laborious endeavor. Yet, for practitioners of intermediate rank and above, such tasks posed little challenge. Victor had a relative residing in the city, where Annie also took shelter, and he visited monthly to provide financial support. He utilized the funds he earned from hunting, rather than relying on the town's meager tax revenues. This town resembled a small village, devoid of commercial establishments, with taxes virtually non-existent. At the end of each year, the community collectively contributed a small sum, merely to fulfill their obligation to the lord of the city. The primary taxation of Duoming City stemmed from its mines, and it was generally lenient towards surrounding towns, demanding only what was necessary, while actively offering military support. As evidenced by the recent assistance to Erdokyo town, the Link family had ruled Duoming City for many years, maintaining a solid reputation among the populace. After contemplating these thoughts, Dole noticed that Victor had already exited the dance floor, relinquishing the space to others. The atmosphere was lively, as if everyone was preparing for the new year. Coney invited Dole to join the dance, but he politely declined, unable to dance, and instead gracefully hopped onto a nearby rooftop, clapping cheerfully. Each year, the city held various events in which he participated, yet he often remained merely a spectator, seldom engaging directly. The crowd around him erupted in cheers, and Dole quickly shook his head, indicating his lack of dancing skills. In truth, few villagers genuinely danced. They simply moved to the rhythm, from the elderly to the children, all joining in the merriment. They appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Today, Dole relished a rare moment of rest, seated atop the roof, admiring the festivities. For 3 consecutive days, the community celebrated with song and dance, a tradition that continued until the new year. After the festivities, Dole would turn 14. In this world, reaching such an age signified adulthood, granting the ability to wield a sword, carry a gun, and join the military. At 14, families began discussing marriage and the prospect of children. Yet, Dole's focus remained on vengeance. Although he was now capable of exacting revenge, he needed to prepare to do so without harm, especially since this had already allied with the Ability Society, which had previously been monitoring him. Faced with such a colossal and formidable organization, he could not afford to be careless. Capture could lead to dire consequences. Ball had explicitly stated he would not engage proactively. Thus Dole had to meticulously plan and execute all matters pertaining to his vengeance independently. Though not arrogant, Dole harbored deep-seated resentment after nearly perishing at the police station. His hatred had soared to the heavens. He felt that until he eliminated all those involved, he could not find peace. Life is a singular journey, teetering between life and death, fraught with profound terror. Fear can warp one and amp, oppose, s psyche, drive ambition, and distort one and amp, oppose, s mind. Dole believed that unless he brought this to ruin, he would find no solace in this lifetime. Chapter 90. The consequences of one's own actions on the continent of Mafia, in the year 325 of the new civil calendar. On the 3rd of January, the villagers celebrated with song and dance for a continuous 5 days before resuming their daily lives. In accordance with tradition, all adults over the age of 12, with the exception of a few women, were required to train each morning in the riverbed, honing their strength, archery, swordsmanship, axe-wielding, and hammer skills. Over the past few days, he had made some progress. There exist numerous types of reconnaissance runes, with the most rudimentary being the vibration detection rune. Slightly more advanced runes can detect sound, energy fluctuations, heat, and so forth. Currently, Dole had mastered the vibration detection rune, and for his second rune, he chose to study sound detection. Initially, he mechanically attempted to replicate it. However, upon juxtaposing the 2 runes, he realized that their designs were nearly identical, both circular, with a central eye, yet the eye in the vibration rune was more intricate and refined. This revelation prompted him to ponder the underlying principles. From a sorcerer's perspective, both the vibrations of footsteps and sound are transmitted through the oscillation of matter. The only difference lies in the magnitude and duration of the vibrations. Thus, it became evident that the essence of the vibration detection and sound detection runes was fundamentally the same, differing only in their levels of detection. With this realization, clarity washed over him, and his understanding of the 2 runes deepened significantly. According to the texts, runes embody the profound truths of the universe. Thus, similar principles naturally exhibit minor variations. If one can grasp the essence of one, it suffices to evolve and comprehend the others. With this clarity, his learning accelerated considerably. By mid-January, the appointed time arrived. Victor was also heading to the city, intending to drop off his daughter at school. Victor's aura had grown increasingly formidable. Dole observed him with a sense of admiration. For an ordinary person, breaking through to the next level is a formidable challenge. At 35 or 36, Victor had only just brushed against this threshold. While most ordinary individuals might never achieve such a feat, of course, Dole had contributed to Victor's advancement. Without the aid of stimulants, his progress would have been significantly slower. The journey remained the same, aboard the ox cart along the snow-laden path. This was the coldest time of the year, with a thick blanket of snow covering the ground. During this season, traffic between Doman City and the outside world was nearly severed, with the city's food supplies relying solely on the harvests of spring, summer, and autumn. The deeper they ventured into winter, the more stable the city remained, for none could afford conflict during such a precarious time. Upon entering the city, Dole, burdened with a large trunk, made his way directly to the library. He returned some books and borrowed several more before purchasing paper and ink. As evening approached, he noticed an increased presence of patrolling guards and law enforcement on the streets, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He was unaware of the recent tragedies that had befallen the city. Gradually, he made his way toward Lily and Appo's hidden lair, remaining vigilant as he observed his surroundings. Lily emerged from the Leak Trading Company, discreetly surveying her surroundings. The city's atmosphere had grown tense recently, and she knew that her actions had played a significant role in this turmoil. Upon entering the realm of advanced sorcery as an apprentice, this was her inaugural endeavor to independently complete a secondary task, and the execution was flawless, unnoticed by anyone. After meandering through the streets, she proceeded to the resting quarters, her eyes narrowing at the sight before her. A mark at the door indicated the presence of Dole, and she promptly entered. Not long after, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance. Heart elated, Lily opened the door and beheld Dole. She nodded slowly. As I mentioned previously, I fulfilled that task. The individual has met their demise by my hand. Dole raised an eyebrow, impressed by her adeptness at employing her usual tactics. He nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and opened his chest to reveal 5 vials of mental potency elixirs. Gazing at the elixirs, Lily bit her lip and confessed, recently, the flow of magic crystals has been tightly regulated by the ability association. I have not procured any. I shall offer gold instead. Dole paused, perplexed. ISN and Oppos. See there an abundance of magic crystals following the mining operations in the city? Lily sighed. It is not so simple. The availability of these crystals was scarce to begin with, and with their stringent oversight, it has diminished further. There is a senior apprentice named Beachy in the Ability Association who oversees this matter. Dole grimaced, realizing the implications of his actions, having robbed Beachy of nearly everything. It was no wonder the apprentice had redirected his attention to the regular market. Exhaling lightly, he conceded, then let it be gold. However, do you possess sufficient coins? Lily shook her head. Thus, I shall only take 3 vials. Typically, an ordinary wizard requires approximately 7 to 8 days to consume a second vial of the elixir, amounting to around 5 vials monthly. Lily primarily used these for herself. At 10 gold coins per vial, 3 would total 30 coins. A sum beyond the reach of an average household, only manageable by families like Link, Aeon, and Lake. An ordinary wizard must acquire a skill to sustain themselves. Lily having chosen material science. Dole nodded and casually produced 4 vials. I shall charge you for only 3. The additional one is a gift from me. By the way, do you know any other wizards? Lily shook her head. Aside from a few encounters with the wizards of the Lake family, I am unfamiliar with others. Most wild wizards dare not linger in the city, making it quite difficult to meet them. Dole concurred, acknowledging the plight of wild wizards who lack knowledge, resources, and magic crystals. While constantly facing official persecution, their existence was far from livable. Even fugitives enjoyed better circumstances. Unable to process the surplus through Lily, Dole contemplated alternative methods to dispose of them. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, you frequent the Assassin's Guild. Could you not utilize them to manage the surplus? Lily's eyes brightened. That is indeed a possibility, but only if there are no witnesses present. Should someone observe, it could provoke considerable trouble. Dole produced 3 more bottles, holding them in his hands. Since my appearance is not suitable for direct involvement, if you could assist me in disposing of these, I shall ensure that you receive an additional bottle each time in the future. I can procure the magic crystals through alternative channels. Thus there is no immediate need for your assistance in this matter. Chapter 91. The fiery breath. Dole had long anticipated the arrival of this day. Today, in her inquiry to Lily, she sought merely to validate her assumptions and carve out an alternative path for herself. Given her consumption rate of 4 vials per month, she would, at best, reach the critical juncture of becoming a senior apprentice by the latter half of the year. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to strive for ascendance. Only those who advanced could rightfully be called wizards. Remaining at the apprentice level meant a lifetime of insignificance. This transition was a profound metamorphosis. Among the multitude of wizard apprentices from various families, many spent their entire lives preparing for this elevation, and she had already outpaced them by a considerable margin. With this thought in mind, she accepted the potion from Dole, speaking slowly and earnestly. All right, I shall assist you. A smile crept onto Dole's lips. Observing his expression, Lily sensed that the boy was no ordinary child. It was remarkable that she had so easily agreed to aid him, especially considering her significant standing within the Lek family. Such is the advantage of skilled labor, she mused, lamenting her lack of knowledge in potion making, for even if she possessed the knowledge, she might still be incapable of crafting them. Aware of her shortcomings, Lily also recognized her strengths. The two departed the house in succession, swiftly vanishing into the night. As was customary, they spent the night in the rental accommodation. In the darkness, a figure descended gracefully from a neighboring house beside Dole and Oppos, confirming his presence within. Before stealthily making their way to the northern district, Beach sat silently behind his desk, fixated on a piece of paper, his brow furrowed in concentration. At that moment, he lifted his head as someone entered quietly. Beach nodded, inquiring, has that individual exhibited any peculiarities? Resting his chin on his palm, he replied nonchalantly, let us continue to observe until he departs the city. The Anomaly Society would spare no effort in monitoring any suspect wizard. Although Lin Rue had never displayed wizardly powers, his suspected connection to Dole was sufficient to warrant close scrutiny. Every wizard is a formidable weapon, and novice wizards are no exception. The Empire's stringent control over potion-making stems from the terrifying potential of wizards capable of crafting potions, who could easily inflict widespread devastation. Recently, Beach had been perturbed by a robbery, though he concealed his displeasure. Yet, it was evident to discerning eyes that he had lost all his valuable possessions and had become unhinged in his efforts to amass wealth. Even the prominent families had begun to voice their discontent. However, Beach wielded significant power as a senior apprentice nearing full elevation, and he felt no fear of their grievances. Most importantly, his mentor paid little heed to his minor indiscretions, allowing him to disregard even Tina and her associates. The mysterious death of Tina's uncle remained unsolved, causing considerable frustration for their teacher. Despite the limited circulation of the white cicada poison, it was not entirely unknown, leaving the teacher puzzled as to who might wish to harm him. It was utterly baffling, and he found it implausible that a mere blacksmith could be connected to the death of a noble. The realm of materials science and the arcane art of runes still circulate in whispers, yet the study of potions remained shrouded in secrecy, with any family or individual daring to pursue it meeting a grim fate, save for the nobility. The knowledge contained within potion making is perilously dangerous. He is still haunted by the question of the origins of the potion expertise wielded by the assailant from the last incident, and he finds himself unable to investigate further, a situation he finds utterly detestable. Dole is acutely aware of when he is being followed and when he is not. His pursuers possess woefully inadequate skills, allowing him to easily detect their subtle movements. Consequently, his dealings with Lily have gone unnoticed, while his transactions with Katia remain concealed. For that individual is a formidable master of high rank. Although he lacks an understanding of the peculiarities surrounding potion making, he is distinctly aware of its dangers. Indeed, the myriad poisons and sedatives documented within its texts pose an immense threat to ordinary beings. Were he a ruler, he too would impose stringent restrictions on such substances, sparing no effort to eradicate their proliferation. As dawn broke, he gathered with others at the entrance, setting forth toward the outskirts of the city. The town lay blanketed in a frigid expanse of snow, the roads cleared of any accumulation, extending from the city gates to the major mines with pristine clarity. The entire landscape was a canvas of white, save for the true colors of the mining operations. Throughout the winter, the mines remain operational, ceaseless even in the wake of calamities, as mandated by the Empire's requirements of Dome and City, rendering the loss of a few lives inconsequential. As Dole strode onward, he surveyed his surroundings, soon finding himself enveloped in a world of white. The art of runes is far more complex than potion making. Those seemingly elegant patterns demanded considerable mental exertion. After 2 months, he managed to establish a rudimentary, alerting magical array capable of detecting vibrations and sounds, with a feedback range not exceeding 20 meters. His premises were adorned with animal hides, each inscribed with runes designed to suppress energy fluctuations, thereby thwarting detection. The feedback runes are considerably more intricate and challenging than the detection runes. He has crafted a cylindrical feedback rune brimming with various lines. This basic feedback rune boasts a maximum range of 20 meters, which Dole has maximized. His next endeavor is to develop a secondary feedback rune. The pinnacle distance for this advanced rune is 100 meters, which serves as his objective. At that point, he intends to pursue Dis, should unforeseen circumstances arise. Dole hopes to maintain awareness of all movements within that 100-meter radius, facilitating his escape. This encapsulates the core philosophy of his current arcane research. Every aim is directed toward a silent, unharmed elimination of Dis. Once he can eliminate Dis, the source of his tribulations, Dole will find solace, allowing his spirit to soar freely. At that juncture, his mental prowess will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. In the world of sorcery, the greatest adherence lies within the heart. When one harbors an obsession, they inevitably succumb to madness, hindering their development. Dis has become the bane of his existence, and thus, he must perish. Dole strives tirelessly toward this end. At that moment, he suddenly stirred. Seizing the partially completed hide and placing it beneath him, casually retrieving a sheet of paper to scribble upon. Approximately 5 seconds later, a knock resonated at the door. "Come in," he beckoned. The door swung open, and Victor's silhouette entered the room. Yet, as he passed through the threshold, Dole felt an almost celestial warmth emanating from Victor's being, as if he were confronting some colossal entity. an overwhelming presence that seemed to dominate him both in spirit and in blood. Chapter 92. The Eager Victor. To be precise, he had suppressed all sensations of his body, yet not of his spirit. A sudden thought struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Victor, have you ascended to the rank of a first-level swordsman?" Clad in leather attire, Victor bore no outward signs of change, yet his countenance radiated joy. "Indeed, I rushed here to report my promotion. I am the 20th mayor in the history of Sanhiku town." His smile was so broad it seemed ready to split his face as he gazed at Dole. His demeanor shedding the previous wariness, replaced instead by an open-heartedness. Although the wizards were fearsome, Dole was a commendable child, at least thus far. He had not engaged in any terrifying experiments or concocted vile poisons, at least that was his belief. Dole sighed, reflecting on this individual who had truly experienced a remarkable breakthrough. Just a few days ago, he had gifted him 2 vials of second-level strength potions, and now Victor had directly ascended, though his talent could not be deemed exceptional. It far surpassed that of the average person. He smiled in return, saying, "Congratulations. With the addition of combat aura, your strength has risen again. You need not fear ordinary beasts any longer. From today forward, magical beasts shall be your target." Victor drew over a nearby stool and sat opposite Dole, his grin unyielding. "After my promotion, I feel imbued with formidable power, yet I sense it is still insufficient. I seek to ask you, is there a shortcut among your kind, the wizards?" Dole's lips twitched as he regarded Victor. "Dear Mayor, your ambition is commendable, yet it is a bit excessive. However, one can forgive greed, especially since you have just been promoted and possess only a modicum of combat aura. In the eyes of wizards, or indeed the world at large, there exist numerous shortcuts. Yet the only one before you is diligence." Victor's smile abruptly faltered as he pressed, "Why? If there are so many shortcuts, why is it that I am left with only hard work?" Dole spread his hands, replying, "Because you lack funds. With wealth comes shortcuts. Without it, you can accomplish nothing." In an instant, Victor's lips twitched. "Then tell me what options are available. I shall seek to acquire wealth. With my first-level prowess, I can venture deeper into the mountains in search of herbs and hunt more formidable beasts. That, too, is a source of income." Dole chuckled. "One person's training pales in comparison to that of a collective force, thousands united in effort. How much can you harvest alone? Even if you lead the entire village into the mountains, how much can you gather? Do not aim too high." Dole elongated the final word with emphasis. Victor pondered this notion and found it to possess a semblance of truth, though he remained reluctant. Surely there must be a way to expedite the process, such as the strength potions you provided me, anything that could enhance my progress. At this, Dole's lips twitched again as he replied, "Do you know how much a single vial of the potions I gave you sells for on the market?" Yes, 5 gold coins per vial. The potion of mental fortitude is exceedingly rare, yet potions that enhance strength and agility can still be procured outside, not to mention from the town's mayor. Do you know how much a level 3 energy potion for warriors costs? Victor blinked. 50 coins. Do you even realize how much the entire town of Sanhiku earns in a year? Dole replied with irritation. The level 3 potion is one that can only be utilized post-advancement, but the materials required are notoriously difficult to obtain. Dole had not seen any of the essential components among the herbs gathered by the townsfolk, and aside from the fact that some herbs require prolonged aging, most level 3 ingredients must be rich in energy molecules, specifically magical elements, which are absent in ordinary herbs. Even if such materials could be found, they would likely be guarded by formidable beasts. Victor murmured softly, "Is there truly no other way?" Dole retorted, "There is a way, indeed. You could seek an expert to forge a device that concentrates magical elements, which would significantly diminish the difficulty of absorbing them, perhaps by 20 to 30%. However, it is quite expensive, likely costing dozens of gold coins. But do not look to me. I am not yet capable of such feats. Those affiliated with the Empire and Apos' extraordinary abilities may be able to assist." After contemplating, Dole transcribed the copy for Victor, fearing he might not comprehend it, and even invested time sketching a diagram for him. This endeavor consumed his entire afternoon, and by the time he finished, dusk was upon him. He had initially anticipated that Victor's impatience would lead him to depart, yet to his surprise, Victor remained throughout the day, steadfastly watching him complete the drawing. He had underestimated the desires of one who had just advanced. With Victor now having leveled up, Dole sighed as he reflected on his own progress. Recently, he had been fortunate to meditate and accumulate even a quarter of a copper coin in a single evening. In the depths of his consciousness, copper coins swirled about, and sustaining this effort felt as though his mental capacity was divided into 163 parts, each spinning independently, which was immensely taxing. Nevertheless, such exertion greatly sharpened his mental control. He felt more astute than others, at least more so than Lily, even more than Biggie. Though the rate of his improvement was agonizingly slow, he found some satisfaction in his control. However, once he sent Victor on his way, he realized that an entire day had slipped away in vain. As the tremors beneath his feet receded into the distance, Dole exhaled in relief, lighting 2 candles, one to his left and one to his right, upon his desk, and retrieving the animal hide beneath him to continue his drawings. The feedback magic rune consists of 2 parts: the transmitter, which is affixed to other runes to relay messages, and the receiver, which is placed on a medium to capture information. The distance and volume of received information depend on the characteristics of both runes. It is also possible to create multiple transmitters for a single receiver, provided that careful differentiation is maintained. All strokes of the transmitters must be identical, with not a single flaw or inconsistency. Dole dedicated considerable time to identify the patterns that controlled the frequency at the transmitter end, which alleviated some of his concerns. Otherwise, the task of ensuring uniformity in every drawing would have been dreadfully overwhelming. The patterns upon the magical runes are indeed intriguing. Many of the seemingly extravagant designs serve but a singular purpose. Numerous patterns, though merely variations of a single line, can entirely transform into a different function. Furthermore, the connections among the runes allow for intermingling of designs, thereby offering ample room for creative manipulation. Chapter 93. The Final Revenge. Dole was currently engaged in the study of secondary feedback runes, focusing on both the transmission and reception ends, ensuring a range of at least 100 meters. As time passed gradually, spring arrived, and when the snow at the foot of the mountain melted away, on a particular morning, a vast army escorted by hundreds of wagons approached slowly along the distant mountain path, making its way toward Doman City. Upon sighting the convoy, the entire town emerged to witness the spectacle. Naturally, Dole was pulled out by Cornelia to observe as well. The convoy was immense, with the army escorting heavy-duty wagons, drawn by colossal horses and large cattle reminiscent of rhinoceroses. The wagons were substantial, laden with grains, various vegetables, salt, spices, and textiles. This was the official army of the Northern Kingdom, and they had 3 primary objectives for their presence. First, to reopen the roads and clear any obstacles. Second, to deliver sufficient food and vegetables to Doman City. And third, to transport away the ores accumulated over the winter. As for furs, medicinal herbs, and timber, those transactions were left to private family merchants, ensuring that official profits did not come at the expense of ordinary families. By mid-February, Dole had ventured into the city, met with Lily, delivered the medicine, and received his due payment. Yet, the side effects of the hallucinogenic potion were too severe. He preferred to squander his money on mental enhancers rather than experience the disorienting effects of the hallucinogen. However, he found himself with little choice. As he contemplated, he sat atop the roof, observing the grand procession of official merchants. The sight of the soldiers and their wagons left a profound impact on him. These were elite soldiers, their vitality formidable, with the least among them possessing the strength of a mid-level warrior apprentice, while those ranked as team leaders and above were nearly all seasoned masters. As they marched, their robust life force radiated like individual furnaces, and such a forceful contingent left little room for wild beasts or magical creatures to dare approach, unless they were super beasts of level 3 or higher, which were hardly found in this region. Although the convoy appeared lengthy, it passed swiftly, thanks to the large pack animals ensuring a reliable speed. Soon, the procession disappeared around a bend. The rivers in the mountains had completely thawed, producing a melodious gurgling sound, while only the distant mountain peaks retained a smattering of snow. The arduous winter had finally come to an end. Victor, who had worried throughout the winter about a potential wolf incident, ultimately found that his fears were unfounded. Dole surmised that the reason the forest wolves had not come was due to Victor's advancement. His newfound prowess had made him a significant deterrent, causing the wolves to retreat. As the convoy passed, Dole pondered and turned to Cornelia beside him, saying, "Little one, could you do me a favor?" "Delighted to assist you, my brother," Cornelia replied playfully, executing a noble gesture that elicited a smile from Dole. "Please fetch your father. I have matters to discuss with him." Cornelia nodded and promptly descended the ladder, hurrying toward their distant home. Before long, Victor arrived, accompanied by Merkel, approaching the gate of Dole and Oppo's courtyard. His expression was grave, conveying a sense of reluctance. Dole leaped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground without causing the slightest tremor. He regarded Victor, perplexed as to why he still accompanied Merkel. Victor met Dole and Amp, Oppos, gaze, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. "Are you about to leave?" Victor inquired after a lengthy silence. Startled, Merkel, who stood behind Victor, exclaimed, "Doctor Linrue, are you departing?" Although he had only spent 2 months with Dole, the latter's reputation among the villagers rivaled that of the mayor, and he was never one to meddle in affairs. Often, it was Victor who sought his counsel. The notion of Dole leaving bewildered him. Dole nodded in affirmation. With a sigh, Victor remarked, "I suspected as much. It is the first time you have sought me out after all this time. You may depart with ease. If anyone inquires about you, I shall assert that you belong to our village." In truth, he felt a twinge of reluctance. This place had been an ideal sanctuary for clandestine learning. The heavy snowfall had sealed the mountains, and with so few visitors, it was a natural haven for seclusion. Alas, all gatherings must eventually conclude. Victor observed the items Dole handed him, a medley of emotions swirling within him. "If I venture to the city, where shall I find you?" Dole replied, "I work at Mondo's blacksmith shop as a contracted second-tier blacksmith. Should you come, you will know where to seek me." A wave of astonishment washed over Victor as he finally comprehended how Dole's skin had become so dark upon his arrival. It was indeed forged by fire. Merkel's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Yet, Dole paid him no mind. After issuing his instructions, he dismissed the two, preparing to pack his belongings and rest for the night before his departure. Truth be told, he felt a profound attachment to this place and its people. The time spent here had fostered a bond, despite the limited interactions he had with others. As Victor walked along the path, his thoughts were consumed by contemplation, and midway, he halted. Merkel was taken aback. He had never witnessed Victor so grave. He nodded eagerly, about to inquire, but Victor interjected, "Ask what you must, but refrain from prying. It is for your own benefit." With that, he turned and walked away. Merkel pouted, mystified by the cryptic exchange. Dole set off at dawn, accompanied by Ball, laden with a large trunk on his back. He exchanged a few words with the guards and villagers before crossing the bridge onto the main road. The expansive thoroughfare still bore the marks of yesterday's travelers, droppings from various livestock, footprints, and distinct wheel tracks. Although the trees upon the mountains had yet to bud, the warmth of spring was upon them, heralding the time for retribution. Chapter 94. The meeting upon arriving at the city gate. Dole displayed his herbs and effortlessly entered the city. After setting everything down, he promptly exited and made his way to the entrance of Mondo's blacksmith shop. To his surprise, the vendor selling ironware did not recognize him, mistaking him for a mere customer. Dole chuckled softly, choosing silence as he proceeded towards the back. However, midway, he was recognized by Anderson. "Linrue, how have you become so fair? Have you been using cosmetics?" Anderson inquired, noting the change. Having spent an entire winter away from the sun, coupled with physical training that enhanced his circulation and metabolism, Dole indeed appeared much paler. Dole responded with a grin. "I am not a woman. Why would I buy cosmetics? Is Uncle Hong around?" He was well aware of the numerous tasks at hand. As the busy spring season was about to commence, and the military was preparing to purge the wild beasts along the main roads, necessitating a variety of weapons, bows, swords, hammers, axes, and more. Having been in this trade for a year, Dole understood the demands well. Upon entering the living room, he quickly spotted Uncle Hong and Harley comfortably sipping tea. Both men turned their gaze towards Dole simultaneously. He nodded in greeting, "Uncle Hong, Brother Ha," observing them. He smiled as he perused the news. "I have some matters to attend to today. I will come to work tomorrow morning," Dole stated. Uncle Hong, aware of the peculiar relationship between Dole and Harley, refrained from further conversation. The fact that this level 2 blacksmith was willing to work was highly welcomed, especially in spring when the city was in dire need of blacksmiths, particularly skilled ones. Exiting the blacksmith shop, Dole soon noticed a mark by the roadside. At that moment, he sensed that someone was following him. If that were the case, he would have to change his appearance each time he ventured out. He lowered his head in contemplation and then proceeded towards the city center, quickly arriving at a tavern named Grandeur. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he sought out a private room. After a brief exchange with the server, he was soon led to one of the private chambers. Upon opening the door, he found Katia seated opposite him, happily devouring fried chicken in large bites. Seeing Dole enter, Katia fumbled, gesturing with his elbow towards the opposite side, his words muffled by food. Dole chuckled, "Take your time eating. No one is competing with you." sitting across from Katia. He poured himself some water and took a piece of chicken leg to nibble on. The tavern was renowned for its delectable chicken legs, and Dole wasted no time indulging. Soon, one leg was devoured. Katia glanced at Dole and remarked, "Have you become so inflated? I speak the truth. It is far too easy to wish someone dead, especially if that person is not a high-level expert." Katia appeared somewhat speechless. These sorcerers never had a kind word, clearly looking down upon them, the warriors. However, the destructive power wielded by sorcerers, particularly alchemists, was indeed far superior to that of warriors, and it was prudent to avoid enmity whenever possible. He nodded and said, "I am aware of the myriad ways one can perish unnoticed, yet that individual is a member of the police force. To take his life would not be akin to eliminating an ordinary figure like Carmen. It would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the police department of Damat City. I had never intended to remain in this place for eternity." Katia, taken aback by Dole's words, pondered his own fate should Dole choose to depart. He fell into silence. Dole gazed at Katia, uncertain of his thoughts, and continued, "This world is filled with wonders, and I do not wish to be hunted by the Empire. Therefore, I must ensure my endeavors are sufficiently flawless before I make my exit. Damat City, after all, is somewhat limited in scope, and the pinnacle of power here is rather shallow. I yearn to explore broader horizons." Having immersed himself in literature, Dole had long been enamored with the worlds depicted within books. However, he could not find peace until he avenged his great grievance. Otherwise, he would have already departed. The distance from Damat City to Chris County is merely a winding 50 kilometers, a trivial journey for a high-ranking wizard apprentice. Katia sighed and remarked, "Hearing you say that, I too should take my leave. That man is dead, my vengeance has been fulfilled, and I am left with no regrets." He then considered, "The Anomaly Association has likely taken an interest in your identity, Dole, and your guise as Lin Rue is also under suspicion. It would be prudent for us to meet less frequently." Dole nodded. "I have noticed as much. Is there any significant news in the city of late?" Katia recounted the notable events of the past months, which, in truth, were not particularly momentous. A few insignificant nobles had met their demise, inciting outrage amongst several prominent families, resulting in a thorough search of the city for petty criminals. Even the assassins of the guild faced a purge, leading to an unprecedented order in society. The reason nobility holds greater value than commoners lies in their myriad privileges and the benefits they bring to society, which ordinary citizens cannot rival. Even the most ineffectual noble contributes more to the city's welfare in a year than thousands of commoners combined. A living noble represents not merely an individual, but a collective. Each noble embodies specific interests. The death of a noble signifies an interruption of these interests, compelling others to vie for the benefits, which is particularly detrimental to the governance of Damat City during winter. The noble class monopolizes nearly 99% of society's wealth, which explains their disdain for common folk. The demise of a few nobles is indeed a significant event that reverberates throughout society. Dole was aware of how one of them had met their end and who was responsible, yet this did not compel him to disclose such information. Engaging in conversation with Katia was a pleasure. After enjoying a hearty meal and lingering for a while, Dole departed from the tavern. Chapter 95. The Caution of Dole. Dole nodded, stating, "Yes, I will be in the city for a while. I have a task to accomplish, after which I will depart from Damat City and venture outside." Lily was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Dole shifting to a more complex expression. If Dole were to leave, who would provide her with the second-tier mental power potion? However, the second-tier potion was of little significance to her at this juncture, as she faced the monotonous grind of cultivation ahead. At that moment, Dole produced several small vials from his pocket. These contained a basic hallucinogenic potion. Should one find their progress stagnating, consuming a vial could serve as a remedy, but it required sufficient willpower to extricate oneself from the illusions. Failing to do so would result in a depletion of energy, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. It was up to her to decide whether to partake. But with her strength as a high-level apprentice wizard, it should pose no considerable issue and could provide substantial assistance. The basic hallucinogenic potions were inexpensive to brew, so gifting her a few posed no burden. As Lily gazed at the vials in Dole's hand, enlightenment dawned upon her. No wonder this individual was advancing at an astonishing rate. It was apparent he had inherited a comprehensive understanding of potion making. Cautiously cradling the hallucinogenic potion in her hand, Lily nodded and sighed. "I once contemplated leaving this place, but I am unlike you. I have never experienced life beyond these confines." Her gaze drifted skyward as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, revealing an unprecedented femininity. Dole, though not unaccustomed to women, found himself captivated by Lily's demeanor. She was indeed striking, her figure slender, and although her bosom was modest, the cold allure of a wizard accentuated her grace. Even if she never ascended to the rank of wizard, marrying into nobility would not be an unworthy fate. At 14, Dole had yet to awaken to the stirrings of affection and held little interest in Lily. He regarded her with a gentle smile, remarking, "Do you believe that once an eagle has glimpsed the earth, it would still be enamored with the hills of its youth?" Lily, though not well read, grasped the essence of Dole's words. Disappointment flickered across her face as she nodded, saying, "Then, before you leave, please assist me in refining some second-tier mental power potions." Dole nodded in agreement. "I will do my best." The two swiftly concluded their transaction and departed their separate ways. At that moment, Ball remained still, observing Dole with a mixture of astonishment. This individual was progressing far too swiftly. It was likely that within 6 months, he would overflow with mental power. If he were to consume the hallucinogenic potion, he might very well meet the criteria for ascending to an apprentice wizard in due time. Yet, transcending that threshold would not be a simple endeavor. It would hinge on opportunity. Though the human physique was frail, their capacity for learning was remarkable, exemplified by Dole's journey. He had first delved into potion making, then ventured into the studies of magical runes and materials, and now he was making rapid advancements. Ball decided to remain an observer, quietly witnessing how far this young man could progress. Of course, he would extend assistance when necessary, as long as it did not involve life-threatening circumstances. He intended to allow the young one ample room for growth. He was not inclined to excessively involve himself in the life of another, preferring instead to remain quietly as a pet while he regained his strength. On his wrist, there was a protective-looking band crafted from beast hide, but Ball recognized it as a device that received signals from the surroundings. As long as someone approached, Dole would be aware. This little creature possessed an extraordinary sense of impending danger. In the early morning, Dole transformed into Lin Rue and set off for work. The blacksmith shop was as bustling as ever, and Anderson willingly came to assist him. Their collaboration was quite harmonious, primarily because Dole was not fond of excessive conversation. As long as the work was done well, he seldom required any unnecessary tasks from others. He was indeed a remarkably easygoing master. Within just 3 days, his once fair skin had darkened to a rich, reddish hue, suffused with vitality. He toiled during the day and conducted reconnaissance on Dis at night. Dis was the senior sheriff of the Doman City Police Department, overseeing a team of 40 to 50 individuals and renowned throughout the precinct. Typically, he maintained a somewhat submissive demeanor in the presence of his superiors, yet he always exuded an air of arrogance and confidence. Dole managed to gather information about Dis's residence, but as he approached, he sensed that someone was watching him. Someone was indeed protecting him. Who could it be? Dole swiftly devised a plan. Scouting several suitably positioned rooms nearby, noting their numbers, and proceeded to the housing authority to make a purchase. With 100 gold coins at his disposal, he had sufficient funds to acquire a small courtyard. Curiously, the seemingly uninhabited homes all had owners, revealing that they were not abandoned properties. This complication posed a challenge. With someone monitoring him and the houses needing to be at a safe distance, how could he eliminate this threat? However, Dole was not without recourse. As the sheriff, this would inevitably be embroiled in a case. If a case arose, he would have no choice but to respond. The issue was that such a situation would not involve just one individual, and Dole was reluctant to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. This plan, too, was unfeasible. He sighed, realizing that a prolonged effort would be necessary. It had already been over 6 months, and the individual remained as vigilant as ever, bordering on excessive caution. Unbeknownst to Dole, ever since Dis had inadvertently offended a sorcerer, his fear had escalated to a paralyzing level. After several days of surveillance, having confirmed that this individual did not venture out, he resolved to take action on Dis's route home. The meeting of powers awaited. Vic listened quietly as his subordinate reported. Chapter 96 Preparation. Baichi stroked his chin, filled with profound doubt regarding this individual. According to the intelligence gathered thus far, he hailed from Sandhika town and had spent the entire winter there. He entered and exited the city with the townsfolk, occasionally venturing in alone, ostensibly only to procure books, paper, ink, and medicinal herbs, seemingly devoid of any suspicious behavior. He had inquired at the apothecary, where the wares were merely ordinary herbs, lacking anything of significant consequence. Could it be that he was not the infamous Dole? Dole was a sorcerer, Yet this Lin Rue was merely a blacksmith, and a second-tier one at that. What sorcerer would endure such arduous labor? After contemplating, he resolved to cease surveillance. It bore no tangible significance. As for Dis, matters would proceed as usual. If that individual sought vengeance, this would be the ideal point of entry. Beiqi's sole aim was to locate Dole, and he had no interest or mission concerning someone who was not Dole. The man nodded and reported, "My lord, regarding Dis, we have credible intelligence that a person has recently been in the vicinity of Dis." He meticulously examined each room and even recorded the door numbers. Could he be seeking to purchase property, or perhaps a trader in real estate? It remains unclear. We did not pursue him recklessly. Beiqi nodded in acknowledgement, instructing, "Be vigilant next time. Strive to ascertain all pertinent details. Furthermore, do we have any updates from the teacher?" The man shook his head, replying, "None, my lord. He has been engrossed in scholarly discussions with that individual. You may leave." Beiqi dismissed him. He pondered whether he should resort to hallucinogenic potions to facilitate a breakthrough. However, such substances posed great peril. A moment's inattention could result in severe injury or death. The historical lessons surrounding extraordinary abilities were rife with cautionary tales that deterred him from rash experimentation. Beiqi considered his own talents to be on par with others. Yet he hesitated to claim superiority in willpower. The hallucinogenic concoctions served as a true test of one and Appos, resolve, and willpower, to a degree, reflected certain attributes of mental strength. He found himself in a genuine quandary. Dole, preparing to take action, naturally required thorough preparation. For several consecutive nights, he ventured out to study Dis's route, seeking the opportune moment to strike. During the afternoons, he observed the conditions of the roads, intent on avoiding any unforeseen complications. Thus far, he had no desire to oppose the authorities or to make his intentions known. History had shown that many formidable figures who clashed with the establishment ultimately met with tragic fates or humiliating ends. Dole had not read numerous tomes without gleaning valuable lessons. He was determined to execute his plan flawlessly, aiming to eliminate Dis without arousing suspicion. This was his ultimate objective. Dis was neither the first nor the last adversary he would encounter. Sacrificing his future for a mere insignificant individual was not a cost he was willing to bear. No matter how youthful and impetuous one may be, when life and death are at stake, even the most spirited among us mature rapidly. The gruesome heads and ashes at the city gates serve as the starkest of reminders. Now, as spring had just begun, the world outside remained chilly. The streets were deserted at night, presenting a prime opportunity for action. Dole had spent a fortnight meticulously preparing for this moment. To achieve his objective, he had exhausted all his magical crystals, crafting a multitude of vigilance formations strategically placed along both sides of the road. He had also conducted a close-range analysis of Dis's footfall frequency, weight, and the vibrations generated from his footsteps, gathering comprehensive data to ensure absolute certainty in his plan. On March 3rd, as the convoy from Chris County lingered in Doman City for the final days, large carriages lined up at the city gates, laden with ores that had been amassed throughout the winter. Only a few vehicles remained unfilled, while the loading and unloading proceeded with methodical precision. This caravan was under the protection of the Imperial Army, a reliable escort for the merchant officials, destined to transport these ores to major cities and the royal capital to be forged into the Empire's formidable weapons. Such was the primary function of Doman City. Surrounding the ore-laden carts stood a significant number of soldiers, their torches illuminating the night, burning bright throughout the hours, while the inner city remained relatively deserted. Today was no exception. Dole needed to scout the area swiftly, ascertain the end of his shift, and then orchestrate a grand surprise along the route. He had awaited this day for far too long. The memories of his time in prison, where he had been mercilessly beaten and nearly lost his life, haunted him. Those moments of utter despair and agony would never fade. Now, every waking moment was consumed with thoughts of exacting vengeance upon those who had wronged him. The torment of life and death fueling his resolve to kill. Dis dismissed his fate without a second thought, and thus, Dole too felt no need to regard his adversary and Appos' life with any gravity. A swift execution would be too lenient. In recent days, the city had appeared somewhat chaotic due to the presence of officials and merchants. Patrols meandered throughout, creating an illusion of safety, yet providing Dole with ample opportunities to fabricate alibis and exploit weaknesses. It is often when one perceives themselves to be the safest that they become most vulnerable. Dole concealed himself atop a building opposite the police station, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the vicinity of the station as he awaited the fall of night. As darkness enveloped the sky, he exhaled a sigh of relief. During the day, He had been forced to disguise himself while perched atop another's roof, fearing discovery. But now the cover of night offered him a sense of ease. After Nino and Appo's clock, he soon observed Dis descending from the wagon with a group, engaged in jovial conversation as they made their way toward the building. The police station gleamed with light, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. Seeing this, Dole swiftly descended from the rooftop, stealthily slipping into a nearby alley before making his way toward the Eastern District. Based on his calculations, Dis would vacate the police station within half an hour, providing him the perfect window to execute his plan. Chapter 97. Action. The alleyway was broad and shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the presence of any individual without close inspection. Based on observations over the past few days, it was evident that he typically alighted from his carriage at the alley's entrance before meandering further inside. Dole, also an adept warrior apprentice with considerable strength, felt a profound sense of assurance upon arriving at this juncture. This was the moment Dole had been anticipating. Stealthily approaching the mouth of the alley, he quietly traversed the path while activating the magical runes embedded in his fur cloak. Soon, he detected the various alert runes concealed at the entrance of the alley. Originally intended for vigilance, he had repurposed them entirely for reconnaissance. In truth, the concepts of vigilance and detection often overlap. In the stillness of the night, Dole remained patient, his demeanor somber and composed, devoid of any signs of agitation. The runes vibrated numerous times, yet he remained completely still. Those vibrations did not belong to Dis, nor to the patrolling guards, nor any other entity. He did not reveal himself. Before long, a carriage approached, its vibrations resonating as it halted at the alley's entrance. A familiar disturbance soon registered within Dole's senses. A slight smile graced Dole's lips as he emerged from the shadows, uncorking a vial and, under the cloak of night, casting it onto the ground. The vial, enveloped in a layer of fur, landed silently without a sound. Moments later, Dole sensed the vibrations drawing ever closer. And after an indeterminate passage of time, a soft thud echoed in his ears. Stepping out from the darkness, he held his breath. Swiftly moving to the center of the road, where he indeed beheld a figure clad in the attire of the police, sprawled upon the ground. A surge of delight coursed through Dole and Appo's heart as he advanced, simultaneously producing a crossbow bolt. From a distance of over 3 meters, he promptly aimed and released an arrow towards the shadow and Appo's neck. Dis possessed an acute sense of awareness. Although he had exited the police station late, fatigued from a long day and Appo's work, and found the streets bustling with patrolling officers, he bore no fear. Yet, the vigilance cultivated over many years remained unwavering. Upon disembarking from the carriage, he proceeded directly homeward, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding darkness. Now a senior warrior apprentice, his vision had sharpened, even in the night. He could discern shapes in the shadows. As he walked and scanned his surroundings, he noticed nothing amiss, except for an object in the middle of the road that he could not recall seeing before. It appeared to be something with fur, perhaps a pelt. He felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed any suspicion, attributing it to the remains of a fallen bird. At that moment, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. Initially, he thought little of it, attributing his fatigue to a long day's labor. However, as he continued walking, the sensation intensified. He realized, much to his dismay, that he was feeling increasingly drowsy even before reaching home. His expression shifted sharply as he bit down on his lip, seeking to regain a semblance of alertness. Yet, the pain quickly dissipated, leaving his mind still clouded. He understood that he had been ensnared. An ambush lay in wait along the path. At this point, he felt utterly woozy, but the instinct honed over years of practice compelled him to feign unconsciousness, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Who was orchestrating this scheme against him? Was it that noble? Or perhaps the merchant? Could it be a thief? Or was it himself? As he contemplated this, a wave of dread washed over him, yet his increasingly foggy mind informed him that the situation bore an uncanny resemblance to what had transpired with Carmen. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears, and a profound sense of crisis surged within him. He struggled and rolled his body sideways with all his might. A sharp sound pierced the air, and an unknown object struck the ground. Then, defying gravity, it burrowed towards his neck. The crossbow bolt grazed his skin, penetrating his throat. In an instant, he was jolted awake. It was indeed a matter of life and death, and the sound he had heard was that of the crossbow being fired. Yet, he remained disoriented. Despite his injury, he could not muster any strength, as if something unseen had sapped his vigor. Turning over, he caught a glimpse of a shadow in the darkness. The figure noticed him as well, and their eyes locked in a moment of mutual surprise. This adversary had not fallen and was still struggling. Such was the prowess of a high-ranking warrior apprentice. At that moment, he was disguised under a completely unfamiliar identity, one that would not recognize him, though the bolt had merely grazed the edge of his neck, sparing vital organs and nerves. It was sufficient to render him incapacitated. He observed the opponent's movements, slow and lethargic, clearly poisoned and devoid of any will to resist. Without hesitation, Dole advanced swiftly, thrusting his sword into the wound, exacerbating the injury, followed by a second strike, aimed squarely at the throat. In the stillness of the night, their gazes remained locked, one filled with struggle, the other with indifference. Blood poured from Dis and Appos' neck, flowing into his lungs, and he finally accepted the lethal intent of his assailant. The gaze in the darkness triggered a memory. He recalled who this person was. Remembering Carmen's demise and the imminent threat to his own life, Dis's eyes gradually lost their focus. At last, the deed was done. A wave of relief washed over Dole like never before, yet he was simultaneously confronted with unprecedented peril. He did not allow himself to relax completely. Instead, he hurried to gather his belongings and called for Ball, hastening to their next designated location. The destination was neither the slums nor any other place. It was the second hidden home of Lily, a place where no one ever ventured, allowing him to conceal himself without fear of being discovered. As long as he could leave the city at dawn, he cared not for the chaos that might ensue within its walls. With Dis's demise, that cursed bitch would surely suspect him and undoubtedly come to investigate his home. At that point, everything would be laid bare. Thus, he resolved not to be found. Dole and Appos' thoughts were clear, and his actions reflected them. In the vast, silent night, he moved stealthily, undetected. The mortality rate among the police department staff had always been high, resulting in generous allowances and benefits for the detectives. Dis had long predicted that a sorcerer named Dole would bring about his end, yet as time passed without a trace of him. Many had dismissed Dis's warnings as mere jest. At the moment when Dee lay lifeless in the alley, all the sheriffs and detectives fell into silence, for they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Why provoke anyone at all, if not a sorcerer? He was simply minding his own business. Yet one chose to extort him and left him half dead. Now, the consequence is dire. He is gone. His wife will seek solace in another's arms, and his children shall face the wrath of others. Truly, he has met his fate. To attain the rank of sheriff, one must be cognizant of the myriad forces and interests at play. Thus, his demise occurred with a chilling quietness, leaving countless individuals with grim expressions lurking in the shadows. The news of Dee and Appos' death swiftly permeated the circles of all those connected to him, reverberating through various families, factions, and underground syndicates. Chapter 98 Departure at 11 p.m. The alleyway was crowded with detectives, and standing beside the lifeless body of Dice was none other than Chief Moreno, accompanied by two deputy chiefs. The deputies had already examined Dice and Appos' corpse. His death mirrored that of Carmen, inflicted by the hands of an apprentice wizard who had first used a tranquilizer and then plunged a dagger or sword into the neck. Unlike the inexplicable demise of Carmen, Dice had struggled briefly, being a seasoned warrior apprentice. After receiving the report, a weary yet incensed expression crossed Moreno's face. Secure the scene immediately and summon Lord Beach. Furthermore, enforce a complete lockdown. We must apprehend this audacious wizard. Upon hearing his command, the officers rallied with renewed vigor, responding in unison, "Yes, sir." Within a remarkably short span, all personnel below the rank of chief dispersed, leaving behind Moreno and the two deputy chiefs. All three were first-tier warriors of formidable strength, capable of guarding the area effectively. Once the crowd had departed, Moreno's imposing demeanor waned, and he gazed at the corpse on the ground with a hint of revulsion. Offending a wizard was truly courting death, especially one versed in potion-making, a wizard whom even novice professionals dared not provoke lightly. He turned to the two deputies and inquired, "Do either of you have any thoughts on this matter?" In the dark of night, one of them shrugged, offering no opinion. "Let us just offer condolences. He killed several without harming innocents. It was clearly a targeted attack, and he preferred to keep it under wraps. Let us merely go through the motions." "Indeed," the other chimed in. "Capturing a potion-making wizard in the city, how many lives do you think would be lost alongside him?" Moreno nodded, shifting his gaze into the darkness. His tone became contemplative. "Gentlemen, this serves as a lesson. The craft of potion-making is indeed fearsome. We must ensure to collaborate closely with the Association of Extraordinary Abilities and restrict the circulation of such practices. Both deputies felt a pang of understanding. Doyle, oblivious to the police department's intent to downplay the situation, remained hidden in his quarters, alertly sensing the slightest disturbance around him. As the night unfolded, apart from the patrolling officers wandering outside, no further activity occurred, leaving Doyle perplexed. At dawn, Doyle proceeded with his plan, heading out to intercept Harger. Harger had only managed to sleep for a few hours before being summoned to the Link estate, although the death of a single chief was the reason for the call. The gravity of the situation struck him deeply. Upon learning the identity of the deceased, he felt a surge of shock. Doyle had not forgotten his quest for vengeance and had acted with remarkable swiftness. Maintaining his usual calm and ruthless demeanor, Harger had struck decisively, eliminating his target before vanishing. As he stepped out of his home that morning, he encountered a stranger approaching from the opposite direction. A fleeting glance was all he afforded him, dismissing the encounter. However, as they brushed past one another, he suddenly heard the stranger hastily utter two sentences. "Harger, it's me. Meet me in half an hour at the old blacksmith's shop." Without pausing for reaction, the young man continued on his way. Haga gazed at the unfamiliar visage of Duolai with a sigh, recognizing the man and Appo's prowess in disguise. He beckoned Duolai to follow him inside. The two swiftly entered a room, and Haga closed the door behind them. With a heavy heart, he asked, "Duolai, are you planning to leave?" Duolai nodded, retrieving a key from his pocket and placing it on the table, followed by 20 gold coins, which he also set down. Haga was taken aback. Pondering the intent behind this gesture, was it a bribe? The sheer value of those 20 gold coins astonished him. Many labor a lifetime without amassing such wealth. Duolai then produced 2 crimson vials and 2 azure ones, his voice low as he stated, "These are second-tier strength and agility potions, meant for you. I am deeply grateful for your care, Hagu, but this time, I truly must depart." Haji's eyes gleamed as he regarded the potions in Duolai's hands. Each vial was worth 5 gold coins, a sum that would take him a month of labor to afford, an extravagant gift indeed. Duolai's generosity was remarkable. After a moment's contemplation, Hagu remarked, "You are thoughtful. That fellow, Dis, has proven elusive. Despite my efforts, I could not touch him. He has powerful backing, though I cannot discern who it may be. Your act of eliminating him indeed warrants your departure. It is wise to leave this desolate place behind. There lies a broader world out there, one that is not meant for us to inhabit. The sooner you leave, the better." Duolai shook his head, replying, "Venturing into the outside world is my dream, yet I shall not leave just yet. I reside in Sanhika town. Should you ever need me, you may seek me out, though I may depart at any time." Hagu chuckled, his gaze drifting elsewhere as memories surfaced. "In my youth, I too ventured beyond, exploring Chris County and other cities. I even caught a distant glimpse of the royal capital, a truly magnificent city. Even a corner of it dwarfs Doman City by countless measures. This place is ultimately small. You possess both talent and capability, and your aspirations should extend beyond the confines of Doman City. The wizarding community must venture forth and broaden their horizons to forge a prosperous future." Duolai wholeheartedly believed Haji's words, nodding in agreement. "I came here today to convey this. In approximately 3 months, once I am prepared, I will leave. At that time, I will have someone notify you." He spoke respectfully, his tone serious. "Indeed," Duolai affirmed gravely, "Take care, Hagu. You too, take care." This man was truly his mentor, albeit a blacksmith. At that moment, Wei Reich was resting and had no opportunity to see him. Soon, Duolai vanished into the city, rounding a corner until the shadow of Doman City was completely lost from view. Chapter 99, Composure on the Road. He had already disguised himself as Lin Rue and soon arrived at the bridge near Sanhika town. The villagers on guard were filled with joy. How long will you stay?" "I don't know. It depends on the situation. It may take some time." "Haha. Are you reluctant to part with Miss Coney? Get lost." "Haha." Dole chuckled as he crossed the bridge, making his way to his cottage. Victor was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "You?" Dole remained silent, instead beckoning Victor Danner. "Come in." Victor, somewhat stunned, pondered the gravity of Dole's words about staying until he reached the next level, entering the realm of the extraordinary. This was no jest. An extraordinary wizard was indeed a formidable presence. So far, there were only 2 first-level wizards in the entire Doman City. The notion that Dole intended to formally enter the wizarding realm before departing was astonishing. Was it truly so easy to ascend? Upon entering the room, Victor noted its cleanliness, devoid of excessive dust, albeit rather desolate. Dole wiped off a stool and settled into the innermost seat. Please, take a seat. Victor, not wanting to be impolite, sat opposite him, his expression laced with curiosity. Have you completed your affairs? Dole nodded. Yes, my enemies have been dealt with. So I shall remain here and will not venture into the city again, save for occasional outings. Victor sighed in relief, stating, That's good. I've been waiting for this assurance. We plan to go hunting in the mountains in the coming days, as our winter provisions are nearly depleted. Dole nodded. Do not forget to gather herbs for me. Victor chuckled. I knew you would say that. The herb illustrations you provided have already been distributed. I will bring you whatever I find, free of charge. However, in return, you will need to supply some potions that can enhance our abilities. That is only natural. But I shall not provide finished potions. Instead, I will offer some brewed concoctions. I understand. You are a wizard. If you were to supply potions in their entirety, it's likely someone would report you to the city. Dole smiled gently. Then let us continue our pleasant collaboration. Additionally, please refrain from having Coney deliver meals from now on. Starting today, I require some secrets of my own, and I must insist that no one else approaches. The area around the house may soon become unsafe. Victor and Apos' expression shifted slightly. I understand. I will ensure that is communicated. Dole nodded affirmatively. After a brief conversation, Victor turned to leave. In the city, as the day drew to a close, Varric was preparing to depart when Hago called out to him. Varric, puzzled, wondered what he might have done wrong. He turned and asked, Hago, what is it? Hago looked at him and replied, Come to the back with me. It's good news. Varric felt relieved and placed his coat outside, obediently following Hago inside. The two made their way to the reception room, where Hago produced a small cloth bag and handed it to Varric, whispering in his ear, This is a gift from Dole. Keep it hidden. Do not let others discover it, and do not share it with anyone. Externally, I will announce that you purchased it. Upon his surprise, Varric reached out and touched a book. Connecting it to Hage's words, he felt a surge of excitement. Could this be a tome on cultivating fighting spirit? He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Dole had sent it. Where was he? He whispered urgently. Varric suddenly recalled something. Was it Dis who had done this? Hallie patted Varric on the shoulder, saying, Dole is destined to tread a different path than ours. Keep this breathing technique for fighting spirits safe, however. It must be practiced in solitude and cannot be passed on to children. That is the rule. Of course, once you ascend to the 3rd level, you may easily procure it for your offspring. Holding the cloth bundle, Varric felt its weight. That child Dole was indeed unfortunate. Yet, having the capability to eliminate Dis now positioned him as a significant figure. Taking a moment to compose himself, Varric sighed, I shall devote myself to diligent training. Suddenly, he recalled the young man who had visited the blacksmith's shop that morning, who had gazed at him a few extra times. Could it have been him? Dole tidied up his room and then felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. In this quaint countryside abode, he discovered true inner peace. The wretched souls had perished, and he had entirely released the grievances from Doman City, ready to reassess his life. The magic crystals had been exhausted, yet other materials remained plentiful. To conduct research or concoct potions, he would need to venture into the black market to procure more magic crystals. At this juncture, his meditation techniques had reached an impasse. Relying solely on the consumption of mental energy potions had yielded minimal progress, and it was time to explore alternative methods. He was aware of the path to the 1st tier. It involved mortals transcending to the extraordinary realm, liberating their mental energy, and breaking free from physical constraints to sense the world through pure mental awareness. The challenge of transcending the limitations of the physical body had persisted throughout the ages. Sometimes, it involved augmenting the total amount of mental energy to naturally break through. At other times, it necessitated special methods, such as rigorous training or life and death struggles, as mental energy could be confined to a specific threshold, preventing any advancement. This varied according to individual talent. Dole was uncertain of his own aptitude. According to Ball, his potential was commendable, yet he found himself mired in the slow growth of mental energy. If he were to rely on an increase in total mental energy, it was unclear when that would come to fruition. Currently, his mental energy had surpassed his previous estimate of 170 copper coins, now totaling 178. The quantity felt sufficient, yet the challenge remained: how to transcend the limitations of the physical body. Previously, Ball had asserted that he would likely break through by mid-year. But thus far, no signs had emerged. Through the experiment of the burning hand, he had grasped the essence of energy and what sorcerers truly manipulated, yet until now, he could only access the energy within the remnants of magic crystals, with no understanding of the concept of energy permeating the air around him.